Jersey number 75. He's very, very stingy with his pitches tonight.
Bounce the other way. Massey cannot come up with it.
It'll be interesting to see how they rule this play. I mean, there hasn't been any hits yet. Looks like his feet gave out on him, and he had a little slip going.
Bow, bow, bow.
Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Kruger on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants fall to the Royals 3-1. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to this lovely, lovely Tuesday here in downtown San Francisco. As to say good morning to Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, Carter, Matt Nahigian, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for summer. It is approaching, and it has been beautiful out here in the Bay Area, whether in San Francisco, I'm out in Oakland. It's been gorgeous. Walking around Lake Merritt yesterday. It was popping, sundress conditions. You got the dogs out. It was beautiful. Not beautiful last night, though. And listen, we'll get right into it. A lot's taking place right now. We have the Western Conference Finals starting tonight. OKC, Minnesota, a trip to the finals on the line for one Anthony Edwards or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We got Knicks. We got Pacers tomorrow. We got Fred Warner locked up, baby. Fred Warner, 3-year extension. So you take care of Kittle, you take care of Purdy, and now you take care of Warner. 3 of arguably your best players last season get locked up for the future. That is always good news. I love a drama-free off season for the 49ers, and it's been very, very underrated in my humble opinion. But I want to get to the game we just watched last night. And I get in here. It's a Tuesday. Not my favorite day of the week, Joe. I'm just letting you know. I don't like Tuesdays very much. It's just it's the worst day of the week. Okay. One of the few things Mark Willard and I agree on is that Tuesdays are unequivocally the worst days of the week. Mondays are interesting because we get the whole totality of the weekend to react to.
Okay.
Tuesday, we settle in. It's like, all right, Ed, all right, we're back now. The swing of things. But I take a seat, pop a squat here, and, we're talking about the show, and the first thing he says, hey, Joe, are you hot on, that potential no-hitter getting broken up yesterday from Chris Bubich? It's a great name. I just wanted to say the name Bubich. I was like, Am I hot on it? Yeah, because Sam Lubman and Carter back there, they're very upset about that being ruled a base hit for Wilmer Flores. They're very upset about it. They feel some type of way. I was like, who cares about? I don't mean to go Steiny on us at 6:09 this morning. Who cares about no hitters anymore?
That's the reason I get pissed.
No one. When we live in an era where basically going through 5 innings is a quality start now for some people. Who gives a damn about no-hitters? So no, I don't care. The amount of combined no-hitters that happen now, it's more than actual pitchers going through 9 innings. No, I don't care, Joe.
Is the last Giants no-hitter Chris Heston?
No, it was Blake Snell last year.
Oh, that's right.
And you don't even remember.
I don't even remember.
You don't even
it's like
remember.
his only complete game of his career.
You don't even
totally
remember.
Forgot. Well, also he became a Dodger, so I kind of etched it out of my head.
Is Blake Snell even real? Let's be honest.
Tells you all you need to know.
Well, no, you just proved your point out the gate. You say how quality starts are a big deal, but no one cares about no-hitters. No-hitters are harder than quality starts, so you just disproved yourself right out the gate here 5 minutes into the show.
Look how passionate you guys
passionate
are.
about
I love it. Baseball's not boring. See my Odyssey podcast.
Garlic fries and baseball, guys.
On that play, I want to get to your bigger point in a second. On that play, it's Wilmer Flores who hits like a little chopper. You're playing a little up the middle. If you're the second baseman, you're going to your left. And I deem that to be a pretty routine play. I think that, you're relocating to go to your left on a chopper.
I think we all can agree on that. That looked like a very routine.
I thought it was erroneously called a hit. Originally, they called it an error. Then they switched it to a hit, and I thought they were wrong.
Was that some home cooking yesterday?
Absolutely.
I was like, all right, come on.
But also, you have to understand, and you'll see this with young Benny, there's this thing called Game Changer, and it's basically keeping book online so that everyone can see. And sometimes you put video, so you'll put your phone on the chain link fence. Yeah, Game Changer. So
I could stream a game and anyone can watch it.
Kindergarten, whatever, but not the Giants spring training games because that would cost too much money. But everybody else, so 8U games right now. Let's say you're the Burlingame Pirates or whatever, the Feds or you would
Feds?
Yeah, there's a team called the Feds. They're actually very, very good.
They are. Don't sleep on the Feds.
No, they're sweet. But You put the phone on the fence and it videos the game, and then there's another mom or dad who's in the stands who will keep book, right? And so like little Johnny will get a dribbler base hit, right? And someone will throw it down the line, and it's obviously an error. But instead of scoring it an error, they're like, little Johnny got a double. And it's like, nah, that wasn't a double, but that's okay. And so it keeps all the stats and everything, and then you look up at the end of the year and you're like, how the heck did little Johnny, who didn't get a legitimate hit all year, lead us in doubles, triples, and home runs? Well, because he got a bunch of Little League doubles, triples, and home runs, which were really errors, but that's okay. And so that's what that reminded me of yesterday, of the dad who's scoring the game for his own child. Yeah, we're going to call that a hit. No, that wasn't a hit.
So Robbie Ray, that's his first, or the first Giants loss in Robbie Ray's start, correct, Sam?
He's been brilliant.
He's been awesome.
Brilliant yesterday.
He was really good yesterday. He goes, what was he? He goes 7 innings, 6 hits. Walk and 7 Ks. Are you kidding me? Score some runs, Giants. That's all. But Bubic, hey, to his credit, local guy, Archbishop Mitty, Stanford, he was balling yesterday, and unfortunately was not able to get that no-hitter because that's really going to be keeping him up in a wake at night.
So you're really bugged about the no-no thing.
I just don't care anymore.
Out on Monday night where...
It's so watered down now for me, the amount of no-hitters that are like 3 or 4 or 5 combined no-hitters
that I hear
becomes such commonplace in the last decade that it's really it's lost its shine.
But for last night,
there's at least like 4 or 5 a year. It feels like, it's not like a perfect game, Joe. Like that's where I get at. Like
perfect games, 20 of them or whatever.
It's so much. It's so rare to get a perfect game that it does feel really special when it happens. The no-hitter is no longer special. How about that?
Oh, okay.
It's no longer special.
Is the triple-double special?
No. That's like when Luka Doncic is doing that like a loss all the time. Like, no.
When you got guys who are averaging triple-doubles for a season.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So that's sort of... Because no-hitters are still special to me. And I just think of it this way from a consumer standpoint. Like, last night is a random Monday night against the Royals. It is the perfect template for when you're going to have a no-no late in the game. You're watching, you're kind of falling asleep, and you're like, wow. And then they keep zooming in, the NBC camera, keeps zooming in on how many hits that the Giants have. And you're like, Robbie Ray, 0-0. He's giving up 4 or 5 hits, but this Bubic kid, and because he's a local boy, because he pitched at Mitty, because he's from San Jose, because he went to Stanford, because he's coming off of Tommy John, I thought it was a pretty cool story. And it was one of the many reasons why I couldn't turn that game off last night. Now, I'm probably more of a baseball lover than most. I think we can all agree, right?
You got your guy Bobby Witt out there. You love some Bobby Witt.
I do love Bobby Witt. And Willie Adames is base running late in that game. We can get to that at some point. On
Pasquatch.
I don't know.
Paisan, Pasquantino.
Tyler Rock.
Great nickname.
Giving it up. But I guess my question is like, isn't that what like lures us in on these random regular season games? We would all agree there's too many baseball games in the regular season. So if you know that there's a no-hitter going on in the 6th or 7th inning, you don't tap in?
Well, are you guys supposed to be Giants fans or not back there? Thumbs up.
But
Giants
I'm rooting for something that's kind of rare.
No, I don't want to see the Giants get
I agree with you.
Thank you. So then why are we defending it first?
Because there's a spirit of the game where you want a no-hitter has to be ended on a clean hit.
Totally
that's just
agree.
the rule of the game.
No. You could get a bunt late. I'm okay with the bunt late.
Well, that's cheesy, but yeah, you're correct.
Why is it cheesy?
What if you're down 8-0?
Well, we can get into the...
Breaking unwritten rules.
Yeah, but you know what, though? Like, a bunt's a bunt. Get on base however you can.
Okay. Fair enough.
You know, like I'm with you on like a regular hit in any fashion, but like that one to me was an error.
I've seen much more egregious ones that's been ruled like.
Well, what was the guy that blew the game in Detroit many years ago?
Armando Galarraga
Jim
and
Joyce.
Jim Joyce.
Thank you. Like that.
At least he had a lot of remorse, Jim Joyce, about it. He felt like truly bad. He wanted to cry. He felt that bad. So
there's a whole nother conversation as someone who's umpired for a long time. Sometimes the angle on where the umpire is up that first base line actually isn't a great angle. Sometimes it isn't. You're actually sometimes blocked by the first baseman to be able to see the bang bang play. So like there's a whole nother conversation about positioning and every now and then the home plate umpire or someone on the third baseline actually has a better peripheral vision on that bang bang play at first base. But that's a whole nother Joe Shasky umpire deep dive.
I just think
Reddit, if you
I
will.
just think no-hitters are no longer special for me, and we can ask Dave Fleming this. I'm sure he'll disagree with me, and that's fine. Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants, will be joined this week.
So if little Benny throws a no-no, that's not special?
I mean, is this like...
Sorry, Benny, no McDonald's.
When is this?
You only threw a no-hitter.
Hey,
I need a perfect game.
McDonald's is expensive. The Happy Meals are sneakily. Those things... You got to get the app, by the way. Hi, I'm Joe Spadoni, and when I go to McDonald's, I make sure to use the McD app. Anyways, but yeah, sure, I'll be excited. It's my son. That's different. But I'll say, you know what? Good effort out there, champ. I'm proud of you for what you did out there. I'm not going to go no-hitter first. Do you feel special, Benny, first and foremost? If you feel special about it, then I'll feel special about it. Sam, do you feel special? Do you still feel the no-hitter special? Do you?
Yes, a no-hitter is special, Spadoni.
Okay, thank you.
Even, there have been 326 no-hitters in the history of this game that dates back to 1860s.
It's like a year.
Right? They're not that common.
It's a lot.
You weren't even alive back then. That's how long ago.
No, none of us are even alive. I can't even guarantee any of us will be alive on Sunday. How about that? What is still special? Like when it comes to, you mentioned the triple-double. When did that not become special anymore?
It just felt
within the last decade.
Well, like Jason Kidd was like climbing
and
up
I
the
be
charts.
cynical. I might be really cynical about this because I do.
I think you are.
I do truly
think
feel.
You are.
No, I do truly
Absolutely.
feel like it's lost its shine though. An 888-957-9570. I don't think it's like
differentiate it. Here's where if you're going like 5 guys to get a no, like that's I can see where you're coming from.
And that's kind of happened a lot lately.
No, it has. But like for example, Chris Heston, and I said to the guys in the room, he always comes to mind when someone brings up a no. Like that is the moment in his entire career. Most people don't even know the name Chris Heston. I remember Kevin Brown doing it against the Giants when he was a Marlin back in '97. My dad and I were at that game. And by the end, I was rooting to see something historic. I was at that game. I think he hit a guy in like the 7th or 8th inning. I forget. Look that game up. Now, I want to say 97. It wasn't 98. I want to say it was 97. Kevin Brown, before he became a Dodger. Or maybe it was after he became a Dodger and got traded to the Marlins.
June 10th, 97. Yeah, Marlins Giants.
The Marlins Giants. See,
the one that sticks out to me even more than the Yusmeiro Petit is the perfect game that should have happened. It almost did. Yusmeiro Petit.
Here, really quick, Shasky, the only base runner was a hit by pitch with 2 outs in the 8th inning.
Who was it that got hit?
Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
So it was 2 outs in the 8th inning with a hit by pitch. Could have been a perfect game.
What team was it against?
Marlins.
So I went to a I went to a Padre game for my buddy Velas's bachelor party down in San Diego, and it was Tim Lincecum against the Padres. And I'll never forget. We were going to go to, I think it was Friday night. We ended up going to Saturday. And Friday night was a blowout or whatever. We went to the Tim Lincecum start, and essentially Lincecum had a no going. And Lincecum at that point, I want to say it was 2013. He was kind of scuffling, and he had lost his spot in the rotation and in 2012, and it just wasn't the same. And the entire crowd for San Diego by about the 7th or 8th inning was rooting for him to get this no. And when you look back at his career, that is one of the he had 2 of them against the Padres. One of the cherries on the top of his career outside of the World Series rings and all the Cy Youngs and all that. Like these are, that's something special. And I'll never forget the Hunter Pence catch that he made right in front of us in right field to preserve it. There are certain moments that I do believe are special. And if there are kids that are, on the, hey, you got to go to bed. It's the last couple weeks of school. No, Dad. Boobich has got a no going.
This is just one of the all-time.
He went to Mitty. No, but I think it's kind of cool. Maybe I'm just being a little nerdy. I don't know.
No,
I thought it was cool.
You're allowed to be a baseball nerd.
You're being sentimental. I'm being a cynic right now. I'm being Steiny. You're being Guru. That's okay. That's all right. In this situation, I will 100% be Matt Steinmetz and be on my soapbox here and say, you know what?
So 37 and a quarter for Clay, or
that's good. That's a good one.
That's something we've immortalized.
That's not going to be broken.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
That's not going to be broken. No hitters happen though, like a lot. It feels like and there's going to be 3 or 4 that happen this year.
What about when Steph goes for 50?
50's that's a good one.
Right.
That doesn't happen as much anymore.
No.
50. Actually, let's look that up. Let's see how many 50 points games were in the NBA in the regular season.
I don't know.
Past year.
There's more 50-point games than no-hitters, I think.
I would think so, too.
There's only been 19 no-hitters in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I would think so, too.
What about 60 points?
659 50-point games in NBA history, twice as many as no-hitters.
Now let's go to
200-yard receiving days.
60-point games.
200-yard receiving days. Like I remember when Anquan Bolden went for 200 yards on opening day, 2013 against the Green Bay Packers at home, capped through for like 400. This was one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Right? Like I know this is off the top of my head.
That's a great one.
You just remember certain things.
No, that's
a good
super
one. Nuanced. I don't know how many people would remember that.
No. Yeah. What Christian McCaffrey had? How many touchdowns in a game? He got close to a record.
Ricky Waters, I believe, had 5 in a game, which was the rushing record.
Right.
I think Tomlinson might have tied it.
That's insane.
Tomlinson might have had 6 total, but 5 rushing.
I know. I always like when they do the total.
Tomlinson was ridiculous.
Insane.
I think he might have thrown for one, too.
How many 60-point NBA games, Sam?
91 times in NBA history has someone scored 60 or more. 32 of those were by Wilt Chamberlain.
I mean,
So a 60-point game is closer to a perfect game then, right? That's pretty...
If you take away the Wilt Chamberlain
that's what
games,
I'm doing.
yes.
That is what I am doing, yes.
so, like, Wilmer Flores the other night had a 3 home run night. That wasn't special?
Well, it was crazy. That wasn't even his best at bat of the weekend. It was that one against Mason Miller where he drew a walk probably, but it was special. He had how many? 8 RBIs, 8 ribbies, and Sam had all the stats over the weekend. It was insane. Well, Wilmer Flores, he leads Major League Baseball right now with RBIs, correct? I think he might be
Correct,
tied.
yeah. I think he's also leading go-ahead RBIs as well.
That's my guy, Wilmer Flores, the one you
Wilmer
doubted,
Flores
by the way.
Appreciation Week.
There you go.
But, like, I think, when I think about it, like Roy Halladay, if I just close my eyes and think about Roy Halladay, one of the greatest pitchers of the generation, one of my favorites.
Oh, you think of that playoff no-hitter?
I think of the Philly no-hitter that he had, right? If I say the name Don Drysdale, don't you think of it? World Series?
But you also think of guys like, again, Chris Heston's of the world, right? That's what
That's the beauty of baseball.
I think of more no-hitters if I'm a fan of my particular team than I do remember no-hitters like outside of like outside of Blake Snell last year. Do you remember anyone else throwing a no-hitter?
I forgot the Blake Snell one, so I should probably see myself out on this
September.
One. But it was one of his great moments of his career. This is a guy who has 2 Cy Youngs, one in the NL, one in the AL. He had never gone a complete game in his entire career, which was outstanding. And I think he only had pitched into the 9th inning like one time prior to that.
A week prior to that, Dylan Cease did it against the Nationals. He had one for the Padres. And then a couple weeks later, a month later, Shota Imanaga, Nate Pearson, and Porter Hodge. Yeah, the great Porter Hodge.
Well, that one gets a little more diluted.
Combined no-hitter.
Yeah.
Ronel Blanco had one last year for the Astros, actually on April Fool's Day. Prior to that, Michael Lorenzen, Framber Valdez, Matt Manning, Jason Foley, Alex Lange.
So, like, hitting for the cycle to me is super cool, right? Like, that's something I think about in baseball. Whether you're a kid, whether you're in high school, whether you're in the pros, hitting for the cycle to me is like, wow. Like, you know how random that is?
Cycles are cool.
349 times has someone hit for the cycle. So just a few more than no-hitters.
Close to a no-hitter.
Interesting.
Okay.
I would have thought they would have been about the same. Yeah.
But again, that goes back to the scorekeeper sometimes where they fumble the bag, if you will. I wonder how many cycles should have happened if there was a bad scorekeeper, right? But you can do that with every single.
But it is funny how in baseball, like, it's such a mental game. The minute that it's changed from an error to a hit, boom, he gives up a double. Or what was it, a double or a rip ball down the line?
Double.
It ended up being a double down the line. And it all becomes a moot point. But I always play the woulda, coulda, shoulda. Like, once you know that the no-no's broken up, you do kind of ease off the throttle a little, don't you?
I'll ease off the throttle in this conversation. We can get back into actual baseball here on the other side. I just thought it was interesting. I don't know. Just, Sam and Carter feeling some type of way about Bubich losing his no-hitter.
I love that you two still think about baseball that way.
That's good, because I don't.
I'm ready to spoon both of you. It's a joke.
Cut that, please. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Had to let that breathe. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. The guests today are the people. We want your contributions because we're going to get into a lot today. We're going to get into the NBA playoffs. Some of the sounds we missed over the weekend. What Aaron Gordon had to say in regards to rest in the playoffs. Are they not getting enough rest in these playoffs? I think Stephen Curry might agree with that as well, who is dealing with a grade 1 hamstring strain, and hopefully he recovers quickly over the summer as their season has now come to an end, just like Aaron Gordon's and the Denver Nuggets. We'll also get into what I mentioned earlier. Fred Warner, locked up, baby. Fred Warner, and I want to give him his flowers, all right? I could buy myself flowers. No, I'm going to buy Fred Warner some flowers, baby. He deserves them, and that's what's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Oh, who cares?
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Don't do that. Come on, Laughing Monk. It's where you want to be at on beautiful days like today. All week, in fact. Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale, San Francisco. Shout out Sam and shout out Laughing Monk because we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We were talking about no hitters, and if it's lost its shine a little bit. Now, no hitters, as I say that makes sense, right? No hitters happened yesterday. A potential one could have happened with Chris Bubich, who got the win for the Royals in a 3-1 victory over the San Francisco Giants at Oracle Park yesterday. But the error was shifted to a hit for Wilmer Flores, who just stay hot, Wilmer. And that was the end of that. But we shift to the actual game. Tough loss there, but overall, the Giants have been playing pretty freaking well, coming off a sweep against the A's over the weekend. L yesterday, get back on the bump today. And Hayden Birdsong, the guy that you've been clamoring for, Joe, the guy that you couldn't understand why he wasn't in the rotation to start the season, got into the bullpen, has made his mark there. He's been pretty damn good. He's been the long man at times for them if they needed it. Taking on Michael Lorenzen of the Kansas City Royals tonight. That is the pitching matchup. Should be a fun one. Lorenzen, obviously another guy who has pitched a no-hitter, as I referenced in the past. But what are you looking for Hayden Birdsong tonight? And is this something that we could be looking back on? It's like, this is the moment for this rotation, this young rotation now. Birdsong. You got Webb. We don't know what's going on with Justin Verlander. He's got the pec thing going. They're going to give him a couple days off of rest. Guy's old, so you never know. But how important of a start is this, I guess, for Hayden Birdsong tonight?
I just think he needs to continue to do what he's been doing, which is throw strikes and eat on the corners. I mean, he's been unbelievably pinpoint with some of his accuracy. He can throw 3 or 4 pitches on any given outing, 4 strikes on command. He's got great movement. I think the guy's an absolute beast, and he continues to impress me with the moxie and never really getting rattled when runners get on base or any of that stuff. So I think he's a stud. Before I even get to Birdsong, though, you also have to digest for a second. You saw him last night, Jordan Hicks. I'm tired of everyone who covers the Giants telling me that Jordan Hicks' numbers are better or he's better than the numbers. I watch every game. Jordan Hicks falls behind in counts, is forced to throw strikes right down the middle because he can't find the zone, and he gets tagged. All right, you don't
Stuff could only get you so far. You got to be able to, get out there and execute. And he hasn't been able to.
He has fallen behind in counts routinely for about a year now, okay? He had a really good start with a month, 2-month start, couple years, was last year. And since then, he's been a guy that misses multiple balls out of the zone, away, down, up. He can't get anything over for a strike. And then, last night's a great example. He comes into the game as a reliever, and he fell behind multiple times, 2-0, 3-0. And then he's forced to throw one right down the pipe. Guy takes it. Next pitch, 3-1. Same exact spot. Guy rips it up the middle for a single. They get the big the third run, which is to go up 3-1. And Jung Hoo Lee, instead of throwing home, hits the cutoff, and they get the guy coming around second base. But Jordan Hicks is just, the guy needs to throw strikes. I don't care how hard you throw. If you don't throw strikes, ball one doesn't matter if you're throwing 108 or if you're throwing 88.
Well, it's the old Jeff Samardzija thing, right? I need a pitcher, I don't need a thrower, right? So that's the difference right there. That's point. The nuance right there.
So that's why he's not in the rotation.
But that's the thing with Jordan Hicks. He was a former closer, and you thought, wow, we could add this guy for whatever you're not getting in the rotation. Okay, we got Birdsong. We know he can be serviceable at the very least. Take there. Verlander's been pretty freaking solid. I know he doesn't really have a win, or maybe he has 1 win. I don't even know what he's got. 0. Still 0 for Justin? Damn. Robbie Ray obviously has been a baller. You know what you're going to get from Logan Webb. And you just felt like if I can get Jordan Hicks, that's another thing to bolster my rotation. I feel good about Doval. Walker, we'll see. But good for the most part.
And Rodgers has been great all year.
Exactly.
I know yesterday wasn't his best.
Exactly. But you could add another layer to that. It's all of a sudden we're cooking with hot grease here. But you got to freaking contribute, man. It's frustrating.
I like him out of the pen, though.
And I've seen him at times be really good out of there.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to crush him after a couple starts here, or a couple fill-ins, I should say. Obviously, the Arizona one was really bad. against the Diamondbacks, 5 earned runs there. And then you just look at his overall ERA. I think that's just it's a little inflated because of some of the starts that he's had. And he's gotten absolutely shelled. I am giving him kind of a clean slate per se, but I'm going to wipe away all that stuff. I'm just going to go from here on out the bullpen numbers. And it hasn't been great still. It hasn't been great. Hopefully he can get on and locked in because the stuff is like, you see it.
I know.
You see the velocity. Like that stuff doesn't grow on trees. It's one thing if he's throwing 89, 90, 91 getting shelled. You're throwing 95 plus constantly. Like, hit your spots.
No, there's no doubt about it. Let me ask you this one, Joe. What do you think league-wide batting average is currently in Major League Baseball?
Oh, God, these are always interesting for me. Used to be 250. Is that high?
It's about 245 right now.
All right.
Give or take.
All right, that's good.
It's actually been kind of slowly trying to creep back up. It got down to 243 in 2022, and then they've added, obviously, no shifting, the pitch clock and stuff.
Okay.
And I think
couple points.
Yeah, you're starting to see like it creep back up to the 250 zone, which is good, right? It's really good. This guy, opponents are batting 300 against him right now.
Jesus. It's not good.
No, and there
not good.
There aren't a lot of 300 hitters in the game anymore. It's not like it was back in the early 2000s. So, like Jordan Hicks, again, if you fall behind in counts and you have to throw a get it in, whatever, breaking ball, fastball, cutter, whatever he's throwing at any particular time, Major League hitters are going to sit on that. And they're going to go, all right, now I can attack the zone, right? And so the guy needs to get his mechanics right and figure out how to throw strikes more. The reason why Hayden Birdsong has been so dynamic is that he actually is throwing strikes and staying ahead in the count. And then you could throw that devastating, downward breaking ball that he's got. I don't even know what it is. It's like a slurve. Like, Sammy, what do they call that pitch that he's got, that slurvy downward pitch that he does? Somebody hurt Birdsong.
That's his sweeper, I think, isn't it?
They calling it a sweeper?
Yeah, no one really knows what a sweeper is, though.
Yeah, I know. It's like it looks like a slider curve.
Like a mix between like a slider and a curveball.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. But you can get away with that when you're throwing cheese.
We just call it filth.
Right on the black, and then you throw that breaking ball, and guys are just way out in front of it because they're trying to protect on the outside.
All that being said, the Giants still do have the best team bullpen ERA.
Well, Randy Rodriguez has been great.
It's been awesome.
Tyler Rogers has been great. Camilo's been great. Yeah. Ryan Walker, for as many downs as people want to remember, he's been pretty good.
Been pretty good,
right? So they've got a lot of guys contributing. I question, it's not just now with Birdsong. Like, how long are we going to wait on Whisenhunt? Whisenhunt had another great performance in AAA. He's the lefty prospect that's been kind of sitting there waiting, and Landon Roop has been okay for the Giants, and I just wonder, are they going to go full youth movement in the rotation?
It's a good point. Now, as much as the bullpen has been balling and the starting pitching has been balling for the most part, it's the hitting right now for the Giants. That's what it comes down to. I mean, one run yesterday is just not good enough. And you look in the National League, they're, as I count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th right now. 12th in team batting average, batting 236 as a team. That's above the Milwaukee Brewers, and then two of the worst teams in all baseball have already fired their managers, the Colorado Rockies and the Pittsburgh Pirates. So it's not good company, Joe, is what I'm telling you.
And quite frankly, Yaz has had a great start to the year. Wilmer Flores has been outstanding. It could have been a lot worse. Like, Adames isn't doing much. Chapman's not doing much. Bailey situationally has been better, but overall, like, the production's not there. Huff is, he had a hit late last night, but he's been bad. I think he had like 12 strikeouts in his last 20 at-bats.
He's been huffing and puffing at the plate.
Luis Matos hasn't been great. Jung-Hoo Lee's been kind of cold after being so hot early on. The point that I'm getting at is that they've really got this thing anchored by a couple of guys. Yaz, Ramos, Wilmer, and a lot of other guys are hit and miss right now. Jung-Hoo Lee's been good too. I don't want to sleep on him.
What's going on with my guy Kyle Harrison? Still out the bullpen? Still, is he any hope for him that he can come back and be a contributor?
I'm so lukewarm on that.
Really?
Yeah,
That's so crazy to me that he was this guy. All of a sudden, he's can't trade him if you want Ohtani, and then all of a sudden, it's just he's fallen that much out of favor. Well, because we're talking about Birdsong, right?
Yes.
We're talking about one of the young guys you can be excited about.
What did I say to you guys a year ago?
You did.
I said I think Birdsong's the better prospect.
But I did feel like, I think him, Birdsong, and Harrison, they both got like these looks from Bob Melvin and the entire staff and Buster Posey. I don't think Buster Posey's clearly not in love with these guys like Farhan Zaidi was. And they said, you know what? Yeah, it's going to be anyone's game. We brought in Verlander. Robbie Ray, you know what you're going to get. Former Cy Young winner. Logan Webb's always up there. So it's going to be tight. And then they obviously gave the nod to Jordan Hicks, which in hindsight was hilarious. Like, cause he's not that guy. He just doesn't have the stamina to keep up as a starting pitcher in the National
But I'm
Baseball
not mad at them and then signing him to a multi-year deal. I would have put his arm with my staff and just try to figure it out. I'm not mad at that move. The one that's frustrating for me is like you bring up Harrison, and I don't know if it's mismanagement. I don't know if he's just not as good as we thought or what. But it's also like baseball's weird, right? And sometimes you get a guy like Vogelsong, who's a former first-round pick, and he just bounces around, and he's got to kind of figure it out and then eventually realizes his potential.
Sometimes you draft the phenom like a Trey Lance and you end up with a Brock Purdy. And sometimes it happens like that.
That's a good point.
Richie, Queens, will get you on the other side. I promise. 888-957-9570. We'll put a bow on this Giants conversation and get into the red and gold because a big contract extension happened yesterday with one Fred Warner. I'm going to give him his flowers. You should too. We'll discuss that on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the new and improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Wow, improved. Thanks, Zucci. Always hitting me up on Instagram and also on the text line. Same number to call or text, by the way. We'd love your participation. 888-957-9570. We've been rolling on some orange and black. It feels good. Joe's got his Giants hat on. Is that a World Series cap right there?
No, it's, what is this?
I don't know. I'm asking.
1984 All-Star game. This is more of the 80s.
Yeah, I was going to say that's very, okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'm mad at that.
as I take my hat off.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look very San Francisco today, by the way.
Why is that?
Well, you're wearing a vest and you're wearing a button down and you're wearing a Giants hat.
I wear the vest every
Corporate
day.
Joe Shasky in the building.
Gotta trade those stocks.
Gotta trade those stocks, man.
I've been wearing a vest since
Talking about
Marty McFly. I don't want to hear about the
talking
tech
about
stuff.
refi and the
Get out of here, dude.
He's invested in that look.
Back to the Future, 1985, the DeLorean. How dare you?
Do you have a 628 number?
628, Joe.
I'm going to walk over here and I'm going to go through that glass and I'm going to slap you.
By the way,
How dare you disrespect me like that? I'm so 415. I got my son a 415 number just to lock it up on Verizon. I'm dead serious.
Did you actually?
I swear to God.
real quick, as we're talking
I swear to God.
I
Also,
believe it.
What's that?
I believe that.
Well, because I'm not going to get my son a phone. I've already convinced myself.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait.
No, but I will get him a watch at some point so that I just know where he is. And like that way, if he does need to make a phone call, he can call me. You don't need to do any texting or any of that stuff. You're fine. A watch is more than enough.
Yeah. You remember back in the day, you had the iPod Touch.
Got a microchip.
You had the iPod Touch, but you can get around that through like messaging on Facebook, or you could do like the calling feature, then an app for that. So it was basically an iPhone. I was like, what are you guys doing? Just go all in on the iPhone. They thought you did. You brought up area codes, or Carter did. Real quick, because we didn't get to talk about it yesterday because so much happened and Brock Purdy contract and all that. But the A's played the Giants. And the Giants did something very interesting. Maybe it's not interesting to some, but for me it was, and you brought it up. They had the 415 banner, which area code for San Francisco.
And they have an area that's like the 415 area where you pay a certain amount of money. It's pretty relatively inexpensive, and you can kind of go hang out in that little party zone all year long.
And they also had a 510 banner. That's the Oakland one. That's interesting.
Now, you're an A's fan originally.
I don't know if you I don't know what I am anymore. It is what it is.
So, but
I'm Rob Lowe. I got the cap on. I'm a fan of Major League Baseball, except for no hitters.
So, how did that land on you when you saw that the Giants were trying to lure you in? Because over the weekend it was Giants A's, and let me set this up, and I want you to react to this because the reason being is like I'm a Giants fan, and I see both sides of it. Like, they are clearly trying to grasp at any dollars that they can of the East Bay fan, which is smart business, but also the tact is not, it's not a good look. And then you bring in Mr. Fab and you bring in, the celebration song at the end of the game.
Cool in the gang.
I thought it was a little heavy-handed. And I'm a Giants fan, and I admit, like, and we obviously know, like, there's no secret. The Giants did not want the Oakland A's in the East Bay. Okay, we could talk about Fisher all we want, but it's not like there wasn't some, and I'm not going to say blood, but it's not like there wasn't some dirt on the Giants' hands. Yeah. Whether it was pushing them out, slamming the door on them, like they're involved in some capacity. They're culpable. Not all the way, but there's a slice of the pie where they're involved. And I understand all the rights. Giants wouldn't have got rights to the South Bay if it wasn't for the A's originally, and the Giants nixed and reneged on giving them rights to the South Bay when they wanted to build in San Jose. That doesn't exonerate the Giants. It also doesn't make them the ultimate bad guy, but they're culpable in this whole thing. So when you see them kind of like immediately, hey, 415, 510 love, how'd that make you feel?
Way too heavy-handed, way too, like the body hasn't been buried yet. Can we let it breathe for a second, the entire situation?
I do get it.
That's kind of like there's going to be a time and place for maybe some A's fans to say, you know what, maybe I'll go across the bay and I'll root for the Giants at some point. Within a year, though, or however months, let's let it relax for a little bit. Just don't be so heavy-handed. You don't need to do that. And I get it. I guess the Giants released a statement in the San Francisco Chronicle saying, quote, all baseball fans are welcome to the park, but especially last weekend playing the A's, those from the 510, the East Bay. So, okay, again, you don't have to do so heavy-handed with it. Just if they just let it breathe and it was just any other game, I actually kind of would have respected it more. I would have felt better as an A's fan. If you just don't even acknowledge the East Bay roots at all, because there are Giants fans already there's a lot of Giants fans in Oakland.
Sure.
Sam lives there. He lives right near me. Like,
Creek,
of course.
All over. Livermore. Yeah.
So, like, just let it breathe for a little bit before being so heavy-handed with the 5-1-0, Mr. Fab, all Oakland. Like, you don't need to do that.
I agree.
Give it a year, give it a couple of years and say, you know what? Hey, start shouting out Oakland more and more and more, and eventually you'll build up and say, you know what? The Giants they do care about Oakland. Okay. You know what? Maybe that can be my team.
So
because young Benny's that's probably going to be his team. Hell, I have a nephew in North Carolina, young Noah. He's telling me his favorite team's the Giants. And he watches them all the time. My brother told me that.
Wow.
I was like, it's crazy. He's like, yeah, Jung Hoo Lee. He kept saying, he's like, Uncle Joe, can you guess my favorite team? North Carolina, right? So I was like, I don't know, the Braves, something like that. I don't know. Like, no. It was Yankees? No. The Red Sox? No. The Giants. I was like, what?
Was he rooting for the no last night?
Exactly. Yeah, right. It's past his bedtime. He's north. That's 3 hours ahead, right?
So let me ask you this one then.
But I did feel some type of way. Like, it's just like, come on. Like, really? Like, just don't even bring tension to it. Just don't even. Because it brings up old wounds.
Are the Giants, just before this weekend, were the Giants the big bad villain for you just in general?
No, not really.
Not about the move, just in general.
No, because I have no ill will towards the Giants at all. There used to be some sort of a rivalry. And it was funny because Stephen Langford, we were talking to KCBS, former host here at 95.7. We were just shooting the breeze in the room. And I was saying, I don't like no-hitters. He's like, you just don't like the Giants. I was like, I actually don't hate the Giants. I don't hate the Giants at all. I have zero ill will towards the San Francisco Giants, and as a rivalry, as anything. This team's actually very fun to root for. They got guys that I like, Justin Verlander being one of them, Logan Webb, big Raiders fan, by the way. I like this Giants team. I like Jung Hoo Lee. I don't like the Giants brass and the executive level at times being so heavy-handed with certain things.
Yeah.
And just not reading the room. And I think that goes to MLB in general for a lot of things, not being able to read the room with certain things. That's why I think the NFL laps everyone else, because they just read the room so brilliantly with certain things. And this fandom being a part of it, like, I don't know. I get the 49ers when the Raiders left. They did the faithful to the Bay thing. Mm-hmm. It was subtle. It was a shot.
No, it was 100% a shot.
It was a shot.
100%. In their own way.
But you know what? They weren't dumping on a bunch of like Raider fans. Come here. Yeah, we'll take you. I think John Lynch had some comments about it because he was asked about it.
Yeah.
But like, they're not doing 510 banners out there. They do Bay Area United things.
Yes.
Little things like that. That's fine. Don't just all of a sudden put 510. You're welcome here. Come on, guys. We love you. No. Oakland fans are different than San Francisco fans. They are. You got to know you got to know that fan base, and they don't know that yet.
There's no doubt they are. They're definitely different. It's funny to me, like
I will say we are a sensitive group. They're very. You got all your sports teams taken away from you. You don't know how to unless that happens to you. You don't really know how that fan base feels.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Just about baseball in general. I think that. Do you think the average fan sees it as big business?
What?
Just the entire sport and how they treat their fans, the game, just everything is about the bottom line and the dollars. Do you think the average fan sees it that way?
No, I don't think the average fan sees it that way. I think some of the diehards do. The ones that have been hurt with like certain things, like the moves, like they'll see it that way. But I do think the average fan, they're not going into it. Like if I hit up, I don't know, my buddy who doesn't really care about baseball. He's like, oh, let's go to a game, have fun. Oh, it's get a hot dog.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about that stuff. They're not.
They're thinking about,
we're so in the trenches with certain things that maybe I lose perspective sometimes on just the average fan, and I have to get checked, by the Will and Marins, if you will.
Well, like Sunday was Pony Day, right? So all the kids in the pony leagues around town had a in the area. Which is like a different league than Little League, but they were all given like a discount on tickets. And so I knew a lot of kids that just went to the game in their Pony League jerseys. Mm-hmm. And so, seeing it through a child's eye is always different. But I've always viewed this as big business. Now, just because Walter Haas granted the San Francisco Giants the South Bay because he was a good person doesn't mean all these other people in baseball have operated that way forever. No. Why are the Dodgers in LA currently?
Why? Because the owner wanted to leave?
Money.
Yeah.
Money. He was seeking more money.
Yes.
Why stay in a market with 3 teams when I can go out into this other bigger market, this wild, wild west, and tap in and be the only brand in town? Okay. You know what? Why are the Giants thrilled that the A's are in Oakland and probably one day in Nevada?
Because they own Northern California.
It's market share.
They cut the state in half. Now we get everything.
It's and I use this analogy and people kind of lose their minds, but I'm like, you think Pete's wants Starbucks right across the street?
No,
not at all. I saw the San Diego operator that had to shut their business after 25 years. They were furious at these street vendors that were pulling up in front of their business and pilfering their dollars.
Right.
Now, I'm sure that the reason that they closed their business is very layered.
God, I love bacon. But bacon wrapped hot dogs are undefeated. Continue.
No, but like I understand being jaded and furious about it. And so I think there's a lot of A's fans that look at like, oh, I can't believe what the Giants did. It's like, I can.
Yeah.
It's called capitalism. And at the end of the day, you know, all these teams are fighting. Why were the Washington Nationals and the Baltimore Orioles fighting for 20 years?
Well, because of the regional networks, right?
Money.
They're right next to each other.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going with the actual specifics here, but yes, money.
The money on the television contracts and market share. And so it's just, it's kind of crazy to me that I think there's a lot of people that are extremely naive. Now, again, I acknowledge the Giants are not some like victim in the situation. They are also culpable of what's gone down. But the main villain in this one is John Fisher.
Well, that guy, I don't even want to say it. It's almost like Voldemort. You just don't even say his name. But I don't fear John Fisher. I'll say his name. By the way, how's Conman Cavill doing these days? He just slithered back
Unemployed
into the sewers. He just slithered back into the sewers where he belongs. Great. Richie's in Queens. He wants to talk about the Giants. All it says is Giants worst hitting team in baseball. This is going to be a good one.
I don't know about that.
Richie, real quick, Richie, before we get to the Giants.
Flores has got the like top 3 in RBIs.
Richie, before we get to the Giants, they're loving their Knicks action out there in New York, right? Do you feel the Knicks fever, Rich?
Absolutely, yeah. It's mind-boggling, guys. I go back 60 years with them. The city is when the Knicks are really good over any sport, they just take over the city. So
wow.
It's really, really, for a team that wasn't predicted to get past the second round against the Celtics, and now you got a chance to get there. I was rooting for your Warriors. You know, I'm a big Curry fan, so thought they go a little far. Obviously, losing him was major, but yeah, the Knicks are just absolutely the dominant talk right now in New York City, more so than the Mets or the Yankees.
That's pretty crazy. Obviously, I guess Juan Soto's the bugaboo out in New York. You're telling me, Joe. He's not hustling enough, is what you say.
Hustling. You know, you got $800 million.
I know when you get $1 billion, I'm not going to hustle much.
What do you got on the Giants?
What do you got, Rich?
Okay, listen, your take on Hicks is 100%. He has been terrible. I don't care if he throws 100. You had it right on, Joe, when you said he came in last night, 2-1 game, and he goes 2-0, base hit, boom, gives up a 2-out hit again, falling behind. He is going to be in the bullpen, and he can't beat a long inning, a 2-inning guy like Birdsong was. So the good and the bad is I want to see Birdsong the starter as a starter. Hicks had to come out, but I don't like the bullpen right now is impeccable. Whether it's Miller, whether it's Rodriguez, who by the way is one of the best in the game right now.
Is a
He's
stud.
unhittable.
Yeah. He's a stud.
And yes, and Duvall has come back. I was a big critic of him. He's turned it around, and obviously Walker. And, and even Bivens does the job. So, look, when I just said the worst hitting team, I watch them till 1 o'clock in the morning every night. I've been following them since Slade left in 58. I'm thrilled. If you would have said that 9 games over, their pitching staff, but their hitting, yes, it's Flores, it's been Ramos, and it's been Lee. We've got 2 home runs between catcher and first base.
Yeah, I know.
That's unbelievable. So, yeah, Fitzgerald, I think Matos and Villar have been not what I thought they would be. I think Fitzgerald shows some upside, but the big thing is Chapman and Adames. You got to have a guy that when he gets up, who is the guy, whether it's a Machado, whether it's a Tatis, whether it's a Betts, we do not have that. Will we stay in? I think Posey might be smart enough to get one bopper. But, yeah, I'm not going to say they're the worst hitting team, guys, but they go through streaks where they are just horrendous to watch.
Richie.
They were moving runners in the beginning, and that's just, hitting the opposite way. They've been terrible.
You know what, though? I totally agree on the situational hitting.
Rich.
But I think that Bob Melvin isn't just swinging away. Like, I've seen him bunt guys over multiple times. I've seen them play a small ball brand of baseball that has actually helped them squeeze by some of these games.
No, they're definitely trying to manufacture some runs right
Absolutely.
now. And I do give credit to Bob Melvin because I do think he is hampered with, some of this, or I should say lack thereof, offense on this team. And is this kind of who they are, though? Like Sam and I and you were talking about it off air. Just like, is this kind of what we expected from this offense? When you don't have, again, we mentioned the guy like Juan Soto, and Aaron Judge.
You have no anchor.
I know Jung Hooley's been awesome this year. Elliot Ramos has been awesome. Like, it takes more, though.
Yeah, Jung Hooley's been real quiet as of late, so that's why it was nice to have him get a big hit last night.
Yeah.
The guy that I just keep waiting on, I think we might get a June call up. I really do. I think Bryce Eldridge is just going to come. Yeah, he's 23 for 80. He's got 5 home runs, batting 288, 370 on base percentage in AA. I just wonder how much longer we're going to do this Lamont Wade thing.
Well, the Bryce Eldridge thing is interesting to me. I'm with you on Lamont Wade. He might get DFA'd soon. Yeah.
I mean, he had a nice hit last night, but the guy's batting like 160.
Yeah, it has not been good. Bryce is always interesting, and baseball is so interesting to me because you always hear us, you call him up too early, and the confidence, I don't know, you can be sent back down. I never know where we're at with this stuff when it comes to, the prognosticators, the guy that are all in the prospects, the Keith Laws of the world. I don't know. You bring him up now and his confidence might be sure. I don't know with Bryce Eldridge. It'd be great, be fun. The guy's just looking at him. It's like you have an Aaron. He's 6'7", Joe.
I know.
That's a presence at the plate that would just be gravitating towards a fan. But it's one thing to be that, and it's another thing to contribute at this level. Well, is he ready to contribute at this level? That's one thing. If you're doing
I don't know.
What is he in AA right now?
Yeah, AA.
Yeah, that's
but a lot of guys make the jump on this team.
Though.
A lot of guys make the jump from AA up to the bigs because in AAA it's kind of a it's a hitter friendly ballpark, as you know. If any A's fans have been watching this year, and because the atmosphere is a lot different up in Sacramento in terms of the ball traveling. That being said, like, I just believe this. Do you really think that Brandon Belt was like
it always goes back
3 months away in the minors from being Willie McCovey? Like, I'm asking you sincerely.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I am freely going to admit I am not as well versed in minor league baseball at that level to say what does and does not translate to the next level.
Most people don't know.
Because it feels like I get these guys like, I don't know, the Cheerios of the world.
Yeah, Jackson Cheerio.
That is when I say Cheerios. I can go for some honey nut, by the way. Mike Trouts of the world. Like some of these guys, it's just like that. It's instantaneous. And it's just, here we go. Madison Bumgarner for the Giants, right? It just
20 years old.
20 years old.
19.
There you go. And it works. It works. Some guys, it doesn't right away. They go back and they go up and then they get lost in the shuffle. It's so very unique and nuanced compared to all the other sports. It's very difficult for me to say, like, when is the right time to bring these guys up? I don't know that answer. And maybe he does come up and he balls out. And then what happens if he balls out like Casey Smith, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he's a good litmus test for this. He was their best player. He was a nice young hot shot prospect. He was best player in the spring training. Starts off hot, then he fades so damn quick. The chase rate, all of it, we talked about it. We had Contos on here. Everyone was talking. We were all talking about it. Like, what if that was with Bryce Eldridge? Like, is their confidence shook in him now? Is his own confidence shook? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I mean, and I'm not.
Am I like trying to poo-poo it? Like, I'm not trying to. I just it's always a weird dynamics. Like, is it the right time? Is it not the right time? I don't know.
Think about it this way. Like, Joey Bart should never have came up when he did. Now, how about you just didn't give up on him so quickly? How about that?
Well, that is part of it. Yes.
Tom Murphy ain't played a lick for you, and you had to get rid of Joey Bart for no reason. Like, right now, I'm just asking.
He's batting 270 this year, Joey Bart. Now, he's a part-time catcher, but still. Like,
okay, he's better than Sam Huff.
You can again.
All right, he's better than Tom Murphy.
Right.
And, like, so this is the way
he'd be an asset right now that you could trade.
Do I have this misnomer in my head that Joey Bart would have turned into Johnny Bench if he had spent one more year in the minors? No, that's absurd. Yeah. Right? He's about what he would be. Now, confidence is a big thing in sports. And so I understand timing and they want to get it just right. You know, I believe me, I understand that.
Timing is everything.
But to me, it's more like identifying and understanding who that guy is as a person and how they're going to be able to deal with the ups and downs. Like Marco Luciano, they whiffed on the person in terms of like, they really didn't realize that, like, not only was he horrific defensively at shortstop, but it would get into his head, and then he would be unplayable.
Yeah.
And then also
it was tough to watch.
The bat hasn't translated, right, in terms of big league production. He's driving the ball in AAA, but the big league production. So, like, I look at Lamont Wade Jr., and I just ask myself, all right, this guy's got 122 at-bats this year. He's 21 for 122. He's batting 172. He's got 1 home run.
What's his walk rate?
His on-base finish is 271. Price can't be worse than that. He just can't. Even if he's not the full developed version of himself, there's no way I believe that he would give me that production. I just don't.
Fair enough. No, fair enough. And listen, the Bryce Eldridge thing is always going to be, what if for me? Like the prospects in baseball, I hear you on that. And when it comes to the Lamont Wade Juniors of the world, I do think we're turning a page here with certain things. Wilmer Flores has been balling. Yeah, has been balling. But some of these older guys that aren't contributing anymore.
Wade off the bench as a pinch hitter, I like. Wade as your starting first baseman,
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's too much. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can put a bow on this real quick. We can get back to the Giants at some point today.
But before we finish, your point about Matos earlier, about Harrison, they have Luciano in AAA. They have Wisenhunt in AAA. I do think that they have ammunition to get something to help them for this year.
Not like a huge name.
No, but something. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's another starter. I don't know if it's an everyday first baseman for the time being. Maybe it's I don't know. I don't know what it is.
They need some thumper in there because, God, they have a really good bullpen and their starting pitching is pretty freaking good when you just start looking at the names and the production.
I know.
Like, this is a good team.
Well, and
this is a really good team.
And they need Chapman and Adames both to start producing offensively.
Yes, because that was last night signaled to me, that 3-1 loss. Like, what can go wrong with this team? For as much as went right over the weekend against the A's, and it was gutsy, the A's, they're going to be muddling around, hovering around 500 for most of the season. They're not quite a playoff team. They got some talent. They got some young studs. Kansas City's going to be a playoff team or be in the conversation as a playoff team. They got legit studs over there. Bobby Witt being one of them, one of the faces of Major League Baseball. We got a couple minutes here. I didn't want to get to Fred Warner, what I've been teasing all morning. Fred Warner, you know him, you love him, and if you don't, what the hell's going on with you? But he signed a 3-year, $63 million contract extension with the San Francisco 49ers yesterday, including $56 million guaranteed. And this is a guy last year, Joe, that was first team All-Pro. First team All-Pro, the broken ankle for most of it. Let me say that again. First team All-Pro with a broken freaking ankle, as I go Kurt Angle on you, broken freaking neck. No, broken freaking ankle for one Fred Warner. Rewarding guys like that is why I'm very excited and very happy with this offseason. Not to say some of the guys that got contracts last season didn't deserve them. Brandon Ayuk deserved a pay raise, coming off a second-team All-Pro season. Christian McCaffrey coming off an Offensive Player of the Year season. Absolutely. Trent Williams knows his value. Sure. Maybe he didn't feel like he deserved a payday. I don't know. But he clearly felt like the Niners, they ended up paying him, is what it is, right? But when you have the leader of offense in George Kittle and the leader on defense in Fred Warner, and they want to get paid and they're coming off All-Pro seasons, you have got to make sure that they are happy and taken care of. And I credit the 49ers, Parag, Jed, Shanahan, Lynch, all of them for nipping this in the bud before June, mind you, and getting all these contracts done, including Brock Purdy. It speaks to how good this offseason has been. I don't think we're giving them enough credit for a drama-free offseason and how this is going to bode well going into the summer, going into training camp. And you best believe, as much as the negativity bled into the season last year, I'm not going to use the word bleed because that has a negative connotation. It's just feeding into the good vibes heading into next year for me as a fan. We can get to it on the other side. I just wanted to say all of that because I'm feeling really good about this. I'm feeling really good, Joe. Are you feeling good? I'm feeling good.
I am. There's no doubt about it. And there's a specific point I would like to make about who the Niners have kept and who they haven't.
That's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Your boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Damn right, Big Pun. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Talk some Giants this morning. Talking some 49ers. You know the number. 888-957-9570. Call or text. Also, we're streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You know, I like to take people behind the curtains, Joe. We work at a cluster here. And for those who don't know what a cluster is we work with other radio stations in our building. We're part of the same cluster, the Odyssey San Francisco cluster. So we got a couple different radio stations here. And when we're at the break room, we could hear some of the other stations and what they're talking about. And we got over at Alice, we got Sarah and Vinny, been crushing it forever. I hope to have the longevity of those two because they just have great chemistry. I like to think we have chemistry likened to them.
Actually, I'd rather just have their parking spot.
That is, we'll just take the show behind the show right there. Absolutely. You don't scooter in like me. You don't scooter. Where do you walk from? You walk a couple blocks?
It depends. Okay. But yeah.
Through blood and bones on the streets of San Francisco.
The one parking garage doesn't accept new monthly spots, and so I go back and forth between the club and there, depending on pricing.
Are you on a wait list for a monthly spot?
Yes.
It's been a long wait.
It's ridiculous.
So I was listening.
Don't even start.
I know I'm not.
Honestly, it's.
You don't think, buddy? I have to.
My wife was like getting on me about it
at 5 a.m.
I know. My wife was getting on me. I'm like, Michelle, do you think I like doing this? You think I like paying to go to work? I don't.
No. But we're here and we're having fun now. But I always like to listen to the other stations, whether it's KCBS, whether it's just some of the music's been playing on 102 Jams, whether it's on Live 105, right, with Marcy. But I was listening. It's just funny. Like, do people listen to us that don't listen to sports usually and just say, what the hell is going on half the time? Because Sarah and Vinny were talking Sesame Street and kids shows. I was like, man, can you imagine? Like, that's the thing that's great about our show, because I do think we could have 40 minutes on Sesame Street right now. I could do that. From 7:20 on to 7:55, I could have takes on the Cookie Monster, Oscar the Grouch, all of it. Big Bird, real quick, LJ into Sesame Street at all?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
We're still in Miss Rachel zone.
Hi there. Hello. Yes, there you go.
The other day we were at breakfast, and there was a young couple, and they had a son who was about 2 years old, and the two boys were talking to each other back and forth in baby talk. It was adorable. And then I took LJ on a walk, because he can only sit there for so long while one of us is scarfing to eat.
Oh, you got to take the kids.
Yeah, and then the other one finishes the food and we just go. All right, we start walking with them.
Same with
and
church, we come back, same with all that.
And I go, what are you guys watching a different show, like a new show? Bluey, he's into Bluey too as well.
There you go, Bluey's good.
And they're like, yeah, it's Miss Rachel. I'm like, oh yeah, we're already hooked on that.
Yeah, hooked on Rachel, not hooked on phonics anymore. That was just a nice little, I like to see people behind the scenes, what goes on here on a day-to-day basis. So I always just think it's fun to hear what the topics are.
We're in a phone booth here at Odyssey.
People don't even get that reference anymore. A phone booth? What the hell is that? Great movie with Colin Farrell.
The thing that Superman changed in.
Okay. It's a great movie. Colin Farrell, Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh, it's a classic.
Yeah, classic. Yeah. Remember when he orders a pizza in the beginning?
When I think of phone booths, I think of The Mob.
You think of The Mob?
Yeah, just randomly calling.
Tony, yeah, just
randomly the phone ringing and someone picking it up.
Well, because now they have the burner phones, like when Saul Goodman was selling them in Better Call Saul, right? Yeah. The burner phones for all the meth heads. And
I'm rewatching Sopranos for the 7th time.
I'm not mad at that.
Season 1's awful.
You're not rewatching the 49ers past season? You don't do that?
No, but you know what? With this Fred Warner news, I started thinking about just the Niners as a whole. And, I think for a long time, and the public, I'm listening to people talk, they're favored in 15 of 17 games. I don't care about the gambling public. I really don't. There are a lot of delusional Niner fans out there that throw a lot of money on their home team, and me and them don't see eye to eye, okay? They think everybody's a Hall of Famer, all right? And there's a happy medium here.
Kyle Juszczyk?
I also think that just in general, the public doesn't understand each individual team. I don't know the Pittsburgh Steelers as well as a Steeler fan.
Correct.
Right? And so I view the Steelers they're a pretty rock-solid organization.
We were just talking about, does San Francisco, to the Giants organization, know A's fans? No, they don't. They're different. They might be very close geographically, but they're different fan bases. Philly is different than Pittsburgh.
Exactly.
It just is.
Exactly.
San Diego is different than LA. They're different.
So I think everyone's viewing the 49ers in a two kind of buckets. One is they're still a Super Bowl contender. They're amazing. As long as Shanahan's there, they're going to win. That's one end of the room. And then the other end of the room is like they're in a complete rebuild. Right?
You can't be there's no
in the middle. And I'm like, no, I think there is a happy medium.
World.
And I look at who the Niners have chosen to pay this offseason. And I think it's really important because to me, it sets the tone for what they identify themselves as. And I think what Kyle Shanahan views himself as. If I were to describe Kyle Shanahan and his coaching philosophy of how he wants to play football, how would you dumb it down?
The coaching philosophy of Kyle Shanahan?
If you were to say, how does Kyle want his team to play football?
He wants to play physical, smash mouth, run the ball down your throat football. And then once I've established that, I'm going to pick you apart in the intermediate passing game.
Exactly. Very blue collar-like, actually. Yeah. Well, let's think about the guys that they re-signed this offseason. Everybody knows about Brock Purdy. Pick 262, okay? Wasn't highly, coveted coming out of Iowa State. Just a blue-collar guy who made the most of his opportunity and high IQ. Actually is way tougher than anyone, on the outside of Niner fandom would want to admit because we Niner fans know how tough he is, right? The guy is just nails.
He can be tough and also have some injury concerns. Two things can be true.
Yeah, but I don't view him as scared.
No.
At all.
No, I would never say that.
No.
I actually didn't say that about Jimmy Garoppolo either. I never thought he was scared. I thought he did some dumb things, but he wasn't scared.
And when I think of his leadership style, I don't think Brock Purdy cares if he hands the ball off 45 times or has to throw it 20 or 40 times. Like, he wants to win.
Yeah.
Right? And so by all means necessary. He's like the perfect quarterback to run Shanahan's blue-collar run-first system. Then let's think about the other guy that they re-signed this offseason. His name is George Kittle. He's pick number 146. They found him by scouting C.J. Beathard, out of Iowa. He was an undersized tight end that they took in the 5th round and is one of the great draft picks in 49er history. He's on his 3rd deal, all right? Most teams don't want to give out 3rd contracts to anyone. And yet, all Niner fans in unison would agree, you give this guy that money.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to question his heart. I'm not going to question his toughness. And I know what he represents is everything that Kyle wants to play football like. Is it not?
It's a great point. And I thought last year was George Kittle's. I thought I was most impressed with him, the person and the player. In a lost season, that tells me a lot about the leadership in 100%. A locker room because it can get away. It can slip. The Devondre Campbell situation could have broken locker rooms around the league.
Yes.
Absolutely. If you didn't have the leadership installed there, that could have been really ugly. But credit to guys like Kittle, credit to guys like Fred Warner, like Brock Purdy, all of them stepping up. So continue. I thought last year he didn't get first-team All-Pro. That went to Brock Bowers. He was second-team All-Pro. But I thought in the totality of his career, I was most impressed with that season. Might not have been his best numbers season, but he's freaking incredible.
He's everything you want in a leader.
Yes.
And I love everything about George Kittle. And as they say that they're going to now induct Brent Jones into the Hall of Fame, one of my favorite players of all time, it's not lost on me that George Kittle has surpassed Brent Jones in every category. And I don't say that lightly. Brent Jones is a beloved. When I was in the backyard playing ball with my cousin Mike, I was Steve Young or Joe Montana, and he was Brent Jones. That's the way we played catch in the backyard. Not Jerry Rice. He was Brent Jones.
I love Brent Jones. He's not
Santa Clara boy.
He is, but he's not an NFL Hall of Famer.
No.
He was really good.
Beloved.
He's honestly kind of low key. He's kind of on that fringe because he was a 3-time All-Pro. Like he
was a stud.
Super Bowl Savior. Like he is borderline Hall of Fame, and he might get in one day. Kittle's first ballot. It's Kittle and Kelsey of their era.
No, Brent Jones, and we had Russ Francis before that. We had other good tight ends. I'm not trying to diminish him, but I'm talking about my lifetime, right? And then Vernon Davis was awesome. George Kittle's better than all of them.
Yep.
And I don't say that lightly.
I do think that Brent Jones being a local, that is a factor in all this too.
And he wore the Niner red and gold after his playing career by coming onto the radio station and talking about the team every single week. And he clearly cared about
doing it at a high level.
Yeah.
He's really good at that.
He cared. So you got 262, blue collar boy. You got 146 in George Kittle in the draft, who's overlooked and has been nothing but an absolute stud for them since day one, just like Brock Kittle. And then you got a guy in Fred Warner, who they just re-signed yesterday, pick 70. A tweener player coming out of BYU. They thought he was a safety, the rest of the league. The Niners were like, no, he's a linebacker. And, I don't say this lightly. He's everything Patrick Willis was on the field with the personality to boot. I love Patrick Willis. You might say he's a better football player than Fred. That's fine. You want to take Patrick?
Hall of Famer.
I'll take Fred Warner. You want to take Fred Warner? I'll take Patrick Willis. That's fine. We can go back and forth. But I'm talking about gold standard of how to play the game.
Red and gold standard.
Fred is that guy. But what Patrick lacked was that moxie at the podium, that personality at the podium. And that doesn't make or break a football player.
No.
But in terms of a guy that I want representing my team in the community, I can't think of a better person than Fred Warner. And so I'm really happy that they have said to themselves as an organization, we are going to hang our hat on guys that were overlooked in the draft, that come in and play at elite levels, that represent this team in front of the camera, on the field, in the locker room, away from the game, in a way that your children can look up to. Like everyone can say to their kids, like, hey, George Kittle does it the right way. Fred Warner does it the right way. Brock Purdy does it the right way. And I'm not saying other guys that they've re-signed before haven't represented those things. But I think that when I look at they're rebooting this thing in the sense of we've got some pillars. These are the 3 pillars I want the rest of these young players looking up to. That doesn't mean you can't have a Nick Bosa, number 2 overall, who is a Ferrari. That doesn't mean you can't have a Trent Williams, who was a top 5 pick and, at times can kind of act like a diva, even though he's a left tackle, right? That doesn't mean that you can't have some other guys that are different kinds. But the core and the pillar of this team is going to be built around Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, and George Kittle. And God damn it, I love it.
Well said. Can we give Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch credit? Niner fans, 888-957-9570. We crushed these guys for the negotiations the last couple seasons. Crushed them. And honestly, rightfully so. I'm not saying they deserved to pass because they didn't. They allowed those negotiations to bleed into the season, and that's without a shadow of doubt. Last year,
it affected the whole year.
It affected everything.
You can't tell me otherwise.
Talk about dark clouds with the Warriors in the past. That was a dark cloud in the organization last year. It was just bad.
100%.
It was bad. And we'll see what takes place this year. But the fact that we're on May 20th, we haven't even reached June yet, and all the big names that were up for contracts are taken care of. Are you going to give these guys some credit now? 888-957-9570, because they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. And Fred Warner, I want to give him his flowers, and it was well said. The guy shows up, plays hard, is leading the team every single huddle, every single time they post something on social media. It's him firing the team up. The guy is playing with so much joy, so much passion. What really got me as a Niners fan, and if I was a Niners fan watching the Super Bowl, and when Dre Greenlaw went out, and you watched the NFL films, and how Fred Warner took his partner in crime, if you will, him having that Achilles injury, and him being down on that field, the tears in his eyes, the emotion that was within him, and for him to go out and still ball the way he did, that defense played their asses off. And that's why it kind of pisses me off in that Super Bowl when we go back and say, oh, well, if you just stop Mahomes, Nick Bosa, if you just stopped him, I was like, they were stopping him for, they went to overtime, by the way. You had a lead in the
They held him to
quarter.
like 120 passing yards through almost 3 full quarters.
The defense did their job. And Fred Warner was playing incredible, and they lost Dre Greenlaw, and that was, in hindsight, that was probably the game because Travis Kelce, he did take over. And that's as much as we're gassing
Super
up.
Bowl winner Oren Burks, you know, he just had a...
Oren Burks, who was horrible for the Niners, but awesome for the Eagles, making plays left and right in the playoffs. It's just funny how some things happen, right? But
I wonder if the coordinator mattered in that situation.
No, absolutely.
I mean,
right?
Vic
Fangio, who's a Hall of Famer. It did. And I'm not going to blame Steve Wilkes because I thought, the whole system trying to adapt it. He was put in a no-win situation. He was put in a no-win situation.
I would agree. I would definitely agree.
But when it comes to Fred Warner, like 4-time first-team All-Pro, did it on a broken ankle last year, has been healthy for the most part, or showing up as if he is healthy. I just don't think we give him his flowers. And we need to today, giving Fred Warner his flowers. And I'd love to hear from the people because I see the guy on billboards. He's a pillar in the community. He's doing a lot for kids. He's got a family. He's got a lovely wife. They have their podcast. He's just a great person and ambassador for the Bay Area. He's a California guy. I know from LA. He's grew up a Cowboys fan, actually, but grew up down in Los Angeles, went to BYU, clearly a man of faith, all of that, if that matters to you or not.
Jerry Rice grew up a Cowboy fan, too.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We don't hold it against him.
So did Guru.
Well, he still is. He got God over the weekend. He sent me something. He's like, Spadoni, they signed Micah Parsons. I was like, dude, that's That's Adam Schefter, not Adam Schefter. Go, just got to check the lines. He does that a lot. I love you,
No,
Gil.
my favorite is
I
when
love
he
you.
screenshots something from Facebook.
And then he posts it. It was top 5 R&B artists. I think he had R. Kelly number 1.
It bothers me.
Yeah, we can't do that. I don't want to go there. 888-957-9570. Baldy. Baldy, hold on. I want to play this Baldy sound.
Yeah.
Because he kind of encapsulates how I feel about Fred Warner playing with joy and passion. I do think it's kind of a lost art today when we get I get cynical with certain things in an era where we're all just looking to just say, oh, this guy just wants to get the bag. Like, oh, this guy's a total a-hole. We got AJ Brown being a malcontent during a Super Bowl, right? Going at his head coach when they're up by like 20 or whatever it is. Like in an era of that, Fred Warner's so damn refreshing, isn't he, Baldy?
I think the word, honestly, that comes to watching Fred play is just joy. The guy plays the game with absolute joy. He knows all the checks. He's going to get all the audibles out. You want to change your formation, you want to motion, you want to shift, all that stuff. Like, he's on all of it. You got to play this game with violence. You just do. But, it's a joyful violence. I wish I could run through defenders like that. I wish I could just blow plays up like that. I wish I could just go full speed like that with not an ounce of fear. No fear, all joy. That's my description of Fred. If you just wanted to go to the stands, you're sitting in the end zone, Joe, and you just wanted to watch a player, just pick a guy out and go, I'm just going to key on this guy. You would never go wrong if you said, I'm just going to watch Fred Warner. You would have the time of your life.
A joyful violence is the greatest thing you could say about a football player. The sport of football, if I had to encapsulate it in 2 words to someone that grew up, I don't know. Oh, they have football in Germany now. Iceland, right? Let's go Iceland. It's a joyful violence, right? That's
actually a really good way of putting it.
What football is.
Isn't Kittle similar?
Yes. That is the type of player that I associate with the Kyle Shanahan team, because he's associated with offense, sure, but the physicality that they bring and the leadership that they bring and them being personalities matters in all this. And when we talk about leadership in the Bay, I do think Fred Warner might be at the top of the list as just leaders.
Better than Curry.
If I said yes, is that a slight at Steph?
No, I think it's you elevating Warner.
Steph leads differently.
But you have to understand how that's going to land on people's laps.
They lead differently, though. Football's just different.
I would agree.
It is. I
would agree. He's a better leader than Draymond.
Well, okay, but Draymond does it a little differently.
Yeah, he does. No doubt.
He does. He leads by example.
But I'm taking the Warner away.
Fred Warner, I will follow that guy into any, trench warfare, whatever. I will follow that guy anywhere.
You haven't been to any of the training camps yet?
Oh, we'll go this summer. Can't wait.
Okay, so you never. Okay.
No.
So not that I'm some
I've been on the board.
I'm not Matt Mayoko, where I've been 25 in a row, but I've been to probably 5 or 6, right?
Sure.
And I've been lucky enough to watch the energy that Fred Warner brings to practice, and I just know, again, I'm not an NFL coach, I'm not an NBA coach, I'm not a Major League Baseball player coach, but I do know this. A lot of times, your best practice players are also your best game day players, right? The guys that are, now there are occasionally he's just great in practice and it doesn't translate to games. But when your best game day player is also your best practice player, it sets the tone for the whole team. And when you watch Fred Warner, his intensity at practice is unbelievable. Screaming and yelling at his own guys in a good way to get lined up, fired up when others make a positive contribution, chippy with the offense to the point where they're getting their work in. I seen him and Brandon Ayuk going at it. I really think last year, having no Ayuk on the field during training camp actually really screwed them over.
Yeah.
Ayuk was one of the hardest workers in training camp.
That is what he's known for.
And was absolutely dominating multiple years in a row. And to not have his energy and his chippiness on the offensive side of the ball, I actually thought they missed that a lot.
It's a great point.
Getting ready for the season.
No, it's a great point. And again, it just hammers home that running mate with Fred Warner this year. Who's it going to be? And how important is that role? Because it was massive. You saw it with just in a little snippet of that. We saw Dre Greenlaw against the Rams last year. That intensity in that first half that he brought. And then you didn't see him again. And he had the soreness, right, with the Achilles and all that. So,
Joe, what I was thinking about last year, I'm glad you bring that up, who's playing alongside Fred Warner. I watched the defense from last year. I just can't believe how much Devondre Campbell was out there.
Stunk.
The guy was terrible.
Stunk.
Absolutely. What did they feel like they owed him?
He's a high-level loser,
I
bro.
don't
That's
understand.
a great
Was
drop
I
for
want
that.
to know. I'm asking sincerely. Was D. Winters that bad? Was he that bad? Or did you feel like you owed something to Devondre Campbell? It made no sense. He was picked on. Like, I want people to go back because I've been rewatching games to get a look at Brock again. Like, okay, I saw it multiple times when I was in the middle of the week. Maybe if I step back and get 6 months removed from the season and watch it a little more emotionless, maybe my opinions will change. And as I'm watching Niner games, I'm watching that Viking game in particular, they were picking on Devondre Campbell from the beginning of that game all the way through. And you were lucky that Fred Warner caused a fumble. That game could have been way worse in that one. Fred Warner was outstanding.
No, yeah. He was incredible.
I think this is going to sound insane. Just getting Devondre Campbell off the field, I think they're going to be a better defense. I'm not even trying to pretend like he's the only guy that stunk last year because there were many guys that stunk. He was awful. So your point about the replacement for Dre Greenlaw is well taken. They have to find, if it's D. Winters, maybe it's this kid Nick Martin that they drafted. I don't know. They've got to be better than Devondre Campbell.
It's got to be. You can't be any
He
worse.
was awful.
You can't be any worse, right? Like, that's how I look at the
He
situation.
was so upright, so slow. He wasn't good.
Well, and I think in that situation, when you have a first-time DC like Nick Sorensen, what do they like to do?
They like to lean on the
veterans. They didn't want to trust the rookies, right? And they didn't. And we knew he was a dead man walking at that point anyways when it came to Nick Sorensen. If they were going to shift him back to the special teams role, whatever. He's gone now. Now he's what? A defensive coordinator in Dallas?
No, he's a special
teams coordinator in
so
Dallas.
The biggest offseason acquisition, again, I've kind of changed on this. It might be Robert Saleh.
Yes.
When they brought Robert Saleh back, I think I was very ho-hum. I was so close to the season and how dejected I was. They lost 7-8 or whatever it was to end the year.
Hey, people were clamoring for Robert Saleh when he got fired. Bring him in right now. Say to help. No, we were talking about on the show. People were saying fire Nick Sorensen and bring in Robert Saleh right now.
I now that we've been removed a couple months, that was a great hire. That might have been the best move they could have made this entire offseason outside of the contract extensions.
Did you think it was an uninspiring hire at the time?
I did, but also now that we're here and we're going to start probably 4 or 5 rookies on defense. Yeah, I don't think he could have gone first time DC. No. And you know what? They were right to go back to Robert Saleh. Yeah. They know what they have in him. They know the man. He knows what to look for. I think whatever happened with the Jets doesn't matter to me.
No, but I think he learned from that. I think there is something to be said now to have a head coach and a former head coach, I should say, be your DC. There's absolutely some knowledge that comes in that when it comes to bringing up a certain player, knowing their ticks, knowing more how to motivate. He absolutely you can say it failed, that situation. I think the Jets failed him more than Saleh failed the Jets. And that, I think that just goes without saying. The Jets have been an absolute atrocity for the last decade plus. Last time they were in the playoffs, Mark Sanchez was their quarterback. All right, he's been an analyst on Fox.
I liked Sanchez.
No, I did too. I did too.
I actually like Sanchez.
He went the back-to-back AFC championships.
I thought he was solid.
He was.
Not great, just solid.
Beat Tom in the playoffs.
I know.
Right? So there's that.
I thought he was solid.
He played well against those Pittsburgh teams.
I know that's laughable now, but I did. I thought he was solid.
That's not a worst thing you can say about someone, right? But I do think that he learned from that situation, and that's only going to help him going forward. And maybe if he balls out this year, maybe another year, he'll have another opportunity to be a head coach elsewhere.
Yes.
Maybe. And that's what he's banking on. That's what maybe Kyle Shanahan's looking to bring him on. And yeah, I do think the history there is only going to help, especially with a guy like Nick Bosa, too, who trusts him. It's gone back to trust the last couple of years with some of these guys. I don't know. Well, actually, I do know. They didn't trust Steve Wilkes. They did, all the players did not trust him as their defensive coordinator. Whether that was fair or not, they clearly didn't trust him. Nick Sorensen, it was a familiar face. I don't think they trusted him.
They were significantly older last year on defense across the board, and there were a lot of veterans. And I think that having a lot of rookies and fresh faces, but when you have a Fred Warner.
They looked so slow last year,
No, I know,
Joe.
but when you have a Fred Warner and a Nick Bosa who can vouch for a Robert Saleh,
yes.
whether when you're a young player, I do think that is very important for buy-in.
Right.
I keep coming back to this team has signed a lot of guys that were under the radar guys that have a chip on their shoulder, and I like that. Diomino Lenore, 5th round pick, the second DB that the Niners selected in that draft. He is now. I got to go prove it. Renardo Green was a 2nd round pick, but kind of a middle 2nd round pick, and he wants to go out there and prove it. I think there's a lot of guys on this team. Mikael Williams. Now I got to go out and prove it that I'm worth what I'm worth as a first-round pick. I really like the state of where they're at. I think they're going to start off slow on defense. That's a whole nother conversation. We got months to get into, but I just love what they've invested in.
I'm just going to ask a question. How would you rate this offseason for the 49ers thus far? I'm giving them an A. Just grade it. Grade this offseason. I'm giving it an A. This has been an A offseason for me.
Back. Let me start from the beginning. Fired the DC.
Yep.
Brought in a DC. We all agree it's an upgrade.
Robert Saleh has been to a Super Bowl as defensive coordinator here and has been a head coach in this league. He is qualified. Yes, that is a plus for me.
Okay, you fired the special teams coach.
Get him out of here.
You brought in another guy who we think is better. Now,
who has a history of being good.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. All right. You traded Deebo Samuel away, and that felt like it felt like the right move. Now, he might have a great year for the Washington Commanders, but can we all agree?
Is he gonna have a great year? Is he gonna have a great couple years? I don't know. Exactly.
But can we all agree? I think this is a very similar situation to Klay Thompson. Both parties needed to move off each other.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yes.
I wish him well. I love him. I'll forever hold him in high regard.
For as much as we're gassing up the leadership of Fred Warner and George Kittle, opposite for Deebo Samuel last year for me with certain situations.
I agree. You cleared a bunch of money. Right? I know you have to bite the bullet on it, but you cleared a bunch of money. You hired Robert Saleh. You hired Brant Boyer. You extended Brock Purdy. You extended George Kittle. I have it all written down here. You extended Fred Warner. You're adding close to 20 combined draft pick rookies and UDFA rookies, okay? And this team does well with UDFAs. I mean, Jordan Mason was one, for example, who's been good.
Just you using that acronym threw me off as a UDFA, undrafted free agent. Okay,
my bad.
No, I've never heard people just say all of it together. That was funny. Continue.
You brought in 2 kickers quietly. You have 2 kickers to compete with Jake Moody. Because, look, you can't talk about last year without bringing up Jake Moody, right? I do feel really good about this team.
You definitely can't talk about last year without bringing up Jake Moody.
Was awful.
He was not good.
He was awful.
He was dealing with an injury, ankle sprain.
Joe,
guys,
if they have a better kicker, maybe they win one extra game. Like, the season would have been in balance a lot different the way it ended up playing out.
He was hurt. It happens.
Now, I'm sure I'm forgetting other things that have happened this offseason, but I think it's been a pretty damn good offseason.
How would you grade it?
For a team that went 6-11, I think it's a massive leap forward. They needed to get younger. They needed to get cheaper on certain spots. They needed to move some of the attachments to the old guard, right? You needed to extend your quarterback. Look, as much as the number, makes me squeamish, which I admit, I didn't really want to move off of Brock Purdy.
Numbers are numbers.
Exactly.
Like, both things are true. Like, I like Brock. I don't love the number. I got to kind of just deal with it if I want to keep him. Like, I acknowledge that. I love Fred Warner. I love George Kittle. I want those guys to play on the Niners and continue to keep going. It feels like Christian McCaffrey's healthier, but we don't know. But I'm going to assume that he is.
Oh, Clint Kubiak, the OC now.
There we go.
From the Gary Kubiak coaching tree.
I think it's been a freaking A- offseason.
Okay, A-. I'll go A. Where are you grading this?
Well, hold on. I'm just kind of curious if we're giving out A's here. Are we comfortable enough with the offensive line improvements to be throwing out A's and A pluses? Because again, you threw $50+ million at Brock Purdy per year, and yet he's going to be playing behind an offensive line that, by and large, we didn't have a whole lot of confidence in last year, and it's kind of the same looking offensive line going into this next season here. I just curious how that would factor into your guys' grading system.
I think they'll be fine. I have never questioned the offensive line when it comes to Kyle Shanahan early on in the season. Now, if they get some injuries, Sam, yes, that depth is going to be tested very quickly, and that could become a thing. But right now, I'm going to trust Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch that they feel comfortable enough paying Brock Purdy and just bringing back Trent Williams, basically, and saying, all right, Trent's going to be healthy. He's going to be in a better state of mind. He dealt with the tragedy last year. That's going to be, hopefully, get a motivated Trent Williams, and he'll be better for it. And we'll see, but that absolutely, you could be skeptical on that. I choose not to be because I just know where this team is. The offensive line always seems to figure itself out. Last year it didn't, but I felt it was more than the offensive line. It was everything last year. It was Christian McCaffrey. It was Brock dealing with some injuries. It was the Ayuk thing. He was gone. Like everything was just a dumpster fire last year.
Yeah.
And is it a cop out to say I'm just throwing it all as a dumpster fire last year? Maybe it is, but I'm giving this team a clean slate right now. And they've done a great job this offseason, getting rid of trimming all the fat, as I've said, getting rid of all the dead weight. There's a lot of dead cap money.
The only reason
and getting the contracts done that you need to get done early.
That I agree with. The only reason I'm holding out on giving them like an A or an A plus, offensive line.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
So like offensive line is like, it's a question mark for me. Now, it's been a question mark for me almost every year of the Shanahan era, and they find a way to play better than people think.
I would argue for most teams outside of a couple, that's always the question mark. I'm just going to for most teams, it's the offensive line. I get it.
This particular team, center and right tackle have been identified as
I hear
two
you on
spots that have been soft.
But I would argue that most teams are going into this next season saying, I don't know about the O-line, outside of maybe the Eagles, right? Who I think have a stacked offensive line. Yeah. I can't think of any others at the top of my head. I know the Chiefs have tried to, they're trying to shore that up for them.
The Bears have improved their offensive line.
The Bears have supposedly improved it.
They spent a lot of...
Cowboys lost Zach Martin, right? He's a Hall of Famer, so we'll see.
Tooney, what was the guy that got traded from the Chiefs to the Bears?
I think that might have been Tooney, yeah.
Was it Tooney? Yeah,
it might have been.
So, look, there's a lot that's up in the air, but... Joe
Tooney.
You also lost Jalen Moore, who was kind of your backup swing tackle in free agency. Now, most people are going to be like, it doesn't mean anything. Well, you played okay when Trent Williams was out last year. So, I don't know. I look at this team, and I always question the offensive line. But then again, when they're a good running team, I don't question their offensive line.
No.
And so if I knew that Christian McCaffrey was going to be good and healthy, I do feel like I'd be able to offset whatever personnel issues I have on the O-line.
888-957-9570, the number to call or text. Remember, you can call or text. We would love your participation. You're the guest today on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. How would you grade this offseason thus far? And if you're not grading it very high, I want to know why. What are some of the things that have you worried about heading into next season? What are your worries? And what are some of the things you're more positive about? Again, maybe I'm looking at it through this glass half full mentality, but for as much as we're dogging on this team in years past with the negatives, and I get it, we love negatives when it comes to our sports teams because we feed into it. Oh, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen? The anxiety, right? We love to feed into that. Well, for the first time, I think they checked a lot of the boxes that you wanted to be checked, and people don't know how to feel about it. They're like, oh, wait, this is kind of a normal offseason. This is kind of weird. I don't know if, is everything okay? Yeah, everything might just be okay. And it's okay to say that. Jonathan's in San Francisco. He wants to touch on Fred Warner. But before we get to Fred Warner, I'm going to put you on the spot, Jonathan. How would you grade this offseason for the 49ers? Give me a letter grade, Jonathan.
I'll give him a B+ because I'm really glad that they took a lot of legitimate big guys on defense, particularly the point of attack D tackles. I love those two monster D tackles they picked up.
Me too.
Because in my opinion, old school guy, you build the team inside out. That middle is very important. I'm giving him a B+ because they didn't address that O-line, center, guard-to-guard position. That thing is very important, man. That thing is pressure up in Brock Purdy's face. So hopefully their calculations are right. But, hey, Joe, I heard you, man, on my way to work, and I was driving, and you said Fred is like Patrick. Man, dude, I love Fred. He's a very, very good middle linebacker for us for a very long time. I love how he plays the coverage and all that, and he is very instinctive and reads the game really well. But, bro, Patrick Willis, in my book, is the best 49er linebacker in the history of 49ers because I've never seen that guy get taken for a ride by running backs the way Fred does. That's one of my pet peeves with Fred, man. When he meets a running back sometimes in the hole, he gets taken for a ride. When Patrick Willis was roaming that middle of the field, he meets a running back in the hole, that running back is going to be stopped on the dime or get taken, pushed back in the backfield all the time.
I'm going to disagree.
Thanks,
Look, I'm saying this, and I'm going to be as very specific as I can. Patrick Willis, for his era, battling fullbacks, okay, which is the way that game was played, He was perfect, the prototype for that era. Fred is the prototype for this era. They're very different linebackers. That being said, if you take Patrick Willis, I'm running up to take Fred Warner. If you take Fred Warner over Patrick Willis, I'm running up to take Patrick Willis. They're not that. I don't think we're disrespecting anyone by saying you take one, I take the other. They're
not even close.
Najee Harris's ears are still ringing from that hit.
Najee Harris.
I'm with you on
Talk
that.
about
What was the guy for the Jets he blasted in week 1?
Oh,
Breece Hall?
Breece Hall, yeah, Breece Hall. Remember, everyone telling me, Breece Hall, you got to draft him. He stunk in fantasy this year.
Actually, the guy behind him was better.
Exactly.
Poaching all the touchdowns.
By the way, I'm just looking at just career NFL statistics. And again, stats aren't the end all be all when it comes to linebackers. Certain, with wide receivers, sometimes you like to compare and contrast. But just going through how many seasons? 5 for Fred, or he's been in the league since 2018. So we'll get 6 or 7, whatever it is. I always get the seasons and years confused. But 897 total tackles for Fred Warner in his career thus far. Patrick Willis in his career, 950. 20 and a half sacks for Pat. He's doubling up Fred there in that category. Forced fumbles for Fred Warner, 15. Patrick Willis, 16. Pass deflections, tied, both of them at 53 right now. Defensive touchdowns, tied at 2. Fumble recoveries, Fred has 6. Patrick has 5. If you go by statistics, Fred Warner's going to leap him in these next couple of years. He just is. But again, I'm not using that as the end-all, be-all when it comes to linebackers. That's different. There's a lot baked into that. If you want to go by accolades, hey, Pat hasn't beaten a couple of things. He was NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year.
He was amazing.
He was amazing. He's been the NFL solo tackles leader a couple times, combined tackles leader a couple times. He was all decades team already.
And to me, the other major point in this is that you have to remember that was the era of running backs. LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson, it was a who's who of running backs. Steven Jackson in division, Marshawn Lynch in division. It was a different era than what it is now, and you're asked to do totally different things.
Let's do the injury report. Can we do that? Is that a different thing? Some good news from the Giants farm system. Outfielder Wade Meckler has begun a rehab assignment with the Giants' Arizona Complex League team. Meckler has not seen the field much this season due to various neck and wrist injuries he suffered in the first weekend of the AAA season. In 5 innings of action, he went 1 for 3 with 3 ribbies and a run scored. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Let's stick on this topic. How would you grade this 49ers offseason? Give me a letter grade, if you will.
And at 8:30, I'm going to run some Warrior trades through the trade machine with you, Joe Spadoni, and the audience.
Let's make a trade?
I've got some moves that I've seen circulate around the internet. Let's have fun with them.
I got the greatest trade that not even Bobby Marks knows, and that's coming up on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. When I think Hood, I think Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, baby. Good morning to all you lovely people. Good morning to Joe, Carter, big smile on his face, Sam Lovin, Matt Negan. You know, we started out this day saying, I hate Tuesdays. I started out this day saying, I just don't like them. The day itself, we got meetings, we got all this stuff happening. It's just, I don't like Tuesdays. But you know what, today's been pretty fun. Today's been good. It's a beautiful day out. You know, I like to go Daniel Tigers. We're talking kids shows earlier. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be my neighbor, Joe? I'm having fun today. We're talking 49ers, Fred Warner getting rewarded, as he should. George Kittle already got the contract extension. Brock Purdy got the contract extension. I'm giving this offseason an A+. You gave it an A-. What are you giving this 49ers offseason? 888-957-9570. As I say, good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the summer or school, which is wrapping up. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And Joe, we were talking about something interesting last segment. And, maybe it's not interesting for some people, but this is why I love sports talk at its finest, because you have certain eras, and these eras were pretty close. It wasn't like 90s Bulls versus the 2010 Warriors. It's not the same like for like thing, but we love to compare and contrast things. LeBron or Jordan? Is it Steph? Is it Kobe? Is it so like we love doing this? Is it Joe or is it Tom? That's what we like to do in sport. That is sports talk, radio, and barstool talk at its finest. When you're
2 minutes to go, no timeouts, down 6. Who's your quarterback?
People are going to be taking Mahomes lately. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's, you know what? I would be very scared.
For your life.
There you go. Are you taking
Game 7? Is it Bumgarner or is it, Dave Stewart?
Curt Schilling, right?
Schilling,
there you go. So we were kind of doing this in last segment, and you were saying, you know what? You take Fred, I'll take Patrick. Let's just throw that out. 888-957-9570. Who are you taking? You can only have one of them. You taking Fred? You taking Patrick Willis?
Oh, that's impossible.
Fred Warner or Patrick Willis? 888-957-9570. Because you know what?
What era am I in?
What era? Doesn't matter. I'm just asking you the question. That's it. It's a simple question.
They're just so different as players.
Don't care.
One's a prototype 3-4 linebacker that would go up against, fullbacks and meet them in the hole and then shed that block and still make a play. Obviously could play in space. There's no doubt about that. But the other guy is like your prototypical, hey, we're in 3 wide receiver sets and you might have to guard a tight end. Maybe it's a wide receiver. Maybe it's a running back, and you're going to have to stop the run. They're just so different.
They are different.
Probably, are you making me choose?
I'm making you choose.
I have
do
a hard
or do
time,
not.
I have
There's
a
no
hard
try.
time knocking Patrick Willis off the pedestal because of what he meant to me as a Niner fan.
Okay.
During that era. He was the first piece on so many bad teams that he changed everything. His heart and soul, his backstory. It's going to be hard to unseat him as he's the best linebacker I thought I've ever seen. And I think that although Bowman had the greatest individual linebacker season I've ever seen.
We were just talking about that.
2013. I have a hard time thinking that anyone can jump over Patrick Willis for me. It's just it's my wheelhouse, man.
Do you think Patrick Willis was the best linebacker of his era?
Oh, there's not a doubt about it.
Unequivocally?
Yeah. You're going to take who, Ray Lewis?
Not know that because Ray was too old during that era, Patrick. I might take Luke Kuechly.
Take Luke Kuechly. I'm
Okay.
taking
That's
Patrick
fine.
Willis.
I'm just saying.
I watched Patrick Willis go into Carolina and thump them in the playoffs, and Luke Kuechly was a non-factor.
Okay.
Non-factor. By the way, pull up the highlight of Vernon Davis catching a touchdown pass from Colin Kaepernick in the second round in Carolina, boop, near the sideline as Luke Kuechly is lost in coverage. Luke Kuechly was a fine player. But let's not pretend like he was better than Patrick Willis. He was not.
I'm not pretending.
That he was not.
I mean, he got the DPOI.
He was not a better football player than Patrick Willis.
Fine. Okay. You could take, as you're saying, you take Fred, I'll take Patrick. You take Patrick, I'll take Luke Kuechly. It's fine.
I will die on that hill.
Okay, you will. That's fine. And by the way, I mentioned that, and then just to ask the question if he was unequivocally the best linebacker of his era, because I do think Fred Warner right now is unequivocally the best linebacker of his era.
Over Bobby Wagner?
Yeah. Kind of some over. I know he's playing
in both eras.
I know he's playing.
He played in both eras.
I'm going from since he's gotten into the league, he has been the best linebacker since 2018. Is when he was
You're
drafted.
taking him over Roquan?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm taking him over Roquan Smith. And Roquan's been a baller. He's sick. I'm taking Fred
just
Warner.
asking.
No, I'm taking
Because
Fred
I'm
Warner.
biased. I'm a Niner fan. I'm going to take
That's
Fred
okay.
Warner.
No, that's okay. I'm taking Fred Warner, 4-time first-team All-Pro, and I didn't even think that was his best season last year, and he was still first-team All-Pro. On a broken ankle, Joe.
I know.
On a broken ankle. This guy has been an Iron Man for this. He's only missed one game in his career, too, I think. One?
I know.
That's incredible.
But
Patrick was he was an Iron Man, too, towards the end there.
I mean, he had the
end.
turf toe, which it just ruined his career. But also the guy played with broken hands and separated shoulders. I mean, Patrick Willis was a gladiator.
He was. The definition of a gladiator.
I mean,
yes.
he but
Maximus
also the era was just so
Meridius.
different.
Was.
The eras were just so different. Like in the middle of the Willis era, we started, oh my God, there's this thing called concussions. Like, yeah, it ended everyone in the 90s' career. Troy Aikman, Steve Young, Al Toon. Like,
oh my, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at it's a serious subject, but the absurdity of, oh yeah, there's this thing called concussions, which we knew about then, But we just said bell rung.
Joe, the hardest hitting defense for me in my lifetime, Deshaun Golson, Dante Whitner, Ahmed Brooks, Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman. That was one of the most nasty defenses of all time.
Who's my guy, Pierre Thomas? He's still feeling that for the Saints? Oh, my God. Got just absolutely destroyed. Who's that Hittner in that game?
Alden, Justin, Ray McDonald.
The Cowboy.
Sopuaga. I said Justin. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many. And then Larry Grant as a backup linebacker who's a stud.
I know.
And I'm not even bringing up Blake Costanzo on special teams.
Not George Costanza, Blake Costanzo. Thank you.
I'm telling you, dude, that team, it's a travesty they didn't win at all.
And having said that, they went to 1. Fred's been to 2. He's been to 2. I'm just saying. You laugh at it, but it's.
I love Fred. I love them both.
Listen, I'm not trying to turn this into it. As I said, 888-957-9570. Who you taking? One or the other.
I would want to know now.
I do think we underrate Fred Warner. Is what I'm getting at. The guy's had an incredible career thus far. I think if his hopefully this doesn't happen. If his career ended and he wants to walk away in retirement, I do think he's a Hall of Famer. He's 4-time first-team All-Pro.
You think he'll be a Hall of Famer?
Trees.
It took a long time for Willis to get in.
It did, and I think it's going to take a lot for that short, because Luke Kuechly was on the ballot this past year, and he was similar to Patrick. Their careers are actually almost identical.
You knew he was going right in.
No, he didn't.
I know, but you know he's going Luke Kuechly.
But he'll wait like Patrick did. I think he's going to wait for a little bit. I think everyone thought he was going to be first ballot.
Okay,
but he's not because he's the golden boy, Boston College, the East Coast bias sort of thing.
He's a white guy.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, but there's certain positions we like, oh my God, a white guy can play there now?
But I think, I'm not going to get into the race relations of the NFL Hall of Fame.
There is a novelty to it.
But it wasn't this year. So maybe maybe Luke's going to have to wait like Patrick did.
Caucasian.
7 seasons. He played from 2012 to 2019. And he was 5-time first team. He was 7-time All-Pro, 2-time second team All-Pro. That's pretty incredible for his career. Fred already, he's only 28 and he's been first team All-Pro 4 times.
That's pretty incredible.
It's 28, Joe.
Pretty incredible.
If he continues this, we're looking at 6, 7, 8, not 5, not 6, not 7. First team All-Pros for him.
Statistics don't embody what Patrick Willis represented to that candlestick era at the end. It's similar to Frank Gore. If you bring up the name Frank Gore, people the numbers are, we don't even bring up the numbers. It's just you either saw him or you didn't. You don't, Will Clark is that way. Will Clark holds a special spot in people's hearts because of what he represented coming out of a bad era into a winning era.
Totally. No, I freely admit that. And he is synonymous with a certain team. I think it's him and Frank Gore. Those are the 2 players, Patrick Willis and Frank Gore. Those
Even
are the guys.
More so than Joe Staley,
absolutely.
And Justin Smith, and all those other guys.
They meant more to that because he did so much losing with them as well. Similarly to how I feel about now George Kittle on the offensive end, liking it to Frank Gore, and now Fred Warner, Patrick Willis. It's just the 49ers, I'm not going to say blessed because they drafted the players, they deserve credit, but they have been blessed in a way with some incredible Hall of Fame talent that has gotten so damn close for winning it. And it just hurts that much more when you get so close 2 different times now compared to 1 time with Patrick and Frank, and they haven't been able to do it. But Fred Warner getting rewarded, that's why we're talking about it this morning. 888-957-9570. How would you grade this 49ers offseason? Locking up Kittle, Purdy, Warner, all before June. They locked all these guys up. Nothing bleeding into training camp. No drama with the offseason. It's all gone. We'll leave the drama to MTV, all of that, all the True TV, Bravo, Andy Cohen's of the world, right? We're not dealing with that crap. I'm giving them an A. Just for that alone, I'm giving them an A for it. It was a low bar for me. No drama seeping into it, and they've done just that. And I'm giving them their flowers, and I'm giving Fred Warner his flowers because he's been an incredible 49er. He's been incredible.
There was some sound of, was it Julian Edelman and Gronk talking about Fred Warner?
Oh, we're efforting it.
Oh, you're efforting it. Oh, you made it sound like you had it.
Oh, no. What do you say? Well, just give me
They're basically saying how great the man is and how underrated he is and how sick of a player that he is. And I do believe that, I like to listen to the players talk about other players because they'll tell you who they think is good and who they don't.
Well, do you want to hear what Patrick Willis, who we're comparing Fred Warner to, thinks about Fred Warner?
Let's hear it.
This was last year. I think this might have been coming off the Vikings game, or maybe it was coming off a win where Fred is just, he was an early DPOY candidate. We forget because last year was a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Fred Warner was incredible in that first half for the 49ers. Here's Patrick Willis gassing him up.
Fred is playing tremendous football right now. I mean, he's been, since he's got here, 2018, he's been playing unbelievable football. He reminds me of a Urlacher type player in how he plays. And I remember someone telling me that Fred was actually a safety in college. And I said, oh, man, no wonder he can float the way that he floats and play the pass the way that he plays and whatnot, because it's just secondary. But nevertheless, I think he's the best football player in all of football right now.
Best football player in all of football? That was this time. That was October 3rd of last year is when I see where the cut date was for that. But that was Patrick Willis, P. Willie, talking about him. It's Brian Urlacher comp is incredible. Who talk about, by the way, one of the greatest linebackers of all time. Brian Urlacher, are you kidding me?
Brian Urlacher was ridiculous.
So good.
Him and Lance Briggs. The Niners tampered with Lance Briggs and lost the second-round pick.
He's so good that after retirement, his hair all of a sudden started growing back. He was that incredible. It's crazy how that happens. He was that amazing.
And like Fred, I believe he was a safety at New Mexico. I don't think he was a linebacker. I think he was a safety.
Well, I'm looking at it right now. He majored in criminology and played for the Lobos there. Look at that. I'm on his Wikipedia page.
Okay. Does it say what? Does it say safety?
They converted Urlacher to linebacker. Where did he play in high school? He played running back, wide receiver, return specialist, and defensive back. So, yeah.
Could you imagine trying to tackle Brian Urlacher in high school? That's like those videos you see of Derrick Henry that circulate. Like, Derrick Henry ran for 7,000 yards in 3 games in high school.
He also played basketball and he had all-state recognized. And this is in Texas that he played there, too. Like, incredible. Sorry, New Mexico. He played, that's why he stayed there. But still, some of these athletes, we forget just how good they are at multiple sports. And that's why, you're a coach, so you get this. So you probably play multiple sports all the time.
All the time.
Because that's how you get hurt, is playing just one sport all the time. Like the Tom Brady's of the world, Patrick Mahomes, baseball, basketball, football. But we forget just how good these guys are, let alone in their own sport. They're better than you in anything else in your life. They're better than you at basketball, at baseball, probably. Hell, tennis, he probably played. Oh, I'm looking at this table tennis Urlacher was playing. Table tennis. They're insane.
You've got the Gronk sound ready to roll. You got to hear what he and Julian Edelman are saying about Fred Warner here.
All right, here it is. Gronk and Edelman. This is Edelman's podcast, I want to say. It's really good.
Everyone's got a podcast.
No, but Edelman's really good. He comes up on the Reels feed on Instagram all the time. He's funny. He gets all the comedians in there, too. He's got all the stories. He's got Rich Ornberger, your boy, on there, too.
That's Mark's boy, isn't it?
There you go. It's your boy, too. He says these guys are talking about Fred Warner being top 5 all time? What?
I would say he's a top 5 defensive player
of all time.
Of all time. How about you? What would you think? He's on his way to be.
He's on his way.
He's got about another 5 years minimum left.
He's on his way. He's
on his way. If he plays 5 more years and wins a Super Bowl, he's easily.
If they win a Super Bowl, he's in there. He gets in there.
I mean, what? Big Butkus, Mike Singletary.
Dudes on Dudes podcast.
Wow.
Reggie White.
Top 5.
Did you say
linebackers?
Did you say Lawrence Taylor?
Well, LTs. No one's knocking LT. And Reggie White, yes, off the top, couple
Dick
spots.
Butkus?
Yeah, wow. That's strong. I don't listen to their podcast to know how much they love the old football and how much they bring that up. I would like to hear Belichick's perspective more than Gronk and Edelman's.
That's a good one. Junior Seau.
Seau was amazing.
I'm just thinking.
Junior Seau was amazing.
I just think of names that don't get brought up.
Amazing.
So Derek Brooks.
Derek Thomas.
Right?
Deion Sanders.
Jack Ham. Mike Singletary. Right?
No, but I think that the big takeaway is forget what they're saying.
Ray Lewis is, I think, for a lot of people, might be their number one, too.
I don't think Ray Lewis was even better than Ed Reed. But that's a whole nother.
That's a different position.
No, I'm talking about, but we're talking about. I think Ed Reed is better at his position than Ray Lewis was at his.
I think
Ray Lewis was good.
That might speak more to Ed Reed than it does.
Sure, okay. Yeah. But Ray, the last couple of years, if it wasn't for the deer antler spray, he was Garbo. So overrated.
Deer antler spray.
That was the week of the Super Bowl. I'll never forget it.
I know. I think
the guy tore his freaking pec, and everyone's out for a year, and he's like, "I'm playing." It's like, what?
He's like, hey, Aaron Gordon, same thing. Grade 2 hamstring strain. I'm going to play through it.
Sure.
There you go. By the way, we have an NBA trade machine happening in about 12 minutes. You're not going to want to miss it. Shasky compiled a list. We're going to do Let's Make a Trade for the Golden State Warriors this offseason. And I can't wait for it. That's coming up in 12 minutes. Continue.
But the fact that Edelman and Gronk hold him in such high regard, that's the big takeaway for me. Not, is he a top 5 player of all time? It's, wow, my gosh, like those two guys have a pretty good idea of what smart, great football players look like. And for them to pick him out and talk about him so lovingly, that to me was like, wow.
We're talking about top 5 linebackers of all time. I would say an Oreo cookie might be in the top 5 store-bought cookies of all time. We have an Oreo cookie in Oakland.
Real quick, I love Fred. I can't even have him above Ronnie Lott, let alone Patrick Willis. I can't have him above Charles Haley.
Okay. Not yet.
I love Fred.
Career's not over. They're saying
you're going to go on the cookie line. I get it. I'm marinating on what you said.
That's okay.
Jimmy Johnson, DB, Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I know.
Hardy Brown, one of the great linebackers I know you're going to laugh at me, of the 50s, all right?
Yeah, that's just out of my wheelhouse.
I know. Leo the Lion Nomalini, look him up. Hall of Famer, also pro wrestler in the offseason.
Also Paisan. So there you go.
I do think Gronk gets some leeway to be able to judge who the best linebacker is. He was right in there with Gronk, you know what I mean?
Sure, but 5 all time it's a strong sentence. Well, I agree, he's great.
Talking about Gronk, I think he is the greatest tight end in the history of the sport. And I know he says Travis Kelce, but all-encompassing tight end, no one's touching Gronk Gronkowski. Not even Kittle. And I love Kittle. Gronk was he was Frankenstein out there.
He's amazing.
He was absolutely
If it's a playoff game and I need a first down, he's my tight end.
That drive against the Chiefs in overtime, they just threw it to Brady threw it to Gronk every single time, and he was going to catch it.
He's amazing.
Just couldn't stop him.
Polar bear.
And he wore the forearm brace and everything. The guy was Frankenstein.
He was incredible.
God, this is great. This is just peak sports talk at its finest. Just naming guys and just talking about them. Oreo cookie. I did say you're a top 5 cookie of all time. Oreo, what's up, man? What you got on the 49ers?
Hey, what up, fellas? We're talking linebackers. Let's not forget about the Draymond Green of linebackers, where we loved him and we hated him. Bill Romanowski.
Okay.
But on that note, man, I love what the Niners are doing this offseason. We're signing. We got our quarterback. We're signed our linebacker. We signed the tight end, and that's part of our core. So I'm loving what we're doing. But I'm very excited for this upcoming season. These seasons, I like them best for the unknown. Those are my favorite ones. When we're favored to go into the Super Bowl, man, those things are just nerve-wracking.
Agreed.
And the season doesn't start until the playoffs. So this time coming around, I can't wait to see who steps up. I like who we drafted. I like the positions that we drafted. I don't claim to know these guys individually. I didn't see them play. But I don't think none of these guys are projects, man. These guys are ready to go. I'm ready to go. Shanahan's got his guy. Let's do it, baby. Yay!
I'm fired up now. Talking some 49ers football here on May 20th. Got a couple months here, though. I'm telling you, stock up on the Niners right now. I think everyone's saying, I think Adam Schefter the other day said, they lost a lot of players. I mean, I just don't think this team's going to be very good. Who are the players that they're legitimately going to miss next year?
Well, Dre Greenlaw. But Dre didn't play at all last year.
That's baked into it, right?
Talanoa Hufanga barely played last year. Deebo Samuel did not play well last year.
He did not.
Hargrave barely played over 2 years. What's the guy? Leonard Floyd? I mean,
please.
Sure.
Most hollow sack numbers I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so yeah, the guys that they're missing might be household names to some, but their impact was not even close to what their name recognition is.
No, and I'm with you on the Dre Greenlaw thing, and maybe Hufanga if he could stay healthy, because at his peak he was an All-Pro player. We're talking about first-team All-Pros. I don't scoff at that. The guy takes a lot of chances though, and when you take a lot of chances and then you get hurt on top of that, you're going to be burned a lot. And he got burnt a lot.
I think the Mustafa injury is more impactful than the Hufanga leaving in free agency.
That's a good one. We didn't mention Charvarius Ward. That's an absolutely one. But that was baked into the equation. He was never coming back to me. So that is going to be a loss though. Absolutely. That is going to be a loss. Not saying he was great at all points when he was on the field last year, but for the totality of his 49ers career, I think he was a very good 49er. He was.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Here's more. We're talking about Fred Warner. Why not? And I love when Baldy, he said joyful violence. That's what he loves about Fred Warner. Here's more from him talking about that DPOY campaign last year.
I'm going to start a campaign today for Fred Warner for Defensive Player of the Year.
I love that.
I'm just going to let's just think outside the box and forget about sacks for one moment. And let's because look, you could play 700 plays and you could get 18 sacks and 4 forced fumbles.
Right.
And you could be the defensive player of the year. Or you could play 1,100 plays, never come off the field, stop touchdowns, sack quarterbacks, force fumbles, fumble recoveries, tip balls. I mean, who's doing more?
You need to do have the Bonte tracker in some of these because maybe I was just numb to it when I was the producer.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Love that.
Totally love that.
No, yeah, I've heard about those.
No, let's get a hype man. let's get a hype man like Bonte in our lives, right? It's like Lil John in the back. Yeah. That's Bonte doing interviews with the Brian Baldingers or the Florios of the world. I love it. Bonte joining us each and every Friday, by the way, in studio at 9:00. Warriors pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area, and also the Giants as of late, as well as
Is he going to wear his royal blue Bo Jackson jersey while doing the pregame show?
I said that to him when you were talking about that last week. He's like, you rock your Royals jersey? He's like, yeah, I should. I was like, you're not. You won't. You won't do that. Bo Jackson, by the way.
Him coming with all these nuggets from whoever the pregame host is last night during the game, as the game's going on, I was like, all of a sudden you just became passionately excited about a 8 games over 500 Giants team in the middle of May.
I got to tell you about that guy, Chris Bubich. He wanted it more yesterday. He's just that guy, 7 innings, 2 hits. So the pride out of Mitty, Archbishop Mitty. That's where Aaron Gordon went, as you know, who the Denver Nuggets just got eliminated. I was doing my full Bonte right there. You got it. All-encompassing knowledge, right? That's what you come to expect from one Bonte Hill. I love you, Bonte, if you're listening, if you're dropping off.
Do you know
Baby
what
Chez.
I'm holding?
Baby Chez, good morning to you if you're listening.
Do you hear this?
What is that?
This is a stack of trades that I found on the internet for the Golden State Warriors. Are you ready to play a little game?
I'm so excited. Let's make a trade.
I'm here for it.
Let's make a trade on the other side.
Let's make a trade.
All right.
I saw some trades that I printed out that I'm going to show to the YouTube audience. I will read them to the radio audience, and I want to hear, are you in or you out on any of these trades?
Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Oh, heck yes.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Where's the energy go when we don't win at all?
Well, there was no chip. Oscar and Stockton, I don't think he was very confident, but, Steph Curry injury happened. It's okay. He gets a mulligan. It happens.
Well, you know what we start cheering about is
the drama.
Trade rumors, baby.
Exactly, the drama. That's what. See, I said it yesterday, and some of us are too proud to admit it, but some of us enjoy the offseason sometimes more than the regular season in the playoffs. They just do. Giannis watch, whether it was LeBron when the decision, where's Jimmy Butler going to go? Where's Lauri Markkanen going to go? We all love it. We pretend that we don't, but we really do. You think you're too good for trashy TV. Some of you think you're too good for the Real Housewives of or Love is Blind or Love on the Spectrum, by the way, great show. You think you're too good for that stuff. You're not. You're not. You'll sit down, you'll watch, you'll consume it, and you'll love every single second of it. The Jersey Shore, by the way, 15-year anniversary of the first season of Jersey Shore. Shout out Jersey Shore. Can we get some drops on the Jersey Shore, please?
Oh, no.
No? Pauly D? No? The Situation?
Stop it.
None of that?
You can play a bunch of drops from that show, and I'll be like, I don't know what drops these are from.
Who was your favorite character in Jersey Shore? Quickly.
Oh, it's The Situation. It's Mike. It's
That's
not even
stupid.
close.
Don't say that again.
He's the best.
Shasky, did you ever watch Jersey Shore, Shasky?
Of course I did. We had a Jersey Shore party. Yes. My boy Sully had a Jersey Shore party where everyone wore the, what is it, afflicted tees?
Yeah,
and
Affliction. Yeah, Ed Hardy.
Dude.
Yeah, it was so bad.
Dude, and that was during the Jaeger bomb freaking era. You all don't even know about the Jaeger bombs. Being blacked out and you're drunk and you're up.
Not now, Chief. I'm in the zone.
And you're eating freaking El Farlitos at 4 a.m. Oh my God. We want to talk about an era of just
Don't
ulcers.
do Jaeger bombs, kids. They're bad for you.
There you go.
Dude, the gelled hair, everything, horrible barbed wire tattoos. That was an era.
It was. Okay.
Protein Chief.
Yeah, no, that's what I was doing. Jaeger bombs.
Oh, that guy was the best.
Yep.
Hella looked like my boy Matt Sullivan. You're out there. I know you are.
The spiky hair, all of that.
Dude, that was him, dude.
Okay, so we love the drama. We've already saw
dress shoes with jeans
from Jersey Shore.
Carter's laughing because he knows I'm right. We would wear these big, giant button-down shirts, the jeans with the dress shoes. Well, it was such a bad look.
No. You'd have the button-down shirts, but you'd open up the chest a little bit.
Of course.
You got to have the crucifix.
Well,
you
they
got to have the
wouldn't
gold
let you in
chains.
the club without the dress shoes, so it was horrible.
No, you got to look fresh. Come on, you got to get this the Axe body spray all over you. Probably did
that
right?
as well, definitely.
Yep. There you
yeah,
go.
I mean, it's just God. That was where you just walk up and start dancing.
That's when Michelle knew this is the one.
Oh yeah, that was it. Are you guys ready to play a game?
Let's play. Come on, we were talking about drama.
What's the name of this game we're gonna play?
How about we the let's make a deal happens? Let's make a trade. Let's do that. Let's make a trade as we do NBA trade machine version of Let's Make a Deal. Let's make a trade for the Golden State Warriors.
Season's not even over.
It's not.
And already I'm seeing things fly. Now these are all coming from the internet. And I want to give that individual who runs the account their credit. This is GSW Ball Report on Twitter. I think they have an Instagram as well. I saw these and I printed a bunch of them up so that I could show them to the YouTube audience, read them to the radio audience, and let's play the game.
Show me.
Hi, I'm Joe Shasky, and you're here. And we're trying to find out if the trade is right. I'm going to read off a trade to you, our lucky host. And
That's good.
I'm going to read it off. And you're going to tell me if it's too high in terms of the cost for the Warriors, too low for the team on the receiving end, or the trade is just right.
Okay.
All right, let's bring our contestant, Joe Spadoni. Come on down.
Big money. Let's go. All
right, Joe. I'm
first
gonna
time,
read you
long
off
time.
The very first trade. Here we go. And the Warriors would be sending out Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody to the Chicago Bulls. And they would acquire Nickeil Alexander-Walker, DeAnthony Melton, Brooks Lopez, and Kobe White. Is that too much, as in too high of a cost? Is it too low, as in we wouldn't give up enough? Or is the trade just right?
That you'd be getting back a lot.
I'll read it again.
Just right. No. That's
I'll read
insane.
it again. Kuminga and Moody go to the Bulls. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, DeAnthony Melton, Brooke Lopez, and Kobe White come to the Warriors.
Yes, I am doing that deal. Yes.
Yay! The trade is right?
Yes. Yes, the trade is absolutely right.
How many people in our audience are doing that trade?
In a heartbeat. I don't know. As we take a step back here, take my game show hat off real quick. I don't think the Bulls would ever do that, but you know what? If they are, hell yes, I'm good putting that. Mike Dunleavy, where are you? Get this deal done now.
Isn't that surprising that Kuminga and Moody financially would, and this is the projection, would cost what Alexander Walker, Melton, Lopez, and Kobe White cost? I don't see the Bulls getting rid of Kobe White.
No, they would absolutely not do that. Now I would be intrigued, but he is the future of that team, is he not?
There'd be a lot of signing and trading going on. Would we all agree?
Well, yeah, I think Nickeil Alexander-Walker's an unrestricted free agent too. Am I not? So you have to do a sign and trade. Yeah, there's a lot baked into that scenario.
Yeah.
But the name that is tantalizing is Kobe White.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
The heartbeat.
And look, 888-957, 888-957-9570. If you want to get in on the game that everyone's playing, is the trade right?
And bring your own trades. Bring them here.
I want to hear them.
I'll hear all the trade
I've got
ideas.
some good ones. Here's number two. And this one is tasty.
Ooh.
What about the Warriors acquiring Derek White, who might be available this offseason, given that the Boston Celtics are up against it financially and are going to have to shed some salary, and they clearly are in a resetting process with Jason Tatum out for the year. Would you be in or out on Derek White?
Derek White. He is an integral part of a Boston
just before you go,
Celtics championship.
I want to clarify. Logan Murdoch of the Real Ones and the Ringer podcasts is the one who's suggesting that Derek White, the Boston Celtics point guard, could be available and that the Warriors could show interest. Would you be in on that?
30 years old. He's going to be 31 in July. He has a $28 million cap hit next season. So coming into this next year, $28 million, then it goes 30, then it goes 32, then he has a player option for $34 million. So he is getting paid handsomely. That being said, he's a very good player. He could start if you need to. He knows his role. He's a good shooter, good three-point shooter. Could take over a game. We've seen that. Game 1 of the NBA Finals at Chase Center. What am I giving up?
I don't know. It doesn't say. And Logan Murdoch didn't say. I don't know what you'd give up for $28 million. Look, I think most people are like, I'm not giving up Draymond for Derek White. Most Warrior fans. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, most would say that, but I'd think about it.
Really?
I would think about it.
Whoa.
I don't know with this version of Draymond Green.
Is that too much? Do Warrior fans think that's too much? Draymond Green for Derek White.
Because you got to think that the Celtics are moving off Porzingis. He's gone. There's gonna have a need there. Al Horford, has he got anything left?
He might retire.
He might be done. Real quick, would that be something? Draymond Green in Boston? Oh my God.
Size matters.
It's a perfect name though, right? Green, Celtic Green. Like, come on. Like, it writes itself, but I don't know how they
David Portnoy and Draymond high-fiving would be just hilarious.
Well, they do a podcast together at that point.
Oh
Hashtag
my
new
God.
media.
Oh my God.
He'd actually be a Barstool employee at that point.
It would be insane. And by the way, you know who else does the post-game shows for Boston television sometimes? Kendrick Perkins.
Oh my God.
Stop it.
Hey, Scalabrini.
Hey, so
I'm in on Derek White, though. I'm intrigued.
I like this trade way more than I like the Melton Lopez. I'm so out on Brook Lopez. I'm just going to be the first. I'm out. Just out.
Well, he's old. He's too old. He's a stiff. He can't stop.
Yeah, I'm not trying to raise the mean average age of my team to like 41.
10 years ago, I'm all in, but it's not 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm out on that. All
25.
right. I think this is one that is controversial.
Oh.
What if I told you the Warriors would give the Grizzlies Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, 2 first-round picks, and the Warriors would get Jaren Jackson Jr. Are you in or out? Is it too much to give up, too little to give up, or just right?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. Because we were all talking about JJJ a couple weeks ago now. Maybe it's a month at this point. I don't even remember. Going up against that playing game. What do we come away from saying with Jaren Jackson Jr.?
He does some dumb things.
He's
a stud, though.
And doesn't use that 6'10 frame and that 7'4 wingspan to his advantage. He camps in the corner, shoots some threes. I got body envy, Joe. He's a physical specimen, and he's done some really good things. He's a couple-time All-Star. He's all rookie. He's a 2-time block leader, so he can get after it. He
can hit the three.
He's 25 though, So that is why I'm so damn tantalized with him. I would listen. You're asking me? I'm doing that deal.
Oh, you're doing it. Well,
7 days.
Let me read it again.
7 days all week long. Yes.
Jaren Jackson comes to the Warriors. The Grizzlies get JK, Pods, Moody, and 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I'm doing that deal in a heartbeat.
Wow.
I'm doing that deal in a heartbeat.
I wonder how many people are doing that deal. You're not, Carter. Why are you shaking your head?
That is such an overpay.
The 2 first-round picks or the players?
2 first-round picks plus Pajemski, who's one of your highest minutes guys, plus Jonathan Kuminga, who could be a future star potentially, and then Moses Moody,
I'm
one of
getting
your
a
biggest
guy
role
that's already
players.
a 2-time All-Star, though, Carter. Not to mean to cut you off.
He's not a good All-Star, though.
Okay.
Low-level All-Star.
Stop.
Jamal McGlure?
Stop.
I mean, he is. He's not a superstar.
There's no such thing as a 2-time low-level All-Star.
He's a Wiggins All-Star?
Wiggins has one.
We have levels to it. There's Curry All-Stars, and then there's Wiggins All-Stars.
Yeah, there's superstars and there's All-Stars.
This is what Jaren Jackson Jr. averaged last year. 22, 5, 2 on 50% shooting. Like, I'm taking
5 and 2. That's cute.
I don't think I'm giving up all 3 of JK, Pods, and Moody in this trade. If I can keep one of those 3.
came out of these playoffs saying that none of them stepped up until JK had to without Steph. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, I get it. Jaren Jackson Jr. had 1 game sample size against the Warriors or 2. Oh, he didn't look that very good. Stop.
I would probably do JK, Moody, and a pick. That's what I probably would do.
That seems more right.
Or Pods, Moody, a pick over that.
So I don't even put you guys out there. Carter was destroying Pajemski the last month off air and on air.
Still will. He had one good game.
You want to take that away from him by trading Pods away?
Moses Moody was a no-show in the playoffs. Jonathan Kuminga only showed up because Steph went out. And those guys, that's too much. That's too much.
Full disclosure.
Stop.
If Ja and JK got together, I actually think they'd be pretty sweet together.
Or as
I like
it could be sweet or it could be combustible all over it.
What would Kerr do without Pods?
Wow, he'd have to find another Nico Mannion.
But real quick, wouldn't Jaren Jackson Jr. Who loves Jaren Jackson Jr. on the Warriors right now? Former Michigan State guy.
Oh, Draymond?
Draymond loves JJJ. That's perfect. He needs that leader, right?
Oh, that's what we need. Draymond coaching up another young guy.
That's right.
That's what we need.
That's right.
Draymond, you're in the mature phase of your career. We need you to tutor him.
Get Tom Izzo out here as a special
Get those
advisor.
situational flagrants that fire up the team.
Am I taking crazy pills that people are saying that's too much to get Jaren Jackson?
It is a lot. Because if I'm going to trade firsts, I'm holding out for this guy. And per Brian Windhorse, the Warriors do have assets for a Giannis trade, but they can't win a bidding war. That I agree with. Giannis. And now comes the kicker. Obviously, we would all want Giannis. Everyone wants Giannis.
I don't know what I'm giving up.
Would you trade this guy for Giannis as I hold up Jimmy Butler photoshopped in a Bucks uniform? If it costs you Jimmy Butler to get Giannis, would you do it?
Yes. Not even close. Yes.
How many Warrior fans? Let's have fun. How many Warrior fans, if it costs you Jimmy Butler, are you doing it?
I'm getting a player that's 5 years younger who's won a title and has been a multi-time MVP, Joe. You're acting like this is a tough decision.
Oh, so this is a layup.
Yes, it's a clay-up.
Clay missed those layups.
Oh, no.
Is this unanimous?
I think so.
Yes, that's not even close. That's one's
so
a no-brainer.
What's the most controversial?
YouTube chat right now is also agreeing that they would do Jimmy for Giannis.
Yeah, and obviously you're throwing in a bunch of firsts and things like that. But all right, so let me ask you this one. Of these 2 trades, if I said the cost was exactly the same, if I said it was Kuminga, Pods, Moody, and let's just say 1 first-round pick, would you rather have Derek White or Jaren Jackson Jr.?
Well, okay, if you're saying they're the same thing on both of them.
Yes, let's say the trade's exactly the same.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Because I'm have him.
I'm looking at the future.
If I surrender Pods, I think I might want Derek.
Yeah, but okay. How are you viewing this? How are you viewing this entire situation? Because I'm thinking about the now and the future still.
He would give you that rim running big. He would give you that shooter.
could be a future star player that you can actually build around. I'm talking.
I mean, we can't do 2 timelines. This is about winning right now.
No, this isn't 2 timelines. Like, we're talking about the projection of a Jonathan Kuminga for a lot of players. I know what Jaren Jackson Jr. is. He's a 2-time All-Star. He's 25 years old. This guy is a star player.
Yeah,
He's been the second best player on a team that's been to multiple playoff runs.
Who plays basketball the way the Warriors want to play basketball more?
Well, that's a good question because Jaren Jackson
Derek
Jr.
White, right?
Jaren Jackson Jr. likes to shoot the 3 ball. I see
but I'm
him
talking
camping
about
out.
like EQ, IQ, like that. Like that's a big thing for this team.
I don't know. Taylor Jenkins was there. You don't think highly of Taylor Jenkins when he was there as the Memphis Grizzlies head coach? I don't know. He's playing with this guy. Who's my guy, coach from Greenland or whatever? I don't even know who their full-time coach is now.
The guy from Finland,
The guy from Finland. See, I said what I say, Greenland? I don't even know where the guy's from.
Something to think about, though. JJJ is 25. Derek White is 30.
You know, I know. No, and
That's
also, where does
insane.
Draymond play? Like, does JJJ play the 4 or the 5?
Oh, well, Draymond move over.
Well, Draymond off the bench.
Right? Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Go to the bench.
I might go get Steven Adams, who played alongside JJJ for a couple
All of a sudden,
years.
we got size? All of a sudden now? Woo-hoo-hoo.
So where's everybody at? 888-957-9570. If I told you realistically could surrender some of the young guys in a first-round pick, would you rather have Jaren Jackson Jr. or Derek White? I think it's pretty simple. Which one would you want? And why?
Okay.
Rapid fire.
I like all things being equal there between some players that are realistically you can go after and maybe get.
And it's going to cost you.
It's always going to cost you. But are the Warriors at a point now, Joe, I guess, where they need to go after one of these players? Like they need to. That is a need.
Joe, I'm all in on trying to win one more championship with this unit. I don't care what.
So you're saying this team as currently constructed cannot win a title? You're saying that right now?
I have a hard time thinking that they could stay healthy for the regular season and then stay healthy for the entire playoffs.
And you're telling me that is because age is a factor now?
Yeah.
So I'm telling you to go get JJJ because he is 25 years old, multi-time All-Star, all defensive first team twice, by the way. Defensive player.
I love him. You know I love him.
Defensive player of the year. And we're saying is way too much to get Jaren Jackson Jr. What are you guys smoking? Pajemski, Moody, Kuminga. We can't do it. Stop. None of them are going to have the career that Jaren Jackson Jr. has already had.
Would
at
you
25?
If it cost you Draymond Green for one of these two players and you got to keep the young players, would you do that?
Yes.
You would do Draymond for Derek White?
Derek White's an interesting one.
I don't think a lot of Warrior fans would.
But Derek White checks a lot of boxes that you need to be checked.
Who is going to pass to Steph? Would you trade Draymond for JJJ? I don't think a lot of Warrior fans would. I know I would. I don't think a lot of Warrior fans would. I really don't. I think we're in the minority there.
I do think we're talking about this, and we're doing it from a Warriors lens, and obviously,
the Warriors, there's no question that
it takes two to tango with some of these.
Yeah, I know. But we're having fun with this.
We're having fun. No, exactly, and that's what we're doing right now. And 888-957-9570. If you have a trade idea, I'm saying a legitimate trade idea. It can't be let's do Jimmy for Giannis straight up, Draymond for Giannis. Like that's not happening.
Well, no, if I could, like I'm telling you right now, if they were like, if Milwaukee said the only way we're trading you Giannis, is you have to take Dame, I would do it.
Oh, your boy, you'd be Dame's number one fan now.
Even though I know he's rehabbing and like you don't know what player you're going to get. Like to get Giannis, I would do.
There is a salary like situation there. Dame's making a boatload.
That's what I'm saying. Like so, if there was kind of a like any kind of opportunity, like they're like, hey, we have to staple this contract or that guy. You do it. You just do whatever it takes.
In that scenario, you try to find a third team and try to move Dame's contract somewhere else. You try to shift him back.
Maybe, but I'm saying like I would even be not opposed to just keeping him. Just to get Giannis. That's how important to me, Giannis is, at the top of the mountain. He's Everest. And then everything else is like the plain lands.
Would it be that, like, we're talking about Giannis, and I guess they're having like a sit-down meeting with him if Giannis ends up staying in Milwaukee?
I mean, Windhorst doesn't just say things.
What did he say? What did
his exact quote, the Warriors do have assets for a Giannis trade. They just can't win the bidding war, so it would have to require Giannis to demand to play with Steph Curry.
And as we've seen, players demanding things isn't what it used to be. It used to be. It used to mean something. We saw it with Jimmy Butler. He tried to do what? Tried to go to Phoenix.
Yeah.
And Phoenix had a player with a no trade clause in Bradley Beal. And what did he say?
He kind of screwed that up.
He said, kick rocks.
Yeah.
I'm staying here. So Kevin Durant, another thing, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Durant was like, nah, I'll stay. So what do they have? Players at the same point, they have all the power and they have none of the power, if that makes sense. It depends on the situation.
Yeah.
It depends on the situation. Casey in San Jose, he wants to get on this. The comment in the box is making me laugh. It's KC will drive Draymond to the airport for Derek White. KC, good morning.
Dave Portnoy picks him up and Casey drops him off.
What do you got, KC?
Guys, I'll take it a step further. I will pay personally as many folks in Asia to subscribe to his podcast and just get his numbers up. Whatever it takes, get that man off this team. He cannot be the guy to mentor the young guys. Draymond's got to go. Got to go. And if Derek White is available, oh, man, please, 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 please.
So you're going to outsourcing. Thank you, Casey. I don't know what he said. He said pay people in Asia is what he said. I don't think you can pay people here. We're trying to create jobs here in America is what we're trying to do. So let's keep it American, please. But what are we doing here? Draymond Green for Derek White?
I don't think a lot of Warrior fans would do that. They're like, okay, now who's going to guard? Who's going to guard?
It's an interesting enough
Like,
player
underneath.
where I have to think about it, though. It's like he's not the player.
I would do it. I don't think Warrior fans would do it.
I think where you look at him, he's like, oh, you look at the career first. It's like, Draymond Green's a better player overall. No one's saying that. Right now, who's a better player?
Why would Boston do that? You'd have to throw in picks.
They would be doing a fire sale is what they're saying and saying, we can't compete without Tatum this year. We can't win a title without Tatum this year, so we're going to take our licks.
Now, Kristaps and Derek White would be interesting.
Porzingis is an interesting name.
He's a wild card for me. I like him more now than I ever have, but I also acknowledge, boy, he comes with a lot of red flags.
He is going to be the guy that I think the Lakers are going to be interested in. I think a team like Phoenix might be interested in. I think the Warriors absolutely will be, because the size tantalizes you with the shooting. And he did win a title last year.
Yeah.
And he was a contributor on a title-winning team. Kristaps is an interesting name in all this.
Because I keep thinking about, like, if a team is going to give you a good player, they're probably going to staple a bad player or someone who's got a unfavorable contract to it. Like, no one's going to do the Warriors a favor.
Derek White's coming off, by the way, a career year. 16 points he averaged, 4.8 assists, 4.5 rebounds, 38% from beyond the arc, 6'4", two-way guard, plug and
I
play.
love him.
He can play anywhere, especially in the Warriors system.
He's what you want Pods to develop into.
Right.
Right? Like, that's in your dream scenario. Pods would make a perfect Celtic.
And if they
would love him.
And if you're trying to win now, would you rather wait for Pods for a couple of years or just get the guy right now that he's 30? When this whole thing is over in a couple of years, you can try to flip him to another contender, right? So, yeah, I'd be interested in Derek White, absolutely.
Are we having fun with this game?
I think Pajemski would be great in Boston, too.
Peyton Pritchard, you'd have to, they'd be fighting for glory.
What about Jaylen Brown?
I would be all in on Jaylen Brown, but he makes a lot of money.
Makes a lot of money, and I don't think the Celtics are going to want to part with, especially this next year. That's really them saying, screw it. We know we're done. We're done. If you get rid of Jaylen Brown, that
would get them their best haul back.
Yes. And
from
you would
their
be
perspective.
And there are teams out there that believe, because I believe, he can be the best player on a championship team.
But Joe,
I saw him as the best player last year.
He would also solve the number one need for the Warriors. A guy who can get his own bucket, who can play the two guard and defend elite on the perimeter. He is the literal what they've been searching for the last 5 years.
Now we're starting.
Size, strength, in his prime, defender, Iron Man. Like, no.
There is belief the Celtics could move on from him. That's why I brought it up.
If he was available, I would trade multiple first-rounders and move heaven and earth to go get him. Yes, I would. I think he's exactly the type of player who could play alongside Steph Curry.
I'd be shocked. Like, if all the things that happened, I would be shocked if Jaylen Brown got traded. Just because you're Jason.
Played at Berkeley.
Yeah, but what's Jason Tate? He just hurt his Achilles. That's the backup plan is why you have Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, but I think we're really searching here. But I guess the dream scenario is Boston's like, yeah, we're just gonna blow it up.
He's gonna be 29 this year. You think if you can't win a title this next year, then at that point he's gonna be 30 next year. I guess if now's the time, this is going to be his peak trade value. Like, I guess you could talk yourself into it. I'll give this. Brad Stevens knows what he's doing. Like, as far as coaches that went from an elite college coach to an elite NBA coach to an elite executive.
Yeah.
Brad Stevens
has
threaded the needle of just a great basketball mind.
He's got a little Pat Riley in him.
Yeah.
In that sense where he not necessarily personality-wise, I mean more the ability to be elite at multiple things.
Right. And I guess he said, I'd rather talk about the CBA than all that crap was the quote when people just questioned whether you can move off of Jaylen Brown or... I don't think it's going to happen. I would be shocked, but you can talk about it. It's a talking point.
What about the guy that the Warriors have been linked to for forever? What about Zion?
You know how I feel about that. I want Zion if I'm a Warriors fan. He gives me everything. He checks all the boxes.
35 games?
Yeah, but
he checks all the boxes but health.
Because New Orleans doesn't know what they're doing with their star players. Dr. Rick Celebrini, he knows what he's doing with these guys, okay? Why are you laughing?
Well, I mean, Steph just got hurt in the playoffs and Jimmy just got hurt.
He was on track to come back.
All guys get hurt. It doesn't matter about I love the trainer.
Steph was on track to come back in Game 6 if Jimmy Butler could win a freaking game, all right? It's Jimmy's fault.
Aaron Gordon played with a grade 2 hammy.
Well, that's a conversation for just if the rest factor, one game in between all these. We have sound from Aaron Gordon, by the way, talking about that. We'll get to it at some point today. Just the overall health with some of these players falling and fading and just, games.
Zion sounds better on paper and in the highlights than it does in reality. He's not a great defender either.
What are you giving up for Zion? If you let's say he's on the table.
I'll give you Kuminga and some stuff.
What if it's Kuminga and Pajemski in a first-round pick?
If it was Kuminga and Moody, I'd do it. Kuminga and Pajemski, I think I value Pajemski a little more than
Why? Didn't we just see what Brandon Pajemski was in the playoffs?
He does play a lot of minutes for this team.
I think he stinks.
Does he play a lot of good minutes?
He did this year. He was
in the playoffs.
I would say no, playoffs is a different story.
But isn't that what matters? That's what matters. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off here, Joe. We're talking about this as a playoff window for Stephen Curry.
Yeah, but to get to
that's
the playoffs,
why it matters.
His 2 months were pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good to get them into the playoffs. And on a team that's that old, and if you are swinging a deal for a hurt Zion, you better have some healthy guards.
See, I think if I get Zion, just get me into the dance at some point, which is a tall ask, as we've seen from this team. But that's what, excuse me, the Lakers. That's what the Mavericks. Get me into the dance, and I'll coast through the regular season. I'll coast, and
Zion,
I'll take my chances.
Okay, Zion. He's been in the league since 2019, 2020. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mm-hmm.
In 6 years, he's played 214 games.
Yes, it's a risk. It's a major risk. He's also a two-time NBA All-Star.
That's in 6 years. In 2 years, and again, it's different positions, different players. Pods has probably played on 160?
Yeah.
Right? Including the playoffs? It's a big difference. He played 30 games this year, Joe.
Just think about Zion Williamson on this team.
He's only 24.
Real quick. God. Just think if he had Zion against the Timberwolves. Who's stopping him?
Yeah.
No. Answer the question. Who's stopping him on the Timberwolves?
I don't know. That's actually a good question.
Rudy Gobert's not stopping Zion Williamson. Julius Randle's not stopping Zion Williamson. Right? There you go. Those guys aren't. Nas Reed, stop.
He shot 23% from 3 this year.
It's fine. I need him to dominate the paint, which I know he can do.
He's like 6'6".
He's huge.
No, I know, but he's not very big.
No, he's 280 pounds. He's 6'6". He's a man.
Yeah, he's stopping himself.
Yeah, exactly. In-N-Out Burger's stopping him. That's what's stopping him.
Stop. You guys.
What?
You'll take Zion Williamson.
He's played 61 games once, 70 games once. The other years didn't play a full season, 24 games, 29, and 30. It is a major risk.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're talking about NBA trade scenarios when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. We're just throwing out names. We had a little fun. We were doing let's make a trade, kind of let's make a deal, Price is Right, whatever you want to do. And, I think the name that's most interesting throughout all this, we're talking Zion. I think that's more pie in the sky. I don't think they're trading him. I think Jaylen Brown's pie in the sky stuff. I think Derek White's legitimately an interesting name. That is a name
totally agree.
That is fascinating.
And I think he can help them win now.
They could have absolutely used a Derek.
Hell yeah.
You're begging for anyone else to have a game.
I think he could be the starter alongside Steph Curry that we've been looking for as well.
Yes. That is an absolutely, like you're talking about the DeAnthony Meltons of the world. Give me a guy that's going to be healthy and a guy I can count on more. It's Derek White. 6'4". He's not 6'6", not 6'7", but he plays such tenacious defense that you need in the playoffs. You could have used an extra guy. Like we were talking about Brandon Pajemski being food on defense. He just is. Derek White could have been a guy I threw on Anthony Edwards. Okay. Make him work a little harder.
He holds his own. He was a guy on the Olympic team with them this summer. Yep. I wonder what the relationships are like with some of the players.
It's a great call right there.
I don't know.
Steve Kerr coached him.
I know. I just remember him from the doc, and Kerr loved him.
Yes.
From the, Court of Gold?
Court of Gold doc on Netflix. Yeah. Absolutely. That's baked into the equation there.
Yeah, I mean, Kuminga in Boston would be, wow.
Yeah, it'd be a thing. It would absolutely be. We're all thinking it. We're all just like, yeah, it's Boston, dude. Like,
I think Memphis is a great fit for JK. With Ja, I actually like that fit for him. What? Why are you rolling your eyes?
It's going to has one or two things are going to happen. It could be really fun and watching it on League Pass, or it's going to be like a jaw grenade, combustible. That's what it's going to be.
I like him in New Orleans too.
I don't know what Jonathan Kuminga is. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what he is at all. He's a guy.
I think he's going to score 20 a game next year for whatever team.
And are they going to be good?
No, they probably won't.
I think it's going to be more Jordan Poole, if anything. How Jordan Poole is in Washington, that's what Jonathan Kuminga is going to be elsewhere. Puts up a lot of points. It's just not going to translate to a lot of wins. I don't know who he is.
There's a lot of cities in the league where you can say that about a lot of players.
It's not Cam
Brooklyn.
Thomas. Stop.
Brooklyn, Chicago, Washington, New Orleans. I mean, these are also Rams.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, is it? I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say about Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know who the player is. I don't think the Warriors know who he is. I don't think they know.
No,
I don't think the fans that really cape up for him know who he is.
What about Kawhi? You think Kawhi's available?
They just had the healthiest season.
Because I can see the
real quick on
the
Kawhi
Clippers
Leonard.
like reaching on Kuminga.
You just caught lightning in a bottle with Kawhi Leonard for the first time. Kawhi's healthy. James Harden was healthy. Norman Powell was healthy. Ivica Zubac was healthy. And they couldn't get out of the first round. They couldn't get out of it.
Hate to see it.
Like that. I don't know. Like he's
actually, I loved it.
You did, right? You felt like you were all validated. Like what the hell were you doing? Yep. And it is what it is with Kawhi at this point. Great player, but a diminished player and a guy that's not going to be able. He can't be the best player on a championship team anymore. But do the Warriors need that from a Kawhi Leonard? No, they don't. But they were sniffing around Paul George last year when they should have been sniffing around Kawhi Leonard. That's the guy they should have been interested in. But I don't think Kawhi has any interest leaving in Los Angeles. I think he likes it there.
Yeah, and I don't think he's the defender that he was.
No.
That they're going to need. That's like mandatory on a nightly basis.
I kind of feel like I got like Jimmy Butler as my Kawhi Leonard. It kind of feels redundant at this point. Kawhi's a better shooter.
That's actually
Kawhi's a better shooter than Jimmy from beyond the arc, but it feels kind of redundant having both of those guys.
And Jimmy's probably a healthier version.
Yeah.
More reliable.
Yeah, which is saying something, right? And just speaks to Kawhi. Yeah. Dave is an SF. He has a Jonathan Kuminga trade offer to put on the table. Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. It's not a sexy trade, but it makes sense. I think you could trade Kuminga for Daniel Gafford and Max Christie. Get a wing, and then you get a bigger person in the middle. And I think Daniel Gafford, he only has 20 minutes, and he's averaging 12 and 8. I mean, give him 30 minutes, and he shows a lot of promise, and you get younger up front, too. So I think that's a good trade.
I would love that trade. The question that I have is, I think that Dallas would want more defense, not scoring, with the team that they're putting together.
And Max Christie, he is a young, up-and-coming player. I'm very high on him.
I know, you love him.
And he's got size. He can shoot the three ball, and he's a willing defender.
Yeah.
He's young. He's super young.
I would love that
Michigan
trade.
State guy.
I would love that trade. But I, again, from the Mavericks perspective, I don't know if JK's a fit.
Yeah. Now
if you're going to play Clay and you're going to have Anthony Davis.
They're getting Cooper Flag, too. He's going to have the ball in his hands
That's
a
what
lot.
I'm saying. So they need shooters.
Yes.
Just pure shooters.
Yes. And that's not what JK is going to bring to the table.
I don't like that fit for JK either.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of that's going to be, again, another pressure-filled situation. There's going to be a lot of expectations now coming from Dallas.
There's not a lot of shots.
No, there's not. Max Christie, that's an interesting one for me. Now, it's not like for like. I'm not trading, Jonathan Kuminga for Max Christie, but that's a player that I think if I'm Dallas, I'm kind of coveting now because he's super young, 22.
I agree.
I think Warriors fans forget, in those Lakers matchups, Max Christie was balling out. He was clutch late. He was clutch late for them.
Yes.
And he was good defense on Steph at times. Now you can only contain Stephen Curry. There's no Steph stoppers, but they were throwing him and he's a bigger body. So I'm not mad. All answers. There's no wrong answers, if you will, when it comes to these trade scenarios. 888-957-9570.
No, it's just, I love this time of the year, Joe, because you get the graphics, right? The photoshopping of player X in Warriors jerseys. And I do love the transactions. I admit it. I'm guilty.
Are you all in on trading Kuminga?
I mean, it feels like they are all in on it. So I have no other.
Anthony Slater joined us last week and he says he would not be shocked if he's a Warrior starting game one.
Shocked.
Really?
If he was still a Warrior, yes.
Why?
It's pretty obvious. I mean, coach, players, I don't know what. They don't like him. And I mean,
did you see Joe Lacob and Jonathan Kuminga sitting courtside at the Valkyries game?
Joe Lacob liked James Wiseman.
He liked Draymond Green. Draymond Green drove to his house to get a contract done. And Jonathan Kuminga comes to Joe and says, Joe, I want to stay at Golden State Warriors.
So explain to people what you just said.
Okay, so Joe Lacob, as he's done in the last couple of years, he's joined, whether it was you or Bonte, a couple times in the morning, owner of the Valkyries and the Golden State Warriors, and does kind of a little State of the Union. And he went into the conversations that took place when Draymond Green was up for a contract with the Warriors. And Draymond Green, apparently, according to Joe, he didn't say that to anyone else. He's told you and Bonte, right there in that chair that you're in right there, Joe, that Draymond drove to his house to try to get these contract negotiations done. Drove to went above Bob Myers, went above all the brass, Mike Dunleavy, assistant, everyone else. Went above everyone's head and went straight to the owner. What if JK is like really tight and says, Joe, I love where I'm at. I love this place. Now, I do think JK.
Do you think JK wants to be here?
No, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I probably don't want to be here, but I don't know what's in his mind. I don't know. He started his career here.
I have a hard. I mean, when you get that many DNPs at the most important time of the year, I think it's a pretty big indicator. And then in the final game, for them to not start you when you were dominating and they only play, what do you play, like 25 minutes, 30 minutes in that final game? It was like, dude, the writing's on the wall.
Here's another trading Jonathan Kuminga take from Tyler in Pleasanton. Wants to join the conversation. Tyler, good morning. What's your JK trade?
Good morning, fellas. Well, I had a couple of options I was kicking around, but the one I just was talking about here was a player that I've liked for the Warriors for several years now. He's had some talk about him, and he may not be available. That's, a question for another time, but somebody that I think kind of matches up with the salary and everything else would be somebody like Pascal Siakam. And, if they win this next round of the playoffs, I don't think he's going to be a guy that they're looking to move for anything. But if you're looking for somebody who can do a lot of the same positive things that JK does, but also has some extra, he's a better passer. He moves without the ball a bit better, things like that. I think he could be a really good fit for the squad that we've got right now. I think that inability of JK to be a passer out of the post when he's controlling the ball is kind of a limitation that's going to make it kind of hard for the Warriors to move him, honestly.
Tyler, it's an interesting thought. I'm just going to say this right now. The Warriors had an opportunity to try to trade for him last year, according to reports, and Pascal Siakam was not interested in re-signing with the Warriors.
And apparently originally the Raptors didn't want Kuminga.
Exactly.
I think there's a misnomer that the Warriors could have, should have been able to trade Kuminga to the Raptors.
And this was when Pascal was obviously a Raptor, now an Indiana Pacer, and he ended up getting traded to the Pacers. So.
I mean, from the people that I trust, that I've heard from multiple sources, it sounded like that's not true. They didn't want Kuminga.
And I do think it's true that Pascal didn't want to stay here, re-sign here. But again, that was according to reports from, Jimmy Butler, and he did that immediately. So you never really know. But I do think the fact that the Pacers, back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals, if they get to an NBA Finals here, I have a hard time seeing it, but maybe they lose to the Knicks, and maybe they have to look at other things. It's obvious that Tyrese Halliburton's the guy there.
Yeah.
He is the dude. He went from overrated to now he's so overhated that he's now underrated. It's funny how that works.
He did something that actually I want to get into.
What?
Regarding a fan.
Oh.
He did something to an individual that got, I would say abused is probably the wrong word, but there was a fan walking around in New York wearing his jersey, and the fans in New York did something that I just think I don't understand. I just don't, for the life of me, I can't get, and I would like to get into it. And I thought Halliburton came through like a really, not a hero, but he came off as a good dude.
Okay, let's get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We'll still take some of your trade ideas. Let's make a trade for the Golden State Warriors. The season's not over yet, though. As you've mentioned, we got Minnesota, we've got Oklahoma City tonight, game 1. We'll get our thoughts on that on the other side. Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should be a lot of fun. And then the Eastern Conference starts tomorrow as well. Plus, NFL rule changes, Joe, might be going into effect either today or tomorrow. There's some votes happening around the league in regards to the tush push when it comes to seeding in the playoffs, all that and more with Spadoni and Chassis is going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. called earlier. He was upset that you were taking potentially Fred Warner over Patrick Willis. He was not letting you have that, Joe. You're vibing right now to this.
I mean, this Max Red Beach hits so hard.
It's all time. He has so many. The Bay Area, when it comes to the rap scene and beats in general, I've taken it over LA, taking it over New York, taking it over Atlanta. Nothing comes close to Bay Area beats. It's nothing. In the history of ever.
In the history of ever. I love that.
Oh, yeah. You want to go Mozart? You want to go Beethoven? Come on.
I'm getting the PG&E power outage, text message. You guys ever get those?
Oh, no. They're doing that in my apartment building today. I already got that. So they're doing that. Plus, then you get Xfinity is also out because so I just keep getting notification. Great. All the stuff's out. I'm not there. So there you go. Right? Yeah. I'm not there. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We got one more segment before handing it off to I think Goo's back today. Steiny and Goo. Maybe not. I don't know. But we were talking NBA trade machine. Not a trade machine, but let's make a trade. We were doing our little fun thing. It was good. There's some interesting nuggets that we're gonna keep in our back pocket going forward. I do think the Derek White thing is interesting. That's a name that I think is realistic, and maybe the Warriors, that could be on their radar going forward here. But there is still basketball being played, Joe. And we got the Western Conference Finals starting tonight in Oklahoma City. It's going to be T-Wolves. It's going to be Thunder. You going to be locked into that, by the way? You going to be watching that game?
I am. I'm intrigued to just watch this. I personally, with zero, hatred or fandom for any of these teams, I think this is a refreshing foursome.
It is. Now, the cynic in all of us will go,
well, if it's Indiana, OKC, that's
going to be tough.
No, let's just call it what it is. That's kind of boring. Like, it is. Now, OKC's a fun team, sure, but they just don't do it for me.
What we really want is Ant-Man in New York, is what most people, I think, would agree is that's the matchup that everyone wants in the finals. But this is why we play the games, right? Minnesota, Oklahoma City tonight. Can't wait for that. And then on the flip side, in the Eastern Conference, that starts tomorrow in New York, Pacers, Knicks. Now, for those of you who don't know, and if those of you on social media, you probably know, there's this whole thing with the Knicks fans that's happened the last few years. Maybe it's been around forever. I'm just now seeing it. The Bing Bong thing. They go nuts after Knicks Holmes wins. They go insane outside of Madison Square Garden, Times Square, wherever. They're going crazy in New York. My geography, my knowledge is not great when it comes to all the boroughs, Brooklyn, Bronx, whatever. But the entire city, Richie and Queens called earlier, the entire city gravitates towards the New York Knicks. No, it's not the Brooklyn Nets. When the Knicks are winning, it's a Knicks town, they say. And they are vibing at an all-time high right now. And the fans are going nuts, which in big markets, that tends to happen. But with this team in particular that hasn't won a title in 50-plus years, it's like on steroids. They're going insane. So much so that a Pacers fan just walking around the streets of New York City the other night, was wearing Tyrese Halliburton jersey, just chilling. And I guess his name is Hans Perez. That's the fan's name, Hans Perez. And he was just walking around New York City, and he was getting pelted. And I mean pelted by a bunch of Knicks fans, knuckleheads, whatever the hell you want to call them.
Throwing garbage at him?
Heckled, throwing a garbage bags filled with recycling on the guy. He's trying to laugh it off, and then he's like, all right, dude, like what? He's just by himself. Like I was like concerned. It was like a mob. Like going after the guy. It was a disturbing image. Now, he didn't get hurt or anything physically, but probably his ego was bruised. He's probably a little shaken up, maybe. I don't know the guy, but it's like, what the hell are we doing? Just picking on a guy wearing there's ways to do these things and there's ways not to do them. And it was a bad look. And I credit, what took place yesterday or the other day, the Pat McAfee show. Pat McAfee I think he's on right now. Indiana guy, played for the Colts. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's an Indiana guy per se, but he loves Indiana, loves Halliburton. And they surprised Hans. They brought Hans on the show, the guy that got pelted, and they surprised him with Tyrese Halliburton. And Halliburton joined the show via video and said, hey, man, I got you tickets for the game. So was it for the Indiana game? I don't know.
But here's my problem with the whole thing. And it's not Halliburton. I loved what he did. Right. It's like people dismissing this behavior.
Game 4, he got him tickets to in Indianapolis. I was going to say, don't get him tickets for the New York game. You got him for Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
But there's this thing like how dare you wear a team's jersey of another team at a road arena or in the other area? It's one thing to give people a razzing, talk smack a little here and there. It's another to physically get in their grill, okay, in their space. It's another thing to throw stuff at them. Yeah. And that's where I draw the line on getting in someone's face, touching them, throwing things at them. And I see people already like excusing this behavior. Like, I'm sorry, it's bad behavior. I'm sorry. Like, and look, I will admit, I'll raise my hand. When I was a younger man in my teens, I did a lot of dumb things and it was bad behavior and I'm ashamed of the behavior. Okay. But I see people, Little Miss Trouble on YouTube. It's not that bad. There's just plastic cups. No, you don't throw things at people. Why? And I want to know the psyche. If you've done this before.
It's not that bad. They're throwing bags of garbage on the guy.
No, it's disgusting. And like, seriously, I will allow you to text in, to comment on YouTube, and you could be anonymous. You can call in and be anonymous. Feel free to change your voice. I legitimately want to hear from someone and explain to me how that like is a good thing or what compels you to do this. I've never come out of a Giants game or a Warrior game like, hey, let's go find a Hawks fan or a Dodger fan and I'm going to go get them. Like, what?
It's weird.
It's bizarre. Weird. No, it's one thing to be like, hey, Seahawks suck or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, after you beat the Seahawks or whatever. Normally what I do now as an adult, it's, hey, that was a great game. Or, dude, you guys got you're crushed.
Yep.
Right? I've never felt like I had to get in that person's face and talk smack to them. Now, I will acknowledge, this is every fan base. This is not just the Knicks. Candlestick, I saw some crazy things. I saw some wild fights. I saw some inebriated people doing bad things. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's acceptable fan behavior. I'm sorry. Just because someone's wearing a Dodger jersey, okay, Game 5, Giants versus the Dodgers. Dodgers won. Giants lost. I had to walk out, like, hanging my head. Did I go up to every single Dodger fan looking for trouble? No. Now, there might have been more Dodger fans than Giants fans, but that's neither here nor there. The point being is, like, and I've told you this, I went to Philly, I went to Boston. In Boston, they gave me a hard time, and even though I was like, oh my God, something might happen, thankfully nothing did happen. Right. I didn't get hurt. Like, you know, no one hit me, no one did anything, which now in retrospect, having gone through the Philly thing, bro, they were throwing things at us. And that's where I draw the line. Getting in your face physically to the point where you feel like you have to push someone back, that's drawing the line. Like, I'm not even bringing up the kid aspect. Now I bring my kid to games. I don't need this.
No.
Like this, I don't know, man. To me, as I get older, this is the most disgusting part of fandom. This right here. Seeing people, a mob pick on a couple of people, or in this case, one person. I saw a guy from Washington. It was the Washington versus the Eagles, and the Eagle and a couple of bad apples made the guy like rip his jersey off. They like took it off the guy's body.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Don't you have? Look, I get it. We're liquored up, and that's not an excuse for bad behavior. This is why I don't drink. This is why I don't go to games and get inebriated, because I'm sick and tired of seeing people justify bad behavior that we should be ashamed of.
And there's different levels to it, right? Like I remember as we're talking New York, right? The Yankees fan literally just taking Mookie Betts' like glove from him, trying to take the ball.
That's not appropriate.
What are we doing?
No, like I
that guy was celebrated in New York too. Like bars like paying for his drinks. It's like, what are we doing?
And then he
people?
got banned. Yeah, and he got
he
banned.
should.
And just because you've seen worse things doesn't make it right. I just want to know, like, what is going through your head? Like, hey, let's pick on this guy or this gal or whatever. Like, I've seen it, like, especially like with women. They're coming out of a stadium. All right, it's already a pretty
male dominated.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a very sketch environment coming out of a football game when everyone's been drinking since like 9 a.m. And like you get like a guy with his girlfriend or his wife or whatever, and they're coming out of the arena. I'm very protective of Michelle as we're leaving these things. I'm like, hold my hand, like we're knifing through. And I'm a Niner fan going through Niner fans because I just don't know what people are going to do.
No.
And it scares me at times where I get anxious and nervous. Now, thankfully, we've never had anything happen. But like if you go on a road arena, you should feel safe to be able to go to the game. That doesn't mean people can't talk smack. But I draw the line at like getting in their face, touching them, throwing things at them. Come on, man.
Well, what's annoying for me is the guy was he wasn't even in the arena. He was walking in the streets of New York City just wearing a jersey. Are you serious? Like, so if I'm wearing just the Pacers jersey or if I'm a Minnesota Timberwolves fan next round, wearing Anthony Edwards, I'm just an Anthony Edwards fan. I'm just going to get trash thrown on me. It's like, what are we doing? It's not a good look for the city.
No, and it's always a handful of people that make a whole fan base look bad.
And I
do think like Philly. I brought
yes.
I've got I got a beef with some of the Philly fans. Some, not all of them.
Not all of them.
I don't think that every single person from Philly is an awful human being.
No,
I just think that they have a crazy fan base, and they've enabled certain behaviors that I think are crossing the line.
John in San Rafael wants to talk about this fan talk. 888-957-9572.
I don't understand why you should have to defend yourself physically when you go to a game.
I do think, and I'll get to you in a second, John. I do think, there is certain etiquette when you are an opposing fan.
Yeah, don't go looking for trouble.
Don't go looking for trouble is one of them.
I agree.
If I'm in an opposing fan and I'm wearing a jersey or a shirt with that, I clap.
Just be cognizant of your surroundings.
Exactly. I cheer, I clap.
Yes.
I'm not getting in other people's faces.
Yeah.
And when I'm in an opposing place, I do that. Even when I'm at home, I don't get into if I'm sitting next to I don't know, an Angels fan wearing a Mike Trout jersey. Yeah, in your face.
That's what I'm saying.
What?
Like for example, we played the New York Jets on opening weekend, the Niners, the opening, and I will never forget. There was all these guys. The guy had an ayahuasca jersey. It was number 8. Good. But they were so over the top. Every time anything happened with the Jets, he'd turn around to everyone. Yeah, in your face. I'm like, dude, that's a 65-year-old lady. Leave her alone. What are you doing? And I said, hey, bro, sit down, relax.
Dude.
Come on, dude.
I'm laughing at the absurdity of it all.
Relax, dude.
Yeah.
And that's where you're crossing the line as an opposing fan going into an arena.
John, San Rafael. What's up, John? How you doing this morning, man?
Hey, I'd like to just say 2 things real quick. The first one is, let's talk about the other side of it. If you guys recall when the Giants and the Kansas City Royals were in the World Series, if you paid attention to the stories that came out of Kansas City about the way Giants fans were treated, they were unendingly amazed at how polite and helpful Kansas City fans were. And it was such a good feeling that when I wanted the Giants to win the World Series, but when Kansas City made it back a couple years later, I rooted hard for them because they have a great fan base.
That's a good point.
They had a great fan base. And here's the second thing I would say. Everything you're talking about could be handled if any of the sports leagues wanted to handle it, because today we have the technology. All that you have to do is say that this behavior is no longer going to be tolerated. You're going to be evicted. Your picture is going to be taken. You're going to be put in a database, and we're going to use AI facial recognition at the entrance to all stadiums, arenas, and ballparks, all 3 major sports combined. Add in soccer, because soccer fans in Europe are notoriously over the top, and just put that facial recognition into place, and guess what? It would stop in less than a season.
I'm with you. I agree with you.
That is a thing now, John, to your point. People are making themselves as asses out there, and you're caught in 4K, dude. You know where you work now.
And you should be.
All it takes is one disgruntled person that works with you or doesn't like you. Say, oh yeah, I know that guy. He's a piece of crap. Here's his name. This is where he works. Oh, night. Your career's over. You're done. Remember, who was that fan? It was a Philly fan last year, right? Talking smack to the female in the stands. He was talking. You guys know what I'm talking about. The Eagles. I think he was an Eagles fan. He got fired from his job. Got fired from his job.
That guy was so out of line.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, got fired and got banned from Lincoln Financial Field.
I guess, and his point is a good one. So, I remember when the Niners played the Rams, and we went down to SoFi, and there were tons of Niner fans. I met some super cool Ram fans. Super cool Ram fans. And I'm like, dude, I got really no negativity toward the Rams. And they've been rivals with the Niners forever. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure a lot of those same Ram fans are also Dodger fans, right? And there's a lot of great people. I actually know a lot of Dodger fans because I've met a lot of people that have moved up here.
California.
Exactly, right? And I don't hate all Dodger fans. You know when I see a Dodger hat, you know what I say? Oh, the Dodgers?
Right.
I'll say a joke.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Dodgers suck.
There's a friendly banter there.
Exactly.
That just because you're it's a love-hate thing, because you love the rivalry so much that you're just going to be ribbing on each other constantly. But there's a love aspect to it. It's almost like you and your brother going at it and like ribbing on each other. That's what it is with the Giants and Dodgers rivalry. That's what you do.
But I'm also not going to pick on kids, right?
That's
I see people do stuff like this, and I'm also going to it's going to be in a teasing way. That's kind of fun. I think people cross the line and it becomes very, very charged up, as we like to say. And it's dude, we're out here at a game, dude. Relax.
But people go to games with different intentions.
Well, and some fan bases wear it as a badge of honor that they are going to harass others. And I see, again, the Giants are not out of this. I've seen some Giants fans, some San Francisco Giants fans, do dumb things. I've seen Niner fans do a lot of dumb things. And I'm like, nah, dude, don't represent us like that.
Yeah.
So this is not exclusive to other fan bases. And it doesn't happen here. It absolutely happens here. I'm saying it's completely unacceptable. And we need to just be better to each other.
Ryan Moraga wants to join the conversation. Ryan, good morning. You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hi, how's it going, you guys?
It's going.
What's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on this?
Hey, so, couple things. Just want to say I love the show. Both you guys. Awesome. I went to the 2015 parade. That was Lake Merritt for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Okay. Wanted to kind of bring up a story that was relatable to what's going on. So somebody decided to bring a Kyrie Irving jersey and wear it. And I went with a lady friend before I was married, just to clarify. She said, "Do you want to go?" I was like, "Sure, let's go." And we went. It was a good time. And this guy decided to really be rambunctious, to say the least. I can't say we replicated the Knicks fans, but there was a line drawn in the sand where this guy was kind of, not just walking down the street, like he was really adamant about, Cleveland and all that. But it just reminded me of, when we first won it and Lake Merritt, back at Oregon and stuff. So I wanted to chime in on that and just share the story. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing about just this guy minding his business and wearing a jersey, I can't say much about Knicks fans, but I just wanted to share the story. Thanks, you guys. Love the show.
Thanks, Brian.
it.
No, and again, the entire fan base is not like this. Just like it bothered me because when they were in Oakland, the Raiders fans got a certain, labeled a stigma. Thank you. They were viewed a certain way and they would use the term. And why they use the term? Because there's a very colorful fan base, whether it's Latino, black, Asian, white, everyone. But there's a ghetto a lot, and that bothered me. I was like,
that's how Niner fans were described during the Candlestick era as well.
I don't like that term.
Yeah.
Because not only it paints a certain way, it does feel like there's a race element
I would
involved
agree.
in there a lot. And if you've ever been to an Oakland Coliseum or Raiders tailgate, they'll rib you, make fun of you. Oh, you better not wear that jersey in there.
That's different from what we saw in the video.
Correct. Like there's level. Now there are some, again, knuckleheads like you saw there in every single fan base.
Absolutely.
That's going to take it way too far. But a majority, if you're wearing your Patrick Willis jersey, you're with me or whatever, someone there. Hey, Niners fan, come get some of this carne asada. They're like, that's what it is. Like that's again, that's the totality of, I think, from most fan bases. Hell, it could be from a small fan base. Like there's the Jacksonville Jaguars. I've never even met a Jaguars fan in my life. They have knucklehead fans.
Every fan base does.
When you got liquor, when you got every access to all this crap that you have, there's going to be knuckleheads. And again, as I've said, there are people that go to games with the intention to not even care about the game. They want to start trouble. And that's just people in life. They do that whether it's a concert, they do that whether it's a game, whether you're going out to the club, whether you're going out to a bar. There's just some people that look for trouble, unfortunately, and that's what the situation was. And if you're just joining us and why we're talking about this, a Pacers fan was pelted by bags of garbage and heckled for wearing a Tyrese Halliburton jersey on the streets of New York the other night. His name is Hans Perez, and Tyrese Halliburton actually joined him on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and rewarded him with the Game 4 tickets in Indianapolis for the Eastern Conference Finals. So that was cool. So it does have a happy ending there, but just sucks that we have to talk about it right now.
Brian Stowe is probably the most extreme example in this region of something like that happening, but he's not the only one. I mean, there's countless of those, and it's sad that he had to become a cautionary tale. And who knows, again, I'm not trying to say that I know anything more than anything. Who knows what led up to that entire sequence? And I don't know what led up to this guy walking in the Pacers uniform, but when I see a mob of people going after one person, I do always oh boy.
Can I ask you though, and this is just me honestly asking, do you think that there's any part of this that he was provoking a crowd of people? You're in a Pacers jersey. They weren't playing the Pacers, right? You see that there's clearly a Knicks mob in front of you. What are you doing there? I'm on no side.
Let me give you, so it was the finals and I was in Boston.
He's allowed to wear a Pacers jersey.
No, but here's the thing. It was the finals, it was Boston. Now around the Boston Garden, there are blocked off streets where people are coming out of bars and whatnot. And going into the game, they have marching band and they got the bagpipes and everything. And I'm just walking by myself on the street and I'm the only one. There were not a lot of Warrior fans at the finals. And a lot of them were afraid to wear their Warrior gear. I wore a yellow San Francisco jersey. Okay. The Wilt Chamberlain throwback that I'll wear from time to time. And let me ask you, just walking into the arena, okay, did you think I was asking for attention? Or was I just wearing my team's colors?
No, but they also are playing the Warriors. My point is they weren't playing the Pacers.
That's true. I hadn't considered that aspect.
It's New York City. It could have been anyone on the street for all I care.
I get what you're saying, Spadoni, but there's another element of this, which is like if you're looking for trouble, you're going to find trouble.
Yeah, great. Doesn't mean you go for a mob and throw sorry. I see a Shohei Ohtani jersey down the street in San Francisco. We're not throwing garbage.
Yeah, but I also wouldn't wear the Shohei Ohtani jersey if we were going to, I guess your point is actually a really good one because they weren't playing.
No, because it puts the onus on the person wearing a jersey, and everyone has a right to wear a jersey.
Two things can be true, though, right?
I disagree.
No, I'm saying
because you're taking the onus off the people that are being knuckleheads and being an adult. If you're triggered by a jersey, whether you're playing them or not, something's wrong with you, and you need therapy. That's what I'm just saying right now. If you're triggered by a jersey,
and it's one thing for all of them to start booing him, you know what I mean? Okay, and all of them could have started booing him, which I think would have been fair game. You could say, "Oh, you guys are going to get crushed," or gosh knows what else, and I'm sure they're going to swear, whatever. Like I'm not some pearl clutcher, but that being said, like throwing a bag of garbage at him, I don't care if it's a bunch of cans that are plastic. What are we doing? And then the way they all swarmed over him, I was like, "Oh boy." Like we're lucky it didn't get worse.
Correct. That's
all
what I was
thinking. All it takes
thinking.
is one, like, hey, back off me, and then bang, 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 bang.
Yep.
Right.
Steve is in San Francisco. That's a great. I appreciate
your perspective.
Appreciate the
on
perspective.
that.
I'm not trying to dump on you, Carter. I just don't like when we take the onus off the knuckleheads and say, "Oh, it's actually this guy," because he's trying to
point is a good one. When I walked in by myself into the Boston Garden, I was like, "Don't do anything to trigger anyone. Keep your head forward. Don't say anything. Don't be obnoxious. You're by yourself.
Yep.
Don't be an idiot. Like, you're small." You know what I mean? Like, but also, were people giving it to me? Yeah, and I was like, "Hey, good luck tonight." Like, you know what I mean? Like, literally, I just kept it, and I kept it moving. I just kept going forward.
Right.
And the key to all this is like, don't jump out of your zone of going into the game. Just go into the game. The anxiety, though, and I'll freely admit, I was like, the heart was thumping. After the game, I was way more worried. We won, and I didn't want to trigger anyone. I didn't say anything to anyone. I was getting out of there.
Steve in San Francisco, I think, is on to Carter's way of thinking. I want to get his perspective as well. Steve in San Francisco, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Yeah, 100%. I grew up in Jersey. I lived in San Francisco the past 11 years. You know that's what it is. And, I don't know why we're looking at him as the victim instead of that he was looking for trouble. He wanted to provoke and instigate and get a reaction.
How do you know that? Real quick, Steve, how do you know that?
Well, because you're wading through a celebration of rabid Knicks fans.
He was walking the streets of San Francisco.
It's not like this was, they weren't playing the Pacers, and this is like, oh, hey, look, I'm going to go and kind of taunt them and get a reaction out of it. Now, again, if they're playing the game, but they're not even playing the Pacers, and you're just going to wade through the streets of the Knicks. It's kind of throwing it in their face. It's not like, oh, I didn't know. Why are they throwing garbage at me?
Why are you triggered by a Pacers jersey when you haven't even played the Pacers yet? That's what I want to know.
Well, he is walking. Look, I'm a big believer in environments.
They're playing the Celtics.
Can you meet me here, though? If he was cognizant enough to know what he was doing, you are putting yourself in a very vulnerable environment.
Sure.
It's like getting into the car with the group of friends that you shouldn't get into. This is vulnerable.
Again, we're taking the onus off the knuckleheads here.
I'm not exonerating behavior. I'm saying...
But that's what Steve in San Francisco, oh, he knew it. He was asking for it.
Two things can be true.
Both can be true.
When we start saying he or she was asking for it, that's when it's like, what are we doing?
If I'm a Cowboy fan,
stop.
And the Niners
win, adults.
Just hear me out. The Niners win the divisional game to face the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, and I'm in the Mission, I'm probably not going to come out and walk through a bunch of dudes partying on 24th and Mission rocking a Cowboy jersey. I think that would be pretty foolish. So his point is actually a good one because I keep going off of coming out of a game, and this had nothing to do with the Pacers playing.
This has nothing to do with exactly. So why do Knicks fans care? You just advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals.
But is it good judgment?
They're playing at the Pacers and Knicks haven't meant anything in 40 years. Why are you triggered by a Tyrese Halliburton jersey?
Geneva and Mission or 24th and Mission after a big Niner win to play the Cowboys coming up. That would probably be pretty foolish, would it not? I'm not saying that what people are doing to them is right. I'm
New York City has 1 billion people. The chances that someone's wearing a Sacramento Kings jersey is sky high. It's like,
yeah, but you also have to be realistic, right? Like you're going to tell your children, like, hey, look, there are certain areas and certain bus lines. You need to be more aware. You need to be smarter than that, right? Like I don't treat 3rd Street the same way as I treat West Portal. Like when I'm parking my car. Sure. So it would be the same thing on like what I'm wearing and stuff like that. I knew forever on Eddy Street, I better not wear a red sweatshirt for the longest time. I knew that growing up.
It sounds like we're touching on gang stuff now.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying there's I think we can meet in the middle on some of this stuff.
This is why it's sports, is what I'm saying. This shouldn't be like what it's turned into, angry mobs, which unfortunately, that's the bad side of sports, is that's what it exposes. And I think someone brought up.
It's sad that we even have to have these conversations.
Oh, it's like, for as much as we want to like dog like the fan experience and how like hostile it is in America, go to soccer games down in South America, go to the English Premier League, go to La Liga. They have to separate fans from two ends of the stadium. You can't, they have lines of securities down the stairs, keeping fans separated. That's how crazy it is elsewhere. So as much as we want to say it's bad over here, it could be a lot worse. I
just don't understand the psyche of like picking, I don't know. It's bizarre to me.
Salvador is in Oakland, wants to talk about a bad fan experience. Salvador, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to chime in. Back in 2020, I watched the Niners Super Bowl at a local East Bay restaurant, bar and grill. And, as the Niners were losing, had my head down. I went to use the bathroom. I was ready to leave, without making any contact with anyone. A bunch of Raider fans come in, heckling Niner fans, laughing at them. I'm taking the number one, and someone patted me really hard on the back.
Yeah, that's
said,
not
hey,
cool.
You're good at next year, like mocking me, right? I kind of let it go. I took a deep breath, but as soon as I go outside, I see the same guy again, pointing at me, laughing at me, and he's talking to a mutual friend. I had no idea that he knew the other guy I was talking to. Then he starts calling me names, and I started thinking about the situation, that happened in the bathroom, and then, my team losing. And instead of walking away, I engaged in an argument, and there was pushes, and yeah, I threw a punch. But, had that happened today, I probably wouldn't have done it. But, hey, I was younger 6 years ago. But, yeah, that was my experience.
Yeah, I mean, look, I draw the line at people touching you. I don't like when people touch you, get in your face. Like, there's a zone. And I think, it's, what did the Supreme Justice says? It's porno. I can't describe it, but I know it when I see it.
Sure.
And that's like an altercation when I know when you've drawn the line. It's hard for me to describe it.
So the fans was named Hans Perez, and I guess our guy Matt Nahigan spoke to him yesterday. Apparently they're boys. I don't know. I'm kidding, Matt, but this was a big story. So Matt Nahigan, who does, was it around the corner, from the corner office? There you go. That's what he does. He spoke to him yesterday though, and he is from New York. So he's from New York. He is a Pacers fan, and he's a New York firefighter. He did not get hurt because he found a bunch of cops as people were following him.
I know that move.
So he was cognizant.
In Philly, I was like, where are the police?
Exactly, right.
Where are they? Please give me an escort.
Okay, so, hey, shout out New York's finest, and a firefighter there as well to boot. You got to be, you threw garbage on a firefighter.
But when you are using the restroom as a man or a woman,
that was out of line.
That happened to Bonte, and I don't remember if the guy touched him per se, but he definitely was, as his back's turned. You're vulnerable. I that is beyond me. In the bathroom, all the crazy stuff that I saw at Candlestick, that was the most dangerous part. When you're on the road and you have to go to the restroom, that is by far the most dangerous part of a lot of these experiences. Because, dude, all it takes is one punch, one push from behind, you slip on the wet ground, you knock yourself out on a porcelain sink or something, you're done.
Yeah, scary scenario.
It is scary.
Joe in San Jose says he has a crazy fan experience from the Coliseum. Joe, you're on with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? I went to the Raider game, Raiders-Chargers, right? This guy rolls in. It was a super clean Charger. He's driving, he parks it, whatever. Everything's good. We come back after the game. That bad boy's flipped over and practically destroys. And I'm like, oh, this dude's going to die. And so that's that. Now,
wait, real quick, Joe. There was a Chargers fan driving a Charger?
Yeah, it was. Oh, man, you could eat dinner off the hood.
Okay, no, I was just trying. I wanted to make sure we were all in the same boat here. Continue.
Yeah. And so now the basis is two things. As a fan, you got to know what Terror Dome you're walking into. That's number one. And number two is if you're going to jaw jack, you don't know who you're jaw jacking with. You don't know who you're talking to. That guy might not have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And if your team is you know, it's like the 90s. I'm a Cowboy fan. So in the 90s, I'd walk in any bar. What are you going to say? You know? But now, I sit in the corner and just watch these bums.
No, but your point is well taken.
Yeah.
I think people that go out looking to provoke will get provoked.
Exactly.
I agree.
As we've talked about, there's some people that don't even go to watch the games. They're trying to look for trouble.
And that's the worst environment to be in.
Correct. Sushi Steve's in San Francisco.
Hey, Steve.
He has another Coliseum story. There we go. I think it's the third or fourth mention of the Coliseum. Sushi Steve, good morning.
What's up, guys? So you know, this was during this was San Diego Chargers when it was Philip Rivers and LaDainian Tomlinson and Antonio Gates. I have a friend that lives in Carlsbad, California, which is right outside of San Diego. Yeah. They're loaded. They're loaded. This family's loaded, right? So huge Charger fans. So they're like, "Hey, Steve, you're a Niner fan. Do you like the Raiders?" I'm like, "Whatever, not really." They're like, "We fly up to because they have season tickets, the away tickets too." They're like, "We fly up, to Oakland and watch our Chargers play." I'm like, "Do you want to come?" I'm like, "Sure." I've never been to a Raiders game before. So there's a private. Again, they're loaded. They have this private airport right by the Coliseum. So I remember driving there, picking this family up. And right when I picked them up, I'm like, "Dude, why are you guys wearing Raiders gear?" Like, they're the whole family. They're all decked out in Raiders gear. I'm like, I was wearing neutral shit. I'm not wearing anything. You're not just wearing regular clothes.
Can't say that, Steve. I was curious where that story was going to go, but guess we'll never know. But I think that he was saying they were wearing Raiders gear so they didn't get heckled, is what I was probably
I see heckling. I view heckling as kind of standard sports stuff.
Right.
I view getting in someone's face and
it's different,
touching them, and like that is totally different, dude.
Right.
And I think that there's a line, and you know when you cross it.
You know what we've crossed into? Fast Five. The description in the box from Sushi Steve in San Francisco is not biased at all. It said, bad fans started at the Coliseum. That's what it said there. I was like, oh, bad fans are everywhere. And they're not really
everywhere. Every fan base.
Every single fan base has them. It's just some are more outward than it than other. There's a lot more bigger sections of them that are more outward with it than others. But Miami Heat, Sacramento Kings, the Florida Panthers, whatever hockey team, the Toronto Maple Leafs, right? I remember the Vancouver Canucks fan base went insane in Vancouver. Like riots happened when they lost the Stanley Cup like 15 years ago or something to the Boston Bruins. Like, doesn't matter. Like any fan base can flip, or fans of a certain fan base can flip. It doesn't matter. So
yeah, but civil decency is a thing that I'm trying to teach my son.
No, absolutely.
And I'm sure he'll make mistakes. I've made many of my own mistakes, which I regret and I'm ashamed of, and I've tried to make up for in life. But I do believe that like civil decency still exists in large portions of this country and around the globe. It's just not enough to my liking. I would like us to be a little more civil in how we, just interact with each other.
Peace and love, man. Come on, dude. Like those City Connects tonight. Peace and love, brother. Let's go.
Those have grown on me.
Yeah, Carter. Let's go. He's in. Yeah. Let's go.
You mean those tire tracks that are on those black jerseys?
The helmets are sweet.
That's because you don't know fashion, Joe. Mr. Tech, bro. What do you got?
Yeah, my final thought of the day is I think that, yes, there can be two things true. It's awful throwing trash at someone. That is just never okay.
On a firefighter, too.
Yeah, that is just never okay. But I do think that it's pretty odd that he's walking around the streets of New York in a Pacers jersey, which is one of the biggest rivalries really in the NBA, if you think back in the history of the NBA.
Yeah, well,
they also played last year.
Reggie Miller better not be on no calls.
Yeah.
If I'm a Knicks fan, get Reggie off the call.
Well, he is. He's going to be on with Kevin
Yeah,
Harlan.
and he shouldn't be on.
There's no way he should be on.
His entire aura of who he is started with him doing the choke thing on Spike Lee.
Maybe him and Spike could do the broadcast.
9 points in 9 seconds or whatever.
They buried the hatchet there.
But if I'm an old school Knicks fan, I want Reggie no part of this thing.
Well, did you feel like that with Troy Aikman calling Niners games for a while?
Yes.
And is he grown on you?
Yeah, but I didn't want Joe Buck. Right? But I didn't want Joe Buck doing Cardinals Giants, immediately after.
And I think in hindsight, you were probably a little too hard on Joe.
No,
I think he was fine.
Go back and listen to 0-2 NLCS. He was terrible. And the Giants win the pennant, and they're going on to the World Series. Thanks, McCarver. Thanks, Buck.
He said that they sounded like that for everyone.
It was Kenny Lofton, huge hit. We're going. God, it's one of my favorite calls at Kruk and Kipe. We're going, buddy.
What do you got, Sam? Help me.
It is Wilmer Flores Appreciation Week, and even though I don't like how it happened, he did break up the no-hitter last night, so let's give a shout-out to Wilmer in the week that we are spending appreciating him. But also another final thought here. I know you guys really want more of this Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson stuff.
Oh, boy.
So over it.
No,
well, here, I got some more stuff for you here. So apparently part of the reason why Hard Knocks didn't fell through with UNC was she wanted to take full control, creative control over the whole process. So NFL was like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. But even better, according to the New York Times, Jordan Hudson has told at least one person, allegedly, that her and Belichick are indeed engaged to be married. Allegedly, this has been reported. So there's your latest on the saga of Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson.
She's doing her job.
Hey, get that bag, girl.
Her job. You like that? Just do your job, Joe. What? You have no comments on that? You just look perplexed.
My niece.
He wiped his face.
My niece Erin said it pretty succinctly. Ew.
Fair enough.
She's 21.
You know what?
We'll give her 3 years. Maybe she'll change her opinion.
Oh, God. That was Fast Five.
Slow down over there, buddy.
Real quick.
All right, I know.
Slow down over there.
Who wins the series starting tonight? Who do you got? T-Wolves? Who do we like? Thunder? Who's winning?
I want the T-Wolves to win it all.
I think Timberwolves in 6.
I want the T-Wolves to win it all, too, so then Anthony Edwards has to be the face of the league.
And I want to see Steiny come in here and be like, I'm going into the parade and I'm sitting right next to
the sweater he had, that Timberwolves sweater. That was nice. It was Nike. It was beautiful. I want one.
Finch threw him a little something.
Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home. We're on the go. Get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for you.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And that's what life's about.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, you know Goo's back when we've got some camera issues.
Now, why would you dime me out, right, man?
Well, you've been dimed out because you're already on.
Well, something says beauty on my screen on the camera, so I guess I'm looking well today. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Oh, just fantastic. Good to have you back. How was your trip?
It was short, good, and I'll say this.
Yeah.
Not to get religious on you guys.
Oh, man.
I truly am blessed because when I'm away from here, I do miss you, Evan, and the listeners. I really do. So much so I called in yesterday. I didn't think you liked that, but I had to call in. You were trolling, bro.
Liddell?
Yeah, that was Ken's concoction. I was like, who's Liddell? But anyway.
There's only one other Liddell I know.
Chuck. And we had him on the show.
No. Remember former NBA player Liddell Eccles? Played for the Wizards
before my time.
Or Bullets back in the day?
That's a little before my time. I cried over the weekend, if you want to ask. I watched in my hotel room Shooting Guards with Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah.
And that story with him and Chris.
Javaris Crittenden?
Yeah, Chris. Steiny, I shed a tear, man, a thug tear.
Why?
It was so misunderstood and his life. He went to prison. So I'll just leave it there. Check it out on Netflix, Shooting Guards.
But he was involved in gunplay, wasn't he?
Were playing, and his upbringing had him go down the wrong road, and he threw away his career. And Gilbert Arenas, this is why I cried, still checks on him. They're cool, and I think you wrote him a little check like, here's a little something.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Hashtag random. What do you mean, Goo finally here? I was on vacation. 2 days. Hey, and I got a bone to pick with Evan.
I can't wait to hear it. By the way, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do.
But what do you mean I'm trolling?
Listen, I'm from the Bay Area, born and bred, and my father passed down Cowboy fandom. I don't rub it in people's face. I can't, but I have friends and family that are Niners, Giants, and my Warriors. I'm a Warrior, right? So that's different than you waiting till your team beats our team, knocks us out, hurts Curry, and then you wear.
What do you mean hurts Curry?
They hurt. Well, he got hurt, but
he was walking.
That was a bad look for the show.
It was a good sweater.
And you were saying what?
Bad look, but nice sweater.
Poor Evan had to deal with it. Don't lump me in with your mess.
Let me tell you something. Warrior fans are
hurting. We're hurting.
Not anymore.
Oh, Snotty, it's about to hurt worse when the ball's tipped tonight.
Please.
Just say it was bad timing.
It was actually great timing. They lost Wednesday. I waited through the weekend. All right. And I had it game 3, but I was like, yeah, don't do it. Even though we know this series is over. And you know what?
You could have did it because we still had hope then.
I didn't know this was going to be the start of the show, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this.
Okay.
And I referenced it yesterday. And Warrior fans, I would advise you to take notice of this. We're going back to 1982. All right? It was the Boston Celtics versus the Philadelphia 76ers in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Okay.
Game 7.
I remember this.
At Boston Garden. The year before, the Celtics had come back from a 3-1 deficit in the Eastern Conference Finals to the Sixers and came back and won 3 straight and won it. All right? Next year, Sixers go up 3-1 again. Celtics win the next 2. Now they're playing Game 7 at Boston Garden. Okay. Everybody thinks it's going to happen again, but the Sixers won 120-106. And with 5 seconds left in the game, let's take you to the Boston Garden where they've just been beaten by the Philadelphia 76ers.
You hear the crowd is chanting to the Sixers, beat L.A.
The Philadelphia 76ers have won the Eastern Conference Championship.
I was 8 years old watching with Norm. But listen, that's because they hate it was all predicated on hate. They hate the Lakers more than Philly. That's all it's about. And we hate Minnesota now. Except you.
On the YouTube chat, somebody's saying that's pathetic. That's called class, people.
But it's bad defense. You're reaching.
What are you talking about?
Trying to make that correlation with LA. They hate LA more than they hate Philly.
Who hates the Timberwolves? Nobody.
Well, I think hey.
More than OKC.
There you go, Evan. I'll get to you later. Yeah.
The bottom line is this. Once a team eliminates you, protocol suggests you then root for that team. That's the kind of fan I always have been. No. And that means that it's a subtle tipping of the cap. It's called sportsmanship. And I'd like to.
Tim's called you out. I heard.
I'd like to invite Golden State Warriors. I'd like to invite Golden State Warriors fans to come
root for Minnesota tonight. Huh?
And you know what? Okay, forget the Cowboys.
Okay.
And forget the Pirates. Yeah. All these other teams.
How easy is that?
You are the king, and you said you were proud of when the Warriors weren't making the playoffs for 12 straight years, that then you became a Laker fan.
No, please stop. I adopted a team.
Now that the Warriors are out, I'm going to adopt the Timberwolves.
And I'm right behind you.
But only because they're out.
Well, I'm rooting for Ant.
You're welcome, Bay Area.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Ant.
Let me tell you how to fan from a non-fan. What do you think
is great.
What do you think about Brock Purdy? That's way too much money, huh?
I thought I had something provocative that I shared with you and Evan and Milan. Baby Milan goes, I don't think they like that, Daddy, because I was saying it to them. I think he earned this. He already earned his money. I think he had his best chance to win a Super Bowl is top heavy and dominant as this team was on both sides of the ball. I don't know who the Niners are now, and I'm not mad. 19% of the cap. You look at these atrocities when it comes to quarterback contracts. I'm talking about Dak and how much of the cap, you know, these quarterbacks are tied to. Brock Purdy earned this money. He saved, I believe, Kyle and John's job. With that said, I do think it's going to be the most difficult football of his career because I don't know what to make of this team, Stoney, and I know they lost a lot. Now, if they hit on every draft pick, the defense is back. The offense is back. But let's not forget Debo on a good day is gone. Ayuk is in sickbay. Shout out to Star Trek fans. And Purdy, we saw last year, I'm not blaming him, Stoney. It culminated with no playoffs. He earned that money. That's how I look at it.
He earned it last year?
Just in totality. The first year went and got him to the NFC Championship game. Well, I really believe that.
Sounds to me like if you believe that had the 49ers made the playoffs last year, he should have gotten $350 million.
Well, let's be honest and put the right on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Sure.
From what he was making to what he got right now, Stoney, I think he got $350 million. You know what I mean? Like, is this the biggest jump ever in sports?
I think it's got to be.
And I get it.
I'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who's gotten a bigger percentage raise than
But
Brock
you won't
Purdy.
fight me. You or Evan on that.
On what?
Me feeling like he's earned the money already. And there's still standards. Don't get me wrong. But, Stoney, had he not been there and been so ready, these dudes might be looking for the EDD. Unemployment.
Oh.
Kyle and John.
No, I mean, listen. We talked about it yesterday, and the fact of the matter is, whether we like it or not, there weren't a lot of options for the San Francisco 49ers. They made it clear Purdy was their man, and they ended up getting it done early enough in the offseason to make sure that they at least have some kind of stability, which they didn't have last year. My question is this to 49er fans, and I got to tell you, I came down Spadoni's road.
Oh, boy, let me tell you, Joe.
I got two questions for Niners fans. This is a team that had been in a Super Bowl window, according to many fans.
No doubt.
So how would you assess the 49ers offseason, and where are they right now? What kind of team are they? What are your expectations for them this year? They're in the NFC West, obviously, but this team has undergone a ton of changes. And I'm hearing Joe Spadoni, it's a great offseason. Really?
Oh, boy.
Really?
Spadoni.
But I want to know what 49er fans have to say first. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into a lot of stuff today. We're going to talk Western Conference Finals. We're going to talk about the Warriors offseason. There's been some news coming out that way. We've got Warren Moon,
the quarterback.
Darryl the Guru Johnson's favorite quarterback.
I won't say that today. I said it one. No, I said it one time's enough.
Well, yeah, you said it multiple times to him. It's pretty much how you introduce him. And so we'll talk to Warren Moon about Brock Purdy and the contract Brock Purdy got and where the San Francisco 49ers are. But how is the offseason, 49er fans, and where is this team right now? Do you have the same expectations you had last year? 888-957-9570. We're going to have some fun today. Memorial Day weekend, it's almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, pineapples and spam. Boys of fire.
I don't even know what to say.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got the Western Conference Finals starting tonight.
Wow.
5:30.
Face of the league up in the air. SGA or Ant. Whoever wins this series.
Why don't you like the 5:30 start?
It's too early. Like, we're from the West Coast, 7, 6:30. Let us marinate, get it, you know?
Well, it's 7:30 in OKC.
Well, how could you live there?
Goo, let me tell you something. As somebody who lived on the East Coast for half my life, one of the greatest aspects of living on the West Coast is you don't have the 10:30 p.m. start. All right? So you can watch a full slate of sports and still get a good night's sleep.
Man.
I mean, think about that, Goo. If you wanted to watch,
I'd be on the street. I wouldn't have graduated high school. I wouldn't have kept a job. Exactly. Monday Night Football would start at 9:30.
I know.
At 9.
I know. My dad used to say you can stay up till halftime.
Did you
watch the halftime highlights?
Did you still stay up for the whole game?
Nah.
They enforced it.
You didn't.
You didn't play.
Pop says something.
I got you.
Take it to the bank.
Did you get whippings? Like with a belt? We got taxed.
Not
the stuff we see.
Not a lot.
Okay, gotcha. I can tell.
People don't. Young kids today have no idea.
Well, they got an 800 number you could call if you get physical.
Yeah, you go to prison now. You beat your kid.
People can't believe that my teachers in high school junior high used to have paddles.
Oh boy,
paddles, Evan.
Man,
they'd make the kids.
That's what we're missing.
One of the wood shop projects was to make a paddle for some of the teachers.
Oh man.
So it was like a big baseball bat, but wider. And then you know what they actually did? These sick teachers, they put holes in it so that the wind wouldn't break the speed as it was meeting your backside.
Oh, man.
You guys have it easy. All right, who are the Niners? Who is this team
What
right
if I
now?
told you they're in a, to me, state of transition? Wow. I've talked about windows being open, closed. I don't know. I think this window right now for the Niners going into this season, coming off of no playoffs, 90 is not a big shocker. I think it's more on the close side, but we need to see, and I'll give them credit for this. All the needs that they had, I feel like they drafted for in this draft. But I can't tell you. I don't have a magic, a genie. I can't predict the future and tell you the guys that they drafted are going to ball and make contributions. Fred got his money, rightfully so, Kittle and Purdy. But outside of that, how are you going to replace Greenlaw, Hufanga, all the dudes that have meant something to you during this run, even Armstead, I feel like they missed him. So we'll see how they bounce back. But the best thing going for the Niners, Steiny, is their schedule.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I
talk to him.
Their Super Bowl window's closed this year.
And that doesn't mean it is. It's just how you feel, and I get it.
But this is where you got to look at things realistically. I'm talking Super Bowl, not winning the division. That's something different. So they've lost a ton of players. Do you realize how much this team is going to rely on first and second year players this year?
More than they ever have under Kyle Shanahan.
They won't have their top receiver, Brandon Ayuk, to start the season.
Man.
Their running back is a question mark. Trent Williams is a question mark. The only thing to me that they did that was a sure thing was they retained their best offensive player and their best defensive player.
Facts.
I don't know.
They're two best offensive players if you want to keep it real.
I don't know if that's enough. I don't think that's enough.
Well, it wasn't last year.
I think the 49ers organization is prepared, and I was going to say a step back, though you can't have a step back from last year.
Okay, man.
I think what we're looking at is the year before the year for them. This is where they're going to have to use a lot of young players. They're going to have to figure out who can play and who can't play. And to me, what they're doing is setting things up for next year. And That's just the way it looks to me.
Yeah, I'm not mad, and we'll be joined by the Hall of Famer Warren Moon. What time, Stoney? 1?
1 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll have him, and we can ask him his thoughts on Stoney. I love me some Jennings. I love what I've seen
as
from
a number
Pearsall.
one.
That's a question mark. So you got Kittle and you got McCaffrey in the backfield coming off, a year that he doesn't want to repeat in regard to being available. But does that scare you? And is the MVP of this offense Kyle Shanahan? And if so, and I'm going to ask, because if that's true, Stoney, is that a good thing? Because Debo's gone.
It's not a good thing.
Debo was the secret weapon for a bunch of your success. Now he's out the door. How do you replace him? How do you scare opposing defenses?
I mean, think about it. They lost Ayuk and Debo Samuel, at least for the start of next season. But let's talk to some 49er fans, see what they're thinking. Let's start out with, let's go with Josh. Josh is on 580. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man? Where do you think this team is right now?
Man, what's up, guys? Happy it's Tuesday, right? Yeah, happy Tuesday. Man, I think the team is in a very, very interesting spot because I think the last 5 years, they've won off of the great defense, right? The defense has been the stalwart of what's been keeping them in games. It's only been over the last couple of years that the offense has really kind of took over the mantle. We saw last year without the pieces, the offense wasn't that good. But the thing is, when you pay your quarterback $50 million, you're paying him because he needs to elevate that offense. I think that's why Purdy is such a conundrum, because does he elevate it? Last year could be a stumble. Quarterbacks have bad years. But is he the quarterback of 2 years ago when he was in MVP contention? Because that year, what I really saw 2 years ago, what we didn't see last year, he was extending plays. He was using his feet. He was being mobile, and those are the elite of elite guys, the guys that make the plays when there isn't a play to be made. I didn't see a lot of that from Purdy last year, but I saw it 2 years ago. So now I'm kind of like, we're in limbo. Is he the guy 2 years ago? Is he the guy from last year? Because in my opinion, all the star power now is on the offensive side of the ball. You got Nick and Fred on defense. That's it. They can only do so much. You got Kittle, you got CMC, and you got Purdy, you got Trent, all your stars on the offensive side of the ball. 17 points a game isn't going to cut it. Right. They got to be in the 24, 27, 30 points a game if they're going to win games this year. And that's what we're going to see if Purdy can extend plays, take a 3rd and 8, make it a 2nd and 8, make it a 3rd and 2, and get the first down. Can he do that on a consistent basis? I think that's where we're going to see this team really made about it, because you can't rely on the defense this year. It's got to be all offensive driven, and is Purdy the guy that can make plays when plays aren't there to be made,
Yeah.
That's how I feel about him right now.
I think
good stuff.
I think a lot of people kind of feel that same way.
Because up until last year, Stoney, he's answered all those questions, and now, to me, on paper, going into this season, do you have a problem with me saying this might be the most difficult task for Brock Purdy to continue to do what he's shown outside of last year with what I dare say less?
Well, that's what it looks like, at least offensively, that they're not going to have the weapons that they've had in the past. The one thing, and I brought you up yesterday, Gil.
Well, a few times.
Because a lot of people were saying, they love the Purdy deal, or they like the Purdy deal, and they think he's a very good quarterback and he can get better, et cetera, et cetera. And you said he's gotten paid for what he's done.
I really believe.
But have you forgotten, from about the midway point to the end of the season last year, have you forgotten who you compared Purdy to?
Now,
have you forgotten?
Now, we got to be careful here.
Yeah, I know we do.
Because I believe.
But you weren't careful at the time.
The Prescott contract is an atrocity. Who did I compare it to?
You started saying, yes, you started saying he's looking a little like Jimmy Garoppolo
on a bad day with some of the throws.
Okay, well, they just made him a big boy quarterback.
But I'll say this. Jimmy wasn't the reason he took you to the promised land.
The promised land is winning a Super Bowl.
Well, no, to the Super Bowl with less than 6 minutes left with a chance to win.
So that's why you give him all kinds of money?
No, he did that after you paid him.
What's and listen, I'm just playing devil's advocate here because I don't really think there was a huge decision to be made.
No doubt.
But the reality is He didn't have a great year last year.
And they didn't.
Right.
But going into this season, I would ask you, what's your biggest concern? And we keep talking offense. Mine is this defense and giving Bosa help and Warner, because they're rendered less effective if you don't have other things around you like they've had a surplus of for so long. And maybe Saleh comes in here and makes these young guys, into studs right away. But, Steiny, forget we're in the Bay. If we said that with any other football team, wouldn't you say, Goo, that's a big ask to be counting on so many young guys?
Yes. And that's why, people are like, oh, Steiny, are there people out there that still think this team is a Super Bowl contender? And my question would be, we can all hope for the best. They're in a division they can win.
Schedule weak.
Their schedule's weak, but their schedule's not going to be the reason they win a Super Bowl. And this is a team that had a Super Bowl window. They went all in last year. They went 6-11. Then they got rid of a lot of their veteran players, a lot of whom fans think we're kind of getting to the dead weight stage.
All right.
And now they're coming back with a much, much younger team. I just think it's a lot to ask when we look at how many first and second year players are going to be on this team to expect them to be the team that they were 2 years ago. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not mad at that at all. And I'll just say this. This is why we love sports, because I'm just sharing with you my opinion as well as yourself, Steiny, and we don't know. It's just like the Warriors season. It looked like it was a funeral, and then all of a sudden you pull off a trade, Jimmy Butler's here, and bam. And the Niners kind of felt some of that with McCaffrey. But if you tell me he's going to remain upright for 17 games, I kind of feel like, with Kyle, they still got action. But I want to be careful, because Austin in San Jose on the chat is telling me Goo almost doesn't count when it comes to Purdy getting this team to the Super Bowl. But Steiner, he's already, to me, shown you that he can get you to the championship game twice, almost get you the win in Super Bowl, Austin. I mean, because we can't forget that. But I'm looking at these quarterbacks that are ahead of Brock Purdy, and I'm looking like, man, the Niners almost got over, in a sense, on the contract. If he wanted to go Don Dada, like I'm the man, I've done more than the Tuas of the world and the Dak Prescotts, which he has. But, man, I think the one thing that the Niners have going for them in regard to continuity, Steiny, is you got McCaffrey, Jennings, Pearsall. The offense is ahead of the defense in my estimation.
I wouldn't disagree. Disagree.
I don't know.
I wouldn't disagree that the offense is probably ahead of the defense just because they've got more holdovers than the defense. But they're going to be asking a lot of some young players. Not to mention all the players who played as a rookie last year or played as first year players. Yeah, the assumption is ideally they'll improve, but that's not always the case.
So do you look at Brock Purdy differently now with this contract?
Yes. Oh, my God, yes.
So
absolutely. And
go ahead.
If for whatever reason, the 49ers have the same kind of year this year as last year,
it's going to him.
Hell yeah. Yes. Or whatever the bulk of the responsibility is that every quarterback faces. And I get it. He's still not going to be on his big boy contract. That doesn't kick into the following season. But, no, like that didn't matter for Jordan Poole. Yeah. When Jordan Poole got broken off a ton of money, but he had one more year under his original contract. And I just remember Dibbs used to have some fun and saying, well, he's not a $25 million player right now. And he wasn't. But the reality of the situation is, yes, Brock Purdy's their franchise quarterback, and you absolutely have to view him differently. He's their franchise quarterback now.
Yeah, and he's been, but now you put the ring on the finger. Are you at all shocked? Two things. That this dropped Friday when it did, and why, when this is something that is so precious, you kind of want, as far as an owner, a team, you kind of want this big boy news out in front of everybody, but it dropped Friday. And then also, too, Steiny, are you surprised that Brock kind of didn't try to bring the house down in regard to the Benjamins?
I think he did bring the house down.
Going to what he was making.
I mean, what was he going to do? Ask for more money than any other quarterback?
I got you.
I mean, to me, he's a top 7 or 8 paid quarterback right now. What more does he want?
Yeah, and he's done more than a lot on the list.
And when I think about this team right now, I mean, Purdy obviously is going to lead this team into the future, and he's going to be viewed differently. Yeah. The expectations for Brock Purdy have changed. It no longer matters that he was the last pick in the draft. The only thing that matters is he's one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, and if he doesn't play accordingly, he's going to hear it, just like all the other quarterbacks on that list who get paid a ton of money who haven't gotten it done either.
Now, I got a question for you real quick before we get to the calls. So are you telling me to quit living in the past? Because when I look at Dak and Josh Allen and Jordan Love and Trevor and Tua and Goff, none of those, even Lamar and Herbert, none of those quarterbacks had even been to a Super Bowl. But I do have to ask you, Burrow has, Steiny, but am I living in the past? Because I remember just a couple years ago, Brock Purdy took his team to a Super Bowl. Or are you, no, dude, the slate is clean. He signed a contract. All that matters is what he did after the contract.
Well, I would answer it this way. How long ago did Brock Purdy go to the Super Bowl?
2 years ago.
Right. And wasn't that about the same time that we were lauding how Jimmy Butler played in the postseason? And he wasn't the same player this year that he was 2 years ago.
I'll give you.
Now,
you got
obviously, Purdy's in his prime.
Yeah,
but you never know. I mean, you never know. I expect Purdy to have a better year than last year. I fully expect that, and obviously the Niners expect that.
Yeah.
So we're going to see how it plays out,
and that will start as soon as McCaffrey's healthy from week one. It's already better. You know what I mean? He was without him, no excuses, Donnie. 8 weeks. And that's a long time.
Right. And how much can you count on McCaffrey?
That's a big question.
Exactly.
Mark.
So again, they have a lot of question marks still. Let's go to Larry. Larry's in Roseville.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. You guys have become my favorite show. So even since I moved from San Jose.
Oh, thank you.
A couple things real quick. Is, nothing against the other guys. I listen to them all day long. Praise God. Hey, look at the Brock Purdy deal. Florio had explained it the other day, being that he scratched up his old deal, and it's like a 6 years, $45 million a year kind of thing, which I found really interesting. I think he's worth $53 million because a starter is hard to get, and he's shown that he can do some stuff in the playoffs. But $45 million is a bargain, man. And I think the Niners are going to be sneaky good this year. That defense is.
Do you really?
I really see them going in. I'm sorry?
No, I said, do you really?
Oh, gosh, yeah, man. I'm loving this. I love the sneaky aspect of all of this. Robert Saleh, all these young studs that they got. I'm 53, man. And I love watching these young killers just come out of college and take their game up. So, especially with leaders like Fred Warner and Bosa, I think there's going to be some damage. People are overlooking the Niners, and I like it a lot.
That's fair.
Well,
that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm overlooking the Niners in terms of thinking that for the last 3 years, the Niners and their Super Bowl odds put them at the top of the NFL. They've been a top 5 team for the last 3 years, and sometimes even higher than that because the better teams seem to reside in the AFC. But can you really say that the Niners are the class of the NFC right now?
I don't think they're the class of their division.
They might not be.
That's a factoid. You know, I'm not hating. That's how it played out last year, and I think the Rams have gotten better. So we'll see. You know what happens. Seattle came in and gave you a crucial loss last year. We'll see what they do with what they got going on. In Arizona, I think the Niners are better than Arizona. But this is one of the most interesting, I believe, off seasons into seasons for the Niners. And I think, Steiny, since the last 5 years, because there's a lot of question marks. And I can be honest and say some of the questions I don't think I like. Like, are you going to be able to replace Greenlaw? You know, what's your secondary look like outside of, what you got back there? So, and Robert Saleh's coming back in the kitchen, but does he have the same ingredients to put in the gumbo? I don't know. Is the sausage going to taste different than tomatoes?
So why are you afraid to say that they're probably not a Super Bowl contender?
No,
they need a lot to go right.
I'm on paper saying, I told you, I think the window's shut.
Oh,
and that's just natural. I said that as soon as the season ended.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to say anything.
Well, it's sugarcoating some stuff. That's fine. That's fine.
There's no need to
I just haven't. We haven't worked together in 4 or 5 days. I just kind of forgot.
On the other side,
with Evan.
I got a big thing for our relationship. I'll introduce it on the other side and see what you think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the tease, people.
All right, let's go to Lori. Lori's in Phoenix. She wants to talk about the Niners offseason. Hey, Lori.
Hey, guys. So I think that you guys are kind of overlooking the fact that in 2019, this was a very young team. You had a lot of first and second year players that were drafted, and they got to a Super Bowl. So I think one of the things that I like about what the 49ers did this offseason is instead of saying we're going to pay everybody because they think they deserve it, we're going to lock down the guys that are our leaders who have performed at the highest level. And that's the expectation going forward. You want a contract with the 49ers, you better be a good leader. You better be a team player, and you better perform at a high level. So I think going forward with Kittle, Warner, you got Purdy locked down. You still have a heck of a lot of talent on this team. You also fixed your special teams. You've gone back to basics, bringing in Saleh, so Kyle doesn't have to babysit the defensive side of the ball. And now it's going to be up to these draft picks. The one thing that I will say that I think that the reason the Niners haven't developed as many draft players over the last few years is because of the fact that they had so many other guys that were playing, the veterans. So
exactly.
Now these guys are going to get that same chance. So, again, we're going to find out if they did the right thing this year, pick the right player. So I think they got as good of a shot as any as they have because the division's not great. The schedule's favorable, but if they don't get there this year, it doesn't mean that next year they won't. So I think I like the direction that this offseason was taken.
Appreciate it, Lori. And I'm looking at I'm following up with Lori there and looking at that 2019 draft. Bosa went second. He obviously played right away. Deebo Samuel was picked in the second round. Jalen Hurd, he's no longer here. They picked Wisnowski. They picked Greenlaw. So they had
beautiful.
4 contributors. Caden Smith, Justin School played a little bit, and then Tim Harris. So Lori's right. They did get contributions from that rookie class from 4 or 5 guys. It feels like they're relying even on more than those that number this year, but we'll see. I mean, the good news
and
for
Jennings is in a contract year, Stoney, so I know he'll never say this. He's probably isn't Jennings in a contract year? So isn't he happy? He'll never say it. Debo's gone, and Ayuk is, so he can put up numbers, and get that.
Oh, that's all that matters. I mean, like
I'm not saying.
Let's go 5-12, but as long as Jennings puts up numbers, winning teams don't care about numbers.
Who's the receiver they got from the Rams? Robinson, right? So maybe he'll play a part.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Pops in Union City wants to find out how your trip was.
I'll say good.
You have a good trip, Liddell?
No, that was Kenny's concoction. Look at Evan.
That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, Clay. All right, 888-957. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Employee pricing is back at Frontier Ford. They've extended this incredible sales event. You pay what they pay on every new Ford in stock. No markups, no nonsense. Just go to Frontier Ford in Santa Clara or shop frontierford.com.
if I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Daryl the Guru Johnson back in the house after going to North Carolina and then San Diego. You don't mind me putting your business out there, do you?
Well, I called and told you guys.
Oh, that's right.
Your boy had a birthday yesterday. 28.
Did you get it? What was the best gift you got?
Another day, another 24 hours. No, seriously. That's when you get to where I'm at, Stanley, that's how you look at life, man.
The gift of family.
Yeah.
So,
seriously. I got a couple shirts.
Cowboy shirts?
No.
Pirates?
Golf?
No, just I'm gonna wear Friday.
That looks like a new shirt right there.
But this is not.
I like that shirt, actually.
Well, I thought you would. That's why I don't like it. Because if you like it, it's too. I'm trying to go young now. Call me Steve.
How come you didn't wear your shirt today, Steiny?
Which one?
The Wolves one.
Because
I couldn't believe it.
Because I wore it specifically yesterday.
You're scared to go?
No, I wore it yesterday because I golfed yesterday. So it's a very good golf sweater.
You were at the San Francisco Golf Club. How did you get in?
Quiet.
I didn't even know that place existed.
Wow. How'd you get in? Dibs?
No. A guy Dibs knows. Just a guy who does some caddying, and he's a longtime listener. And in fact, I owe the round to Dibs, quite frankly. Dibs,
we'll tell him that when he comes in.
I will. Dibs
148.
Dibs met Curtis.
Okay.
And then through Dibs, I met Curtis. And that was 5, 6, 8 years ago. And, unfortunately, Dibs has the 2 to 6 shift.
Yeah. Oh, man, I know. Yeah. So it was close. It's private.
And also,
I Googled
Dibs, he's busier than me right now.
He's got a baby.
I'm an empty nester.
Yeah.
I'm looking for things to do. I shot a 94.
Oh, Steiny.
No.
This different?
Yes.
So you're happy with the 94?
I'm not overly disappointed.
He deserved it.
All right. Well, before we get back to it.
Yeah, sure.
You came to Norm's party. I'm trying to get Evan for the next one. This Sunday is Tyshawn Jackson's the 5th annual domino tournament in Castro Valley, the one where I bought the Patron and it already had been hit.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And I would like to invite you. It's his lovely wife and his sister Felice's birthday today, so happy birthday to the ladies. Would you like to come? It's at 2 p.m. Sunday. The 5th annual.
Okay.
And Carrington
where
Kane,
is it?
Castro Valley at Tyshawn's house. Lovely house in the backyard, music. Evan will be out of town, but would you come?
You know what?
It's a yes or no.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's possible.
All right.
Now, I'm golfing in the morning, but...
Can you play bones?
I don't know how to play bones.
You might want to stay home.
I'm not really good.
Forgiving land.
I'm really not adept at slamming the dominoes down.
Well, I thought you like math.
I do like math, but I don't like all the histrionics around the game.
All right, well, I'll let him know.
Put the domino down,
but part of the
don't bang it.
Part of what we do is everybody brings their own tequila, so they have a tequila tasting too. Mm-hmm. Somebody opened it, but you could just come and hang out for that. Let me know.
Well, and is it?
You'll see Kane, Reg, all the guys you made.
Can I ask you? Is it just going to be a lot of guys?
No, women too.
Oh, really? So it's a party, but it's
DJ.
Really?
Yeah. It'll come through, and Monday's a holiday.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That makes it more possible.
All right, I'll let them know.
All right. Wow. Let's go to Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Gary.
I'm doing good, you guys. Question on the 49ers offensive line. Shanahan's a running attack coach. Everything kind of sets up off the running attack. He won draft choice offensive line, but he's kind of let that falling apart. And we saw the last few years when Purdy doesn't have an offensive line or running attack, he kind of just an average quarterback. And you can't count on McCaffrey. I mean, you pray for the guy. Hopefully he can't come back, but you can't put all your eggs on his basket after everything he's been through. So if you don't build an offensive line, I mean, you go back on their histories, even with Walsh, they all had offensive lines. Every good team has a good line and a D line, and you'd be in most games. And they really didn't pay attention. They had one draft choice offensive line, but how much a rookie's going to contribute.
Yeah.
I hear you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think they did, reward contracts for Warner. I mean, they gave the guys the money, but you need to spread it out. I mean, you know, you need to spread it out among all your players, and you're not going to replace Greenlaw. Greenlaw made Warner look a lot better than he was.
Hey, he was a beast.
Well,
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Oh,
thanks,
that's
Gary.
him.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Gary's the best. Purdy's an average quarterback. I think he's a little better than average.
Yeah, his Wi-Fi is his best attribute.
At least a little better than
come on
average,
now.
right?
Yeah, but I'll say this. Phil asked us on the YouTube chat, what letter grade would you give the Niners off season? And before you go, as I always do it, I'll give them a C+ because I don't know what they brought in. I know what went out, and I kind of don't like it. And also, too, if you want to talk about McCaffrey, and I guess I'm not being proactive when I say, what if he doesn't hold up? Yeah, you got Garendo, Steiny. He also got hurt. But the baby Marshawn Lynch, you said night-night to. Okay, so, you know, he's in Minnesota. We'll leave that there. But I'm going to give him a C+ because a lot of what they brought in, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like a lot of entities out there, PFF, they're giving the Niners F and Ds on their offseason, but a lot is going to come down to these guys that they drafted. And if I'm a draftee for the 49ers, especially on the defensive side of the ball, Steiny, I feel like I can be in no better place because there are some holes left or open. And we'll see how Bosa gets that help if he does, because people are coming down his lane now.
And rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Because of
the contract.
Yeah. And the lack of productivity. If you allow me to say that last year, that I didn't think was the best from him.
I kind of agree with Gary because it seems like what he's saying is they're banking on a lot of good fortune. They got to have McCaffrey play 14 games. They just have to. They can't afford an injury to a wide receiver. And the offensive line, to me, still looks pretty thin.
Can you stop the run?
That's
Teams ran the ball down their throat. And that was a staple of this Niner nasty defense last time. It's kind of funny how life works, right? Robert Saleh was the guy. He was the energy, and you saw him yelling, and he parlayed that defensive coordinator job last he had with the Niners into a head coaching job. Okay, that didn't work out. Now he's back. But is the refrigerator is it packed, Steiny, or is it like a college dorm where you need some items? You're as good as you know what I mean? What's in there?
What's in there is about several unknowns and some other people that are slightly known.
No,
and those
Leonard
are the players,
Floyd, right?
Those are the players that were drafted last year. And
no Hufanga. I mean, I'm just saying
he was not very good. He was hurt too.
But on his best day, you thought he was going to be around 10 years. Let's give me that for Hufanga.
No,
you thought they hit that one. I did.
Hufanga was hurt. You know, and why do you say they have to replace Greenlaw? They did that last year.
With who?
With whoever played.
And that was a problem.
Well, okay. Well, he didn't
Fred
play
Warren was out there on one leg.
You don't have to replace a guy who only played half a game.
Well, Devondre Campbell?
I liked him. I liked him.
The guy that quit?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, stop. See, you got the Minnesota shirt and this. Take it back and just say you're trolling.
You better duck.
Come on, Steiny. The dude quit.
But, again.
What did you like about him?
He got off to a good start.
Oh, man.
It's a lack of grit.
Well, what was the comparison I came up with, though? I mean, a lot of players have a track record of doing what Devondre Campbell did.
Yeah, his name's Antonio Brown.
Okay. How about Scottie Pippen?
I never forgave him for that.
How about Rick Barry?
What did he do?
Yeah.
Rick has nothing in the file.
Yes, he does. Innuendo, the year after they won the title. Mm-hmm.
What?
Well,
there's whispers. We didn't see it play
out. Hey, whispers are whispers.
What are the whispers?
The whispers is that he kind of checked out of a big game the year after they won the title.
Why?
I want to say against Phoenix.
I bet he would rip your butt right now.
Well, he would. He would because he disagrees with it. But there was a fight in that series, and there was speculation that his teammates didn't come to his aid fast enough.
Now, I would be mad. Now, if that happened.
Well, it depends. Were you in the right or not?
It don't matter. Real quick, Stoney, if you're from the street and I'm not Union City, you'd have your brother's back if they're right or wrong. Then you deal with the aftermath of, hey, You don't ever put me in that situation. But, Steiny, you had your brother's back.
Even if they do something reprehensible.
I've been out with you, and I've seen you. And
what are you talking about?
Stuff could have jumped off. I didn't like it. Steiny, I'm telling you. You didn't know what you were doing, kind of. I said, Steiny, no, but I had your back if it popped off. You don't even remember. I'll tell you.
I do remember, and it wasn't as serious as you thought.
I was like, oh, my God.
Well, I saved Steiny last week. He burned a bridge at the local cafeteria, and he was so complacent with just going through life hating this individual or vice versa. And I forced him. You got to extend the olive branch.
Evan, you saved him. Steiny, you gotta let it go, brother. We're too old to be fighting. Our bones don't heal like that.
That's right. That's right.
This guy worked at a high establishment. We needed him to be our friend.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Train. Train in Vallejo.
Track deck.
What's going on, Train? How you doing? Go Wolves.
Man, how you guys doing today, man?
We're trying to figure it out, man. The Niners.
They stink.
Man, for sure. Well, before I do anything, man, happy belated birthday to you, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
One more trip around the sun. You know how we do.
Let me shout out that Cash App. Yeah. Go ahead, baby.
For sure. But, but let me just get on Steiny, man. We can't talk about a dude who quit. Once a dude quit, he becomes irrelevant. He becomes irrelevant.
That's just me being
I think we all know.
Goofball. Go ahead.
Yeah, nah. But, getting into the Niners, man, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay because the schedule's not as heavy and everything like that. But I got something interesting. And this is going to be something. I know this is going to ruffle Niner fans. But I think Geno's going to have a better year than Brock.
Who?
I want you guys. Geno Smith is going to have a better quarterbacking year than Brock Purdy.
I don't think that's going to Niner fans don't want to hear it, but Geno Smith can throw the ball. I'm just saying he's in a new locale. He's got some weaponry. If I'm a Niner fan, I don't think I'm driving off the road mad at you for that assessment, but I'll tell you what, if that were to happen, then the Niners aren't making the playoffs. So we'll see how that plays out. Steiny, your thoughts on that Geno Smith, now a Raider?
I mean, he resurrected his career.
Yeah.
He's not
better than Brock, though. But he didn't say that. He said he'll have a better year. I guess that's what he's
like. When I look at Geno Smith, I think that he's the kind of the quintessential, I don't like to use this word, serviceable quarterback, because he's a little better than serviceable, to my way of thinking. I think Brock Purdy's better, but it's not outside the realm of possibility that Geno Smith could have a better year than Brock Purdy.
Well, if that happened, I believe something went wrong collectively for the Niners.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think.
Because we're talking about Brock Purdy. Steiner, you can say I'm living in the past. 2 years ago, Christmas Day, Lamar Jackson's in town. The Ravens are playing good football, and we thought that was for the MVP. So let's not just forget, the good days of Brock Purdy. And all last year was not on him either.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Golden State Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. What do you make of the San Francisco 49ers right now? Like I said, I think they did what they had to do. We took calls yesterday, Goo, and it feels like, here's the way it feels like.
Okay.
It feels like 49er fans are split on the contract. Some people like it, and some people are concerned that it is a lot of money, which it is. But I haven't heard anybody yet come up with something that they should have done, which may have yielded a better result. And I don't know whether to reward the 49ers because they put themselves in a position where they had to make that move, or whether to reward them because they found a quarterback late in the draft that they think is going to be the quarterback through, let's say, 2030. And that's what we got to wait and find out to see.
Yeah. And it all, boy, forget what you or I think, or the listeners, the texters, the YouTube chat. The bottom line is they wouldn't have broke Brock Purdy off this chicken if they didn't think he could get it done. And I'm just saying, I'm not caping for Brock Purdy at all. This is a big year for the team, but I will die on the hill right now going in, Stoney. I think the Super Bowl window has shut. But the Niners don't give him that bread if they don't look at, oh, he took us to the Super Bowl. Oh, he took us to the NFC Championship on the fly, and put that into this formula for them to compute the numbers that they gave him. So they're going to battle with their guy that they think can get it done. And we can sit here till we're blue in the face and talk about what went wrong last year. I saw some stuff I didn't like from Brock Purdy. We'll talk about it with Warren Moon at 1 o'clock, Steiny. But the bottom line is the Niners told me, yeah, Goo, you saw some of that, but we still think he's that dude that, that got us to the Super Bowl and NFC Championship. So he was deserving of the contract. So I would just ask Niner fans, what are you mad at? Like, did you want to give it to Mac Jones?
It's not mad.
What else could you have done, I guess?
I don't think it's mad. I think it's concern. Because
you got a fair market deal for Brock Purdy, I think. You don't think, Stoney, we thought this thing, he would have the Dak contract.
The bottom line is, if no matter what he got, there was going to be a conversation. And the reality of the situation is, if Trevor Lawrence is making what he's making, and Dak Prescott's making what he's making, and Tua's making what he's making, guess what? Then he belongs in that group.
Jordan Love.
But maybe you don't want to be in that group, because that now is the group of quarterbacks who have been overpaid and haven't been able to get it done just yet. And because of those contracts, those guys are under more scrutiny than Brock Purdy was a year ago, but not that Brock Purdy's going to be this year. This is a good point from our guy Zuki Main. He said Brock put them in the position where they had to make this move, not the Niners. It's a good point. I mean, Brock absolutely, positively made the Niners make this kind of decision, which is a credit to him.
Well, I mean, it's more than just a credit, Stoney. You tell me if I'm being overzealous with this assessment. I think he saved their jobs. And the debacle that was Trey Lance. I don't think the Niners knew Brock Purdy would be this good, this fast. And for them to get past the dirty little secret that played out in front of the world, well, how could it be a secret if we all saw it? But the bottom line is to keep going. They actually got better with Brock behind center. My question to you and the masses is, had this contract been handed out right after they lost the Super Bowl, there would be no questions, right? I think it's just incredible timing. Brock don't care because the money's in the bank, or is going to be. But the bottom line is, would you feel better about it, Stoney, had this been the offseason after the Super Bowl loss? I think a lot of people would be like, oh, this is a great deal. But the fact that they didn't make the playoffs and he gets rewarded, I feel like some people are like, well, they're blaming him all for the misfortunes of last season. You say what to that?
They didn't have a good year.
But they didn't either.
Okay, so he got rewarded. And his last year was the worst of his 3 years.
Yeah.
And I see people throwing the numbers up there. And I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it. And I'm not saying that he was responsible for all of last year. I'm just saying that we saw Brock Purdy last year, and he looked a little bit different than he looked in the previous 2 years. So we got to figure out why. We got to figure out if it was an anomaly. We got to figure out if it had to do with all the injuries, whether it had to do with teams beginning to figure him out just a little bit.
Let's hope that's not it.
I mean, but again, we've heard about his limitations, and if those are significant limitations, we'll probably see them play out in the future. Can he throw the deep ball well enough? Can he throw out to the sidelines 20 yards?
The hashes. But don't you think the Niners are saying, hey, Stoney, that's fair, but we got the answers to those questions, and they're good answers. He's sufficient, and that's why we cut the check.
Obviously, they feel confident in Brock Purdy. The The question is, how good of a team are they going to have around him?
No,
and
that's major.
how much can he elevate the play of obviously the wide receivers, but the entire offense? And I'm not sure I know the answer to that, because would it be fair to say, outside the injuries last year, which are hard to discount, but how would you compare Brock Purdy's supporting cast and what it looks like it's going to be this year to what it's looked like the last 3 years?
It's a major concern. It's a major concern. And we haven't even talked about this part of it. Like, what did you make of the elbow situation or whatever was going on with Brock Purdy? I know he finished the season, but Steiny, again, they do their due diligence. It's not one of those, hey, McCaffrey, we're thinking about giving you a contract in the middle of the night. Go to Kaiser and get a physical so we can find out if you're going to miss the first part of the season. But I got to believe they think he's healthy, and that's why they wrote the check. But I'm up here how much of that elbow had him lose a little zip that he didn't have in the first place on some throws? Because you're right. I mean, if I'm a defensive coordinator or a cornerback and all we have to do is stop a great story in Juwan Jennings and a second-year player trying to play his first full season, and Pearsall and Robinson that they just picked up, and George Kittle and a banged-up McCaffrey. You know what? I feel like I'm coming from the vantage point, and I don't like it if the glass is half empty as opposed to half full. Because if McCaffrey's McCaffrey, then that's where it starts, and then Jennings can be whoever you need him to be, and Ayuk could come back, and nothing to see here.
I think it's absolutely fair and not even pessimistic to look at this team and say the glass is half empty rather than full. I think that's absolutely fair. The 49ers are not coming off a Super Bowl appearance. They're not coming off an NFC championship appearance. They went 6-11 last year. And if you want to blame it all on injuries and age, you can do that, but then I got to believe you think this team's going to be able to pick up right where it left off, because the veterans that they ended up keeping, Warner, Purdy, Kittle, were the most productive of the veteran guys. And the guys they let go, I mean, who had a good year other than, I don't know, who had the best year? Hufanga, Ward, Debo, Floyd, Greenlaw, Banks, or Hargrave?
Oh, man.
I mean, to me, it would be Ward.
Yeah.
But he, obviously had some personal stuff he had to deal with, and he wasn't coming back regardless, so he wasn't even an option for the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, the goal is, Steiny, you don't want to pick. You said it, pick up where you left off. I don't think you want that.
I mean, pick up where you left off 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah.
But
good luck with that.
It just feels like a lot of people are still looking at this team, and they're not, like, was it a bona fide 6-11 team? Or was it a team that had all kinds of bad stuff happen to them? They're still one of the best teams in the NFC, and they're going to get certain players healthy this year, and then they're going to use an influx of younger players to get back to where they were. I don't know. And let me tell you what else is going to happen this year. You can take it to the bank.
B of A.
They're going to win games against awful teams, and we may treat them like the Golden State Warriors after they got Jimmy Butler, thinking that they're better than they are, but not taking into account that the schedule was favorable. And the problem with that schedule, it's favorable from week 1 to week 17. It just is.
Their division, if Arizona is, and I expect them to be improved,
their schedule's a joke.
But you got 2 with the Rams, 2 with
Dan
Seattle.
Dibley said it's the easiest schedule in the NFL since 2015.
I give you that.
So I'm not. But it's an easy schedule.
Right. I'm not defying that. The bottom line is the NFL is the greatest sport or easiest sport to me to go worst to first. So for also Rams on that schedule, we're robbing them of doing something that'll shock us.
Right. Like one or two teams.
Who had the Commanders doing what they did?
Right.
Nobody.
But not 8 of the teams they play are going to be 10-win teams. And let's not pretend that they're in a division that's brutal.
The Rams are good.
They're all. I mean, yeah, they're good.
Seattle's building something and beat you last year.
Okay.
Here,
is it the best division in football?
No, I didn't say that.
How would you rank it? Is it better than the NFC East? No. Okay. I'm just saying it's not.
It's not top liver, Stoney. It starts with the Rams. You got them twice. So you down on the Seahawks? I'm not.
I mean, they were what, a 10-win team last year,
and they got a new quarterback.
And how did he do in the postseason?
But how was his season?
Well, how was his postseason?
Right. Beat the Niners.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, let's switch it up a little bit, Goo, because the Golden State Warriors, they're officially in the offseason, and some things are percolating. We'll talk about that. That segment brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC.
Why?
Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago. Come on,
man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7
That's
The
for
Game.
wearing the sweater.
You know, I always like to make a distinction between good-natured and mean-spirited, and I think that's going over the line toward mean-spirited.
Well,
what?
So just real quick for me, I told you when I first started in this industry, there would be no calls. And I would say to the people, phone lines are packed. Right? That just made me feel better. My boy Tyshawn, who's having the domino tournament, texts me in all caps, Goo, there is no DJ. There's music. I know that. Get in the game. You make it sound better. I know there's no DJ, but we'll have music. Yeah. I hope you show up, man.
Radio's theater of the mind. You're
all day long.
That. I mean, like right now, we got line.
But if I had did my version of the Casey Johnson, you would never let it die.
Oh, my goodness.
But your partner
you
and
do
Evan
it every day, and I let it die.
The great Rich Mitchell.
I never bring that up. I never bring up Niche Richmond. I never bring up Sacramento, the capital of the United States.
You know, I actually am kind of mad at you, Goo, for that, because ever since you said it that way, I can't pronounce Mitch Richmond's name correctly without really thinking about it.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Rich Mitchell.
Michael Jordan said, and I told it to him All-Star Weekend when I saw him.
He knew it already. Go ahead.
I said, I'm the guy that butchered your name. Shout out Shasky. But I said, Mitch, how does it make you feel when Michael says you are the one guy that gave him the business on the defensive side? There is one other player that gets mad when I say that Mike didn't say his name. Can I share it with you? My friend from the Houston Rockets.
Phil Handy?
Mario Ellie.
What about him?
He said he could check Mike.
Let me tell you who else did a great job on Michael Jordan.
Hold on.
A great job. I watched it firsthand.
Gary Payton.
No.
Phil Jackson.
No.
Phil. Who you got?
Brian Shaw.
Oh,
did a nice job against Michael Jordan.
Damn,
Brian Shaw.
B. Shaw.
I want to say, and Evan, you got nothing to do.
It's like saying Dellavedova did a good job on Curry.
I want to say there was a game where Jordan was 2 for 17, something like that, against the Warriors in Chicago.
And B. Shaw was on him?
He was.
If you told him that, that'd make his day.
Mike was out late.
What's new? Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
And Alnetta Harrison,
what?
She envisioned it. She said, when are we getting new one of those things? Like us coming out of left field, and now we need one. You're strong, man.
Oh, boy.
You're fidgety.
Let's go to Jesse in Rohnert Park.
Jesse's girl.
Get Tim.
Outlay doing push-ups. I'm trying to say Is it Mitch Richmond?
I can't
is that right?
Mitchum Rich. I can't even do it again, buddy.
You guys, this is like that board game where everybody says something not related to a word, and you got to guess what the word is. And here's what I've been hearing from you guys. I'm going to guess the phrase. Okay. And it's going to be. Here we go. About the Niners. It's rebuilding year. That's everything I'm hearing you saying. That's like the phrase that comes to mind.
Goo, my mic's off now. I got to try to fix it. So
you mean for the Niners?
Yes, for the Niners.
Okay. No, I got you.
It's hard to say. Like the fans, like if I'm a fan, if I'm watching another team, I'm like, yeah, they need another year and they're going to be good. Like the Houston Rockets.
Right, gotcha.
They need another year. They're going to be good. I can say that about other teams, but we have like blinders.
Well,
when it's about our own team. And it's a tough question.
But I'll say this. They deserve the benefit of the doubt in regard to McCaffrey, their best player. Let's just say their offense, if you let me use that, was not available from week one, and that threw a monkey wrench in everything. Not exonerating anybody or any player, but we got to see the bounce back. And the bounce back is going to be dependent on some young players and also guys like McCaffrey and Purdy and the rest of the gang up in their game. So I won't say they're rebuilding until we're halfway through the season and see what they are. You think that's fair? I think that's fair, caller.
Hey, your glass is half full again. I respect that.
It's funny. Hey, I like that. I appreciate the call. But it's funny that he says, like, I don't get mad if you think it's half empty. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, Stoney. The bottom line is the players got to go out there and prove it. But I will die on this hill. Forget the Niners and we're in the yay area. The bottom line is since 2019, this team has been Muhammad Ali. Stoney, there's a tax in that. You got to pay the piper. And now you've had injuries. You've had guys go and get hurt. I just don't know. And we saw it last year with the 6 and 11. Or if you said, Guru, right now I can pay for your take because they're so hot. How much would you pay for me saying last year was an anomaly for the Niners? Or is this a transition into the lean years until they get it back?
This is the way I think of it. And what was the last? I was busy fixing my mic.
You did it too.
What was the name of the last caller? Because I want to give him credit. Was it Jesse?
Yeah, Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And here's the way I looked at it. Give me who are some of the best teams in the NFC? Lions,
Commanders,
Eagles.
Yep.
Maybe the Cowboys.
I think this is a year for them.
Yeah, and let me ask you this. How scared do you think they are about what the 49ers did this offseason?
Now, that's interesting.
They're not.
Okay.
They're not.
I give you that.
They're not.
Games are not played like
You're
that.
right. But my point is, they ain't scaring anybody after this offseason.
Who saw the Rams? Remember, we had the summit. Shasky called me on the name of defender. I couldn't. But the bottom line is, my vibe was predicated on McVay, Stafford, and company. And they almost went to the NFC Championship game, and I think they've gotten better. So I guess what I'm saying, partner, is does that really matter?
Yes. I think it matters.
What matters is between the lines.
Oh, no doubt. But again, they're better than Philly?
No.
Okay. Are they better than the Lions?
No.
Are they better than the Rams? We'll see.
But after going off of last year, no.
Exactly. Like, you wouldn't give the benefit of the doubt to any other team other than the Niners. And maybe that's fair.
No, but I'm not even a Niner fan.
And that's why you're doing it.
No.
By the way, 209, Muhammad Ali won championships. Niners haven't.
Yeah.
Don't disrespect Muhammad like
Cassius.
That. I mean, let me ask you a question. If you were a Cowboy fan, if you were a Niner fan, would you be happy with the last 5 years?
Oh, hell yeah. Well,
exactly.
We weren't able to get it done.
Okay, let's do this.
We tried to.
Wow, Kyle. You got to kill the beard, man. It's aging him.
Everything.
Yeah, I got you in a corner right now.
No, you don't.
Yeah. You're being Pollyannish about the
this
49ers.
how I can get you mad. I want to get you mad.
Okay.
For wearing that shirt. Niner fans used to have a saying, when we go, we win. And that was to the Super Bowl, Stoney.
Oh, yeah, that was about 14 years ago.
They're on a losing streak, man.
Okay.
So I say that trying to compare these 5 years hurt because you beat Kansas City twice and you got nothing to show for it. That's neither here nor there.
Hold on.
Putting the cap in them.
You can give them the benefit of the doubt. They have earned that according to a lot of people. You can give them the benefit of the doubt. They've got a track record of winning football games, but they haven't won a title.
And this is all I'm trying to
And I feel like you give the Niners more credit for not winning a title than any other team in any other sport who hasn't scaled that mountain.
But that's me being fair, man.
How?
The games played out almost, it was like a repeat. You were up 10 twice. And we're talking about one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever get it done, which we found out can lose a Super Bowl. Okay? We saw that. Tampa Bay beat him, and then we saw what the Eagles did to him. So the Niners had him twice. They let him go. Let him off to Denny Green. But the bottom line is, I can't sit here and not keep it real and say the Niners, how close they were to winning it, Stoney, and what would be different today. This is the season for me to really solidify and let you know if the Niners run is over. That's all. Last year was bad, but they've earned, to me, the bounce back.
See, I think their run is over with that group.
Okay, and they lost
too many names that are too familiar to say this is still a continuation.
Or they cut some dead weight, and you still got the generals here. McCaffrey, Warner, Bosa, but they got to up their game. Trent Williams, Brock Purdy. So maybe they just got rid of some guys that, and let's be honest. Sandy Hufanga didn't have when he played. I thought he was going to be a starter for 10 years. But he was taking some wrong routes. So I'm just saying, maybe they got rid of some guys that, were in the way. We'll see.
Well, all I'm saying is they got rid of players who were Hufanga, Ward starter, Debo starter, Floyd starter, Greenlaw when healthy starter, Banks starter.
You told Jordan Mason to kick rocks. We'll see.
So there's too many big names to have left. Like, I don't look at this as a continuation of the past. I'm going to.
So it's starting over already.
They were 6-11 last year. They were 6-11.
But I just want to radio wrestle you on. They were without their bit. That's like the Warriors being out without Steph for the first half of the season.
Right. And is McCaffrey in his prime?
I think the
answer's no.
Okay. Evan? McCaffrey in his prime?
No.
Well, how far has he past it?
He's on the back nine.
All right.
According to the running back age chart.
All right, I'll give you that. Last year did not help. But I'll give you that.
Okay.
Where's Purdy at? Entering his prime. Or is it?
You would hope, for sure.
Can I be real? Forget the contract. Because this is a part of what I think about Brock Purdy when I look at him, Stouty. Have we seen the best version of Brock already? And if you have, we have, then the Niners got a major problem on their hands.
But if you're sitting here today saying you like the deal, then you don't think he's played his best football.
Well, that was predicated on, I think, a lot of the deal.
You're scared he has played his best football. That's what I'm hearing a lot of Niners fans worried about, is if you're worried about the contract, that must mean you are worried that he may have played his best football already.
Yeah, but I guess he's not doing the Dak Prescott thing to where 40% of your cap is tied to his contract.
Well, that's true.
So I got to get
the Niners. That's a big deal.
And then Evan gave us a nugget allegedly from Schefter saying, I think Brock and his camp were asking for 65, but that was one of them. Hey, you go ask for, how much you want to make at McDonald's? 100,000. Well, it's going to be 20. I'll take it.
Yeah, any agent would have asked for more than any other quarterback. I mean, on paper, Purdy deserves more than Dak Prescott, but the Niners clearly
told
Brock Purdy to pound sand at $65 million.
Did you ask Schaefer about the deal, what he thought?
No.
Yeah.
Well, clearly Purdy caved also.
Well, no doubt.
He could have fought.
He didn't cave. He was making, what do you call it? Low income for quarterbacks via mystery relevant. Now he's, good gosh.
Sounds like he left like $30 million on the table.
What do you do? Do you say, let's go house shopping? Mom, Dad, you guys want houses? Like, how do you not splurge with that amount of chicken?
Well,
I would love to know.
You're responsible. That's how.
The Evan in my life that was struggling, if he was, hey, Evan, here's a mansion. It's in L.A., Woodland Hills. Stoddy, what do you want, a boat, a yacht?
Guru.
You got it.
Guru.
My kids, what do you want?
This is the difference.
Daddy got it.
Everything. This is the difference between you and I.
There's a lot.
Ready? We both have our salaries right now. Don't say what they are because I'll get upset.
We'll see. What if that ever went public?
If tomorrow the boss said, Goo and Steiny, you've done a great job. Next year, we're giving you a 1-year, $1 million contract.
Let's go.
Here's the difference between you and I.
I'm heading to Cadillac.
You and me. I would say, you know what? I've never made $1 million before. But you know what? I'm going to still live on 100,000-ish. Maybe 150. And I'm going to put 850 in the bank. You're probably
going to
take it with you. You're probably going to live off that $1 million and perhaps even accrue some debt.
The whole union will be on. Everybody I know, eat a mailman.
But if you guys got a Brock Purdy raise, it would be like going from whatever your salary is to like $15 million.
Oh my gosh. How do you stay humble?
It's not hard if you have good values and you've had a good upbringing. You've had that.
But everything
That's how you stay humble.
Your shoe game, you just everything you wear. Your watch.
I saw it firsthand when you made it to the radio. Everything changed.
You didn't think I had a stolen car, though. Yeah.
510. This is Zucci. We can agree here. Big names. Half those guys aren't even big names on Bay Area sports talk radio anymore, let alone the league. You're overselling some of these departures. Zuch, I'm not overselling. All I'm saying is I think this is a different iteration of the Niners.
There's no.
I
who
think
can
last
argue
year
against that?
is the point where you go from one version of the Niners to the next version of the Niners. Not that they necessarily can't make the playoffs next year, but the team is going to look a lot different because those names aren't there.
And I've beat this guy up verbally because I thought he lied.
Let me. Oh, Bosa.
No, he left a lot. He's on the list.
Who?
Debo. Like, Scotty, there's a part of me that says the Niners are going to miss Debo, but I can't give you any film of last year to where that happened. But I think moving forward, that's what scared you. All those, the bubble screen, everything, man, the jet sweeps, all of it, that's gone as we know it from the Debo package. Are the Niners good enough to, or is that just different plays for different players? And we're talking about Jennings and his future, and he's going to want to put up numbers, but he's going to have to do it by necessity. Ricky Pearsall, no drama this offseason, his first full season. I got to believe to let Debo go, Stoney. They're kind of looking forward to that. We'll see.
Well, this is where, to me, you bring up Dre Greenlaw. To me, Dre Greenlaw is Debo Samuel. 2 years ago, they were great. Last year, Greenlaw was no factor, and Debo was terrible. So if you replace Debo and Greenlaw with anybody, they'll give you more production than those guys gave you last year, in theory.
Well, I'll say this. I could be wrong, and Greenlaw could never, be what he once was. But the Denver Broncos are building something, Stoney, and if you watch and you do, they got a pretty damn good defense. They got better with Greenlaw. So the glass was half full with him moving forward. And Debo is now on a team, the Commanders, where he's the big dog. He kind of just fits in now. Third or fourth, you know what I mean?
Well, wasn't that what he was here? Third or fourth option?
But it turned in. Stoney, these playoff games, when it was just Debo or bust, he was everything, and it worked.
Well, that was, that was 3-4 years ago when they used him as running back.
It happened. Let's act like we didn't forget him prancing around the frozen tundra, Debo.
But what does that have to do with anything now? I don't get it.
They don't have that at their luxury.
Well, they didn't have it last year. Like, he wasn't the same player last year.
And McCaffrey.
Right, and I think more of the onus fell on Debo Samuel, and he's not that kind of player. Who do you think they're going to miss most? Hufanga, Ward, Debo, Floyd, Greenlaw, Banks, or Hargrave?
I'm going Ward. Because I'm just saying, Stoney, we're in a passing league, man. But I've seen teams run the ball down the throat of the Niners more than we have seen in the past. So maybe they've got that with one of these youngsters they drafted. We'll see. And Robert Saleh dialing it up. But you gave me those names. I'm going to – it ain't Hargrave because, he got hurt. But you got a problem with me saying Ward?
No. I still think it might be Debo because the threat of Debo was still worth a little something last year.
Man, how much to Purdy?
And when the 49ers were at their best, Debo Samuel was kind of he was a difference maker.
Oh, man.
He was somebody that you had to prepare for, you had to at least acknowledge was going to be he was such a big play guy.
Incredible, man.
And now he's no longer there, obviously, and he wasn't the big play guy he was last year. But to me, Debo Samuel was the reason that during that 2-year stretch, the 49ers offense was absolutely phenomenal because they had a plethora of weapons.
And now we hadn't even go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they had two very good receivers. They had Kittle, they had McCaffrey, and then they had their Swiss Army knife in Debo Samuel. And now their offense is not nearly as dynamic as it once was.
I know you don't like this, but I said it. Bonte said it. Like 2 years ago, Stoddy, and I'm getting a lot of that on the chat. Goo, you living in the past. You're looking at this Niner team 2-3 years ago. I called that offense the 94 offense with Steve Young, when the Niners were healthy and on their way to the Super Bowl again.
Yeah.
And
it's a tough call.
Bottom line is, we hadn't talked about this guy under immense pressure. Kyle. Like, okay, now there's no Debo. Oh, he slowed down. What are you going to do to replace that package? And what he used to do to scare defenses and what him just being out there allowed you to do. How are you going to skin the cat now? I mean, you said something real quick. Yeah. Have they figured Purdy out? Like, we saw some batted balls, but Evan brought it up, a couple months ago, and this batted balls, he was like middle pack. But, like, that's a lot of pressure on Kyle. If he's lost something he can't replace.
Evan doesn't think there's a lot of pressure on Kyle.
Well, contractually there's not, but to get him this offense back to what it once was.
Well, pressure as far as like job security or
mine was production to get this to produce.
Well, I think people are going to throw tomatoes at Kyle no matter what. But as far as his job security, I got the feeling this offseason that he feels pretty comfortable.
No, there's no doubt with that.
Which kind of shocked me, to be honest.
I'm talking about production.
No, I think Jed York is prepared for not a bad season, but not a Super Bowl season either.
But and I think that this contract, Purdy signals, hey, Kyle, you're good. Well, even, they'll never say it. You got another year of, not futility, but, they missed it.
What if they go 5-12 this year?
I still think he's good.
What if Purdy's not good? What if Purdy's a big reason why they're 5-12?
Then. You got a major problem.
Exactly.
That's like getting married in year one and she cheats on you.
Yeah, but you're in a 5-year deal with no trade clause.
Yeah, we didn't. Wow. But if you got a trade of this already bad.
Yeah, feels like you've spent a lot of the show talking about all these ifs for the Niners, and I think they're totally fair. But my experience always, when there's a lot of ifs, they all don't go your way. And that's why I don't know what to make of the San Francisco 49ers.
And the Warriors had
a
lot of ifs, but then they made a trade to get past that because the ifs, you're right, didn't pan out. 26-27, but whatever it was, one game under before Butler got here.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
And they didn't reach their goal.
I'm disappointed.
In what? In Butler?
I am.
That's right.
No, I am.
Oh, that's right. On the other side, I forgot about this. On the other side, we do have to get into the Warriors and what some of their things they're thinking about in the offseason. We got some news to pass along, speculation,
et cetera. News. Draymond Green, good news on the other side, too. I got it.
Oh, yep. Oh, all right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my gosh. I just had a thought. To my guys, you too, I want John Sally's opinion on what's going on with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. I think he would give it to us raw and uncut. Just a thought.
What do you think is going on with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark?
Snotty, I hate to say race is a big part of it.
You want to do it now or later?
Let's do it later.
Okay.
Because you had teased something.
What did I tease?
I forget.
Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. You have a big statement to make.
No, it's not
Now, don't back off because now you're on the radio.
No, I'd never do that.
Call it like you see it.
I will, Shannon. I'm just telling you, by the day, and I've had downtime on the airplane, in the hotel, I'm disappointed with his productivity and how he approached the games without Steph Curry. I said it, Snotty. You are on the books for 50 M's. I don't like what you did and how you played it. And all that went through my mind was you saying, you don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play. It doesn't sit well with me. And if I saw Butler, my grade would change because I know you changed everything. But when we needed you most, Dub Nation, I felt like you were pedestrian and I don't like it. And I would, moving forward,
okay.
What if this were to happen again with the Chef or Dre or somebody got hurt?
It probably will.
Why did he not attack these last 2 games as if his life was on the line? There was too much coffee and domino talk for me when it comes to Jimmy Butler. There's only one way.
You are
I got to get this off my chest. There's only one way I can tell you how I ended my night last night, you and Evan and the listeners. I went back to the DVR when we got home, and I went to the game where Steph got hurt because I wanted to see when he got hurt and when we actually saw it. I saw that, and then I said, you know what? Okay, I got what I needed. I want to watch the game after. And the game after, 20 shots, 9 and 11 field goal attempts, and we're just handing out passes. Nah, buddy. We gave you that chicken because I thought you were Jimmy from Miami. And he was nowhere to be found when we needed him most. And I'm just telling you, I got a bitter taste in my mouth on how this Warriors season ended.
We'll be fine.
No, we're not. What happened, though? Talk to me, Stoney. I'm in your doctor office.
There's a few things. One is you didn't say what you said before the show, which is, Steiny, I think I'm done with Butler.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
This guy is a ball player.
I didn't say that because he's still here. I'm just mad. I'm basketball mad.
Well, and you know what? I'm starting to I've realized this a while ago. Is
about Jimmy.
Here's what you do. This is one of your patterns.
Oh, boy.
One of your patterns is you'll watch something for a brief period of time, and you will believe that the ultimate prize, because they beat Charlotte a couple times, they can go all the way. When you're the only one who believes that. Then when they don't go all the way, which they didn't deserve to, nor did they have the talent to, you get to rip Jimmy Butler because you, and only you, had unrealistic expectations.
No, I like where you're going, but you missed me at the end. Stoney, Dwayne Wade, he has no axe to grind.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
So does Haslem.
But they're not. They're saying they are not shocked. But Mike, forget them.
Oh.
What happened? 9 and 11 field goal attempts is not going to replace Steph Curry. What happened with Jimmy? And if you're out there, I don't think it's unfair to expect more. What happened? And you're on the books for 50 plus these next 2.
I mean, where was this energy? Before.
No.
You can't. How is this team going to beat Minnesota without Curry?
Well, I thought we'd get a more aggressive Jimmy, and if that didn't suffice, I would be okay. But I don't think Dub Nation, he didn't leave it all on the line, man. He just didn't to me. And it doesn't sit well with me, Steiny. You know what? The only thing that will make me feel better is if you tell me or Jimmy says, Guru, I can't do what I did a few years back with Miami.
Well, he can't. Like, he just showed, because he's older. He's older. This team had no shooting. He's older. He's 35.
So
the West is better.
That's just how you look at him.
Did you watch him play?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, did he look like Jimmy Butler from 2 years ago?
At times.
Okay.
He shot 26 shots. Game
that's
3?
What happens to old players. They can do it here and there, but not consistently.
Wow. Do you think you're by yourself in with that thinking when you, so you never had expectations when Curry went down from Jimmy to take it to another level?
I told you that the one thing I was shocked about, was when the Warriors won game 1, when Curry got hurt. We came in here the next day, and I was blown away by how many Warrior fans were saying, we're fine. We can win this series without Steph Curry.
Yes.
Without, again, nobody. How, Goo?
Well, let me tell you how not. When he takes 9 shots and then follows that up with 11. That's all it's not about missing. It's about you're not taking the shots, and I need to know why. And then they paid you, and you're on the books for 50 plus these next 2, and you've already shown us when Batman. So you know what? Real quick, I bought it. I was sold a bill of goods, Steiny. I thought the Batman Robin thing was just stick. So I knew Jimmy was going field goal attempts, leave it all on the line. But if you're right and you're telling me he's incapable of doing, then we got a problem.
You know, you asked me what I think happened. I've told you a million times, and then you still ask what I think happened. I think he was slowed by Jaden McDaniels. I think he was deterred by Rudy Gobert camping out in the lane, just waiting for him. I think it's taken a toll the last 2 years. He's not the athlete he was. He can't finish at the rim like he has.
Wow, man.
This team had no shooters when Steph went out, so he absolutely couldn't be a facilitator like he could.
Okay, all right.
There it is.
Let me tell you something. This is there it is, and I'm being real, Steiny. You talk about this Warrior off season. I told you I was in love, infatuated with the immediate future of this team. But after this showing without Steph and how it ended and the verbal gymnastics that went along with it, and I don't know, guys are never going to cry, but I felt like, you know, there wasn't that pain of letting the moment or opportunity go. If you were to ask me, and I'm no GM, Butler would not be off limits if I could go get something younger, faster, bigger, and stronger. There, I said that.
Who wants Jimmy Butler? What team right now would want Jimmy Butler, knowing his past, and then also knowing, why would the Warriors want to trade him when they went 24-8 down the stretch with him after half a year?
Wow.
I mean, if you were a GM, would you want Jimmy Butler on your team?
Now, it's twofold. Had those last 2 games of the series played out in front of America, I think the answer would be there's a line. And I still think there's a line. But, Steiny, I can't believe he slowed down as much as you're making it seem like that we've seen with our eye. But I can't believe that.
See, why? Can I ask you a question? Why don't you believe your eyes? You came in here the last 3 weeks of the season, every day after a game, Steiny, what's with these pump fakes? Like,
I use them.
What's with the pump fakes?
I use them at the 24-hour, man.
He can't get a shot off like he used to.
Wow.
What? No, it's not a wow.
Yeah, it is a wow in the sense that if you're right, they're not getting to where I thought they could get when this trade was consummated.
Well, I never thought they could.
Well, I'm not going to sit here in front and act like, Stoney, everybody was into the Warriors, and I understood it. But I guess I underestimated the gravity of Steph and his impact and effect on Jimmy. But I'm watching the games again, Stoney. If I see Jimmy Butler try to pass in the air, Jimmy Brown tells you don't do that. You don't leave your feet to pass.
Why is he doing it?
I don't know.
Well, because he's older.
Wow. I would do everything under the sun to try to see what we could do to get Giannis. I'm really telling you the God honest truth.
Well,
that's how hurt I am. I tried to think, it was okay, but that wasn't good, man. I didn't 20 shots in 2 games. And you know that they need you like Miami needed you.
He got hurt against the Houston Rockets. Maybe that had something to do with it. 415, Butler did his best. He's a great player, but he's not carrying this team of young players that can't shoot. Think about this. You're in the Western Conference semifinals, okay? And you're putting a lineup out there of Podziemski, Hield, Butler, Green, and Post. Why in the world would you believe that they could beat a team with Conley, Edwards, McDaniels, Julius Randle, and Gobert? It was a mismatch.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, don't you think that's a mismatch?
I just go back to, and I'm hanging on it, Sonny, Game 3 Saturday where the Warriors had it, I don't want to say in hand, but they had a lead in the fourth quarter, so that game didn't play out as a mismatch.
One game.
And that was where Jimmy was ultra aggressive, but in the fourth quarter, he didn't have it. I don't know, man. Man.
If the Warriors had let me just ask you this. Let's say the Warriors somehow would have beaten the Timberwolves without Curry.
Right.
What does that say about Curry? What would that tell you about Curry?
It would say nothing.
No, it would. It would be like, wow.
He's already proven he's a made man. It would say what you have without him. And that's what I bought. And that's what life's about. When you find out that I bought something or was sold something that wasn't really there.
You want to call Curry a top 5 player in NBA history, which I don't mind, but then you want to underestimate when he's not on the court. If he's a top 5 player of all time.
So we can't win one game without him?
You can't
win one game without him?
You can't win a title.
No, I said now I'm talking one game.
Why don't you acknowledge that's how great he is? That's how great Steph Curry is. Are the Lakers the same without Kobe? Well, maybe if they had Shaq, they'd be pretty good.
Oh, it just makes you think if Jimmy was Durant, could they have got a game from Minnesota without Steph? And I think that answer is yes. That's how my mind works, man. Not to get one game.
Man. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Valkyries and Golden State Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And I feel like you're talking about Minnesota, who I got picked to beat OKC, Stoney. I feel like you're omitting their warts. And we've talked about it, and you've admitted sometimes they're not buttoned up. So to say they were the Bulls of the Michael Jordan
Nobody's
era,
saying that.
But it feels like it when
they've made 2 straight Western Conference finals, so they're a damn good team.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're world beaters.
Could have been had in this series, maybe
not
a
without
game.
Curry, Podziemski, Hield, Green, Butler, Post. How the hell is that team going to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves? How? They beat them one game without Curry, and remember what happened that game? We all agreed, but we didn't acknowledge they played the worst game in NBA history. I don't know.
So is Butler untouchable in your – forget who would want him. It all depended, obviously, on what was coming back. But is he Elliott Ness.
Nobody's untouchable except Curry on this team.
That's how I feel.
Let's go to Anthony in Fairfield. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
What's up? I'm so glad I'm here for you, Guru, but I got to give you guys a dose of reality. First of all, the Warriors are only as good as Curry's health. And I don't understand why anybody doesn't get it. It doesn't matter if Jimmy was playoff Jimmy or not. The system that we know, read and react, pass up a good shot for a better shot. It is all predicated on Stephen Curry. Before that, it was Steph and Clay and Dre when he was younger. And we had Iggy. And I don't understand. Our team is only as good as Stephen Curry's health. And when he went down, that was it. Now, I want to say this so people understand it. Look at the last 4 teams that are that are in the playoffs. They're all under 30 years old. Do you not understand that the NBA is a young man's game? 35, 36, 37, they don't win titles. And if we keep trying to patch things together, we are going to continue to kick the can down the road, and then we're going to have to rebuild anyway. We should have started this a little while ago.
So what do you do?
And
what do you do?
What we do is we empower the young guys, and we stop trying to grab a star that's not going to make anything better. If we get Giannis, all we're going to do is deplete our roster and deplete our future picks. We have to build all the teams that are good now. You think about Minnesota. They had what they had. They traded Cat, and they got Julius Randle. Julius Randle was the piece that they got it, but the other guys have been there. The veteran guys have been there, right? But they built around Ant-Man. You look at the Knicks. They decided, you know what, we're going to build around Jalen Brunson. We're going to go get Bridges. We're going to get Cat. They had DiVincenzo for a little while. You look at OKC. They built around SGA. And then you look at the Pacers. They got Tyrese Halliburton, and they built around him. You don't just, puzzle a championship team together. You have to build through the trenches and camaraderie. We had our time. It is over. And if you try to get Giannis, all we're going to do is deplete our future instead of just cultivating a culture and new young talent. The talent that we have is not good enough to compete on a real level. And our Robin to Steph, it was Jordan Poole. It could be Jonathan Kuminga. But you know what happens? Steve Kerr wants everything to be about Stephen Curry. So what happens? You kind of minimize the young guys' growth. That's the price of doing business when you want to do everything for Steph. But look at the playoffs. It's all young guys. Nobody is under 30 right now. Cat isn't. Julius Randle might be 29. Jokic, he ain't even 30. It's a young man's game, man. Our time is up, and it's okay. But we're not getting Giannis. And even if we do, we won't win anything because we won't have a bench. We'll be just like the Phoenix Suns.
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the call.
Oh, man. Don't call him to get cheered up. Man. Well, what young dude did you got to build around? The one young dude was the guy that got exiled and wasn't playing for weeks. And that's Jonathan Kuminga. And then Friday's at the game with the owner. You know, I hope Kuminga doesn't I want what's best for him, but I want what's best for my team. And that's for him not to go anywhere because he's the best young player you got.
Right,
and
but I
somehow some's got to change to where, he doesn't do this or that to make it work.
I disagree with the notion, with the phrase build around. The Golden State Warriors right now have nobody young to build around. When you talk about building around someone, you're talking about building around Anthony Edwards, building around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, building around Halliburton, building around Curry when he was in his prime.
So what do you do in the meantime if you can't? So what do you do?
They're trying to make do with an older roster, hoping to somehow get through a regular season by cutting corners because they can't. Draymond Green on his podcast yesterday, he said it a million times now. We were playing the playoffs since February, so we were gassed. So now with the Warriors,
I heard that.
What he's really saying is we have to figure out a way where me, Butler, and Steph don't play a lot or don't play as hard as we need to or don't have to expend as much energy in the regular season so that once we get to the postseason, we're going to be ready to go. But they're not good enough. They don't have enough good players to manage their old guys and then have good enough players where they can have a successful year start to finish consistently.
Well, he also said, Steiny, they were chasing. So if you get a do-over and start off and not put yourself in a hole, they wouldn't have been playing playoff games since February. You know what I mean? So I heard him that was astute by him.
Right, but we were chasing. But they won 48 games, which is a lot. They still finished 7. So what I'm saying is, even if you bring back this team and those guys are relatively healthy, the big 3, you think this is a 55-win team? I don't. Like, that's the conundrum they're in.
So where do you start? It starts with Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, it doesn't. It starts and ends with Steph Curry. The organization has made that clear. It's one of the big reasons they went and got Butler. They are committed to having 3 old guys as their core and their most impactful players.
Okay, how do you improve around the edges?
You can't.
Well,
it's going to be really hard.
You could sign Kuminga and include him in a signing trade if you like.
Okay.
I don't know what would, that's a possibility.
All right.
But you can't just go back at it with what you have. I don't believe, and I would be disappointed.
But I don't think they're going to make wholesale changes. Because
I would just say then you didn't look at this regular season. You didn't look at the playoffs hard enough if they choose to do that. Because Steph has said it, and Draymond's alluded to it, we got to swap out some things, man, and it ain't going to be us 3. It looks like. Talking about Dre, Jimmy, and Steph.
Well, let me just ask you from a practical standpoint. If Curry, Butler, and Green are making $140 million, which let's say is 65 to 70% of the cap, you tell me how they're going to get better. They got to get, they could get better by getting shooting, for sure. Let's go out to Joseph in Vallejo. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for taking my call.
What's up, Joe?
I just want to talk about the Mercurio Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler is the master at breakups, and he always check out mentally before he do it physically. He know how to get on the court to make it look like he playing real, like Kobe froze himself out that 4th quarter. It's childish, but he always planned his breakup. The day that he had the Mysterio illness is the same day Giannis said he wanted to be moved. Jimmy, of course, got Milwaukee ties with Marquette. Odds. Never seen Kerr get on par like that and tell him to have his best game. He was auditioning. He going back to Milwaukee, where he from. Looney, they done. Looney is going back to Milwaukee, where he from. They're going to send Kuminga over there. Those 4 players, they're going to get back Giannis and Lopez, bring him back to the Bay. And he's going to have a stretch 5 so Draymond don't have to pay the 5. Stretch 5 who also can shoot that thing and set great picks. The trade is happening. Is Looney, Kuminga, Pods, and Butler for Giannis and Lopez. They come to the Bay. Jimmy got news of it that day, and it made him sick. Draymond said in his interview, he said he been grumpy all day. He said Jimmy Butler been grumpy all day. He got his money. He's in the trade. The trade will go down.
But you call back if it ever does.
How many draft picks are the Warriors going to have to throw in there?
3? How many you need, Scotty? Could you, if we get Giannis in this year, for who's the other caller? Our boy Anthony, I think, talking about the rod, the bench. We'll fix the bench. Steiny, Evan, and Gua get a uniform, but you get Giannis with Curry. Yeah, that wouldn't be enough.
Thank you.
That's what hurts about
Evan,
that. It's just
Evan,
that was a quarter pounder
would you
meal.
trade Kuminga, Pods, Butler, and Looney? I get Looney's not under contract next year. And let's say 2 first.
Oh,
for Giannis.
Oh, yeah, why not?
And that's what that's what's life about.
Yeah, man. Oh, my man. Said when he got the news that day, he was grumpy.
I don't know exactly the day he's talking about. Do you?
Butler's always kind of grumpy.
The day he had
Especially when he didn't have his coffee.
I think he shot 9 times and quote unquote he was ill.
Well, how do you know he's sick when he shoots 9 times?
Man. And I'm not going to hate on what he did here. He
well, you
changed
already
his
have.
suit.
You said you were off him.
Yeah, but I've been in the lab.
Oh,
like you got to.
Did you see him not pump fake in the lab
and leaving his feet to pass? Like, dude. Yeah. But Curry, I understand. Like, this is where I'm at.
You know what? Can you tell me after the break? I want you to get your thoughts together because it sounds like it's going to be a doozy. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Michael. Oh, and I see Priest, and we were worried about
Priest.
I got to get into it on the other side. Also, our good best player in AAU history, Caleb. Also, what's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Memorial Day weekend next Monday. It's almost here, so swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointments. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Couldn't find his butt with a GPS.
I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up. You're worthless.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. You know, one thing I was thinking about is we've built ourselves a little community here. It is funny. Steiny, Guru, Evan, the listeners.
Oh, yeah.
We're like a family.
Love
it. We love our family, and sometimes we worry about our family.
And that's what life's about.
And there's been two guys in particular that we've been a little bit concerned about because we haven't heard from them in a little while.
Man, oh man, APB.
And we love them. And as someone who's not a spring chicken, they're not spring chickens either. But we've been a little concerned about Priest in Palo Alto,
man,
and Skinny Bob in El Rio.
Yeah.
So
I can't wait.
The good news is, Priest in Palo Alto, how you doing, buddy?
Our man.
Good to hear from you.
All right, thanks for taking my. Oh man, sure. I'm all right, man. I just hang out, just lay low sometimes. You know,
I got you. I got you.
I've been doing this, man, calling sports talk shows since the late '70s.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's been a long run, so sometimes I just like to lay out.
I hear you. I love it.
But I just want to. You guys get concerned about me. I get concerned about Guru.
Priest, I believe you because we're family. Go ahead, baby. Tell me why.
I just don't know what it's going to take for you to understand what's happening here. Well, how much of this drug do you got to take to understand that it messes with your mind?
Oh man,
you know what I'm saying?
I fell for it, Priest. I fell for the Jimmy Butler thing, man. I really did.
Yeah, but you gotta look at the teams left in the playoffs. Do the Warriors resemble any of them?
No.
The playoffs are a trial by fire. They make all your warts look like,
boils.
You've been stabbed.
Yeah. Rocky Dennis.
So if anything ain't right, it's gonna look like a break in the chain. You know what I'm saying? And so when I say, you guys run this play all the time that he's too old, it's not because I don't like Steph Curry. And,
we got you.
And I want to be real clear about that. I want to see him continue to play. What I mean by that is they need to get a lot younger. And they keep getting older. They got to put youth around him. They have to look at this team with clear eyes and stuff. This dude wants to bring back GP and Looney. Think about that. Think about the insanity of that. When you keep doing the same thing over and over again and it's not changing, that's the definition of insanity. They should never be in the play-in if they expect to win a chip. That's just a joke. So I'm saying, bro, for my sanity and yours, because I hear you and it hurts me.
But talk to me real quick, Priest. Kuminga, you talked about youth, and Kerr said he wasn't good enough to play with Steph and the rest. Like, that hurt. And then Kuminga goes out and looks like a young Dominique Wilkins. Like, make that make sense.
Stop. Guru, consider the source. Just consider the source. The dude, he has issues with players that don't kiss the ring. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to get too political.
No, I hear you.
But he has an issue with players that don't see things the way that he does. And see, because he was able to break Draymond's mind and make him be something he wasn't. And he did the same thing with Looney, and he's trying to do the same thing with Kuminga, and Kuminga is resisting it. That's the problem. It ain't what he's doing on the court. It's what he's doing within the parameters of how Steve Kerr sees the game. So when you got players, like most coaches, you look at the talent that they have and they coach to the talent. Steve Kerr coaches to a template that he sees in his mind. And when things don't fit, it disturbs him. He can't handle it. So he'll put in guys, man, that make the picture look a little clearer to him, right? And so that's just how his coaching style. He's a great strategical coach. Tactically, he struggles. When things don't look right, he don't know where to go. You feel me?
Yeah. Priest, thank you for the call. I mean,
glad you're good, baby.
Thanks for trying to help. Thanks for trying to help me out. He wants to know
a lot. He said a lot.
He's frustrated.
Like a lot of it.
He's frustrated with you.
Well, no, he's worried about me.
We all are.
No, this is not stop. Don't act like it's just me. When Jimmy came to town and everything changed, let's don't front. We talked about 3rd seed, 4th seed. Everybody, if you're going to sit here and do it now, a day after wearing the jersey, Steiny, please. You saw the possibility of, oh boy, where can this thing go?
Right.
And the worst part about it, and I would have said it to Priest, he was getting his issue in, is had Curry not got hurt.
Okay.
That's what hurts about, they got beat, but it would have felt different had we been at full health.
Well, I don't know.
The main guy.
Would it have felt better if Curry played and they got beaten, let's say 6?
Most definitely. Because then you would know that wasn't good enough. But because Curry went down the way that
now
he
you
did,
think they're good enough.
I'm mad at Jimmy, and I'm only basketball mad at either you're older, which you are. I thought you had way more left in the tank, which you may not. But for you not to get called out for how you approached the last 2 games of this series with no Steph Curry, miss me. I can never put my stamp of approval on Jimmy Butler. You owe me. You owe us.
You better hope that the Warriors don't issue a press release saying Butler's undergoing surgery.
No, that should already happen. He should have said it. On his presser.
He should have made an excuse if he was hurt.
It's not an excuse, but he didn't say it. I mean, when are we going to say, if you're out there, you're out there. But boy, Stoney, that would be my Christmas if he said that, Jimmy Butler, into a mic.
And would that make, like, what?
It would make, I saw the fall. I feel like, okay, you're older, basketball older, but for you not to even go there, you're telling me you're ready to take grenades from a nobody on the air, me. But it's not just me talking. You got other stewards of the game just scratching their head as to, it ain't even about him going 15 or 20. It's like, dude, why are you shooting 11 times and thinking that's okay with what's around you? That's all, Steiny.
I mean, honestly, and
Minnesota's a better.
You're not giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're not giving Butler the benefit of the doubt.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
So this was Udonis Haslem. He knows a little bit about Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
I mean, this is who Jimmy is. I tell people this all the time. Jimmy is a very smart, calculated offensive player. He preys on mistakes. He needs you to have weaknesses. If you don't have a weakness, if you don't make a mistake, it's a tough night for Jimmy Butler. You put Jaden McDaniels on him. You have Ant-Man on him with athleticism. You have Julius Randle on him with size and strength. Then you have Rudy Gobert sitting in the paint. This was just not a series for Jimmy Butler. As great as Jimmy Butler is, there is a difference between LeBron James and Jimmy Butler. There is a difference between Dwayne Wade and Jimmy Butler. There's a difference between those guys. And that takes away nothing from Jimmy's greatness. He said it himself. I'm not the fastest. I don't jump the highest. I don't have the most skill level, but I play hard as hell. Well, that wasn't enough in this series.
That was Udonis Haslem. The other thing Jimmy Butler said, and we kind of laughed it off, was we got to get Steph back. It's so hard without him. It's so much easier with Steph. I think he was just telling the truth. Mm-hmm. And I think it was easier for everybody.
Right.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore.
Man.
Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man?
What's up, my guys?
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Game one of the Western Conference Finals tonight, man.
I bet you wish your Warriors were in it. Dude, before I get into my thing, man, you
Where were you on? Where were you for the last few days? You were on like a trip or something?
Yeah, I picked my daughter up from school.
Oh, is it like graduation?
No, she's coming home, so we make it a little thing to where I'll go get her, help her break camp, and come home.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's pretty dope, man. That's dope.
Thanks. I mean,
but Steiny,
yeah.
I gotta get on you, buddy.
For what? Being right again?
Yeah. I know what for.
You know, every time I call, and you did a little slick thing about the AU stuff, I gotta get on you.
Oh, I got you, yeah.
Your performance yesterday wearing that Minnesota Timberwolves clothing.
Sure. Get on.
I mean, you just showed the Bay Area 95-7 in game and America your true colors, and I got to give it up to you, man. You weren't shy about it. Yeah, I mean, I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
The fact of the matter is, though, let's talk about Jimmy Butler real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Dude, we're getting kind of emotional talking about Jimmy. We just got to break this down real quick. Jimmy Butler in 2023, right? Because everyone's talking about 2023 when they went into the finals. Look at the team he had around him when he was in Miami. The shooting, right? You had Duncan Robinson. You had Tyler Hero. You had Kyle Lowry, Caleb Martin, Max Strus, Gabe Vincent. I mean, you had dudes who could space the floor. And that's part of Jimmy's game. And there's a reason why that when Steph went out, how challenging was, because they loaded up on Jimmy, and when he collapsed the paint, they were in his face, and when he kicked out, dudes couldn't hit shots. Like, that's part of how Jimmy just plays offensively. And Steph, with his gravity, it just makes the game easier for everyone else, including him. There's a reason why he was the Batman, bro, because he was the guy he was the Robin. He was the Robin to Steph's Batman because he was the guy that was playing off Steph. So when Steph went down, it was just a challenge.
Yep.
But I just think, too, like Jimmy wasn't 100%, man, and he's not going to make any excuses. No athlete does, because you don't want people to feel sorry for yourselves. But we all saw how Jimmy was moving. I mean, come on, man. The guy clearly was carrying an injury, and they're not even in this position. They're not even in the playoffs without Jimmy Butler. He completely changed it this season. And I think Draymond is 100% correct. When this team, I think going into training camp next year, a full offseason to really get to know each other, I think this Warriors team is going to be really good next year. But they do have to make some kind of a move, whether it's for some size, some shooting, but it's not going to be honest. Come on, let's be real.
Gotcha, Caleb. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I don't.
Maybe closer.
I don't know. Yeah. We got a super chat here on the YouTube chat from our buddies at Atco Pest Control. A 5 spot.
Okay.
Steiny, they get better with a $14.1 million non-taxpayer mid-level exception, and their $5.1 million biannual exception for Adams or Brooke Lopez. Then flip J.K. and Moses Moody and get something for them.
Well,
this is crazy.
I just can't. Like Friday, I didn't get to talk to you and Evan, but it actually happened when you guys were off the show. But seeing Kuminga there with, this is just me, seeing him there with the owner, what were your thoughts? Like, again, I don't feel like he's going anywhere now. And forget just the game. It was after the series he had.
Yeah, I
think Laker had to call him, hey, come hang out with me.
Yeah, Laker was sticking it to Kerr. Don't you think?
Stop.
I do think that Laker, it was kind of his way of saying,
you're still my guy.
This guy's not going anywhere.
Well, all right.
Problem is, he can't come back if everything stays the same. Like, why would Kuminga want to come back if Butler and Draymond are still here?
Well, they have. That's a different story because they got his rights. All right. Hey, we got Warren Moonstein. I almost forgot it. 1 o'clock coming up. We can get into him about the Purdy contract, but also too, they got the left. Jetta Jackson. They got the control. Unless the team just goes above and beyond for the idea of Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah. Guru mentioned it. Warren Moon coming up at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk to him about Brock Purdy. We started the show talking about Brock Purdy and his contract extension. He's locked in for, where's the numbers again? 181 guaranteed.
Damn, he got paid.
He did. Yep. And Warren Moon, we've had him on before. He's great. one of Guru's favorite all-time quarterbacks. So we'll have him weigh in on Brock Purdy and the contract extension that he got, Warren Moon.
I had a friend who was listening to us, Brian Stoney. You met him one time. And we were talking about Debo and that package being gone or something that Coach Kyle Shanahan won't have to utilize. And he texted me saying, will Shanahan be free now that he doesn't have to worry? I said, no, that tandem was so special at times and made Debo, and Debo got paid, and the Niners went to Super Bowls. But isn't that a bit drastic to say now Kyle's not, a slave to that package of trying to find a way to get Debo involved? And I kind of feel like, it's been a year, maybe 2 years where you hadn't got your return on investment going to Debo in that way. But it wasn't all on. Like, Kyle's calling what he wants to call.
I notice you say that a lot. It's not all on.
Yeah.
It's a fair statement. It's never on one thing.
It's like Kuminga and the Warriors. That's not all on him that you didn't get, you weren't able to make him fit better. He just showed you that in the playoffs.
He scored in the playoffs.
Yeah, against a damn good defense with length and everything that come in. Come on now.
Okay, then sign him to $30 million if you think so.
If a team needs youth, he shouldn't be going anywhere. If you need size, he shouldn't be going anywhere.
I told you what's going to happen.
Help me out.
There's going to be a sign and trade. The Warriors are going to end up with Naz Reid. You want Naz Reid? Would you trade Kuminga right now for Naz Reid? And Naz Reid's got a player option.
I would.
You would?
Yeah. Because I think he would come in here with Jimmy, Dre, and Steph and give them what you need right away.
As it relates to Debo Samuel, that was an interesting take.
I hadn't thought man.
Well, I think the reality of the situation was 2 or 3 years ago, Debo Samuel was an incredible weapon.
You're right.
And so Kyle tried to use him as much as possible. And guess what? Debo didn't like it that much.
We don't know that.
He didn't want to play running back. Like, he didn't want the carries that he got in the second half of the season when he was getting 9-10 carries. And then as he moved away from running the ball as much as he had, he became less effective through the air. And then I think last year, I think your buddy's right. Who was it?
Brian.
I think Brian's right. I think Kyle Shanahan was trying to figure out ways to shoehorn Debo Samuel into the game plan, like shoehorn him in, as opposed to 2 or 3 years ago when he wanted to, when he utilized him knowing he was going to get something out of him. I almost feel like Kyle, this past year, he was like, I got to spoon feed this guy. I got to spoon feed this guy. And before, he used him at his discretion, which was any way he wanted to use him.
It's amazing when you do a show with two people. It can be 3, 4, or 5. You're just having a conversation, and two different people like you and I can look at something totally different. And the reason I bring that up is I feel like Debo would co-sign on this. You owe Kyle everything. And the reason I say that is I don't know how many teams would have drafted you, Debo Samuel, and envisioned the way that Kyle was going to use you, and then at your highest power, nobody could stop it. So I look at the regression, if you want to call it that, of Debo Samuel. I put that at the doorstep. I'm being real, Steiny, at Kyle. I feel like opposing defenses figured out we are not going to fall for the okie doke anymore. We are going to make that man 19 problems, beat us downfield, and more often than not, you didn't even need that to happen because they could do it with the screens and all that and the sweeps and that stuff. So I'm looking real intently this year to see what Debo does somewhere else with the different, personnel. But also, too, Steiny, what do you say that Kyle could make the adjustment to the adjustment?
I think you're crazy.
Because we saw Debo getting gang tackled like they could sniff it out and read it right before it even. So when he got the ball, 8 guys, it felt like the whole team was tackling him. I never thought Debo didn't want to rock.
I think that's crazy. I think it's absolutely crazy.
You don't think they caught up to that part of Kyle's system not getting beat by Debo?
So Kyle gets credit for putting Debo in a great spot
for years.
Okay, and then all of a sudden, Debo can't produce, and it's on Kyle.
Well, everything, the blocking and everything is taking a step back. If you allow me to, if we can just do it for that sake of the conversation, but things have changed. And if you're telling me you can look me in the face and say Debo is 100% at fault and he's fallen off,
I think it's 90% Debo Samuel.
But then what about when we saw him return the kicks even in the snow game in Buffalo?
Nobody wanted to return kicks.
But
he doesn't want to return kicks.
But the fact when he got up and running at 20, 25 miles an hour, 30, 35, he looked like the old Debo.
Okay, so why wasn't he the old Debo from scrimmage?
Well, one, he wasn't catching the ball.
I think, you know what? 2 years in football is like 5 years in the NBA. That's what I think. I'll tell you what.
No, he took a hell of a lot of hits the way that they used him.
I bet you this. If I ask 49er fans, if Debo Samuel last year, if the year was on him or Kyle, I don't think you're going to have a lot of support saying it was Kyle.
Well, I'm not saying, and I believe you.
But that's what you said.
But
you
not
said
100%.
It was Kyle.
No, I said he's at fault too. Like, you got to make an adjustment to the adjustment.
What if a guy's got a skill set and you're utilizing his skill set and it works, and then you utilize his skill set and it doesn't work, what other thing
let me
do
ask
you have
this.
with it? What are you going to do, run him up the line?
As a receiver since they
Not
drafted
really.
him?
No.
And I think that's what led to the downfall too, is when your rice and gravy went away. We saw you dropped a touchdown against the Rams. It could have changed the fortune of the game. That's on Debo. That's not on Kyle.
Right.
But then you go to the media and say you're not getting the ball. No, you're not getting, it was a lot of weird stuff going on. I just don't think Debo evolved as a wide receiver outside of the screen game.
So, okay, that means it's on him, not Kyle.
What if you ask the Commanders that? They see, hey, you can help us. So they don't look at Debo as dead carcass. They feel like, you still got something.
What did they end up trading for Debo Samuel to get him?
I don't know.
I don't think it was a whole hell of a lot. I mean.
So you think Debo's done?
I don't think he's done, but I don't think he's not the player he was. Not even close.
And I think they got a lot of guys on the roster that could meet that criteria.
Okay. Well,
Trent Williams, for one, even though I'm his biggest fan, I think he's earned the bounce back or the benefit of the doubt, Steiny.
Are you going to have to find out the same thing about the Niners that you're finding out about the Warriors? That old doesn't work.
Wow. Coming off a birthday.
Wow. Who are the 49ers old players right now? Trent Williams.
Put McCaffrey in there.
McCaffrey.
Kittle.
Anybody else older? How many games you want? What would you put the over-under on Trent Williams games this upcoming season?
13. 13 would be suffice.
What about McCaffrey?
14.
What about Kittle?
15.
Call me crazy, I'd take the under on all three of those. I just would.
Injury.
That's why I take the under. That's why I take the under. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Man.
What's the man?
Just the Warriors stuff.
Well, not the Niners? Well, we got Warren Moon.
They got a season coming up.
Warren Moon coming up at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk to him about the Brock Purdy contract and where he sees the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC West. Warren is very familiar with that division, and also we'll get his thoughts on Seattle, see where they're at. Are they better than the 49ers or not? 888-957-9570 is the number. Memorial Day weekend, it's almost here, people. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
How much of this drug do you got to take? need to get a lot younger, and they keep getting older. Think about the insanity of that. I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warren Moon coming up in 10 minutes. Hall of Famer Warren Moon.
You will not be my quarterback during that interview. That's my quarterback.
I know you like him. He's a great quarterback. I liked him too. I was a Houston Oilers fan.
And he wore my favorite number on the sports jersey.
1?
Yes. Oh, damn, E.
Guru, let me
real quick, I got to get Evan.
Oh.
It's Evan and
That's
I
right
now.
You,
Put on the
you
gloves.
wanted to come around down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm listening, walking around with
it.
the family yesterday, and Evan's my guy, has my back at every turn dealing with you.
Liddell.
And Evan says to the masses here in the Bay Area, and my son asked me, Dad, what did he mean? He goes, I had the Odyssey app. Rules don't really apply to Daryl the Guru Johnson. And it hurt, Evan. Can you just kind of expand on what you meant by rules don't apply to me? Because I told my son, I don't know what he means.
So the context of the situation was Steiny was wearing a Wolves shirt, and he tried to drag you into it by saying you wear a Cowboys jersey on a Bay Area station all the time.
I'm from the Bay.
You are, and we know that, and we love you for it. Doesn't take away from the fact that you do wear an opposing enemy's apparel a lot, especially during football season. So Steiny's trying to use this as a shield for himself, and I'm saying in this specific situation, it does not apply to you because you are grandfathered into that fandom and that jersey. And Steiny using you as an example of why he thinks he can get away with the crap that he tried to pull yesterday is completely irrelevant.
All right, Evan. That, man, the thing that I thought Evan was, I was like, that's my little brother. He hurt me. But that explanation will get to the Johnson household.
Well, but I also do believe that different rules apply to different people.
Oh, wow. Guru.
Well, because I
affirmed
Jordan rules.
I affirmed.
Yeah.
The rules are different for you. There's just no doubt about it.
I don't talk about the boss on the air.
Do you want some examples?
You do. Do you know, I would be fired if I said things about the
I'm
boss.
like Barkley. I've been grandfathered in because of my age.
Oh, boy, you've written something down. Go ahead.
Rules don't apply to you. It's one of the reasons you're so damn lovable.
Snitches get stitches, Steiny. Where are you going?
You're allowed to storm the court. Well, when your son's team wins a game, when another kid hits the buzzer beater.
Okay, real quick. What actually was wrong with that?
That's the point.
We're the alumni, the parents. I told my kids, you're my favorite players. I just got caught up in emotion watching the game. It went in. Zach hit it. Zach Chan. And I ran on the court. I did get some dirty liquor.
You were in the huddle. You were in the scrum with the kids.
All right. I got you.
For example, something like, there's a rule. Evan, you know it. You're an accredited media member. When you're wearing a media press pass,
sure,
you're not supposed to cheer in the press box.
Now, hey, we got our new guy here, but you don't lie in front of him. I don't do that. Come on, Steiny. Never have in 12 years.
What about this? Here's why the rules don't apply for you. You can actually get away with saying something like,
yeah,
it wasn't Debo's fault last year. It was Kyle Shanahan's. He didn't use him right.
I did
like
not
only you could get away with a statement like that.
Boy,
you fired Kyle Shanahan 3 years ago.
No, that was after Trey Lance broke his ankle.
That was the best thing that happened to
like Jim Brown. That's all. I had no beef with Kyle. And real quick, guys, the Brian that I talked about was our former producer who worked here over a year, and I still stay in contact with him because I like my teammates and everybody I come in contact here at 95.7 The Game. I thought he might have been
a
at
former
work
teammate
and always a teammate in my book. I didn't know if he had a new job and he was taking a low profile, so I didn't want to say his name, but he barked back at me like, hey, dude, I work with. So that's Brian that had that Debo thought.
Okay.
Say hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, the 143. Only you could bring that up on the air.
And benching 400 pounds.
No, oh my gosh.
Welcome back, Goo.
Yeah. It's 350, and it was one time with the spot. But the 143, I think I'm closer to a job.
You got to take the test.
No, I can't wait. You never lose the knowledge. It just goes. I cannot wait.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And thanks to Mark Willard. Deebo Samuel was traded for a 5th-round pick. Now, what does that tell you? If I just gave you those facts, Deebo Samuel was traded to Washington for a 5th-round pick.
All right, I got you.
What does that tell you? What would you infer from that? Just that.
All right, it's twofold. One, when I saw Deebo in Tampa Bay go after the punter, and I'm the only one that went after it and called him on the carpet because I thought he was being wrong, and Kyle disappointed me by having Deebo's back, but he did that just for the locker room or what he thought he was doing for the locker room. I didn't like that at all, and it tells me Deebo, when he went to Twitter and talked about why he's not getting the ball, that let me know Deebo had became a big, big problem. And that's why you let talent go, even if you think it's decreasing for a 5th-round pick. So I'll leave that there. That's why I believe he had to go, Steiny, because he, behind closed doors, I'm not in the know, it's just pure speculation, I feel like was becoming a bigger problem amongst his teammates. And I know that thing did not go over with all of his teammates, especially when you weren't handling your business. So when you get to that situation as a player, and the productivity starts to wane, then you get shipped out for much enough.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Productivity starting to wane.
Oh, there's no doubt. I told you that.
The bottom line is the 49ers thought Deebo Samuel was
feeling himself.
I know. He was declining. He was a shell of himself.
But okay.
And the Washington Commanders said, you know what? We'll take a shot at this guy for a 5th-round pick that's not going to harm.
But what about if he became a problem? Do you allow that to any of that to be fact? To where his ego, Sonny, he called out basically Kyle and the quarterback.
I don't believe.
I'm open.
I don't believe Deebo Samuel is any more or less of a problem that way than Bosa, than Ayuk, than who else? Kittle. How about Kittle saying, well, the ball doesn't find me, or whatever. Like,
you put all that under the same.
You do not trade a guy simply because of that, or they would have extended Ayuk in the first place.
Yeah.
The 49ers thought that he's either done or close to done. They figured, you know what? Let's see if we can get him. We can get rid of him or trade him. The Commanders are like, you know what? Let's take a shot at this guy. 5th-round pick. That's not going to hurt us.
But you brought up Willard and Dibbs. I vividly remember we had the conversation. There were a few times, and I was a guy that did not like Deebo before, I accepted maybe he's slipping or there's some slippage going on. I didn't like him returning kicks. But when he has success at it, Steiny, Deebo, and there were a few games, including the Buffalo game Sunday night, to where when he has the ball in his hands and that motor is going, it's like, good God, I felt like defenders were getting out his way. So I came in, they brought it up like he's not done. So we'll see what he does in Washington. And like I said, they got a lot of weaponry, I think more than what the Niners are dealing with right now. But I do believe Deebo's ego allowed the Niners to get rid of him sooner than later. That's just me, Stein. And I'm blown away that you think that tweet when he was having, quote unquote, a down season, had the dropsies. We're talking about even in his heyday, he led the league in drops. That a tweet like that you're okay with saying I'm open? I thought that was like, dude, the audacity for you.
You know how many receivers do that? Every receiver in the league does that.
But do you know what you're doing do you know who you're calling out when you send that out?
Of course.
Okay.
I mean.
So he might have been ready to go.
I mean, how long is the list of wide receivers who have complained? I mean, Kittle and Ayuk essentially have done the same thing.
But a little different. A lot. I'm going to say a lot for Kittle, Steiny.
We got Warren Moon coming up in 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame quarterback. And we'll ask him if he likes the Purdy contract and where
the direction of this team.
Where he thinks the 49ers are right now in terms of Super Bowl, playoffs,
Did you like my
Also
answer?
ran
transition. They're in a state which can still you can make the playoffs and go on a deep run. But would you give me something for transition?
Sure, it is. I think it is a transition.
It still drives me to question mark of, how much of one is it a good one or a bad one? And I guess you said it, coming off a 6-11 season for whatever reason is not Niner standards under Kyle after the first couple seasons.
How many years? Kyle's been there 8 years or 7? 8. He's been there 8 years. And I believe he's missed the postseason or the playoffs in half of those years. I might be wrong. He missed them the first 2. Then he missed them 1 year when Garoppolo got hurt, and then he missed
Had
last
the high ankle
year.
sprain.
I'm going to say 4 for 8. Made the playoffs 4 of 8 years.
Because you had that list growing.
How does that, when you put it like that, how does it sound? Yeah, Kyle Shanahan's been here for 8 years, and they've made the postseason.
But the highs have been
4 of those.
Yeah, but those 4 that he made, 2 of them were Super Bowls. The other was an NFC Championship game with a mystery relevant on the fly, driving to the stadium said day, not knowing he was going to get in, and knocked it out the park. So I'm not giving away participation trophies, but Steiny, I will never forget how close, if the Niners don't win a Super Bowl for the next 10 years, I will never forget how close they had come to hoisting up that Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, he's made the playoffs 4 of 8 years. 4 of 8. Those are just facts.
But the Super Bowls don't matter. The 3 NFC championship games
they do matter to me. They don't to you unless you're trying to make your point about the 49ers. But you know what? In your mind, they have won 2.
Yeah.
And the Warriors have won 6.
Not a stretch, though. Clay doesn't get hurt. Durant doesn't get hurt. They mopped the floor with Toronto.
Do they?
Even
though Siakam was making a fool out of Draymond Green.
And to Draymond's credit, and I got good news about Draymond, Stoddy, he'll be in studio on TNT.
Here?
On the set. No. You don't deal with us. For the Indiana-New York Knicks series. So he'll be in Atlanta getting his groove on. So we'll be able to see Dre.
Good.
You think they're going to give him some business about that prediction? I'm sure. He guaranteed it.
Rules are, he's like you. Draymond's like you. The rules don't apply to him. Hey, I guarantee we're going to win a championship. Yeah, we didn't. No biggie.
Oh,
no harm,
boy.
no foul. No harm, no foul.
They put it out there.
888-957. Oh, text line.
Give it to me.
Not only did they got off Debo's salary, too.
Yeah.
We got Ernie Chavez with a super chat. He's a Doobie Award winner.
Yeah,
It says, oh, God. We love you, Ernie. According to Guru, the Warriors won it this year.
How?
Exactly.
Oh, he's saying the Steph injury. No, that's too big of a stretch. We're talking about the finals.
Ernie doesn't think so.
Let me tell you what Ernie sent on Friday. I wasn't here. He had footage.
Wait, Ernie Chavez?
Yeah, send it to me personally on my IG. Video of me talking about bench pressing like 3 years ago. And he goes, Goo, here it goes. He had the receipts. And then, of course, I stay consistent. It was the same as what I'd said to you all, but he's a bad dude, man. Like the Pentagon with all the information he can get. CIA?
Okay, I got you.
Wait, no, Warren.
Yeah. We're endeavoring to get Warren Moon.
Yeah.
But the Purdy cat. Let me ask you this.
I think he earned it.
Earned what?
That money already.
Who?
Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say Purdy contract.
I want to talk about Purdy and Fred Warner. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and home of the Golden State Valkyries and Warriors. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Now, the one thing you said about the Purdy contract was you believe that he's been paid. How did you phrase it?
For what he's done. I mean, you talk about had he not been ready, it would have been, Steiny, oh my gosh. Guys might have been fired, jobs on the line, calls breaking here at the station. Brock Purdy just accepted it like he was Joe Montana and let him do a Super Bowl and NFC championship game. How much is that worth? Saving the coach's job. And I know I'm putting a little more on it, but that's how I look at it.
Well, I mean,
and he didn't ask for everything.
I hope that's not why he got it.
We'll never know. That's
why he got the deal.
And this is the worst part of it if I'm a Niner fan. Has he had his best chance to win a Super Bowl? Has that come and gone?
Well, I think they had better chances the last 3 years than they do this year. But I don't know about next year or the year after that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, speaking of Warren Moon, if we get him, we're hoping to get him. You hear what he did?
No.
I think this is something, and I love you, both you guys, but I don't think Evan or you would do it.
What? I cannot wait to hear.
He's allowing his number 1 to be worn by Cam Ward in Tennessee. What? I knew you wouldn't do it. I knew it.
Do the Lawrence Taylor. Make them earn it. These kids are getting everything they want in junior high.
It's a number.
It's a number that means something. You got to live up. Well, you know what? Michael Irvin does it with 88.
How many titles did Warren win in Tennessee? I forget.
It was Houston.
I know it was Houston, but all the more reason why the Tennessee. Did he ever play for the Titans?
I would want to say no. Yeah. Houston.
Why wouldn't they just retire his Oilers number 1? And then there wouldn't be a number retired in Tennessee. Wouldn't that have been the way to do it?
What if you leave here and they hire some young hotshot and he's got the same last name as you and he goes, I want to be Steiny.
Go ahead.
And they call you. He would be like, hell no.
Dude, there is another Steiny. He does a podcast. It's this young punk.
Steiny, stop.
I swear to God.
It's not Steiny.
Yes, it is. He's about... He's one of these young No, I'm serious. There is.
Do you happen to know, is he from Cali?
I don't know where. You know what? This is where our listeners...
We got to get him on.
I think some of the podcasts he does are little...
Political or sports?
No, more like a little seedy. And you know me, I'm a family man, and I don't like that kind of thing. Ernie Chavez coming down your road.
No, I just gave him love. Called him the GOAT.
Hey, when we get back to the Niners, you happy with the Fred Warner contract? He's now the highest paid linebacker. You got him?
Oh, how can you not be, Stoney?
All right.
How can you not be?
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Hall of Famer, great quarterback, Warren Moon. Warren, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing great. And let me start out with Brock Purdy. And outside the fact that, you know, he got paid an exorbitant amount of money that you know, players in your day obviously didn't make. Is he worth that contract in today's NFL with what quarterbacks are getting paid?
I think so. I think if you look at what he's done over the last 3 years or the first 3 years of his career, you'd have to say that. And that's the way quarterbacks are judged right now, whether you're in the, you know, if you're in the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, you're going to get paid, you know, the average of somewhere in that top 10. And that's kind of what he's being paid right now. I'm sure there's a lot of arguments that have been made about the amount of talent that he's had around him during that time. But show me a quarterback that doesn't have a lot of talent around him, and I'm going to show you a quarterback that's not very successful. He's had probably a little bit more talent around him than most. You know, he has something like, 5 Pro Bowlers on his offense and maybe another 3 or 4 on defense. So it's a very talented football team, but that's not his fault. His job was to come in and do what they asked him to do as far as managing the football team, getting the ball to the right people, making big plays when he needed to, and he's done all of that. So he deserves to be paid within those top-tier players.
Hey, Warren, a pleasure to have you. You know, I got to be honest. There were a lot of Mondays I came in after Niner games, and I'm not blaming Purdy for taking a step back. That was a collective, the whole team. But, Warren, I know 1 or 2 throws don't make a game, but I told my partner, there was something mechanical. That ball looked off just, from the start from Brock Purdy in certain games last year. Can you share with us what you saw from him mechanically this year compared to years past?
Well, I think he might have been being rushed a little bit more, last year. I think because he didn't have the protection that he had always had, I think he felt maybe he had to get the ball out there a little quicker than he normally had to, and he rushed his mechanics a little bit. And, the ball maybe didn't come out always the way he wanted it to. But I think if you talk to everybody on that football team, they would all tell you they didn't play up to their expectations last year, and he being one of them. So I think he's being dissected a little bit more only because of where he was drafted. I think if he was, a number 1 draft pick or whatever, I don't think he'd be looked at as closely as people look at him. But every time he does make a mistake, I think everybody wants to critique him a little bit more than normal.
Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game, Hall of Fame quarterback. Warren, I don't have your contract numbers in front of me, but I got to believe there was a time when you got a substantial raise because your play exceeded your contract. Did you feel any extra pressure, let's say after you got a big raise or a contract extension?
I really didn't, because I felt like every time I got an extension, I had proved myself and deserved it. And now it's just a matter of going through the next exercise in the next period of time to show that I probably should get another extension at some point. So right. You just keep trying to raise your level of play in order to make your salary go up. Because of course we play the game to win. We play the game to play as well as we possibly can, but we also play the game, to make as much money as we possibly can in the short period of time that we have to play. So it's all relative, and it all goes together.
Hey, Warren, let me ask you this. When we talk about these offensive coordinators that are head coaches like McVay, Andy Reid, and even Kyle Shanahan for that matter, is it fair for me to, a guy like me just from afar to say, he's very important to Brock Purdy growing or what he's going to do? Or where do you draw the line where it's up to Brock Purdy when he's out there taking the snap? How much of it is, the head coach's responsibility who calls the plays to put him in a position to succeed? Is that fair to Brock that I'm saying Kyle's a big part of that?
Yeah, there's no question. Kyle or whoever the play caller is for any quarterback is a big part of it, and it starts earlier in the week, and it also starts earlier in the off season and all the way through your training camp. And that you guys have to be on the same page as to what your quarterback does best, what he likes, what he doesn't like. Those are the things that need to be implemented into the offense, and some things need to be taken out. So when you get into the game, when a play comes in from the sideline, you almost know what's going to be called in those situations because you've practiced it so much throughout that week. And you also have the ability to change that play if you really don't like it. But most of the time, the play that comes in, you're going to like because you've already practiced it against that situation. So it's just a matter of you now taking that play that you've practiced all week long against that situation and making it work by your execution of it. So a lot of the blame goes to the quarterback if it's not executed properly, but that play has been gone over and over and over, not only on the field, but also in film studies, so you know what's going to be called most of the time.
Hall of Famer Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game. Warren, I'm interested, and I know you still have a keen eye on the Seattle Seahawks, and I'm just wondering, for the past 2 or 3 years, the San Francisco 49ers have felt like they had a Super Bowl window. I don't know if they do or not anymore, but they've lost a lot of their name players: Hufanga, Ward, Deebo Samuel, Leonard Floyd, Greenlaw, etc. They re-signed Kittle, Warner, and Purdy. Like, if you're a rival of the 49ers, what are you thinking about their offseason in comparison to who this team has been the last 2 or 3 years?
Well, it's obvious that they've lost some players. There's no question about it, but they still have a pretty good core of players on that team. I think you left out Ayuk. I think you left out, the running
Trent
back,
Williams and McCaffrey.
I mean, you left out, a couple of really good football players. So it's up to the management, the general manager, and the coaches to to bring in players to replace those guys. And if you can do that, maybe not to the level that some of those guys you left, but some players that are very comparable, you have a chance to keep winning. And I think they've done that. And I think if you look at their schedule, it's not one of the toughest schedules in the league. So I think that's going to be a big help to them as well. So there's no question that the 49ers can be right back in the upper echelon teams of the league if they win certain games, especially in their division against the Rams and the Seahawks and the like.
Let me ask you this. If you're a Seahawks or Rams fan, are you more scared or less scared of the Niners heading into this season?
I think going into the season, you definitely are a little bit more frightened, but you also understand that this is a team that's very fragile, and if any of those guys get hurt, they don't have the depth that they used to have, and I think that's one of the biggest problems is because of the salaries that they have right now, they're not able to establish the type of depth that you need, that when somebody key does go down, can you replace him? Not maybe the same quality, but at least solid quality at that depth position. And that's where I think they suffer the most by the size of some of their salaries on their football team, that they're not able to pay a bunch of other guys to create that depth that you need over a long course of a season.
Warren, I don't have to tell you, it's kind of funny how sports work. A few years ago, I felt like this Niner offense was Deebo Samuel. I seen him do it on the biggest stages, in the playoffs and the Super Bowl, and now he's traded for a 5th-round pick. When you got that news that he was no longer a Niner, can you share with us your thoughts and what happened to where have teams caught up to the Deebo package per se?
I think I saw it coming, and I think a lot of it was because of injury. He just wasn't on the field as much as he was during that dynamic time when he was, doing everything with the football. Because of those injuries, they tended to go different directions with the way their offense was going. And when you have 2 wide receivers, when you have an Ayuk that you had just paid a bunch of money to go along with Deebo, who was already being paid very well, and he's not giving you the production that he was, it was just a matter of time before they found somewhere else for him to go. So that's just kind of part of the way the game goes. If you're not producing and if you're making a lot of money, you're probably going to be either released or traded or something like that, and you move on and you try and make a name for yourself at the next place. So I'm sure if he's healthy, he will make big strides for the Washington Commanders, and whoever the 49ers put in his place, hopefully he will step up and make those type of plays. Maybe not like Deebo the way he did it, but at least make big plays for their offense in other ways.
Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game, Hall of Famer. Let me ask you about the Seahawks. Last year they won 10 games, didn't make the playoffs. They have a new quarterback in Sam Darnold. Like, what are they going through right now, Warren? And do they expect to be a better football team than last year?
They did win 10 games in Mike's first year, and I think that was a pretty solid start for him. Now he has a chance to see where he needs to improve his football team, and I think he's done that on the defensive side of the ball. He's made some really good pickups in the offseason. I think they had a really good draft. And then you bring in, one of the top quarterbacks in the league last year in Sam Darnold, who's got a chance to really take this team to another level. So I think a lot of what their success is going to depend on is if Sam plays well on the offensive side of the ball, because I think their defense will be even more improved than it was last year, and this team has a chance to maybe win, another 10, maybe 11 or 12 games this season.
Warren, I got to be careful here because my partner and I, we get in radio fights, Warren. It happens every so often, and one of the biggest defeats I took was when Andy Reid left Philly. I didn't say he was a winner. I thought he left a lot of chicken on the bone, goes to Kansas City, and now look. And I say that to say Kyle Shanahan's been there twice, and Warren, I swear I feel like they should have won both games. They didn't. But how much pressure and how big of a deal is it for a head coach, an NFL head coach, to not just get close, to get over the hump for a guy like Kyle Shanahan and his brilliance?
Well, I mean, that's what you're judged by in this league is how many championships you win. And he's had a chance to win a couple, and it hasn't happened for him. But, I mean, he lost to some pretty good players. He lost to some pretty good coaches. Andy Reid is going to go down as one of the best coaches to ever coach in this league. Patrick Mahomes is going to go down as one of the best quarterbacks to ever quarterback in this league. So I think there's no shame in losing to those guys, but you definitely want to win those games, especially when you get to the crown jewel of them all, the Super Bowl. And he'll always have that to look back at, especially if he never wins one, but hopefully he'll win one before he's done.
Let me ask you this. If you were playing in the NFL right now, would you want to play in the Olympic flag football team?
I don't think I would want to play. I'd want to take my time off that I have and rest, especially if I'm later in my career. But I'm sure there's a lot of guys that would love that opportunity. The thing that really scares you is, when you get out there as an NFL type player, you only know one speed. And you're going to go as fast as you possibly can, and you're going to do everything you can to try and win those games. There's a lot of possibility of injury in those games, and you don't want to put yourself out there and injure your body to where it's going to really affect your NFL career, because that's the most important. But I understand players wanting to be a part of that. I understand them wanting to win a gold medal for their country, but they also have to worry about the health of their body over the course of a long 17 and it might be 18 game season by then. Who knows?
Hey, Warren, we've had the luxury of talking to you a few times, and I don't know if you remember, but I referred to you as my favorite quarterback still of all time. But let me tell you why you have that mantra. For you to let Cam Ward wear your number, I mean, that just talks about who you are. Can you just share with us your decision in that? Because we see some other guys say no to the young pups.
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with the fact that I've had that number now for 50 years. I wore it starting way back in 1975 or 6, and I had a good run with it in college. Went to Canada, won a bunch of championships, came in the National Football League, and became a Hall of Famer. So I think now it's time for a young guy that a lot of his journey really reminds me of the things that I went through trying to play quarterback for him to get to where he is. And he wore the number 1 when he was in college, and so it means something to him. So I felt like coming from the same organization, even though it wasn't the same team, he's got a chance to start something with that number at the Tennessee Titans organization and start his own legacy towards, what might end up being a Hall of Fame career for himself. So that was one of the reasons why I decided to let him use the number. Even though he's not wearing a Houston Oilers jersey for the rest of his career, he's wearing a Tennessee Titans jersey, but he is wearing the number 1, and hopefully he'll make something special happen out of it like I did.
Oh, you're the man.
Yeah, great gesture, Warren. Really is. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for joining us. You've always been real generous with your time with us, and we really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. I'm sure we'll talk down the road.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game, Hall of Famer, one of Guru's favorite quarterbacks of all time.
Yes,
I was a big fan, too.
Yeah, he came in an era where black quarterbacks were taboo. He had to go somewhere else. Just think about that now when you look. I know we can be here for hours when we talk about race, but you look at the plight of the black quarterback now in the NFL and college, Stoney, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'll say that's progress.
Yeah. And he and I,
man, that's a real one.
I mean, we now have something in common, Warren Moon and I.
We have something.
I was more than happy in high school and college to allow somebody to wear my number after I
you didn't have a number. We asked you, remember?
I had many numbers.
Yeah, then that means you didn't have one. Evan, if you got more than one.
I would have been inducted with probably number 20 or something like that.
So you selfishly took multiple numbers, is what you're saying?
No, numbers didn't. Numbers are numbers, and numbers didn't mean. You know what my father said? Now, my father was old school. He said, "Son, the number doesn't make the player. The player makes the number."
I kind of.
And so I was never really attached or married to a particular number.
Why, though? That bothers me. The great movie director. Evan's about to go see Sinners with his brother.
You guys have seen that 9 times.
I've seen it 3, about to be 4.
You got to see it once.
Ryan Coogler played football, Stoney, and wore 17. Guess why?
Why?
Chris Mullen was his dude.
Oh.
And he got to tell Molly on that. I saw that on the pregame show.
Yeah, real quick, I
thought that was a great gesture.
I said that.
Well, you just moved on.
Yeah, I did.
I know what you do.
In the same... what was I going to say? Oh, shoot.
My bad.
In the same vein, you were talking about sinners. In the same vein that you don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play basketball, you don't tell me what movies to see.
Dude, you got to see it,
I won't.
man. And we believe you won't.
No,
We really got to the reason.
You saw Freaky Tales. That shocked me.
That's because it was playing during the day.
Oh, well, yeah.
I only see matinees. I mean, Guru said, hey, Steiny, what do you say we go see Sinners Friday night? I'm like, Friday night?
You're 21.
Friday night.
Like, what are you going to be doing?
I wouldn't see a movie on a Friday night if you paid me.
Well, at first I thought it was because, he's got something going on. And then he realizes,
like, dude, you're not 18.
He only goes at 1 p.m.
He's too.
Oh, man. Hey, I tell you what. Yeah. If you think I'm ludicrous, shout out to the rapper in Atlanta about my Jimmy Butler take. I just got sent some sound of Dwayne Wade, the great Hall of Famer, going in on Jimmy about how he approaches the game. I'll just leave that there. Go find that.
Well, can we play it on the other side?
I didn't send it to Evan. I just got it.
I think I can speak for a lot of radio listeners. That's one of the most frustrating things you can do to a listener. Hey, Steiny, did you hear what this guy said about this guy? It's unbelievable. It's incredible.
Oh, he's got
it. And then we don't have it.
Oh, we got it.
All right, so we got it. You want to do it now or do you want to do it on the other side?
By the way, you just put the clock on me, Goo. I came up with that in 16 seconds.
Wow.
I didn't like the way he just approached the game. Like, I know Jimmy is a pass first guy. I know he's about getting his teammates the ball and want to see them shine. But it's a point where you're getting 60. Mm-hmm. This ain't working. You got to go.
Yep.
He won't look at the basket. And I've seen this before. I've seen it in the Heat jersey. And so, in the sense, like when Pat come out, Pat say, we want to give you extension, is not always because of injury. Sometimes it's, I need to see what you're going to do in every moment, not just in one moment. We saw Jimmy in the bubble. He was a dog.
Yep.
I saw Jimmy in another finals too against the Denver Nuggets, and he did the exact same thing he did the other night. He did not look at the basket.
Right.
I don't want to see that. Like Jimmy Butler is too good of a basketball player to not have his imprint on the game. And sorry, sir, when it's time for you to take over, you just have to. And even if you can't do it from the standpoint of you ain't making those shots, I don't care.
All right.
Shoot.
Yeah. Go to hell, ball.
It's bad offense. If you're not shooting, to getting too close in that paint and not putting that ball up to that basket, that's bad offense.
Yeah. I want to melt because sometimes you make me think I'm crazy. Wow. That's from D. Wade. I can take you going 1 or 20,
but
not 105.
He won't do that. What Dwayne Wade is saying is that's not who he is. And he's never been that. Like he has been playoff Jimmy
in the bubble,
but according to Dwayne Wade, there are also times where he doesn't want to shoot 5 for 19. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can talk more about Jimmy Butler. And we're Warrior fans, and Daryl the Guru Johnson sold a bill of goods on Jimmy Butler. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
it's
not
what we
following
do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good to have you back, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sad.
How come?
I'm down. Because when
Why?
I think about the Olympics, you asked Warren, and I'm glad he said what he said. I think about track and field, Jesse Owens, all the success that we've seen from the great athletes throughout our time, FloJo. Flag football's not an Olympic sport. I don't want that. Just stop. We got too much free time for somebody to go call a meeting and say, you know what? Let's add that to the flag football, which I love flag football. It's not an Olympic. Hey, what you gonna medal? What do we do? We got too much downtime. That time could have went somewhere else. Evan, flag football in the Olympics?
How do you feel about video games?
I'm a gamer.
They're in the Olympics.
Guru, do you realize that part of the whole Olympic story, the whole Olympic saga, is they introduce new sports? Do you like skateboarding? That's an Olympic sport. Baseball was not an Olympic sport until recently.
But you know what I mean.
Golf was not a sport
this
originally
is a
in the
D-list Olympic sport. You know what I mean. You got the Winter Olympics and flag football.
How about synchronized swimming?
I ain't mad. Yeah, swimming's for real. What's my boy used to blow the trees? Phelps. Yep. Y'all thought
he wasn't. He was not a synchronized swimmer.
He was in the water. Aquaman.
Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah. Tell them the dumbest trivia question I ever in radio history I gave you during the break.
I'm going to be honest with you. You got me on it.
I asked him, can he name? I looked at Roger Goodell.
I'll bet you, without
none
knows.
of those.
No.
Both of them know. I know the new guy. No, Evan knows too.
He looks at Roger Goodell on the TV and goes, I don't even know what you say. He gets a lot of money for doing nothing. He goes, can you name 2 other commissioners of the NFL? And I said, of course.
And I didn't.
But I couldn't. I could only name one.
These 2 young dudes know.
No, I think I can only name MLB commissioners, honestly.
There have not been a lot of NFL commissioners.
Evan, I'm shocked. And the new guy, I'm shocked.
Paul Tagliabue.
Okay, that's
the last one. I can't remember the one in the 70s.
Pete Rozelle. See, I remember Pete Rozelle, but not Tagliabue.
Yeah.
Okay, baseball commissioners. We can go around. Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
Yeah. Bowie.
Bowie Kuhn.
Your turn.
What?
We're
the dude in the Hall of Fame that shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Steroid era?
Yeah, they have
Say him.
No, I got you.
Seelig?
First name?
All right.
Bud.
I'll say
this is when I get mad.
Peter Uberoth.
Good call.
Who the hell was that?
I think he was a baseball commissioner.
I'm going Giamatti. Mark. Yeah.
I like
Giamatti.
Yeah, right. I'm done for the day.
Oh, my guy. Oh, no. I want to say Connie Mack, but he's not one. I'm done.
Well, you have Manfred.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob. Yeah. I thought the current one was off limits.
We named the big boys.
Goo, you've been on your game today.
Please. I just missed you guys, man. Like, we really, truly, I have a job that I miss my guys. Like Friday, I go, they're out at the cafeteria, whatever I was doing with the family.
Oh, we had a big crowd out there.
I meant to check in.
Big crowd.
More than 3.
Anyway, I'm back.
Antonio in Oakland this ought to be good. The same guy who a week ago said Warriors in 5. Hey, Antonio, good to hear from you, my main man.
Hey.
Oh, man. Yeah, so, of course, like I said, the Warriors, we lost because of injuries, man, at the end of the day. And I don't want to hear nothing about Jimmy Butler did this because of the bubble. Because when it comes to LeBron James, I don't hear nobody say nothing about, that was the bubble. People act like it's real. So if you're going to give Jimmy Butler some flack because it's a bubble, say the same thing for LeBron. 2020 doesn't count, like I always say. Anyway, but at the end of the day, man, Kuminga, you showed that he was a star. And Steve Kerr got to get the blame. He has to. He never gets the blame for some reason.
Wow.
Like stop giving this guy passes, man. Like, he should have played Kuminga. And if he did, he would have played great against the Rockets because his best games of the year was against the Rockets. We would have probably won in 5 games then, and Steph would have had less wear and tear going into the Timberwolves series. And we probably would have still be playing right now. Give Steve Kerr some blame. And just like somebody named Steiny said, George Kittle's not a great receiving tight end, and he's third all time in every tight end's first 8 years.
He's a better blocker. He's a great blocker.
Right on, eh?
Great blocker. Antonio in Oakland.
Yeah.
There he is.
And as much as I love Kerr, because he's my top 5 head coach, maybe a 30 for 30 will come out, and we'll find out what Kuminga really did for him to be a bump on a pickle. And then for that series where you only won 1 game, look like in regard to hops, people, Dominique Wilkins, and this is what was bothering me. My buddy Squirt just sent me a text, Sonny, and I want to change my answer. I would not trade Kuminga for Naz Reid.
Okay.
He ripped me on that one.
Hey, Evan? I got something for you.
Okay.
Do you respect Justin Jefferson?
I love him.
All right, well, this is just from Justin Jefferson on flag football in the Olympics and the NFL being able to participate. Quote, "To be honest, I'm at a loss for words. To think about the chance of playing in the Olympics and getting a gold medal, it's a dream."
Did anybody tell JJ it's not pads, it's flag football?
It makes it better.
Sonny, stop.
A chance to represent your country.
You know what they used to have, real quick? Yeah. You need to sit this one out. On Treasure Island, every year, Evan, air it out. And it was a flag football jamboree. And my guy, Rick Bradford, I was quarterback. My boy, Vic, we went out there. We didn't win, but we got close. Stoney, teams and athletes everywhere, and I was QB. I had the Randall jersey, number 12, green.
Guru, when are you going to realize? And now we have when are you going to realize? And now we have the latest piece of evidence from Justin Jefferson that these athletes, Jefferson, hell, Steph Curry, they are more than happy to sabotage the following season to get a gold medal. The gold medal was more important to Steph than his teammates.
I guess
we saw it play out.
Yeah, Melo ruined it for me.
Leave me alone this summer.
Evan, Melo ruined it when he fake cried. Like, dude, that's not an NBA Finals.
Well,
those are real tears.
That's why he cried.
You're supposed to win. That doesn't supersede what you can't get.
KD's got like 4.
He's a bad boy. Well, he got 2 final MVPs. I like Melo. I just didn't like that. Like, you're not going to trick me. And real quick, Halle Berry. If we were together, I understand we probably wouldn't like the same TV shows. So that's how Justin Jefferson's view on the Olympics is to mine. Okay, you're good at your job. You're a pro. I don't agree. And he's just throwing that out
like
there.
He's going to be out there mossing the Congo in 3 years.
Do the Niners got a Jefferson? Yeah, Ayuk.
Okay.
My man.
And Tony Jefferson.
Oh, man.
I mean,
Robinson.
You would, see that? Well,
I like stars. I'm not ashamed to say it, Stoney.
Yeah.
We got Steph.
For now.
Yeah. We had Jimmy.
For now.
I'm mad.
You're unreal. Crossover coming up next. That means Dibley and Willard in the house. Segment brought to you by Safeway. You imbecile.
a journalist with words.
And that's what life's about. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. How you doing, gentlemen?
What's going on, Steiny?
Hi, boys. Welcome back. Welcome back to you. I hadn't seen you since you got back from Mexico. And you told me you had a chef. You guys had a chef. What if you had that for real, in real life?
I know.
I'd be a thin man.
Yeah, you get to, dude. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
People want to know what I brought back from Mexico, and the answer was a few pounds.
Look at you. You can afford it.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, that's the thing, man. If you get enough couples to all agree, you could suddenly.
I thought that was a group photo. I said, they just met him. That was 7 couples.
Those are my 7
That's dope.
best high school friends.
That's tight.
And now all of their significant others. And when you divide everything by 14, you can afford anything.
You balling.
Yeah. You put that many people in a house, man, you can get whatever you want done.
I love it.
Yeah,
I miss you too, Diz.
Yeah, missed you good.
I was going to rip Steiny because he played at the San Francisco Golf Club.
Yeah.
But now I'm finding out you got invited too, but you had to work.
Yeah. I mean, we have a mutual friend who has access to some pretty spectacular golf courses. The big fella, we call him, Big Kurt.
Yeah.
And he's very generous with invitations. And in this case, he reached out to me and I said, hey, what time? Because San Francisco Golf Club, you make time.
I couldn't get in right now.
It depends if you know somebody. And we happen to know somebody. And so he reached out to me and I thought, you know what? We're coming off a Warrior season and a Brock Purdy contract. I can't just take a day off to do it. Okay, I said, can we get out there at 7:30? And he said, it's probably going to be, he's like, probably afternoon. I said, well, call your boy Stein.
Look,
he would have anyway. I'm not trying to take credit.
He shot a 94.
That's a good round out there.
Why?
Well, 2 things. 1, incredibly difficult course. 2, he's never played it. And so when you don't have familiarity, it's not like a basketball hoop that's 10 feet and the foul line's 15 feet. And the third piece is no caddy, no yardage, no clue. So you're flying blind.
Wow. No phones either.
Okay.
No photos, no phones.
And is there also just a little bit, like I got to play Pebble one time a bunch of years ago.
Drop it, Evan. There we go.
It took like 13 holes before the ambiance of the place. I was like, just settle down and just play golf. But you're seeing things that you've watched, SF Golf Club, you never see on TV, but you're seeing these holes that that have this history in your mind, and so you intimidate yourself for no reason.
Doubt. Wow. No doubt.
That was the scene of one of my 4 greatest athletic moments of my mediocre athletic life. Made a birdie on the 8th hole at Pebble, which is one of the most iconic par 4s on the planet.
Is that the one that goes over the...
Yes, the chasm.
Yes.
The chasm.
You birdied that one.
Birdied it.
See, that's the one where I hit the ball.
He remembers.
I hit the ball on the beach.
Well,
because I was just like my arms were shaking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's one thing.
A nice birdie.
You never forget. Like, it's as if you made like a 3/4 court shot to win a car at, Old Oracle Arena. It's one of those moments that I'll never forget. I went on to shoot a 91. Nothing special.
I had a layup on that hole.
Yeah.
Before the canyon or chasm.
Yeah.
How long did it take you, Stoney? Honestly, what time were you done? About 7?
Well, it was fast. See, the course was closed. And that's why I didn't have a ton of nerves. There was virtually nobody there. And the guy I play with is a pretty fun guy. So it wasn't it wasn't like we got members in back and I'm nervous.
No pressure.
No, but there's no waiting at San Francisco Golf Club.
Wow.
They're not tee times every 8 minutes would be my guess.
So is Olympic Club and this club, they're the same or...
No.
I mean, we rate them as like big boys.
They're different. Olympic Club probably has 2,000 members, not counting the downtown. Joe Shasky's a member of the Downtown Athletic Club. He also has golf privileges. They have 2 18 holes and one of the best 9-hole courses on the planet. It's more of a club for families. They have tennis courts. They have a sand court, clay court rather. They've got swimming. They've got everything. It's more of an athletic club. San Francisco Golf Club is, if you don't have $100 million, you can't play, and they'd rather have you not play anyway.
Wow, man.
It's a golf course that they don't want you to play.
Yeah. San Francisco Golf Club is the golf version of Steiny. They don't want to see you.
Standoffish.
But if you know someone, they will.
I got it.
Like if they're forced to, then you can play. They don't want to see you.
Yeah, and privileged and well connected.
Wow, is that fair? Steiny, is that fair?
Like he's smiling.
It is fair.
You nailed that.
You know what? Like this guy Curtis, he's a caddy.
Okay.
And he's caddied for some big boys. Like when a famous
he's
person,
a big boy to get you guys on.
Yeah, exactly. So he was telling me that he's caddied for Lacob, Joe Lacob. Okay. And of course I said, how's his game? And Curtis goes, he's all right. And so of course, one of the great things about having a handicap with the GHIN is you can look up everybody's handicap.
Absolutely.
So
you can look up the chef.
Be careful.
So Lacob,
can you?
Oh yeah.
Joe Lacob is standing. He's got a 10-1 handicap.
All right, break that down for me.
It's good, but
basically that means that on an average day he'll shoot 10 over par.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Like Steiny's probably a 14.
Yeah.
I'm like a 15.5. So if I go out, Mark is like a 9 who never plays. Mark's good.
What's Curry?
He's a plus. I just looked him up.
He's a +1?
He's a plus 1.3.
Yeah. Which means he'll be 1 stroke better than par on a normal day.
Wow.
A little bit better than a normal day.
Okay.
It's an average. It's an average of the top half of your scores.
Man.
Or your best 10, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Out of 20, your best 10, it's an average of that.
It's basically, it's basically a number where if you play really well, that's what it is.
Okay.
Like if I'm a 14, that means if I shoot an 86, that's pretty good for me.
And it's a way to equate games. So if Steiny's a 14 and I'm a 16 and we go out and we play, he
needs to beat you by 2.
If we were going to gamble, I get a 2-stroke head start.
Man, this is what Goo hates.
No, but
he hates it. Remember, I said in theory I could play a match against Tiger Woods, and we could make it so that it's completely fair. And you said, well, that's not. You shouldn't be able to do that. So in other words, Tiger would have to play from the blacks, which is
all the way back,
way farther away.
Hey, hold on. What's going on the blacks?
That's a fun.
I just got back.
Couple more years.
We got Caitlin Clark and Reese, but hold on.
The white tees and the black tees are going to get canceled.
Don't talk about that.
That was really funny. Yeah,
I get you started.
Let's play the blues and the yellows. How about that?
It would be like you playing 1-on-1 against Kevin Durant 2-11, and you're up 10-0, and he has to play in like snorkel and flippers.
Right. Brick shoes. Yeah.
So it's really never fair.
Well, it's like any sport.
He's penalized because he's that good.
Or rewarded.
Sure. If you want to play 1-on-1.
All right.
Yeah.
So I gotta believe he would be playing 7,500 yards.
Yep.
I'd be playing 6,000 yards.
Yep.
So in other words, he's
all right. Okay.
Like he's playing. He's
and
not teeing off.
He would be given like a 24-stroke.
At least a stroke a hole. Yeah. At least a stroke a hole.
Wow.
And that's part of the beauty of golf.
Exactly.
Is, you compete, and the handicap system levels the playing field.
Yeah. Who is the most famous golfer from the Bay?
Oh,
I know that's hashtag random from the Bay. I mean, Walnut Creek, everywhere.
It would be, I think,
we have somebody?
Johnny Miller, if you want to go back. Johnny Miller went to Lincoln High School in San Francisco.
Well, that counts.
Johnny Miller is a major champion, and he turned out to be a wonderful broadcaster before he retired.
Wow.
Lived on the hole at Silverado. Silverado North.
I mean,
I would say Johnny Miller.
Yeah, and he's won majors.
Okay.
And I will shout out James Hahn from Alameda.
That's a good call.
Who just today qualified for the U.S. Open.
Now that's big. Okay, so that's
made
the new
it through
version.
the Dallas final qualifier.
You want to feel better about the fact that the world is going to be taken over by AI? I just asked AI who's the most famous golfer from the Bay Area, California. You want to know what it comes up with?
Give it to me.
Tiger Woods. Now,
because he went to Stanford.
It says Tiger Woods was born in Cyprus.
Hey.
But he's often associated with the Bay Area due to his close ties with the Bay Golf Club at TGL and playing courses like Pebble Beach and Pasatiempo.
Wow.
Right.
I don't know if playing courses in the Bay Area means that you're from here.
Right.
But
and
whatever.
Pebble Beach and Pasatiempo, neither of them are in the Bay Area.
Well,
if you want to go by the 9-county structure.
Sure,
Yeah.
Northern California.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So AI's got some work to do over there.
Exactly. So we've got jobs for at least one more
year.
year.
We go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Purdy contract? I told Steiny before you go, I think he already earned the bread. I'll just leave that there. He saved jobs. Had he been a bum or nowhere near capable of doing what he did, what had these last few years have looked like. They would have been searching for a QB.
Yeah, we'll have a full nuanced breakdown at 3:15 with David Lombardi today.
All right.
So he gets into all of the machinations of the structure and all the rest of it, but
he didn't bring the house down.
No, I thought it was a very, very mature deal for Brock Purdy. Very, very mature deal. And we'll talk a lot about this today. I don't know if you all saw Adam Schefter.
63, 60,
this started over 60, and why wouldn't you? Like, whatever. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm learning this in life. My lovely Christy negotiates everything. She gets mad at me. Like, outside of the grocery store, everything's negotiable. So why? And it's like, why not? Why not ask? What the hell? All you can do is say no.
Shoot your shot.
Right. So he goes out there and says, yeah, they're like, Dak Prescott makes 60. I want 65. And if you look at it just through the lens of that sentence, it makes sense.
And there's other guys you could use to that.
Right, but he left his ego at the door, and there probably weren't a lot of other options for either side, and it works its way down. It's still north of 50, so it's not like embarrassing.
But it's 65, I can't speak for him, compared to what he was making. To go to this,
I know a lot
with
of people,
the guaranteed dibs.
I know a lot of people do that, but if you were going to look at it that way, then 30 would be a ton. And you're not going to do that. Like, you still have to fit this into something that makes sense based on what he's achieved, I think. But this is, Dibs and I talked a lot about this yesterday. What you're pointing at right now is why I think this broke on a Friday afternoon.
Wow, that was weird, man.
I don't think the agent is like, look at me. I got Brock Purdy 53. It's like,
So this ain't Tom Cruise, show me the money.
Dude, you got other players who are worse than you that make more, period. Multiple of them.
It's fair.
Yeah, of course. I don't think it's unfair. Right. I just don't think it's the lead resume story for his agent. They asked for 65, and they got 53.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So, Dibs, do we know what the signing bonus was?
I don't think absolutely specifically, but one thing that we're going to unearth as we go through the show today is what the cap hit is in the first year versus year 2 and year 3. And I'm being told that the first year cap hit is really small. So I don't know if you can prorate the bonus starting in the first year of the actual extension or if you have to do it over the life of the deal, but it seems like they're going to have the money. The bigger money is going to be in year 2 and year 3, and the year 1 money is going to be kept relatively small.
So if he signs that contract now or in the next week and gets a signing bonus, he gets that all right away, right? Or no?
I'm not sure about that. Because something to ask David Lombardi
today. And that was over 100, right? How much was he going to get?
180 guaranteed.
Yeah,
wow!
The guaranteed signing is 100. So that's the no matter what money, the 100. And in that is the signing bonus. It's not all signing bonus, but in that $100 million is where the signing bonus number would be.
I don't think it's public yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has that signing bonus number yet.
So in other words, he might be under contract for 5, but somebody's going to rip off 20 for him if that's the signing bonus. So he'll get that immediately.
Potentially, yeah. Gotcha. And also, like all these deals, it's a 6-year deal now. He's got 5 on top of the 1. You're going to get 4 years into it, and they're going to rip up the remaining 2 and do what they just did to Fred Warner, which is we're going to tear up a couple years. We're going to give you all the money that you were owed. We're going to give it to you in bonus form. That way you get it guaranteed.
If you're balling. If you're still balling.
If you're balling, yeah. So, and that's, I think, the way the Niners do it. And something we were talking about while you were gone is they just sold 6% of the team. So the Niners are bringing in, the York family rather, is bringing in a whole bunch of cash because 3 families bought 1%, 2%, and 3% of the Niners. And that right there is hundreds of millions of dollars that they're just going to get.
Yeah.
It's a good deal for the Niners.
It's like having a garage sale.
So they bought that 6%. They don't. That's all their power is, right? They can't call any shot.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah. What was the percentage that York had before
97.
And it goes down to 91?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's beyond the controlling.
No.
And I wonder about like the Warriors, and I don't know if you know this, like Joe Lacob is the majority owner, But
There are other
Peter
people.
Goober bought it together, and I think there are like 15 other ownership pieces. So if Joe Lacob's got, 51%.
All right, there it is.
I don't know what.
I don't think he's got that much, but he's the what's it called?
He's the majority. He has the biggest piece.
He's the lead owner. AI says 25%
for Lacob.
But
I'm just asking
No,
AI
that sounds
everything
about
that brings up
right.
today.
The reason you would do that is, so let's say, let's just say hypothetically, the 49ers were bought and they were worth $100 million 10 years ago. So 20% of $100 million would be $20 million.
Gotcha.
Okay, so let's say it's 10 years later. Now it's worth $500 million, and somebody wants to buy 20%. Well, now it's $100 million.
Yep, got it.
So somebody poured in whatever 6% is. It's way more than it was when they bought the team.
And what are the Niners worth right now, AI? Why don't you put your fingers to work?
That's
I think it's about 6 million. Billion. Sorry, with a B.
Right now, AI says the Niners are reportedly valued at over $8.5 billion.
Okay, so you're going to break off 6% of that, which is, 1% would be $850 million.
Right. So times that by 6.
40. I'm sorry, $85 million would be 1%.
So multiply that by 6.
Yeah, it's $500 million. So
6%.
Wow. That is, man.
Roughly $500 million. I'm just ballparking the math.
Yeah.
So the Yorks, basically, they go to their mailbox, and there's 3 checks in there, and you sign the back for mobile deposit only, and you put it in your app.
Can you imagine?
Cha-ching!
Snap a little picture of a $500 million check.
Hello.
And then Jed goes, but God, we only own 93% now.
Exactly.
91.
Not 97 or whatever, yeah.
Man.
Overpaid Brandon Ayuk.
That's right.
When do you expect him?
October 1st.
That sounds like soon.
Too soon. I hope early. No, I hope for earlier than that. But
just ask AI.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that.
Let's become a bit. I'm into it now.
When is Brandon Ayuk coming back? Okay. Let's see.
Please call TJ Hushmanzada.
While
that's his man.
AI says, while week 1 is possible, it's more likely he'll be back closer to midseason.
Okay.
Yep.
According to AI.
All right.
Yeah.
About when
and we went over the timeline of when you have an ACL and an MCL.
That was devastating.
It's approximately a 300-day RTP, return to play, protocol timeline. So that would put him right in that early to mid-October
And that's
range.
why Tatum is a no-go for next year. He's done.
Well, the Achilles is more like 9 to 12 months, right?
Wow.
In order to come back. And, Lillard the same and all the rest of it. So you hate to see it.
Was that a hit or an error on Michael Massey's?
It was an error.
That was an error.
It was an error.
I thought so too.
Thank goodness more hits
Okay,
came.
well, you know what? I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank goodness more hits came.
Like, man, home cooking for real.
I don't know why they even went back and looked at it. Like, who you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wonder, what led to that conversation?
Giants.
Oh, yeah,
We can't have
remember
this.
that guy that fell over 2 innings ago? We better go back and look at that. Because, Wilmer Flores struck out. And so, why would that even, why would you do that? That was a weird game last night.
Pasquia Cuento really hammered that ball.
He sure did. He got a hold of one. And how about the fact that my man who popped out to end the 2014 World Series, a win for the Giants, is still catching for the Royals.
No, that's amazing.
He's on my
fantasy.
He's still there.
He's on my fantasy baseball.
How's that going for you?
Not well.
He caught a bunch of pop-ups last night. Did you get anything for that?
No.
Okay.
You realize he produced the only earned run against Mad Bum in that entire World Series.
Yep.
He hit a home run.
Yep.
That was the only run that Bum gave up the whole World Series.
Man.
Mark, we do have a problem, though.
What's the problem?
Our shortstop.
What about him?
Stinks.
That's your guy.
I know.
What, you're giving up
He
on him?
doesn't stink.
It's
Don't do
early.
that. He doesn't stink. The left side.
We may have a ballpark issue.
Well, okay. Now, Deep Dive Dibs is going to make an appearance later today. Because we actually got into this.
He'll be fine when it heats up.
He brought up the exact same thing.
Okay.
So we got ballpark problem. So do you want to know what I looked at? I did a very shallow dive. because I'm not deep dive Dibs. My last name doesn't start with a D. Shallow dive. But real quick, I just went to, all right, 2010, how many runs per game did the Giants average? And then how many runs per game are the Giants averaging now?
Okay.
Which year do you think they averaged more?
This year or which year?
I'm going to say 10.
This is 2010.
2025 or 2010.
I'm going to say 2010.
It's clearly this year because you wouldn't ask the question.
Of course it is.
Those teams were built on pitching and defense.
No doubt. And that's what this team is trying to. They have by far and away the best bullpen in baseball. And I've done this before. Yeah. A baseball bullpen is a football offensive line.
Oh my gosh,
it's the same thing. Nobody cares.
Bring your gasoline.
Nobody talks about it, but that's how you win. And Buster Posey's running this team, and I think they're going to look. So I don't know, man. We for years now, it's like we need a bopper, we need excitement. Like the way you win at 3rd and King is with pitching and defense.
But he'll hit when they start going to Atlanta's and this summer. Dude, I've been watching him.
What's he at?
He got 5 homers, I believe. He was sitting on one forever.
5 homers. He's batting .219.
But collectively, the team can hit against left-handers. That's something right now, or it's nothing.
No, that's something,
dude. It's a big sample size.
Like they can't even get a hit. Like they're brutal
right now.
They're brutal against left-handers.
I'm like, man. Dude, I'm like, this will get better. It's like, take the unders on Giant games,
if all the Dodgers and Padres are still stockpiling lefties.
Well,
just
the Dodgers, they can't. Everybody's hurt.
Well, they're all hurt. Yeah, that's karma.
Yeah.
The one thing I haven't done today, and I wanted to because it's a fun name, is Boo Bitch.
Oh, yeah.
Boo Bitch, Stanford product.
Boo Bitch.
Yeah, they couldn't scratch that Boo Bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this one. Nice. Wading Pool Willard. I like that.
It's pretty good.
When you only go a shallow dive.
Yeah, I did. I thought that was a shot at my trip to Cabo where we were in the wading pool. Pretty much.
Was it hot?
It was perfect.
Oh, man.
It was like 80 to 85.
So you a margarita guy?
There were plenty of them.
Yeah.
I want to ask this. Is this being sexist or mean if I sort of like paint with the broad brush of like women tend to be more affected by cold than men? Like, are women, like when you're driving in the car.
This is dangerous content.
No,
but you're on fire. Yeah.
When you're in the
Denzel,
car,
man on fire.
does the guy want it at like 65 with air blowing in his face, and the woman wants it at 74?
I want the 65.
Is that normal? Like, is that like, this has been mostly my life experience? Everybody in the room is nodding, but like nobody wants to
I'm neither nodding nor speaking.
I'm
thinking about a few good men right now. You don't have to answer that question.
No, this is not an offensive topic.
I'll answer the question.
I'll tell you why. So one of the couples goes early. They go a couple days early.
Oh, okay.
And one the female sends out the APB. Like she sends the text to the thread. There was a female thread, and then there was a male thread, and then there was an overall thread. Well, the female thread gets, it is so all caps cold.
Oh boy.
It is, I'm in a blanket. I can't walk on the beach. Everybody bring jackets. Well, here go all the ladies. Everybody starts unpacking and adding bags and parkas, blankets, and the guys are like, I'm looking at the app. It says it's 82 degrees.
Oh, come on.
Like,
ladies.
It's Cabo. Like, we can't. It's right. And guys are also like, who cares? Whatever. We'll buy a I Love Cabo sweatshirt. And so we get there, and I don't want to, like, I'm sure whatever her experience was, it was.
Yeah.
It was 85 and perfect and still the whole time. And so half the ladies had, like, taken all their shorts out of the suitcase.
Oh.
And then even when they get in the pool, they're like, it's still kind of chilly. I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know. Right? Is everyone having the same experience?
The term sweater weather was a woman. That's who invented that phrase.
Yeah.
And
according to AI,
they like to bundle up.
AI says women generally tend to feel colder than men. Here are a few biological and physiological reasons.
Thank you,
Lower metabolic rate. That's a real thing.
Right.
Differences in body composition and size.
Sure.
I do know this.
Size matters.
Back when I was fatter, I was also warmer. Balder and skinnier equals colder, and also hormonal influences.
Yes.
And also the perception of cold. And this may be what you were dealing with.
This is the whole, what does it say?
Peripheral vasoconstriction. When feeling cold, women's bodies may prioritize maintaining core body temperature by constricting blood vessels. Thank you, AI.
There it is. So this is not a criticism of everyone. It is simply an observation, sensation of what tends to often be the case, because this poor girl then got made fun of for 3 days.
Oh, boy.
Because everyone's like, why'd you tell everyone to bring a parka? I don't even need shoes.
Man.
Anyway. Tim?
All right, gents. Oh, you got him down.
You got to get into the all right, gents.
You have the national Lombardi today, right?
No, we got the local Lombardi.
David. You have David.
Yes. And Kurt Warner.
That's my quarterback.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Kurt
Warner.
Ask him how he liked playing for Joe Paterno.
Why?
Kurt Warner, you're talking about the running back, right?
Okay. This guy is
some material is
Kurt with a K.
Okay.
Kurt with a K.
Alrighty, gents.
Knock him dead, guys.
Northern Iowa. Who's the coach?
Hayden Fry.
No, it's incorrect.
That was Iowa.
That was regular Iowa.
Regular Iowa.
Yeah.
One more.
Northern Iowa?
Well, that's where Kurt Warner went, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did he play for somebody we've heard of?
Probably not. I have no idea. You want me to ask AI?
Just give the answer in 20 minutes when I get into my car.
Who was
Actually, I don't have my card.
Warner's
Hurry.
college?
Next question.
AI says Bryce Paup.
Bryce Paup.
No. Terry
boy.
Allen. Terry Allen.
Terry Allen.
Yeah. All right.
Terry
14.
Allen.
It's working.
All right, gents.
There it is.
Knock him dead on 95.7 again. John Sally.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. We got all kinds of great stuff today. Yes, indeed. David Lombardi, Niners capologist. Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer. Both on the show today. David will be around 3. Kurt's going to be around 4. Plenty of room for you. 888-957-9570 is the number, and I can already see it and feel it now. We're going to play for you very, very shortly a couple of comments from the great Adam Schefter. New Jersey.
Yep.
We're going to play some comments from Adam Schefter, and they're going to get everybody's cockles all going. They're going to do it because it's as I said yesterday, Brock Purdy, he is the most interesting man in the NFL. He is. And I don't say that because he's the best player or the whatever player. I say that because he brings about the most polarizing opinions anywhere. And so here he is making over $50 million a year now, obviously starting after this year for the 49ers. And everyone will have an opinion. It's too much. It's not enough. When you hear how they got there, this is kind of my take. Whatever your Brock Purdy opinion is, it will only grow. So if you're like me and you think really good player who is showing unbelievable leadership qualities and signed a mature deal, well, that opinion will grow. If you think Brock Purdy is just freaking not worth what great quarterbacks in the NFL are worth, your opinion also will grow based on where this was and where it ended up, according to Adam Schefter.
Yeah, and that's it's well sourced, and he has a couple of different comments that you're going to play, and I shared them with the group earlier on our text thread, and it is a little bit stunning, but it's also kind of eye-opening because you know how negotiations work, and if they started Brock in his camp at $65 million and he wound up getting $53 million. That tells me that the 49ers probably were below 53 when they opened. Doesn't mean that they were at 40. I think if it was 65 and 40, well, that's such a gulf that this thing would probably still be getting negotiated. But the Niners clearly were not interested in 65, and Brock was willing to take 53.
And Jed York was not wrong with the quote that you tracked down yesterday when he said Brock Purdy is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. Although maybe Dak Prescott did ask for 65.
Maybe.
And only got 60. I have no idea. But he's going to ask for something that no one has ever received before, I think was the tone of what Jed York was trying to say. And he was right. He asked for something that no one has ever received before. And to this date, still, no one has received it. So here's what we're getting at, and we would love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. This is from ESPN's Unsportsmanlike Radio, this podcast, where Adam Schefter kind of gives some background on how we arrived here, the 49ers and Brock Purdy.
You know, listen, I think there's a lot of ways to come to this number, and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides, and I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million, and he was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And also there was the idea that at one point in time, like, oh, well, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be. His value is greatest on that team. And that's a little bit why they didn't view him right now as this $60+ million quarterback. His initial ask price, I believe, was about $65 million. So it came down to $53 million in the end, and that's a fair number. It places him in the top tier of quarterbacks, not the richest, not the worst. He finally gets paid. He's making more per game than I think he made in his entire rookie contract now. So this is the way that it should be, and it was weeks of discussions and meetings, and finally they were able to put the deal to bed on Friday.
Okay, so here's kind of the way I put it. Like when you listen to that, it started out at 65. They didn't get 60. They didn't get 55. They end up at 53. Oh, and then like around the league, there was no trade interest at all in Brock Purdy. Now, I have questions about that because I have no idea if the 49ers were interested in trading him either.
Probably not.
I don't know what else they would have done. So, like, were there actual calls to check and see around the league what people were thinking? And no trade interest does not categorically mean nobody likes Brock Purdy. It means that nobody was in position to acquire Brock Purdy and then give him $265 million or whatever. And so I understand this whole thing on a lot of fronts. Bottom line for me, Dibs, the more I read, the more I listen to this, this is a great deal for the 49ers. And this is not a who won the deal commentary. I'm not saying Brock got taken to the cleaners. That's absurd. I just think this is a great deal for the 49ers. I don't think it's going to get in the way of them filling out their roster.
Yeah, probably not.
And I also think it shows they've got a quarterback who left his ego at the door and showed a lot of leadership here. And you have a drama-free offseason. At least you have the ingredients for one.
Right, and I also think it's a great deal for Brock Purdy. And it depends on how you look at it, but Brock Purdy gets to play football, and he's got generational wealth. That much is absolutely checked, and it's May. He gets to go to OTAs, and he doesn't have to be bothered and harangued by the conversations we had about Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa and, why isn't Brock at camp and will he show up to training camp? He's skipped out on OTAs and all the rest of the stuff that distracts you from being a winning football player, especially when you're the quarterback. So you're Brock Purdy. And, deep down, if the Niners wanted to play hardball and he didn't want to take whatever offer they were giving, he didn't have to play, and he could set his whole career back. And his career could be ostensibly over if he didn't show up to camp and they moved on and he didn't play and all the rest of it. So he did have leverage because he's the quarterback and he's very important. But I look at a guy who took $53 million average per year, and I think that's a great deal for Brock. Did the Niners also get a good deal for them? Absolutely. But you're Brock, and now you have generational wealth. You got 9 figures of guaranteed money to do the one thing that you really want to do.
And there was never any question he was going to get that, but I'm with you. Like, dude, I love this kid. I really do. I wish, this kind of, it brings up that question or this topic that we've talked about a lot that always fascinates me. And I feel a little hesitant to go too deep into some sort of firm opinion on it because I can't relate. I have no idea what it's like to make $50 or $60 million a year. I don't know what it's like to make $20 million a year. All of these things. And so when we look at athlete negotiations, we often think about it in that ego sort of a way. Like immediately slotted in, Brock got less than Trevor Lawrence, and he got less than Tua. And we think about it like as if it's a game in and of itself. And I've always wanted to sit down with one of these people who makes this kind of money and go, what the hell's actually the difference? What's the difference? And why don't more of you, instead of going out there to get every last dollar and help the players union and all these things, instead of doing that, why don't you just ask yourself, where do I want to be? That's it. Where do I want to be? Where does my family want to be? What the hell is the difference between $53 million a year and $60? What's the difference? What, Brock can't pay for dinner? Dak's got to handle the bill? What is the difference?
Well, the difference is in ego, and some people tie their self-worth into ego, and I've never been somebody who is that tied to money to where, if I'm not the top paid guy at 95.7 the game, well, then you know what? I'm not going to be happy, and I'm not going to be able to show up to work. You get to a spot, and you're able to live the life you want to live. You're able to do the things you want to do, and that, for me, has always been more important than trying to get every penny. And it's clear to me that Brock Purdy is cut from that cloth. He doesn't need the ego fulfillment of being the top guy. Yeah, you shoot your shot, $65 million, and if the Niners would have said yes, he would have been stoked.
Great.
Cool.
Yeah.
But if not, then you work to a spot where, 53, can I play for 53? If I get 265 over 5, can I be happy at that level? Jenna, can we be happy with $53 million a year? Sure, Brock. All right. Call the agent. We're saying yes.
It's one of those things that's unique to sports that I don't think we really think about all that often. The rest of you listening to us and us too, I don't know what you make.
Yep.
I don't know what you make.
Nobody knows what anybody makes here.
You don't know what your coworkers make, and if you do, that's a recipe for disaster.
Right.
But in sports, not only do we know, there are websites dedicated to all of the details of it for anybody to look up at any time. And so I love this kid. I love that he's like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm not getting into this minutia. I'm not holding out. I'm not worried about if I got more than Trevor Lawrence. Let's do this. I want to feel good. Let's let you feel good. Let's have teammates who can get paid as well. And let's go play football. My gosh, give me more of these guys. On all my favorite teams.
Well, Josh Allen was basically did the same thing.
I love
you
Josh Allen.
It earlier. It's like Josh Allen should probably make more than Dak Prescott.
He should make more than everybody.
Other than Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, and he makes more than Patrick Mahomes.
Even that's debatable. I mean, he's the MVP.
He is, but you get to a spot where enough is enough and you can have a better team around you. And that's why the Tom Brady thing, I always will tip my cap to the fact that he didn't usually go after every last dollar because he wanted a good team around him.
Memorial Day weekend's almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. All right, Jonathan's going to lead us off. 888-957-9570. The details from Adam Schefter. They started at 65 and ended up at 53. And the rest of the league was not interested. Don't even know if they were asked. But how does that sort of change your view on this whole thing? We'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Facility professionals, property managers, Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I walked over here, supposedly this tough guy. He just told a story. That just said, Ronnie, have you done that?
On 95.7 The Game.
I remember that night. A
fun night.
It was a great night. And the Dwight Clark Legacy Series is coming up again here real soon. Great event. Everybody should go check it out and put some of your resources toward theirs, because theirs are doing really, really good things for ex-49ers. But Brock Purdy is anything but. His 49er career is just getting started, and we're talking out sort of the furthering of the conversation after these comments came to light today on ESPN's Unsportsmanlike Radio from Adam Schefter.
Listen, I think there's a lot of ways to come to this number, and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides, and I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million, and he was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And also there was the idea that at one point in time, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be. His value is greatest on that team. Mm-hmm. And that's a little bit why they didn't view him right now as this $60+ million quarterback. His initial ask price, I believe, was about $65 million. So it came down to $53 million in the end, and that's a fair number. It places him in the top tier of quarterbacks, not the richest, not the worst. He finally gets paid. He's making more per game than I think he made in his entire rookie contract now. So this is the way that it should be, and it was weeks of discussions and meetings, and finally they were able to put the deal to bed on Friday.
You know what's fascinating about this, Dibs? And 888-957-957, you ever I'm trying to think of a comp where a tone follows a person that just does not fit that person at all.
What do you mean a tone?
I think it's wild that Brock Purdy, of all people, seems to bring about some of the most controversial debate in the entire NFL. And he's just walking through the hallways with red cheeks and a backpack. He's never done anything controversial in his life. All he's done is be, quite frankly, the greatest story in the sport. If you think about it, and I know he hasn't won the whole thing yet, and there are other great stories. DeMar Hamlin comes to mind, whatever. There's unbelievable stories out there.
Just even at the quarterback position.
Yeah, the guy was the last pick in the draft. Look what he's achieved. He seemingly has never even stepped on someone else's toe. He doesn't want to get in the way of anything. All he wants to do is the right thing. He always says the right thing. He just took an incredibly mature contract, well below what he asked for. Is it below market value? I actually think a little bit is. Now, that's different than saying, is he worth that? That's a different conversation. But he did factually take a contract that's below some players he has outperformed. That's just a truth of the matter. There is absolutely, in many ways, nothing to see here. Yet, what follows him is so much debate, so much loud noise. The most drama follows him, and I think he's the most drama-free guy that the 49ers could find at this position.
And I think that what you said about him being the most interesting man in football, he certainly is up there, and it's because of draftism that you and I have talked about for years. And it's also what you just talked about, which is the cognitive dissonance of seeing a guy who seems to have the aw shucks demeanor, the rosy red cheeks, married his college sweetheart, loves his parents, and during the bye week goes home and jumps on the tractor just to do a little bit of work. And yet on the field, the dude's a killer, and he's one of the best quarterbacks in football. Yet people have such a wide, disparate opinion of him. People like, well, you, the president of Brockistan.
Thank you.
And I'm a resident of Brockistan. I like him. I'm not on the cabinet or anything, but
I'm going to be running for re-election after this season, too, by the way.
I think you're going to get there.
Yeah.
I think you're going to get there.
Thank you.
There are many people who see how good he is, and even what Schefter said in that cut, he's a perfect fit for this system.
Sure.
And that's almost a backhanded compliment, but it's not really, because he really is. When you look at what Shanahan likes to do with a lot of 21 personnel using the fullback, a lot of play action. Brock was 9th in football in play action yardage. What he does and what his skills are actually really fits in this system. So he's not wrong.
Yeah, backhanded compliment that I still think is a complete compliment. I'll never understand why people take that as some sort of a criticism when you have a coach and a system being run or the way you want to run it in a certain place, and then you find someone who fits it, and then all of a sudden you're like, see, that guy's actually not even really that good. I mean,
Kurt Warner today at 4, we can talk about system quarterbacking.
He'll tell you. He'll tell you. I mean, you know what? Like, it's not that like this comment has never been brought up before, but I hear it in the back of my head all the time. I don't hear Warrior fans spend too much time worrying about Draymond Green's Hall of Fame candidacy. System quarterback?
Well, he's in. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Right. My point is he's a Hall of Famer. He is a champion. He has 4 rings. This city doesn't think anything could have been done without him. And how would he do if he were a Magic or a Buck?
Well, he probably would average a double-double. He probably would average 15 a night in a much less efficient way, and he'd have no rings.
Right, but nobody cares. Nobody wants to use that to rip Draymond Green. Instead, they say, isn't it great that this guy ended up on our team and he's perfect for what they're doing and he compliments Steph Curry so well? Why can't the same happen with quarterbacks? Why can't you just be like, well, that's great that we found someone who's so perfect for the system that our coach is running, as opposed to, means you're not actually that good. You know, and in fact, we'll go to the text line in a second. There's a few things coming in, I think, that are interesting as far as discussion, but let's go to the phones, 888-957-9570. Jonathan, who today, Dibs, is at Baylands Golf Course.
I love Baylands.
Once upon a time, Palo Alto Municipal Golf Course.
Which was a goat track.
Home of one of my 3 holes in one.
Yeah, so it doesn't count if the course is no longer in existence.
Oh, no, that's not correct.
It gets expunged.
No, I asked AI. That's not true.
Baylands is awesome.
Baylands is amazing. It's amazing. Gosh, what a beautiful rebuild. Let's go to Jonathan and find out what hole he's on. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Just finished. Fell apart on the back 9. 34. Shot at 81. Not, I'll live with it.
Just a quick aside on Baylands. The 17th hole is a joke. It's like a 240-yard par 3 into the wind.
What's wrong with that?
Stupid.
Uphill.
Uphill.
That
Blind.
was no fun.
Mounding.
Hey, shoot your shot.
That
it's all
sucks.
you got. I don't want to hear about the wind. The course doesn't know which way the wind's going to blow. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Couple things here. Number one, I think, Dibs, you nailed it. The size of the human does play a part in the temperature. So that women tend to be smaller, and there's a reason why every morning I wake up and there's no sheets on me, and my wife has all the covers. So I think you nailed that one.
Yeah.
Facts, yeah.
Okay, but wait. What about tiny little men? Like, what if you're 5'1"? Are you freezing?
My grandpa was a slight human. He was always cold, always wearing a sweater. So
okay.
I think it's slack. I'm going to come at this from a impartial standpoint, as I'm a Vikings fan. It's a great number. This is how negotiations work. You start as high as you possibly can, and you end up at a lower number. And to bring this into everyday terms, as someone who's hired a handful of people, if the salary is $75,000 and they want $80,000, when you break that down, that's $100 a week. That's $200 a paycheck. After taxes, we're talking $110. So these obviously it's much greater numbers in the professional sports space. But when it comes down to it, you find the right number and the right person for your system and your team to build around. And you guys are in a great spot, especially with the schedule this year. I'm just happy that there's no drama around the signings, and you guys can have hopefully a great season given some of the roster changes. So every Niner fan should be happy right now going into the season.
How excited are you for McCarthy? I mean, you go from Sammy D to an unproven QB in Minnesota.
I'm glad we did not re-sign Sammy. That would have been too much money. I'm happy he landed a deal. I am nervous for JJ, but mainly because of our schedule. We've got AFC North, NFC East, plus our own conference. Division. It's going to be a gauntlet. I tried to find a way to 10 wins, and it's going to be tough this year.
Yeah, that's a tough draw, no doubt.
All right, Jonathan, do you have anything to say about the left guard? Okay, all right, thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's Jonathan.
Just don't call back unless you're at a different golf course. It's kind of become his bit. I mean, I love Bill Lance. I mean, he's been at a different course every time.
I think he is at a different course every time.
He is.
So I'm not worried about him.
Crystal Springs would be up next for you. Get on out and see Wink. Tell him Dib sent you.
Yeah, Crystal Springs might be up next for me. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a 3-day weekend coming up.
You sure do.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyhow.
There's a bunch of this coming in, and I'd love to address it because it's very much got pieces of it that are not wrong. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why a fan should care. Like, again, let's go with that Draymond Green comp, all right? And let's overstate it. Draymond Green would suck if he played anywhere else.
Okay.
He would not be a Hall of Famer.
That I believe.
He would not be a Hall of Famer. He would not be an All-Star. He would not be a Defensive Player of the Year. He would not be any of those things. And am I, as a Warriors fan, supposed to give a crap? I don't care. I don't care how the rest of the world views me.
I'm with you. So if Brock Purdy wouldn't fit on 26 other teams, and he fits here, and he wins here, well,
I don't care.
Exactly.
I don't care. So,
I'm with you.
How about this? Because, again, what Schefter said in there, I think, ends up sounding a little divisive. I don't know how true it was, or at least I don't know how relevant it was when he says there was no trade interest. I don't think there was any trade interest from the 49ers either. How about that? But if you say, okay, you want $65 million, well, we're not going to do that, so we'll call around to the rest of the league. Then, like, the Niners might have done this almost as a negotiating ploy, not so that they could trade Brock, but so that they could show his agent what that number means. Okay, Kyle Strongen, you want $65 million. Good. Let's call all of the teams and find out if they would like to acquire Brock Purdy and pay him $65 million a year. And they all said no. And now everyone's like, see, there's no trade interest. Well, no, that's not what that means. But even if it was, who cares? Like, there's a bunch of these texts. 408, Willard, no trade interest for Purdy means that no one else thinks he's anything special without the Kyle system. I don't think it means that.
Well, what I think it means is of the 31 other teams, and I won't bore you and the listeners by going team by team, but of the other 31 teams, how many teams were in need of a quarterback? And if you want to list off 6 to 8 teams, how many of those 6 to 8 teams are a really good quarterback away from being a Super Bowl contender?
There you go.
The answer is 0.
And then factor in the money. How many of them would like to change what they're currently doing? Like, take the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
Like, Bryce Young is not that good.
He's on a rookie deal.
But he's cheap.
Yep.
He's cheap, and they'll take their time to figure it out because they don't have anything else going on around him either.
The Jets went with Justin Fields.
Correct.
And paid him $20 a year, not $65.
Nope.
2-year deal, $2 and $40. So if you're the Jets, you're going to roll the dice with Justin Fields. If you think that he actually can be something, then it might be found money. They're not going to be interested in paying Brock $65.
Here's one from, let's see, 510. No trade offers is the same response that people had in the NFL draft. No one was interested, only the Niners. Look, there's a piece of what you're saying there that's absolutely correct, but it's totally being overstated. And that's what I'm getting at. Quote, no one was interested. No one was interested at this time, at that price, at that position. That's what it says to me. But if your larger point, if you want to step back and go, oh, no, he means more to the Niners than he would to any other team. Okay, fine. Let's meet in the middle and say that. I don't care. Draymond Green means more to the Warriors than he would to anyone else, right?
Yeah, probably.
Who cares?
Right.
Who cares? Let's ride. If it's working, just ride. That's kind of what I'm getting at. The whole Brock Purdy experience has landed in this like opinion-based debate pick a side thing. And I think it's funny because he's like the least debate pick a side person I can imagine in sports right now. He's just unassuming, mature, great leader, good football player, has some warts, but like is still young and getting better, all of those things, and seemingly mostly is working for the team for which you root.
Right.
So, yay. Like, great deal.
And how would that affect your willingness to either keep him or sign him or pay him and all the rest of it? And the other part of it, and David Lombardi can shed more light on this coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, but the big fear for fans is that this is going to hamstring their ability to keep the players that you love and also bring in more talent around him. And I know David is super cap conscious and he'll be able to give those answers. But the other piece of this whole idea of trading Brock, if you're going to trade a QB who's then going to make 55, 60 million, that team's going to have to give you some real draft capital. And I don't know if any of these teams we talked about, the Raiders who need a quarterback, and the Jets, and Pittsburgh, I don't know if they're just waiting for Aaron Rodgers, or Indianapolis, you're really going to go with Richardson, or so many of these teams, they're desperate to keep their draft picks.
Right, and think about the timing of acquiring Brock Purdy. The stupidest thing to do as an NFL franchise, if you want a young quarterback, is to acquire him right as he's about to get expensive.
Yeah, true.
You lose out on all the good stuff. Now, the Niners didn't win a Super Bowl, but look how close they came, and that's kind of what you're trying to do. Like, if you're going to pay a guy, which they just did, you also want to at least have the 3, 4, or 5 years of building him and trying to win while he's cheap. I don't want to acquire Brock Purdy right when he's about to escalate through the roof. If I'm going to go young quarterback, I'm going to do it while he's cheap and then also teach him my system and have him get used to my organization and my fan base and all of those things, which is what the 49ers did. They've gone through that process. And so now they get a young quarterback who is also able to act like a veteran because this will be his 4th year on the job. He already knows what it means to be the face of the franchise and all of those things. So that's why I just think that concept that Adam brings up, it's a little more complex than just saying, yep, they called everyone in the rest of the league was not interested. I mean, he throws in there also, the rest of the league's like, yeah, really good player, but not what we want to do right now.
And a good fit for the 49ers. And
he is.
Right. Like, what kind of a quarterback would you really want to go out there and trade for? Well, it's the guys who are mostly unavailable. And the point you're making is a good one about wanting Brock when he's at the cheap and young and you've got more team control. It's not like you're going to go out there and, give somebody like Brock Purdy $60 million. You give up 2 first-round picks and then go out and pay him $60 million. He's not proven at that level. Now, if Buffalo decides to trade Josh Allen, now it's a different conversation.
Somebody would give you their team name for him.
And the Chiefs, if the Chiefs decide, you know what, we're moving off of Mahomes. Okay, now you've got 31 other teams licking their chops saying, yes, please, we want in on that. But the list of those guys who you would expend draft capital for and then pay through the nose for, that's a short list.
Let me give you an example. In fact, was it true a year ago, who was in a contract dispute and got chopped? Like, they made calls to see if people were interested. Lamar Jackson.
Right.
And nobody bit. Now, I don't know if there were actual offers. I don't know if the Ravens were actually interested in losing him and all of that stuff. But Lamar Jackson was going through this, and there were moments where the Ravens were like, man, we're not doing this. And I know for a fact that there were at least exploratory phone calls, and there were teams that are quarterback needy that were being criticized because it's like, why are you not tripping over yourself, Raiders? Why are you not tripping over yourself to get this guy? He would run the city of Vegas. He could actually give you a chance in a division against Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, and they didn't do it. I don't know, again, if the Ravens were actually willing to part with him, but I find that interesting. Lamar Jackson was in that same boat where it's like, ooh, new contract. Well, we don't want to give you what you want. All right, let's find out what the league thinks. And he didn't move. Lamar Jackson didn't move. And it did not mean, because other teams don't like him. He's a system guy. It's not what it meant at all.
It just means that the price is going to be so high. And, we've talked about this so many times where the best thing you can do is draft a quarterback, develop a quarterback, and win while that quarterback is not making a ton of money. And even if you're the number one overall pick, I know you're slotted in a certain spot and you're probably making $7 or $8 million, but that's not $55 million. It's not $57 million. So that's the best way to go about winning with a quarterback, unless you get one of these generational guys. And, Joe Burrow, I'll put him in that group as well. Yeah. He's been to a Super Bowl, and Allen's getting closer, you think. And Mahomes, he speaks for himself. But outside of that, if you're going to get a middling guy, you're not going to trade for him. And Lamar Jackson's not middling. I'm not saying that, but he still is waiting for that big playoff run for Baltimore.
It's crazy, though, the timing of when these guys have come into the league.
Yeah, good point.
And sort of grown. I mean, right now, I don't think it's going to end up this way, but you never know. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and possibly Joe Burrow, and if you want to extend this further to names like Justin Herbert, or even, I don't know if you want to throw a CJ Stroud in there or whatever, Bo Nix.
Yeah, your AFC quarterback grouping is what you're doing.
It's completely possible that, 10 years from now, we're looking at those dudes like Charles Barkley and Patrick Ewing and Reggie Miller.
The name I just thought of first, Dominique Wilkins.
There you go.
Who started in 82-83, which was Magic and Bird, and then he ended up playing through the 90s, which was Jordan.
They're
Eastern Conference.
Great players,
yeah.
And they just never broke through because Magic and Bird and freaking Michael Jordan were in the way. And that's what's going on in the AFC right now. That's what's going on in the AFC, which is another thing to really think about when you analyze Brock and he hasn't gotten over the top. So he went to overtime against the dude who also has not allowed Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I guess you could sort of say Burrow, but Burrow beat him and went to the Super Bowl. But it is so hard to break through right now, largely because of that guy.
Right. And that team and, Andy and the way they're doing it in Kansas City. And that's why you look at Brock in the NFC, they're good teams. And Jordan Love in Green Bay, I still think that Detroit, they've got action with that offense. They're going to be a tough out. And, the Philadelphia Eagles are the defending champs. So it's not like the NFC's a cakewalk, but there are fewer hurdles, I would say, for Brock and the Niners in the NFC currently.
Bunch of texts just came in that basically said Lamar didn't move because of collusion. The NFL, he wanted a fully guaranteed deal.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I think it's a little heavy to just jump straight to collusion. He wanted a fully guaranteed deal because that's what Deshaun Watson got. And I think it was somewhat fair for the other teams to be like, and look how that worked out for the Browns.
Yes, but
we don't want to do that.
I get that part of it, but Lamar Jackson is the MVP, and then last year he finished in second. And
I'd give him a full. What do you want?
I think part of it too was the notion that he was not yet able to win from the pocket, and what he's shown the last couple of years is not only is he an incredible athlete, but he can win from the pocket.
510 just texted in and said, "I don't know if you've had any reports on this, Willard and Dibbs. But Giannis has been spotted in San Francisco."
Okay. I mean, I could look out the window and gaze across the skyline and probably see him if he's out on the street.
Kind of hard to miss.
Right.
All right. We'll explore it. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And David Lombardi is righteously going to speak on all of this. Coming up next from the SF Standard, he joins us on Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, David Lombardi, SF Standard on the ins and the outs of the deal. And I look, to me, for a 49er fan, the number one takeaway is breathe. I don't really think that this is going to affect the rest of your roster that much.
David broke it down. The Niners are really good at carrying cap room from year to year, and he even emphasized that they're going to have more than $40 million under the cap as they sit right now. Amari Cooper's still out there, Gabe Davis, and they might still add a piece at receiver.
I like that idea.
But they can.
Kind of any of those ideas.
Sure.
I like those.
Why not? And, we don't know when Ayuk will be back and how he will be when he comes back. It usually takes some time after the ACL, and the receiving core looks a little thin. And if you've got $40 million under the cap and you got to use 10 of that to bring in a receiver, you still have $30 million under the cap.
What's the whole room look like right now? I'm a huge Ricky Pearsall fan.
Yep.
Huge Ricky Pearsall fan.
You got Jawan Pearsall and Cowing.
And Cowing, who didn't really contribute much as an actual receiver, more of a kick return type guy.
Remember, he was hurt in camp, and then he was behind, so he never really got a chance to go out there and show it.
And then there's Demarcus Robinson, who they signed, but maybe suspended for a couple of games to start the year. Other than that, is healthy. Brandon Ayuk. What's his health? Don't know. How will he perform when he comes back? Don't know. Who am I forgetting? Who else is getting? I know there's young guys, Tariq Owens, who David just mentioned.
I'm looking at the depth chart, and Trent Taylor apparently is still on the team. Around. Okay. But yeah, it's Ayuk, Jennings, Pearsall, Jordan Watkins is another guy.
Russell Gage is a guy people have heard of.
Yep.
Former
Russell
Falcon.
Gage. Okay.
Okay. And then, you get into the four stringers. There's a couple of Isaiahs on there.
I like Isaiah Hodgins, Oregon State.
Okay.
I remember him.
Big boy.
Yep.
And played at the Giants.
Yes,
all right. A nice little run for the Giants.
He did.
Okay.
Well, he played. Yes.
Got a couple touchdowns.
Yeah.
Maybe one.
So there's your list. I mean, you got about 9 or 10 on the list, but when you look at it, in Juwan Jennings, he was really good last year, and he wasn't really the number one receiver. And if this is your group, I would imagine he gets a lot more attention than he has in the past, which makes it hard.
I sort of feel like that scene from Ocean's 11. I think it's Clooney and Pitt when they're putting the whole team together, putting the squad together. Clooney looks at Pitt and he's like, "You think we need one more?"
Yeah.
And Pitt says nothing. And Clooney goes, "All right, I'll get one more."
We need one more.
As kind of where I'm at in the wide receiver room. You think we need one more? All right. I'll get one more.
We can get one more.
And that's just one more. Get one more. Gabe Davis, Amari Cooper, I feel comfortable.
Yeah, and especially it gives you some Ayuk insurance because you don't know, even when he is able to come back, there's going to be a ramp-up period, and I can't imagine that he's going to immediately come out and be as good as he was 2 years ago.
Yeah, and you don't need Amari Cooper or anyone like that to come in and be who they used to be. Like, they've arrived at that moment where they're kind of like the veteran over there. Look at the way Buffalo acquired Amari Cooper and then largely often did nothing with him.
Yep.
They barely even used him. And their rookies started to come up and do some good things, but they used him in spots. And so I know he was hurt also for a period of that time. But I don't know, man. That like to use him in spots or in a more featured role when you would need him early in the season or something like that. I can wrap my head around that. I can get into that.
Yeah, 8 games with Buffalo, 20 catches.
Yeah.
6 games with Cleveland before the trade, and he had 24 catches. So Cleveland wasn't really using him. Buffalo didn't really use him. He's now 30. I think he'll be 31 this upcoming year. So, he's a guy. You probably won't even have to pay him $10 million a year, I don't think.
You wouldn't think at this point.
Right.
They wouldn't. I mean, they wouldn't. They've been bargain shopping at that position. Clearly, that was interesting when he threw in. They were interested. We knew they were interested in Devontae Adams. Apparently, they didn't hit the price. They went after Cooper Kupp also and did not hit the price, which, I get. But if money's on the brain, then those guys out there, you let them sit there for a little longer and a little longer and a little longer, and the price is going to keep coming down. And sure, sign them in July. That's fine. Sign them in August. So I don't know. I would foresee that coming. Let's go back to the phones. Tony in Santa Clara. Hey, Tony, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Tony?
Oh, okay. So I got a couple quick notes. First off, the Giants. They need to make a move. Second, I want to acknowledge Eric Wright just getting the Barrett Hall of Fame. Just one of the greatest Niners ever.
He was great.
The Warriors, it's time to flush. We need to redo some of this stuff with this lineup.
Okay.
And I'm really happy to see how women's sports is like getting some kudos these days.
No doubt.
I was watching the basketball the other day, and I watched like a game like for a long time.
What'd you think of what'd you think of the Caitlin Clark Angel Reese foul, Tony?
That wasn't a foul. That was just, playing basketball.
It was a foul. It was a foul. It was definitely a foul.
Oh, it was not a foul. It was a touch foul. Come on, you guys.
But it was a foul. It was a foul. May not have been a flagrant foul.
I don't think it was a flagrant foul.
You guys are the best. You're going to argue with each other? Okay,
no, we're not.
I thought it was a flagrant foul, Tony.
Tony, don't get it twisted. We're arguing with you. We're not arguing with each other.
Okay, but it wasn't a flagrant foul, by the way.
Well, actually, it was upgraded to a flagrant foul, but I think we agree with you. It should not have been a flagrant foul, but it was definitely a foul. Like, she whacked her in the arm, but it was like no big deal. I wanted to ask you this too, Tony. You can't get away that vague. You can't say the Giants need to make a move and then not say what.
Yeah, we got a lot of questions for you, Tony.
What's the move and at what position?
Do you want to hear the move?
Yes.
They need to trade one of these or two of these young kids. And they're worthless, by the way, too.
Which kids?
But the guy that can't hit his weight. You know what bothers me is I played Stratomatic growing up my whole life. You know Stratomatic?
Sure.
Steiny loves Stratomatic.
Yeah, Stratomatic. Sure.
No. So these guys are bingo cards. These guys are bingo cards.
But I need names. Are we talking about Lamont Wade? Are we talking about Patrick Bailey?
You can't get nothing from Lamont Wade. I mean, really? I get rid of Stremski. Stremski? Nobody wants Stremski.
Stremski's having a good year, Tony.
What do the Warriors need to flush, too? You can't just say they need to flush it without, saying what's in the toilet. Tony.
Then it was over.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Tony.
It's a good call.
It was.
I like the 5-piece. I mean, he touched them all, Tony.
Yeah, but
he's going around the world,
right? But he touched them all in the most sort of
vague,
soft, vague way.
Yeah,
that was like speed dating all of your sports topics in the band. I'm like, I didn't get anywhere with anybody.
No,
I need to right. Let's have a conversation that's got some depth to it.
Yeah.
Giants need to make a move. Warriors need to flush it. And I don't even remember what was the other thing he said.
Women's sports.
Oh, women's sports.
Glad to see them getting so much attention.
Yay, women's sports.
That game was the largest debut since 2000 in terms of TV ratings. The Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark game.
Yeah, of course. Because it's bigger than sports. We're going to get into all of the social issues that are involved when someone why not? Can we play with this for just a second?
Sure.
We got to go, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucas isn't paying attention.
Well,
why can't that just be it's two players that don't really like each other? Let's play ball.
That's the way I see it.
Why does it have to be an international race incident every single time either one of them puts on a uniform? That's all. That's all I'd like to ask.
I'm with you, Mark.
They don't like each other. That's very clear.
Right. And, you don't have to necessarily have it come down to, who you're rooting for based on the way they look. That, to me, it was a flagrant foul. And fine, it happens when you play basketball. Doesn't mean that, we have to turn this into a whole thing.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water as well. Since Tony brought up the Giants in such a vague way, I'd like to go a little bit past the vague. I have a few things to say. And you did a deep dive.
Yes, I did. I'd like to share what I discovered at the bottom of the ocean.
Let's do it. And then Kurt Warner's going to join us in a half hour on Willard and Dibs. coaches that team that well, they used to play.
They did.
But they're not playing anymore.
They'll play again.
They will.
Yep.
Yeah.
Golf.
Wolves and Thunder. Not too far off.
Yep.
I'm going to, listen.
Thunder in 6.
No.
Thunder in 6.
Wolves in 6.
I don't think so.
Fine. I don't care what you think.
Too thin. My
mean,
picks. He likes my picks. I'm sure Steve likes that one too.
Right.
No, that's true.
Check this out. This is a fun idea.
Dab Nation. This is Jonathan Kuminga.
Well,
hey, Dibs. Your pick stinks.
Hey, Dibs.
I mean, I was there for you, JK. When all these Mark Willards and all the rest of them were.
Don't you do that.
We're crapping all over your career. I was there for you, JK.
Never crapped on that man's career.
Hey, this is Agui Santos.
You want to know? Can I listen? Just because we went there, now I want to say this. We have some breaking news. We're going to give it to you in just a sec. Just a sec. Hold on. I was describing this. Watch Party Willard and Christie came up big in game. Which game was it in the Minnesota series?
It was game 4, I believe.
Was it?
That was the Monday.
Yes.
Because the Wednesday they lost and you fled the country.
That's right. You're damn right.
Kuminga played great. They lost and you fled the country.
I'm out.
Totally.
Anyway.
I'm out.
So we had people over at the house. And they're not like 95-7 the game troopers. One of them lists some. But others are like just the whole, like the dynamics of the Warrior season. And so you get to commercial breaks and they are asking questions. And so the Kuminga thing comes up. And I go, do you want to know what it is? This is going to bother some of you, but I don't care because this is the truth.
Careful.
No, because this is what I've been branded for the last 4 months. Oh. He's a Kuminga hater. And I looked at everyone in that room and I said, you know what it is? I don't hate Kuminga. I hate all of the fans who won't give up this damn fight. That's what it is. I hate that this has gotten turned into something that it never should have been. I hate that there is, you're a Kuminga lover or you're a Kuminga hater. And there's no in between. We can't have any context to this conversation.
Dab Nation. This is Jonathan Kuminga.
We can't talk about the fact that he was hurt. We can't talk about the fact that when he came back, there was like 4 seconds left in the season and every game mattered. We just have to talk about that Steve Kerr hates him. And if you side with the organization, then you're evil. You're keeping a young player down. Jonathan himself, I would bet, understands the context of this more than what developed in this town in terms of the debate. That's what bothers me. That really, and to my soul, that bothers me because I don't have anything against Jonathan Kuminga. I just happen to feel like I understand why it went the way that it went. And yes, there are pieces that he could have done better, and there are pieces the organization could have done better. Yes, they probably could have played that a little bit better in terms of PR. Yes, he could have gotten a rebound. Like, these are all things that happened. But he's not a bad player, and he's not a bad person, and I don't think it's necessarily over for the Warriors and Kuminga. But one last time, I would like to rubber stamp. I hate the way that conversation went this year.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean, you were a part of the conversation. And
but that's our job.
I know. As a part of the conversation, you were not very positive about the way he played basketball a lot of the time. And that's what makes people think that you are a Kuminga, quote unquote, hater.
Not at all. Not at all. And in fact, I don't think there were a tremendous amount of times that I took shots. There were a few, but there were not a tremendous amount of times that I took shots at his game. I understood the situation, and I bristle at the idea that Steve Kerr hates young people. It's stupid.
Right. He played. Stupid. I mean, this year he played Brandon Pajemski more than people wanted, and he's a second-year guy. So he's also a young person. He might even be younger than Jonathan Kuminga.
I don't think so.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. That's all. That's all. Like, yeah, you're not wrong. There were moments where Jonathan's lack of this, that, or the other frustrated me. Like, for sure. He won't go get a rebound on some nights. I do think he struggles with decision-making sometimes. Did he also suffer some bad luck because he was drafted by an organization that was in the middle of trying to win championships? Sure. Could Steve Kerr have played it a little bit differently on certain nights? Absolutely. But what I ended up hating the most was the sound of it. The fact that we couldn't seem to find a middle ground. We couldn't find a middle ground of like, you're allowed to say this without meaning that you're a Jonathan Kuminga hater. Or you're allowed to say that without being branded as a JK stan. Like, I did not enjoy that at all. Like, why can't we have a real conversation about the way that all went down and see that you can put your foot in both of those buckets at the same time?
Well, you
I
can,
think
but
that's totally fair.
When you have the coach saying for the majority of the time that Jimmy Butler was here and JK was playing that he didn't think that those guys could all play together, and then they went out there and they were able to play together, it just makes it so the conversation goes a certain direction. When the head coach himself says, I'm not sure if he can play. The analytics tell you that he and Draymond and Jimmy on the court doesn't work, and then Steph's out, and then now JK plays because he has to, and Kuminga has a monster series against Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, with Steph not on the floor, though. Remember what Steve was originally, according to reports, really frustrated with was the fact that Jonathan, in a game in Portland, was looking off an open Steph Curry.
Yep.
Well, that's not a problem when Steph's not playing.
Exactly.
So Jonathan comes in and everything's different. Well, sure, everything's different. Like, I don't think you can even use that as evidence. People, see, look what he can do. Well, that was not the scenario. That was not what the Warriors were doing. They had Steph Curry on the team. So, but I told you yesterday, if I were Steve Kerr, he probably could have verbally played that a little differently. He didn't bring up the issue enough of time. It wasn't, Jonathan can't play. It's that we don't have time to go sort of experiment with other things. I thought he could have brought that up more. And then maybe there would have been a little bit more understanding or slack in the conversation.
That's perhaps.
I think so.
And confirmed, by the way, Pod's younger than Kuminga.
Okay, good.
So by 4 months or so, 3.5 months.
So he doesn't hate young people.
No, and I think that, or the whole idea about the Warriors can't develop young players, that's one that really annoys me more than the fact that he doesn't like young players, because they've, in his 11 years, developed many players who started when they were young, including guys like Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. So they were in their second year or third year when Steve took over. So for me, if you're going to talk about Kuminga in a fourth year and his development, you also have to look at Draymond and Klay in their third year and say, well, doesn't he get credit for their development? Because they were in their third year when he took over. So that's the one that bothers me more than, the whole thing about youth.
Like, I mean, I get it. I know where people go with this conversation, right? Steve, we're the home of the Warriors. Steve Kerr comes on the show every week. And so everyone's going to run around and go, like, you guys just support Steve Kerr no matter what, because you need to maintain your relationship. I just have a little bit more respect for what the guy has achieved. And if as a Warrior fan, you don't want to do that, don't do that. That's fine. But that, like, I have every right as a Warrior fan to be bothered by that. I think it's ridiculous when people do that to people who have achieved so much for your franchise. Like that's the next step of this conversation. The way some people talk about Steve Kerr after 4 rings is absurd. And I know that it is not the majority of the fan base.
No, it's the lunatic fringe.
I know it's not the majority of the fan base. But like this concept, Steve is not perfect. Nobody is. But the idea that he does not have a reason for the decisions that he makes.
Well, he has a reason, but it doesn't mean he's right.
No, it doesn't mean he's right. But often I think I hear people talk about it as if there's not a reason. In other words, he hates young people.
Right.
Or, he plays favorites. Or this, that, or the other. Like, Steve Kerr wants to center everything around Steph Curry. Anybody disagree?
Well, he wants to center everything around winning. And when you have Steph Curry and he's the best player on your team and the best player in franchise history and still really good, then you center it around Steph Curry. And so if he doesn't feel like Kuminga can play with Steph Curry, well, that's a problem. And it's either a problem you fix by moving off of Kuminga, or you fix it by figuring out ways to make it so they actually can play together.
And next year, what they will have that they didn't have this year, hopefully, is time.
More time, yeah.
Of time.
Yeah.
And I mean, he spoke to that. He said it in the exit interviews. He said that, like, if Jonathan Kuminga's back, we're totally going to dive into that in ways that we didn't have time to this year. Like, I don't know, man. Are these answers not fair? Are the answers that Steve has given
it's not about fair or unfair. It's about whether or not you agree with it.
Well, no, but
people don't agree with some of the things that he says in his answers.
And that's fine.
And you're allowed to not totally agree with it.
Yeah, again, what I hear is almost like what sounds like discriminatory type speech. It's totally fine to be like, I think Steve's wrong. I don't think it's okay to be, well, Steve Kerr doesn't like young players. Steve Kerr plays favorites. Obviously, there was a race component to the conversation about Pods and Kuminga, even though they don't even play the same position.
Yeah, those people are the imbeciles.
That's the stuff I can't stand.
Those are the people who get blocked on YouTube. And there's one in particular who constantly tries to tab me with those thoughts when I praise one guy who's white over another who's not white.
Don't worry. You blocked him and I haven't, so I get all of those comments too.
Yeah,
don't worry.
He gone.
There's
a couple of them who are gone, which is nice.
I don't even know how to block someone on YouTube.
That's pretty easy. Pretty easy.
I don't even know. People are like, did you block me? I'm like, I don't even know how.
You just tap the name. Okay. Here, I'm just going to block somebody else just on principle.
I don't want to tap anybody's name.
You tap the name and it comes up, report, block.
Ooh, have you ever reported someone?
No. Okay. You just block. Snitches get stitches. I'm not going to report somebody unless you do something really over the line and or threatening.
I mean, this is the most organic thing ever. I had no idea that this was not what we were going to be chatting about.
This guy's getting blocked.
Okay.
Kill switch R6. Willard, the most sensible person in Cali. Willard for governor.
Now, why would you block him?
You're blocked.
But if I become governor, you don't have to deal with me anymore.
You're not going to become governor.
Why? How do you know?
Because you
don't know what I'm going to do next. I'm unpredictable.
Your morals are too much intact to be a politician.
Oh, that was an interesting way to take it.
I mean, you're too good a guy to be a politician. You got to be Christina Aguilera dirty with 4 R's up in there.
All of them?
The majority.
Yeah, no, you do have to take some turns to get through that maze.
You need to be a little bit of a grifter, and if you're a philanderer, that would help too. You're neither.
Hey, kill switch. I see you, baby. I see you. All right, well, listen, people want to talk about this. Hey, Jason in Sunnyvale, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, guys, how are you doing today? And by the way, Willard, if you run for governor, you have my vote, man.
Appreciate you, Jason.
My whole point today,
you'd be my running mate.
We'd be in big trouble. My point is regarding the term alpha dog as a play on words. Alpha dog meaning the top tier guy. Steph Curry is obviously the number one dude on the Warriors, and he will be for the next couple of years. But he needs someone, not necessarily to pass the torch to, but someone to hold that torch with him. And I think the reason why there was some flack behind Kuminga waving him off and taking some shots and doing some things on offense once he came back was he wanted to be that guy that would eventually take the torch, or that's what people have put in his head at least, right? So I think he wanted to assume the role of that guy, bypassing Jimmy and Draymond or whatever it had to be, and becoming sort of like that alpha. Not necessarily the dog because he's 22, he didn't have the dog yet. But as a play on words, I don't know if you guys have heard the Dwayne Wade soundbite today regarding Jimmy Butler's time in Miami and what he saw in the playoffs for us.
I just heard it, Jason. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So there's something weird within that where he says, like, you're getting paid $60 million. I expect for you to be that guy, right? I think that Jimmy has a dog in him, but he doesn't necessarily have the alpha in him anymore, if that makes sense. Right, so whereas Kuminga has the alpha mentality, he doesn't have the dog yet, maybe because he's not that guy just yet. But Jimmy is coming off of the alpha era, I guess, or his prime years, and he's still got the dog. But he's not a number one dude. He's not a guy that's gonna that can hold the torch with Steph anymore. I'm not sure if you guys think the same way, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, Jason, and thanks. I wonder though if that's not by design. Like, two things about the Dwayne Wade comments about, oh, you're getting paid $60 million. I want you to be that dude. First of all, he's not getting paid $60 million, at least not yet. And even when the contract kicks in, he's not making $60 million, but that's neither here nor there. He didn't come here to be the guy. And I don't know if you can flip that switch overnight. He came here to be, as he's branded himself, Robin. I know he has been the guy at times, never for a championship, but he's come damn close.
Been to the NBA Finals a couple times.
He's done that before with a different supporting cast and a different team that had been together all year and built toward that. I don't think that you can come to a team, you're not the one, you're the two, and the second the one goes out and you've only been here for 3 months, and now you're going to have a new teammate get thrown into the game who's been on the bench, and it's like, bang. Go be the one and win road playoff games at a high level. Like, jeez.
Well, he was the one in Game 3, and it's a game that they came close to winning. So you just have to try to be the one, because you lose your one, somebody's going to have to step forward and be the one, or you're going to lose 4 straight games. And that's what happened. So you're Jimmy Butler. You are making enough money to be a one. You happen to be on a team where somebody else makes more money than you. I think that the expectation can be, all right, if you're Robin and Batman is indisposed, what are you going to do? Either you try to be Batman or you watch Gotham City get completely overrun by Timberwolves, and that's basically what happened.
Yeah, I'm just not like, and you're all allowed to, I mean, whatever. I'm not coming down Jimmy's road. To me, that feels so cherry pickish.
I'm not coming down his road.
Not you, Dwayne Wade. He did. Dwayne Wade came down his road today, and I'm like, that's such a cherry pick to sit here and love a guy who joined an organization, grabbed him from 500ville, jammed him through the playoffs, helped them win in round 1, and then the second one of the most elite players on the planet leaves, now we're gonna fire on the guy because he was unable to sort of win a game by himself against a really good basketball team. I don't know. I'm not doing that. I don't feel like doing that.
There's obviously some personal history between the two from their days in Miami and when they were both on the Heats. And so, yeah, those things a lot of times come out when it's convenient.
Were they together there?
I thought they were. Or was it
in
Chicago? Did he come in and replace him? It might have been Chicago.
Maybe, Dwayne did some time in Chicago.
Did some time.
He did.
Well, not really, but
I mean,
that expression is evokes
I know.
jail time. But
I know.
I think you're right. This one feels to me to be personal in nature. Did I want Jimmy to be more aggressive and try to score? Yeah, it would be great, but that is not the reason why you lost to Minnesota. You lost because you lost your best player. Now, if Jimmy went out and he was 10 for 30 and you still lost, would I feel better? Not really.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike and Hayward. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, I think you guys did a good job analyzing Kuminga through the whole year. Did an excellent job with that. I never heard you guys say anything I didn't really disagree with. Kuminga, everybody should understand, people that come to that team, if they all got to figure out how they're going to play with Steph Curry. That's it. Butler did his job. He did exactly what he got paid to do. That was a good look the time they won the game. He had a good look. And so even Curry said that in the interview, right? So that was a good move. To try to say that he didn't come here to be Steph Curry and be the superstar. He came here to fit in with what they needed. And he did that. And he got paid for it. Kuminga, for some reason, is unable to do that. And he's a good player, but he don't fit with Steph Curry. If you can just see it, I don't know what it is, but he don't fit on the court. He don't space himself. He's one-on-one. He does all this stuff. That ain't how Kerr wants to run the team.
Correct.
It's pick and roll, screens, all that stuff is going on. And Kuminga don't play like that. So, I think you guys did a good job analyzing Kuminga. Kuminga has to learn how to play differently. And he's having trouble adapting to that style of playing. The style of the Warriors play, he cannot play for some reason. I don't know.
Mike, I don't think that his skills necessarily match up. And I also believe that part of what you do with a team is you adapt to the player. The player doesn't have to only adapt to the scheme. And, you get in spots where Steph Curry plays a certain way, and if you don't have the right players to play around him, then you got to find other things to do to help the players that you do have.
I don't disagree with any of that. The one thing that I'll add to this, though, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga, quote unquote, doesn't fit and can't play on the Warriors. I think that has more been almost a decision as opposed to something preventative. And I think that, in fact, I know that is the frustration at times from the Warriors. It's not about whether his skills fit. It's about whether or not at times he chooses to play the way that they all want to play. Jonathan Kuminga is a very good basketball player. A very good basketball player.
But he's not a great passer. He's not great off the ball. He's not great at, catch and shoot on the move. His skills are much more ISO. Get the ball, the ha-ha,
right?
The skeet, attack, and try to get his.
Okay, but have we not watched Jonathan, quote unquote, get into the lab in the offseason and work on things?
Sure.
And what do we see him work on?
The three-point shot.
That's what I'm getting at. I think that Jonathan is working through the years on a lot of stuff because he wants to be that dude somewhere. And so when you get better at ISO ball and you get better with the ball in the hands and you get better shooting the outside shot, you get better at all of those things, and then you come back from your offseason and you're like, oh, I'm a Warrior. I probably actually should be working on motion and rebounding and scoring within the context of what Steph Curry's doing. And they've wanted him to do things like that, as they would call it, make better decisions. And he doesn't always do it. And this isn't my analysis, this is theirs. So, you can get mad at that, but there is a middle ground on that where he could have decided to play basketball within the Warriors system as opposed to playing basketball the way an NBA 1 plays, which is what he wants to be, and I get it. That's how you get paid.
I also think
that's how you get paid.
There's middle ground, too, in the team being able to, when he's on the court, run an offense that is more conducive to the way he plays, because you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole by having Jonathan play the way that the Warriors like to play. If he's not great at that, well, then if you're going to play him, you got to find ways to put him in a position to succeed.
Well, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Check this out, because the River Islands guest line is about to explode for the rest of this week. We have some developing news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
On Thursday, this week, on Willard and Dibbs, on 95.7 The Game. I mean, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, get your phones. Hopefully the internet won't break. But on the exact same show, Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy will be on the show.
You sure he doesn't mean Brock Kerr and Steve Purdy?
Brock Purdy
and Steve Kerr. Whoa.
On the same day, on this show, on this station.
I'm afraid that Lucas got body snatched, and this is actually somebody in place of Lucas booking the show.
Nope.
Okay.
This is
tip of the cap,
This
Lucas.
is the largest your bicep has ever looked.
Yep.
In the history of this show and this station.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, let's see if they actually come on.
And yeah. Now,
48 hours.
Of course, they will probably both cancel. No. Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy. And freaking Kurt Warner joins us next on the River Islands guest line. Kurt Warner.
Man, River Islands never looked so good.
You're like a little appetizer to Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy.
It's big-time bookings right there.
On Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, we're going to try to ask some more great questions right now because got a Hall of Famer on the line here on Willard and Dibs. We love it when he comes on, and he is standing by. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs in the free Odyssey app and wherever you find your favorite podcast, because when you get there, you get to check out special content like what we're about to have, which is right here on the River Islands guest line, the great Kurt Warner on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Kurt, thanks for coming on, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, man, and we're still working through something that happened all the way last Friday with the announcement of Brock Purdy and his brand new deal. I got all kinds of questions, but I wonder just what was your initial reaction to what he got and how that all went down?
I mean, I can't say I had a huge reaction. I figured this was going to get done. I figured it would be in that range somewhere, whether it was a little lower, a little higher, whatever. I mean, he's performed so well over the past few years. He's their guy, and that's the market. So to me, it was really just a matter of time more than anything else, knowing and hearing everything coming out of theirs. Brock wanted to be there. San Francisco wanted him there. Just a matter of time before this got done.
How does it change you as a player when you go from also ran and a guy who's really chasing it to when you get established and you get that first taste of success? How do you go about continuing to stay humble and do the work you need to do to be great?
Well, I mean, the thing is, what motivated you to get there are the same things that motivate you once you get there. And so, I was never chasing money when I was, pursuing this to go, okay, now I just need to get that big payday. No, I mean, I was motivated to be great. I was motivated to show what I was capable of and to push myself every day to see how good I could be. And the greatest motivator was to want to be the best to play the game. And so, the big payday was nice. Obviously, when you make it, quote unquote, you win an MVP or you win a Super Bowl, it's all great. But, it's the consistency of excellence that you strive for. And that to me is what always motivated me. When I won an MVP, I wanted to win another one. When I wanted a Super Bowl, I wanted to win another one. When you get a big contract because you've earned it, you want to earn another one. I mean, that's what it's all about, is the motivation to be the best version of yourself. And so it didn't stop, whenever you had different milestones that you hit along the way.
Kurt, I certainly don't want anybody going, wow, what a great guy, because he only took $53 million a year. But I think fans look at these quarterback deals and they sort of expect this to go in order. Like the next one's going to get a little more and the next one's going to get a little more. We've now seen two QBs in a row maybe take a little bit less than a player that seemingly they're better than, right? Josh Allen takes a little bit less than Dak Prescott. Here's Brock Purdy taking a little bit less than Trevor Lawrence and Tua. What do you think that says about Brock and maybe the leadership and the approach he took to this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know the motivation behind all of that. I think when you get to this point, like you're talking, I mean, we're talking $50 million a year. I think the bottom line is, what's a couple extra million? Again, if I'm going to make $250 million, that's enough. And now let's spend it on everybody else and let's go win championships, and let's not haggle over a couple more million or be in the highest paid. And again, I know that's important to some people. I think other people are like, get me in the market, get me in, the area that I believe I deserve to be in. And then from there, let's go play ball. I think back to when I signed that big contract with St. Louis, and we ended up having like four guys: Isaac, Marshall, myself, and Big O, and we all kind of signed the same deal. Mine might have been a little bit more than theirs, being the quarterback, but we were all in the same range where it was just like, give us what the going rate is, what the market is, and great, let's sign it and let's go be great. And so I think a lot of guys kind of take that approach. There's always going to be some that, hey, I've earned it. I want to be the highest paid, player. I want to set the market, which is fine. But I just think that's the approach with a lot of guys is, hey, as long as we get in this area, let's sign this thing. Let's move forward. Let's get it behind us and let's go play ball.
And he's got it behind him now, and he gets to go to phase 3 of the OTAs, and he's got Fred Warner out there, who is the highest paid at his position, and Kittle got new money, and McCaffrey's coming back. When you look at Brock Purdy and what he has around him coming into this year, do they have enough in this season with Brock Purdy now, taking on a big salary going forward?
Well, I guess we're going to see. They took a bit of a dip last year and Christian being hurt. So I think him staying healthy and no Debo now, who's such an integral part of what they do and kind of the change up there. And Ayuk coming back from the injury. I don't really know the answer to that. And I think the common debate, through this offseason before Brock's, signing the contract was, where does he slate in? And if he's got to carry more of the load, does he have the ability to do that? And I think we're going to get to see that. They paid him big dollar money, and there's going to be some changes there where you feel like he's going to probably have to do a little bit more. And and again, I don't want to say play better because he played really, really well, but be more of a central piece to what they're doing and maybe make more plays throwing the football or have to throw the football a little bit more. And so we're going to see, because I'm not really sure. Get a little bit older and taking a little dip last year and losing some pieces. I don't know. I'm going to have to see, once the season starts, where they're at and, who they have filling in for some of those guys that they lost. I think there's a lot of questions with this 49er team, but it's nice to have your quarterback and have some key pieces like, Fred and George and Christian and guys to build around. They still got a lot of talent there. But, it's more than just the superstars that have to show up and play at a high level if you're going to, get back to the top and be back in Super Bowls.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Kurt Warner joining us here on Willard and Dibs. When you say, and sort of reference him, quote, taking a little dip last year, you've been very, very supportive of Brock Purdy. You've been impressed by Brock Purdy. Did your opinion of him change a little bit last year?
No, my opinion didn't change. I think I know who he is, but I don't think he played his best football. I think of all the football he's played in the NFL, I thought last year, was his worst football. And again, I don't want to say worst because I didn't think he played awful, but I didn't think he played his best. I didn't think he saw the field as well. I didn't think he made the consistency of throws down the field that he had earlier in his career. And again, a lot of factors, a lot of different moving parts, a lot of guys in and out of the lineup. A lot of things can affect that. But yeah, I didn't think he played his best football last year. That doesn't mean I don't think he's a good football player or he's not the guy that I saw earlier in his career. I think I know what he is, and I love the way that he plays the game, and I think he does things that people don't appreciate and don't understand about the quarterback position that not everybody can do just because they may jump higher and run faster and throw farther than him. So I think I appreciate who he is as a player, but I just didn't think he played his best football last year.
What are those things that he does do that other quarterbacks don't, and how does that really fit so well into the Shanahan system?
Well, a lot of the Shanahan system is designed around, obviously, their play action and their run game and making everything look the same. But I don't think, their pass game is always, great for a quarterback from the standpoint that we're not always putting a defender in conflict with two wide receivers. Sometimes they're trying to put a defender in conflict with the run action and hope that he moves, but there's only one receiver that's kind of available in a certain area. And so the ability to anticipate, the ability to layer throws up and over the top of linebackers and beat safeties, to see and understand the spacing of the game is different than some other systems. And I think at times can be a lot harder for a quarterback to see and make those throws consistently. You see Tua down in Miami, they do a lot of that as well, where it's kind of like we're going to let our action
create an opening for this receiver, and you've got to throw it in that. You got to hit him in that opening, as opposed to going. We're going to have a guy, running high and a guy running low, and you read that defender, and if he goes high, throw it low, and if he goes low, throw it high, and so you're asking and putting a little more pressure on your quarterback to have better timing and accuracy, and to be able to see those bodies with that action and be accurate with the football, and that's not, to me, everybody's strengths. Tua's really good at it. Brock's really good at it, but lends itself sometimes to tough situations for those guys to be in. So the guys that can make up for, I guess the lack of structure from that standpoint, make up for it with that anticipation and accuracy. That's a special trait. That's a unique trait that not everybody has, and so that's one of the things that he does that I think is really special.
Okay, so with that analysis of who he is, obviously you want all of these things, but for Brock Purdy, what do you think is the most important thing to support him to be great? A great coach, a great receiving core, or a great offensive line?
It's a good question. That's a good question. I would say just because he does see and get the ball out in a timely fashion, I guess I would put an offensive line down, push that down a little bit lower, because I don't see Brock as a guy that's holding the football a lot and so needs extra protection or needs extra time to see it. So I would, again, I think, based off what I've seen in the Shanahan system, it works really well with him there. And again, a lot of people around the league might say, hey, Buffalo might not have paid, Brock Purdy this, or Baltimore may not have paid Brock Purdy this. Well, what really matters is, do you fit the system that you're in, and are you that valuable for the system? And I think Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy work really, really well together. The scheme that Kyle runs, when they're running the football really well, it is really, really good, and it creates open players, and it creates big plays down the field. And then Brock having the ability to make those plays, but also when it doesn't always open guys up, dramatically and get those big plays, his ability to do the things that I'm talking about help make that offense better. So I think they're a good fit together. I mean, every quarterback wants playmakers, of course, on the outside, but I think that coach-quarterback dynamic with Shanahan and Purdy is a really good one.
And is the system one that is really not designed for him to drop back 35 and 40 times and for them to really, cut it loose, especially if they fall behind late in games?
Yeah, I don't think it is. I'm not a huge fan of, what we call pure progression pass game. And, there's a lot of that in San Francisco's offense and what they do. But I look at their offense and say their drop-back pass game is more of a complementary piece to what they want to do. They are built around, run, play action, and doing everything that way. That's how they want to play. I mean, I don't think that's any secret. That's where it starts. And so, to me, you have to major in something no matter what you do. Your greatest show on turf, we're going to major in drop back and throw the football. The San Francisco 49ers, you're going to major in running the football, changing formations, play actioning to create things off of your run game. That's what you major in. And so anytime you major in something, what you minor in usually is not as good or dynamic as what you major in. And that's how I look at the 49ers. They don't want to be a team that has to drop back and throw it 35 or 40 times in the drop-back game. Their drop-back pass game is not, to me, as extensive as maybe some guys in the league that, depend on it more than San Francisco depends on it. So with all that being said, yeah, that's not who they want to be. That's not who they want Brock Purdy to be. Those are not the games they want to play in, right? They haven't had great success being behind late in games and coming back because, again, not what they major in, to me, not what they're great at. They're great at the other things. It's why they're usually ahead. It's why they're usually winning games, and it's why they're usually not having to throw the ball 40 times a game to win.
Kurt Warner, the great Hall of Famer with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I think, Kurt, a lot of 49er fans agree with you that there are a lot of questions. At the same time, they're licking their chops because Eagles, Commanders, Cowboys, Lions, Vikings, Packers, and then even if you go AFC, Chiefs, Chargers, Ravens, Bills, you get the idea. None of them are on the 49ers schedule this year. They get that fourth place schedule. Is that enough in and of itself to be optimistic that they're a playoff team this year?
Well, I mean, I think the pieces that they have, and knowing the track record of Kyle Shanahan, and knowing the track record of the stars in that locker room, I think that's enough to give you optimism that last year was an anomaly, and they're going to be a good football team this year and be competitive. I'm one of those, and you guys know, you follow the league. This league changes every year. Every year when we come in the first show that we do for game day morning every year, we have to kick people out of the playoffs because on average 4, 5, 6 teams that were in the playoffs last year aren't in the playoffs this year. And so the league changes very, very fast. So what looks like it's a great favorable schedule based on what teams did last year doesn't necessarily have to have a whole lot of bearing on what happens this year. And so optimism should be there without a doubt because I think they've got some really good pieces, and we know what San Francisco has been for a long time. But we're all going to do that as players, right, and analysts, and if it's our favorite team, we're going to chalk it up and, hey, we're going to win 13 games with this schedule, but we're basing it solely on what we saw last year. We need to see what these teams are and what they aren't and what San Francisco is and what they aren't because, again, everybody on San Francisco's schedule is probably looking at San Francisco going, hey, there's a win for us because they weren't very good last year. So everything can change very, very quickly in the NFL.
So Brock is signed and Fred Warner signed and Kittle's already been signed. Looks like everything's buttoned up here in mid-May. How important is that to a team's success to be able to go into the final phase of OTAs with no real contract stuff hanging out there?
I think it's always a good thing, right? When you can focus on the main thing is the main thing. We can focus on football. We don't have to worry about, being the Dallas Cowboys and, signing Dak Prescott to an extension, the night before their opening game or even the way that the Brandon Ayuk thing played out. It all takes away from what your focus is when you wonder, okay, is that guy going to be in camp? Are we going to get this done? Why are we still talking about this? And I want my main guy on the out, all of that stuff. So when you can get that stuff all cleared up and go, okay, we know what we are. We know who we've got. These guys are going to be here from now, through the season. Now we can just simply get focused on, hey, putting in our game plan, getting to be the best that we can be, and then going out and competing.
Hey, Kurt, real quick, the tush push, should it go away?
I mean, I don't really have a preference. Whatever. I mean, it's a football play. Whatever it is. I mean, we always say that. The league changes and different things show up, and it's like, oh, now we got the RPO. Well, okay, we're not taking it out. Figure out how to stop it. It's the same with all of this other stuff. You got to figure out how to stop it. I understand why people say what they say about the tush push. I'm just not passionate one way or another. You're getting fourth and short, and we've all done different things that are a little bit, less football related to try to pick up first downs. It is what it is.
The other one that's up is the idea of reseeding after the wild card round. In other words, you're not into that, Kurt?
No. Again, one of the biggest things every year, one of the goals for every team is win the division. Win the division, win the division, win the division. And, and just because you might have a really good division that beats each other up and so they all get more losses, they shouldn't be penalized. And the same way. And I was on some teams that played a bad division and we won our division. And it was what it was. I don't like it. If you're going to have divisions, if you're not going to have divisions, fine. Just put all 16 teams in a big hat and let them all, play who they play every year and then seed them that way. But if you're going to have divisions, to me, the division winner, it should mean something. If you're going to play certain teams twice a year, that should mean something. Otherwise, you should change the whole thing. So I'm not for that. Every year there's going to be different ways of looking at it. Man, this is a really tough division. We had a 14-win, wild card team last year. Yeah, but that's what happens because the other team in the division was great, and so it can work out both ways. Bad division, good division. It can play out both ways, but I think that's always a cool incentive, and it means something, and it creates rivalries, and I think it should stay.
Kurt, you're the best, man. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Okay, Kurt Warner. I agree with him, by the way, there at the end. By the way, we found his passion, and it's not the tush push.
No.
But it was divisions in the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, here's why I agree with him. I understand the frustration when, the Bucs go 8-9 and win the division. We've seen it.
The Seahawks did it.
But let's play this out in a hypothetical sense. Let's say the 49ers have a great year, but one of the other teams in the division is also great. Let's say the Seahawks and Sam Darnold catch fire. They go 13-4, right? And the Niners go 12-5. And the Niners are a wild card team. But out there in the NFC East, your division winner is 10-7. But you're the Commanders, and you had to play the Eagles twice, and you had to play the Cowboys twice. Meantime, the Niners are bebopping at 12-5, having played the Jags seemingly 8 times. Like, their schedule is so incredibly weak. Do the Niners now get the home game in the playoffs against a division winner because that division winner is in a really hard division and you just worked your way through a 4th-place schedule to a wild card? I don't want that. I agree with Kurt on that.
Well, it's just the second round would be where the home field would flip, and I'm definitely here for it. And he made the case for me. The Vikings go 14-3 last year, and they're the wild card. And yet, when you go into that second playoff game, if you happen to go up against, and last year's not a great example because Tampa was 10-7, and so were the Rams. But you've had years where 8-9 division winners get a home game, or actually 7-9 back when it happened in a 16-game schedule.
Totally, beast mode.
Right. That to me that's when they had the Beast Quake. They went 7-9, Beast Quake, home playoff game, and you win. That to me, and Kurt makes a good point. And
I'm with him.
I was looking at the odds. Jimmy Shapiro put out odds on these things passing, and that one has an implied odds of 11% chance of passing. The tush push one is going to be close.
Yeah, the Packers
but
have
you need
reworked
24 votes to pass it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. That's all tomorrow. We can chat that out. Earlier today, we were going to get into a few Giants things, and then that Kuminga conversation popped up. We will, coming up next. We also have some Purdy calls that we want to get to. Christian, you will lead us off. Stay right there. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls the rest of the way up to 6 o'clock here on Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, it's a good question. That's a good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm taking that one with me.
That might be a first.
I'm taking it with me.
That could be the first ever double. That's a great question.
Double bang. Well, it was only a good question.
Doesn't matter. But it counts the same.
It stumped him because it got him twice. He pondered. I mean, I'm going to take that one with me.
I mean, it's a good question. That's a good question.
Oh, and the sigh, too. I wish you wouldn't ask me that. Man, last time I come on with these hard questioners.
That is too
tough.
Hard.
I think it was too good a question. You gave us a lot of dead air in that answer.
Yeah.
And the question was, which is the most important to his success, the O-line, the skill guys, or the coach, basically?
Correct, yeah. I mean, I said receiving core, but yeah.
Fine. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. And he essentially wove his way to saying Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan is more important than Brandon Ayuk or Trent Williams.
Well, he took out the offensive line first.
Right, which was kind of a surprise, I thought.
Well, and I like this answer, though, because if he gets the ball out quick, and he does, then you don't need to protect for a long time because you don't do a lot of vertical routes in this offense. So Brock Purdy has the ability to decipher the defense very quickly. So if the pocket does break down, he's really good at making those snap judgments and making the right throw. And then it gets interesting because I would lean more toward the skill guys. And last year, he didn't have McCaffrey much. Ayuk got hurt and he had surgery November 15th. I'll have more on that momentarily.
Exciting.
And, your skill guys weren't nearly as good. You had the coach, and your skill guys were worse, and Brock Purdy was also worse.
No doubt. I mean, I don't think there's any answer that's like a catch-all. You know what I mean? It's like, if Kyle Shanahan's there, then everything's wonderful. Although I will point out, as much as people look at as last year as a down year, and I'm not saying it wasn't, but if that's the down year, well, then that's why he's making $53 million a year. The reason Brock Purdy was bad last year was based on what had happened before, where he was next level good. So last year, in a vacuum by itself, was not horrible quarterback play by any stretch. But it wasn't up to the marker that he had set for himself the previous 2 years. That's all. And yes, as Kurt said, there's a lot going on around him from all facets of the game. And things fell apart. But with about 3 or 4 weeks to go, there was still a light at the end of the tunnel. And then obviously once they lost, then actually, quite frankly, it was a good thing that they just kept losing. It's a good thing. Get that fourth place schedule.
Sure. Yeah, and get that higher draft pick. 2023, Brock Purdy had the 15th highest quarterback rating in the history of the NFL for one season. 15th. So if that year was I don't know if it was a 10, you didn't win the Super Bowl, it was probably a 9.7. Last year was probably a 7 for Brock Purdy. So it's not like he went from
right. He wasn't
he went from a 7 to a 3. He went from a year where he was unbelievably spectacular.
MVP candidate on Christmas. Don't forget that.
Until Christmas.
Yeah.
Right. But you look at the years of the quarterbacks that had a higher rating, and I know rating is a little bit of a flawed stat, but it's indicative of a good year, to say the least. And he was 15th all time in 2023. Really, really good year. Yeah. And then last year, it was a good year.
It was fine.
It was better than fine.
Yeah, yes, better than fine.
Yeah, he wasn't great.
No.
He was good.
Yeah.
Good with a slight uptick in the voice. I mean, because ultimately, a quarterback's only going to be as good as your team's record in many ways.
Well, in the end, yes. But I mean, like on the list of problems that you would point out when you watched Niner football last year, Brock Purdy was not on my top 3 or 4.
No.
At all.
No, you had special teams, and I mean, you had...
They were epically bad.
And you couldn't stop the run.
Yeah, the defense was not good either.
And you were not great in run blocking, so you couldn't run it. And... you were not very good in the red zone, especially when you needed to run it in the red zone.
They were not very good.
Right.
Period. They went 6-11. But yeah, like you're right. I mean, when you point to what went wrong, you're going to get to a number of things before you get to Brock Purdy.
For sure.
Yeah.
And the injuries is one of them. And I'll just share this because I was looking at some of the data. When you have an ACL and an MCL surgery, which Brandon Ayuk did on November 15th, the average days needed to return to play is 305. So if he has an average rehab, that means he's ready for week 3. The thing about this, though, is there's a plus or minus that goes into it, a range. In 50 injuries they looked at, it's a 60-day range.
Okay.
So if he's 60 days worse than the average, he's not ready till week 11.
Right.
If he's 60 days better, he's going to be there at camp.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's kind of the range.
For whatever it's worth, and I'd argue it's not much, but we have heard a couple whispers that like rehab is going really well. A couple.
Yep.
I don't think that's worth much, but I want to throw it into the conversation for whatever it is worth. So,
and the range doesn't have to be like the extreme good or the extreme bad. Obviously, it could fall in between, but just in terms of parameters, if the rehab is going well, his early return date, July 19th, is only 2 months away.
Right.
So if it's going really well, you'll hear in the next month or so, like, he's able to do this. He's up and jogging, and he's doing that. So if we get to July, that'll be really indicative of where he is in his rehab.
There's also the return to play, and then there's the return to form.
Oh, sure.
And I think those are two, that like factually, those are two totally different
Adrian
things.
Peterson.
Yeah, exactly.
Who returned to play from an ACL in like 6 weeks or something crazy.
And was great.
Right.
What the hell's the matter with this guy?
He's like baby knees is what they were saying.
Christian in Fairfield's been super patient on a Purdy take. So let's go to Christian. Hi, Christian. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I wanted to talk about what you asked, Willard, how you were talking about what's the Purdy stigma with the system thing.
Yeah.
How you kind of answered it, you guys, while I was on hold with all the callers and everything. But before that, I was at the Giants game last night, and they lost that base running. Number 17 should have scored on that double from Lee, and then the other guy got thrown out at third with the line drive to shortstop. So I don't know what that caller was talking about. And I didn't make it past Little League, and I know you're supposed to do that.
Well, hey, Christian, you all right if I just like super firmly disagree with both of your takes? I'm pretty sure the person you're talking
can you
about.
Explain?
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about Elliot Ramos, and like that double from Jung-Hoo Lee. It was not deep enough down the line to score someone from first base. Like it just like he would have gotten thrown out. And then what you're talking about is in late innings, you have a situation where there's runners at second and third with one out. I believe Tyler Fitzgerald is the one at the plate. Am I right, Christian? Is that who had the line drive?
He hit the
that's just bang bang. Like I don't think human beings can work that way. Like you lead off of the base when the pitch happens. Someone whacks a line drive right at the third baseman or at the shortstop. You're going to be like he dives back and by a hand he's late. Like that's the way base running in the big leagues is. If somebody hits a line drive right at someone, you're probably going to get doubled off if it's real quick. I hear what you're saying is a frustrating moment. It was probably the moment where that game was lost, but I don't think that that's fair. I don't think those were base running mistakes. I just think they were unfortunate. That's all.
Can I say so?
Of
my
course.
only thing about the running home is if he does get thrown out at home, then Matt Chapman leads off instead of 2 out, a man on second and third. So that was my take on that.
Yeah, and I would much rather Christian. Thanks so much. I'd much rather have Matt Chapman batting with
2 people
runners,
up there,
runners at second and third.
Yep,
you're a base hit away from taking the lead and sending your closer out onto the mound. City connects tonight.
Ooh, get excited.
Hey!
Yeah. What's the record this year in the connects?
I think 1 and something.
Yeah.
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Broke it last week.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 and 2.
That's fine.
We're just starting here.
It's it's interesting that a guy who doesn't know anyone's number, you knew Elliot Ramos's number, right? When he said number 17.
No, I just knew Elliot. I watched the game. I knew it was Elliot Ramos. I have no idea that he wears number 17.
No, you do now.
I do now.
Yep, you're locked in.
I'm like, that was Elliot Ramos that you're talking about.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, I remember I said it to Jude. I said it right when because I was kind of, I have one of those damn kitchens where you can't see the TV.
You got to get one of those small little TVs in there.
Yeah, but that's just kind of, I don't know.
Knock down a wall or something.
Yeah, like whatever. I just cook and
pull out the laptop and get it on the.
I cook and peek cook and peek. It's a bob and weave, and plus I got kids of a broadcaster in the other room, and they know what's up. I'm like, tell me what the hell's going on. And so if I got to stir the sauce, and then I see that ball come flying, I think it was Jung-Hoo Lee, right? Jung-Hoo Lee knocks that thing down the right field line, and I said to him, I said, Jude, is he going to score for first? He said, no, that's not deep enough, Dad. And you got to pull up at third base. He was right. You're not going to get, don't make that out at home. No.
Well, ultimately, it's not about the base running for me. It's about an offense that has been kind of quiet of late. And I was running some of the numbers in the deep dive. And one thing about this year's Giants team and their run differential, they've had, I think, 5 games where they've won by 8 or more runs. Super blowouts.
Ooh.
So in those games, it's going to inflate your run differential. I think they've only been victimized once, maybe twice by those games.
They've also had I believe, major league lead in walk-offs, which means they got a crap ton of one-run wins, too.
Yeah, I'll look at exactly how many they have.
Isn't that true, Steven? Don't they lead the majors in walk-offs, right? They
got like 7.
Yeah. So I hear your point, but then counterpoint is they're winning a lot of close games, too.
Yeah, I'll look at the numbers on their one-run games, but just as far as scoring runs goes, when they score 5 runs, they're 18-2 this year, and when they don't, they are, what does that make them? 10-18.
Well, 28.
Because they're 28-20.
Yeah.
So 5 runs is kind of the magic number, and it is for most teams. But this team's almost averaging 5 runs a game, 4.65, and that's the most out of the 4 years that I looked at. You were asking about the 3 World Series years, and in those years they were 12th, and 17th in runs per game. This year's team is 10th.
Yep.
So they're scoring slightly more per game compared to the other teams in the league.
They're doing fine. I know people think that you want arena baseball. Let me tell you, you don't. It doesn't win. Like, I understand. It'd be wonderful to have the most amazing pitching staff ever and score runs in bunches. That's great. I'm not saying that would be a bad thing. But the bottom line is what's going to win in the end is pitching and defense, especially in your park. It's kind of almost a Brock Purdy comp when people go, oh, this guy fits Kyle Shanahan's system. Well, the Giants need to fit their ballpark. And that's, I do think, where you end up focusing on the bullpen. That if you go back to when they won 3 times in 5 years, you Giants fans still know the names of all the relievers, and you know what inning they came in. You know, Jeremy Affeldt, when did he come in? You're like, ooh, that's the 7th
in the
inning.
7th, yeah.
Right? And Sergio Romo, well, for a while he was the 8th, and then he turned into the 9th. And Javi Lopez, oh, that's who came in when there was a lefty at the plate that we needed to get out. You knew exactly who these dudes were, and you won World Series. And now, who's running the Giants? Well, the guy who caught all of those pitchers is running the show. And it is clear as day to me that he's building this team exactly in that mode. And I think you even have to take that into account when you're watching the left side of the infield. And when people like Steiny come in here and just want to take shots at Willie Adames.
Yep.
Those 2 dudes on the left side of that infield anchor this ball club, period. I don't care exactly. Of course I want the OPS to go up. But neither one of them is ever going to put up a sparkling average. That's not who they are. But they are incredible defensive players. They are incredible leaders. They are the anchor of this entire roster, and they're irreplaceable with what the Giants have in the farm system right now. They've got nothing.
They've got nothing down there.
In order to, not at those positions at least. So, like, there is no Adames or Chapman slander coming this way. Though, yes, you want it to come around, and it is a little bit, and you want it to come further. But those 2 dudes, along with Jung-Hoo in center field, that's the anchor of the position players for the San Francisco Giants.
And the catcher who's hitting the $180. Well, he's a defensive anchor. To your point.
Yeah, that could get a little better. And yes, they probably need to address first base. No question. But I do think that they are scoring enough runs. Not as many as you'd like, but it's enough. It's enough to win.
It's enough to win, provided certain things stay in place. And right now, they're tied for first in bullpen ERA. They're tied with Houston. And as far as bullpen usage, they are 22nd in number of innings pitched by the bullpen. So what that tells me is your starters are going deeper than a lot of other teams. And when you go to the pen, you are tied for first in ERA. Both teams have a 2.64 ERA out of the bullpen. Yep. So I was looking at the championship years and wondering if these trends hold up for when they won. 2010, they were number 1 in ERA, number 2 in bullpen ERA.
Do you want the deep dive Dibs sound?
I mean, you can always play it. It's a deep dive.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Lucas probably doesn't know where the button is.
You don't even know where it is.
He's in for Grandy.
Call Grandy and find out where it is. He's doing a deep dive.
Yeah.
Listen to him.
By the time we get there,
he's underwater.
Oh, look at you. Yeah, put on your snorkels,
but
everybody.
Bring it down a little bit because sometimes it gets loud and I can't hear Dibs.
He likes it hot. He likes it loud.
Anyway, go ahead.
2010, number 1 in overall ERA, number 2 in bullpen ERA, number 4 in defense.
Yep.
Pitching and defense.
There you go.
2014, and I'm doing this out of order for a reason, they were 11th in ERA, but 5th in bullpen ERA.
Yep.
15th in defense, and by defense, I just did errors, like total errors, which is not the most highbrow metric. 2012, 7th in ERA, 15th in bullpen ERA.
Interesting.
27th in defense. They committed 115 errors.
This is in 12?
This is in 12.
Okay.
Additionally, that year they had 103 home runs at the plate. Dead last. In baseball.
Okay.
Their OPS was higher than it is this year, and their overall runs per game, comparable, 4.5 per game.
Yeah.
But the weird thing about that team is their OPS was 14th. And I looked at it like, how could that be if you don't hit home runs? They led the league in triples.
Gee, I wonder why.
In 2012. Triples Alley.
I wonder, exactly.
Triples Alley.
Kind of gap that's literally nicknamed after triples.
Right, but the whole year, and just looking at this year, it compares most favorably to 2014 if you look at all the numbers in percent of bullpen innings, in defense, in overall ERA. And one thing about those championship teams that I am fascinated by, Mark, is they had a lot of starting pitchers pitch a lot of games.
Yes.
Like in 2010, they had 6 starters pitch all the games. In 2012, they had 5 guys pitch all but 2 games. So I look at this year's team, they've got 5 guys who've made all the starts.
Right. Although that's going to change tonight.
It is going to change.
Hayden Birdsong tonight.
Right.
Yep.
So that will be starter number 6. But the one thing that this team has going for it that the championship teams did, good overall ERA, very good bullpen ERA, and a run total that is slightly above average.
It's workable. And I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I like to compare the Giants sometimes to the Padres because you're in the same division and everybody's chasing after the Dodgers. I think both teams have sort of tried to market each other the same way. These ballparks are really kind of fancy and everything. And I think Giants fans sometimes, and this is pretty rare, but they get jealous of the vibe at the Padres Stadium because it feels like they've got fancy, exciting offensive players. Tatis this year is hitting 304, and he's got 12 bombs, and you've got name value. You've got Machado. You've got the constant batting champ, Luis Ariz. You've got Xander Bogaerts. You've got other up-and-coming players, Cronenworth, Jackson Merrill. You've got all these guys. You know what else you have? 24 fewer runs than the Giants. So I don't like, if you look back on 10, 12, and 14, those lineups, they're not fancy. They're not fancy. That's not what usually gets it done in baseball. So we've spent the better part of 5 years going, who do I want to buy a jersey for? Like, who is that person? Well, don't attach that to the big, fancy, loud athlete. I wouldn't say that. I would argue that that aspect has been fixed. I think that there are plenty of Giants now and where you might be jersey interested. Jung-Hoo Lee has become a complete ballpark dynamic. He's got multiple nicknames. There are chants. There are sections. There's all of that going on. But I want to nod out to Elliot Ramos and Matt Chapman and Willie Adames as guys who are going to be here for a while, and they are accomplished middle-of-the-order hitters in the major leagues. Could they use more? Sure. Of course they could. But I look at this all and I go, man, I could tell who's running this show. That looks like a Buster Posey team to me. They pitch well, they catch the ball well, they play professional baseball, and they score enough runs, and that's your ballpark. You're not going to try to be a team that scores 8 runs a night because, quite frankly, if you do that, you'll fail. You'll fail in this ballpark.
Yeah.
And if that's where you're spending your money, you're spending it in the wrong place.
Well, you do have to have a versatile squad to where you go to Arizona, you go to Colorado, you've got to be able to go out there and produce runs. Because
I'm going to play this every time you talk.
I like it.
Yeah.
You only get 81 of these at home. So right now, you're 14th in home runs. You've hit more home runs than San Diego. And you just named off all those boppers.
Think of that.
They've got 41 home runs. You've got 50. Now, this is not too deep a dive. I mean, you look at the column and you sort it by home runs and you figure it out.
Don't sell yourself short.
I'm trying not to, but the big number here is, and bring it up, we're still on the road. The Giants are averaging 4.65 runs a game, which is 10th in baseball. So if you're a top 10 scoring offense, then you can get by. Their OPS is not great. They're 18th, and you're 14th in home runs. But the key thing that has to sustain for this Giants team is the bullpen. The number one in ERA.
Of course.
But the key, Mark, is they're 22nd in percentage of innings pitched by the bullpen. And that's where you need that number to be low, and you need the effectiveness to be high.
Listen, this is baseball, whether people like to hear it or not. You want the mic drop? Watch this.
You got another hour here on the show, so you can't drop it.
No. So, number one, this is team stats. This is also not a deep dive. This is a shallow dive, but I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Who do you think leads the majors in batting average? Teams.
Batting average?
Yeah.
Probably the Dodgers.
Okay, Dodgers are number one. Who do you think leads the bigs in home runs?
Got to be the Dodgers.
This is Dodgers.
Yep.
Runs batted in. Who do you think it is?
Well, it's probably the Dodgers.
It's not. It's the Cubs, but the Dodgers are second. Okay. What about hits? Just hits. Just action. Who do you think leads?
I'm going to stay with the Dodgers.
It's the Dodgers.
Yep.
But guess what their bullpen ERA is?
Oh, boy. I didn't look earlier. It's probably
1,
in the
2,
fours.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. See, they're 17.
Yeah, 4.
4.03. So how are the Giants only a game back? They're fancy, and they get all the hits, all the homers, all the runs, all the attention, all the money, all the deferrals, all the jerseys, all the Shoheis, all of it. You're a game up, and that's Buster Posey. That's how he was trained. That's what he watched. And his style has won way more World Series than their style in the last 15 years.
Well, and what you see when you start to do a deeper dive in the Dodgers is on the year, 217 innings from their starters, 207 from their bullpen. So your starters are generally better than your relievers, and their relief pitchers have pitched almost half of their innings, and their ERA is 17. The Giants have pitched the 22nd most innings by percentage, and they're number one. So you save your bullpen, and when they do pitch, they're really, really good. Or if you're the Dodgers, we need the pen, and they're not good.
And a bunch of people are hurt.
And that's why you have a one-game lead.
Yeah. I think...
You got a towel?
You've got to be... you've got to be thrilled. You got to be thrilled.
Will the thrilled.
Right, with where the Giants sit right now. And because I think the question people want to ask is this sustainable? And I think at least to a certain degree it is. There are questions. Those 3 guys I mentioned have to stay healthy. Don't know if they will. But if they do, I think it's a wild card team. And I also think they're only on like a certain spot on the staircase that they're currently climbing, right?
I'm just a little curious about the longevity of the starting pitching.
Well, but it's gonna transition. It's gonna evolve. It's starting tonight. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got a lot of different places we want to go in the 5 o'clock hour, but for fun, 888-957-9570. I'd love to throw this out to Giants fans because let's be real, the Warriors have been in the playoffs, and this opportunity has not really existed a whole lot in the last handful of weeks on 95.7 The Game. So what is your Giants take? And it can be anything, but if you've been saving that for Steph Curry to get hurt or whatever,
man,
what is it? Anything. Let's throw that out to you, and we would love to take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. What's your Giants take? Any direction you want to go. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about the life-changing...
looking up, and it's gone. His 8th of the year.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Casey. Casey's back at the bat on that home run that Lucas played, NBC Sports Bay Area. I was in the restroom for that one. And
man, you're never watching the game. You're either cooking or stirring.
I got a busy. There's like these 4 hours. That's when I sit still. That's about it,
dude. Believe me,
that's about it.
I'm with you. I have a almost 3-year-old, so I get 3 hours in the morning of making breakfast, making lunch, and that's why today you're like, you know what? I think we need to start out in the morning with a couple of takes and this and that. I'm trying to text the group. And
I got nothing from you.
I mean, I got an egg on for me, and I got breakfast for her, and I'm making lunch, and I'm cutting fruit, and we're talking to Dora the Explorer. No, she wants Diego, so now I got to change the channel. Busy mornings now with a 2.5-year-old.
I'll help you guys. That Vinny Pasquantino home run, as Casey would say, it was Schmidt on.
It was Schmidt on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was.
You just want to say his name again.
Yeah.
Deep part of the yard.
No,
long gone.
Good take.
Thank you.
Good take. No, I knew because I could sort of hear the TV a little bit through the walls. And it's like, I know what Dwayne's voice does when that ball is going. And then I heard nothing.
Go on.
Then I heard nothing from Jude. Is it Jude? Did he just hit that over the fence? Yeah.
Hammered to right. Matos looking up, and it's gone. His 8th of the year.
A lot of cheering going on for that.
Well, somebody finally scored.
True.
I mean, you're coming off of a Saturday night where the Giants won 1-0 in 10 innings with a walk.
Walk-off walk.
Walk-off walk. I went to one of those a few years ago. Jock Peterson got one of those in extra innings. It's a weird...
Jock Peterson.
It's a weird feeling for a fan. You're like all jacked up, right? I got a runner over there at third.
That one was different, I would argue.
Remember that? It was.
The one on Saturday. I was there, and hold on.
Wait. Whoop.
Yeah.
Wait.
It was Mason Miller. The Reaper was in.
No. I'll give you that.
The Reaper.
I'll give you that.
He is nasty. Pumping 104.
What are we doing?
Incredible at bat from Wilmer.
You were at the game, but I was watching by the pool in Mexico, and so we're sitting there and we're watching the game, and I get what you're saying. There was a vibe to it. There was,
down 1-2 in the count.
Yeah. There was totally a vibe to it. 104 miles an hour. Wilmer's fouling balls off. It's a 9-pitch at bat. It's the Giants and the A's. Even though, by the way, quick aside, stop making that a thing. It's not a thing. Don't do that, Giants. Do not.
Oh, it's a thing.
It's not a thing. If you make it a thing.
It's a thing.
But it's not a thing if you try to make it a thing. It's only a thing if it's a thing on its own.
What do you mean if you try to make it a thing? The A's and the Giants have been in Northern California for, 70 years?
But here's how you're offending A's fans if you go out of your way to try to make it a thing. Here's the problem with that. First of all, Giants, if you are still a diehard A's fan after what's happened, you're not happy with the way the Giants played this. So you're not.
Well, how did they play it? I'm still not getting the answer on what's bothering you.
Well, first
coming
off,
up on Friday.
When you say, well, how are they playing this? Are you talking about the A's departure or are you talking about the series this weekend?
I'm talking about the way that the Giants played it that offends you.
Nothing offended me. I'm not an A's fan.
What offended A's fans?
The fact that there were a bunch of things from either within the ballpark or on the broadcast, like calling it the 880 series instead of the Bay Bridge series or the Highway 80 series.
Yeah, I-80.
Stuff like no, don't do that. Because there are a lot of A's fans, if you're still a diehard, that are not pleased with the Giants because the Giants, whether it's they didn't let them move to San Jose years ago, or if the fact that they voted for the A's on relocation. There's that aspect to it.
But who didn't? Wasn't it unanimous?
That's fair, but if you want, and then the second side to it is it's almost siding with John Fisher to sort of act like this is still a thing. But it's not. They're not in Oakland anymore. So don't act like this is a cool little connect because an A's fan is like, that's still welcoming Fisher to the party. Treat them like the Rockies. You're over there.
Well, that's not good business sense.
Of course
for the
it
Giants.
is. I don't. What was
the attendance for these games?
Well, it wasn't because of anything.
It's because the A's are still local in terms of their fans being here. So if you're the Giants, you want to do everything you can to welcome the A's fans in to get their money.
Right, but that's not going to happen because you're nicknaming it the I-80 series. That's going to happen organically, number one. Number two, the Giants have been practically selling out all of their weekend games, no matter who the opponent was. Number three, the weather was sparkly all weekend. And number four, they had amazing giveaways. They're giving away puffer vests for crying out loud.
Did you get one?
No, I didn't. I was in Mexico.
Well,
but anyway.
You know people.
Yeah, well, no, I don't have one.
Wow.
I'd like one, but I don't have one. Risotto, you get one? Anyway, point is I don't think that that's helping. Just play the games. And if you want people to come to the game, they will. But I listen, all I can do is tell you what my friends who are A's fans told me is it came across as kind of disingenuous. And I don't think the Giants should be treating the A's as if they're still cool. Treat the A's fans as if they're still cool. If you want to find a way to connect to them, don't make it feel like the A's are still one of our Bay Area teams. They're not. They left. Bleep them. Don't do that. Like that's, again, I'm just telling you what A's fans told me.
Yeah. I mean, it still is a thing if the Giants decide that they want to make it a thing. Like, you know, it's a team that you shared a market with for a very, very long time, and now they're playing in your stadium in Sacramento. So, I mean, there's a lot of connectivity, I think, that still exists. And so, I don't know, it's less offensive to me than about a million other things that the A's did to their own fan base.
Of course, I wasn't offended. Again, I'm just telling you what A's fans said, and I don't think that the Giants need to do that. I don't think it helps the Giants. Put it that way. Because as you said, if what you're trying to do is reach out to A's fans and welcome them, I don't think that's the way to do it. I don't think most A's fans want to hear that. Just be a baseball team and be here. And over time, they're going to come to you. Their kids, or not, but their kids are probably going to come to you. If you're 48 years old and you grew up a diehard A's fan, you're not going to suddenly be like, now I like the Giants. But what you probably will do is think to yourself, I'd like to bring my kids to a game. And where are you going to bring them? You drive all the way
Bees.
You drive away all the way up to Sacramento and sit with 7,000 friends? Or are you going to just hop the bridge and go to Oracle Park and allow those kids to organically over time become Giants fans? I think that's a much more likely scenario.
Well, tonight is the Bees home opener out there at Raimondi. Sold out, by the way.
Sure.
Long in advance. Can't get tickets. And when the Ogden Raptors come to town, you could throw the records out when these two teams collide.
I can't wait.
There in West Oakland.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
To see what happens.
And I would love to see Oakland get a major league team again. I don't think that they would be top of the list if MLB decides to expand. So
not yet.
That's kind of a pipe dream.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you have, a real billionaire owner, like if Joe Lacob were to flex muscle and, tell Rob Manfred that he wants a team, then maybe something potentially could happen.
510. I'm 50, and all three of my boys still like the A's and will never be a Giants fan, just checking in.
Yeah, good.
Maybe, yeah. And if you're 50, because so am I would bet that your kids are
20, somewhere in there.
Maybe, you know what I mean? So these are grown people. They're not 5, most likely. I don't want to speak. I do know some 50-year-olds who have little kids.
Yeah, you just never know. You never know.
You never know.
My daughter will never go to an Oakland A's game. I know that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
Nope.
But it's again, this is a very long play. It's a very long play. You're not going for the people who already have their hearts already all in it. You're going for the people who are like, look, I've got kids and they like baseball and I want to take them to a game. And it's going to be, do I want to drive for 2.5 hours or do I want to drive for a half an hour? Like, that's the question. And so over time, that emotion either falls a little bit or people, whatever, you grow through the decades and it just changes. It changes. And that's the Giants play. I don't think this year is the year to be like, come on, A's fans, like be with us now. And it's the I-80 series. Like, I think it's going to tick people off. I know it did.
Well, I mean, You're looking to market games and you're looking to create some sort of dynamism, some rivalry.
925 just texted in. Justin texted us that I'm 2 years old and now I'm a Giants fan. So we just got a text from a 2-year-old.
Okay. Probably a little too young to have a phone, but I get it.
Yeah, I thought you were supposed to wait till 8. Isn't that the deal now? 8th grade.
Oh,
8th grade. Yeah. 8th grade. Not 8 years old.
No. My kids got phones when they were in 6th grade. I gave them as a parent, I did a 3-phone structure. You get 3 phones, and then after that, whatever phone you want is on you. 6th grade, you got a flip phone, which was, no smartphone. I don't even know if those exist anymore. And then when you get to be a freshman, you get your first smartphone, and then your 3rd phone is any phone you want. And beyond that, if you want another phone, that's on you. You got to get your own phone now. Get your own $1,000 if you want to get the iPhone 12 or whatever, the iPhone 16.
Well, you could just wait till you're eligible for the free upgrade.
You can, but
it doesn't take that long.
It can take a long time if you're a kid and you want a new phone. If you want the new fancy phone, you get a job and you go out and get your own phone.
No, I understand that.
Free upgrades still exist?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just did one. Yeah. I mean, you got to pay the thing and then they pay it back to you.
Oh.
You got to pay. Well, you got to pay the taxes. But I mean, that's like $60. That counts as free. Don't you think?
Yeah, close enough.
All right. Anyway. All right, 888-957-9570. I did real quick want to throw out there, and as the reason I mentioned it, you're right. I'm not a jersey guy. But this City Connect thing, when it came out, and still to this day, like every time, so get ready, because in a couple hours they're going to wear these things, and people still seem, at least in my kind of network, they still seem a little bit annoyed or turned off by them. I got one friend who pulled one of the jerseys out in Mexico and put it on and wore it while we sat there and watched the game. I was like, oh, like he's already got one?
What player?
Ooh, I don't know.
Jeez,
I don't know. He lost a card game, so he had to take it off and jump in the pool. So he didn't wear it that long.
Tyler Rogers, you think?
No, I don't know. I just always, I look at this
Frisbee guy.
I look, yeah, that'd be amazing. I just look at the City Connect jerseys and I'm like, they're not supposed to be cookie cutter. They're supposed to get you talking. They did last time too. And they got their own nickname. They were the Creamsicles.
Yeah. I don't know what the nickname is for these, but I didn't like them as much as I did once I understood all of the reverence and all of the homage that they're paying. The purple back to NYU and, the glove patch and the script in motion and the sound waves and the music icons. And when you learn all the different things that went into creating this amalgamation sensation of a uniform, it's like, oh, okay, it's kind of cool. And they're purple, and Valkyries are a shade of purple, so why not?
I mean, it's a uniform.
Go crazy,
go out there and play baseball. But that's me. I know that there's
the glove patch is iconic outfield glove remixed with Summer of Love energy. Okay.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm into it.
The Summer of Love was 1969.
I know, but
I'll never forget it.
But hold on.
Boy.
No, but it's energy. They mixed it with energy. How do you
the
what
energy
does that even mean?
Of the vibes of the Summer of Love? When you look at all of the art from the Summer of Love, that's what they are evoking with this Summer of Love glove patch.
I get what they're saying. I just don't know how, when it's a visual aspect, it's kind of like a chef. You ever hear a chef describe a meal and you're like, I'm just eating pasta. Like, it's not infused with your floral essence. Like, I don't even, it's like when people, when a sommelier describes wine, like, what do you even What are you talking about? It's red wine. Like, do I like it?
There's notes of mahogany.
There's notes. What notes? I don't hear anything. What are you talking about? So when they talk about the jersey, that thing you're reading, that's kind of the feeling I got. I'm like, you can't stick energy in a jersey and tell me that that's what I'm looking at. I don't know how to look at energy.
Well, they're evoking the energy of the Summer of Love, which was at the time, a little bit of the psychedelic, psychotropic kind of like scrambly vibe.
We can get you some if you want to see energy, man.
Thank you, Lucas.
That was too real.
That might be the funniest he's ever been on the show. That was really good.
He's having a good day.
He's having a great day.
He's going to loosen up a little bit in there. You know what I mean? Yep. Yeah. Steve Kerr, Brock Purdy, both on Thursday.
Yep. Kurt Warner today, and I'm sure he'll be featured in the best of.
Is he?
Kurt Warner coming up at 6 o'clock. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. We got anybody booked for tomorrow yet, Lucas?
Still loading.
Okay.
Yeah. And
How about that Thursday lineup,
Thursday, though.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr and Brock Purdy on Thursday on Willard and Tim.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't wait.
So, anyway, actually, speaking of Brock Purdy, this is kind of where our conversation started today. And with the 40 minutes we have left, if you want to weigh in, we would absolutely love your phone calls. 888-957-9570. It's funny, and I think Lucas is actually one of these people. Lucas, did this sound clip, it felt to me this morning like this sound clip kind of took a little wind out of your sail.
It's a couple of the points that he made just tickled me the wrong way. I didn't love it.
If you're a Brock Purdy fan and he signs the contract and it's like, okay, we didn't do 60, but you did get north of 50. And if that felt comfortable to you as a Niner fan, it did for me. Did this kind of take the wind out of your sails a little bit when you start hearing behind the curtain? How did we get here? Adam Schefter on ESPN's Unsportsmanlike Radio. Take a listen to what he says.
Listen, I think there's a lot of ways to come to this number, and a lot of ways that they did come to this number. There were multiple meetings between the two sides, and I think Brock Purdy's initial asking price was north of $60 million, and he was not going to get $60 million. He was not going to become the highest paid quarterback in football. It didn't fit into the 49ers salary structure. And also there was the idea that at one point in time, maybe the 49ers would have listened for Brock Purdy trade offers. There were no trade offers that came in. There were no teams that really expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them. It just works. It's the way it should be. His value is greatest on that team. And that's a little bit why they didn't view him right now as this $60+ million quarterback. His initial ask price, I believe, was about $65 million. So it came down to $53 million in the end, and that's a fair number. It places him in the top tier of quarterbacks, not the richest, not the worst. He finally gets paid. He's making more per game than I think he made in his entire rookie contract now. So this is the way that it should be, and it was weeks of discussions and meetings, and finally they were able to put the deal to bed on Friday.
Yeah, so there you go. And it's funny because Adam's like, this is the way it should be. And I'm like, I kind of agree with you. I don't know if Brock Purdy's agent does. That's a big drop. You started at 65, and I don't know if they ever thought they were going to get it.
Right.
But you end up at 53. You didn't run this through the offseason. You didn't even skip voluntary workouts. Like, my takeaway from this is the same as my takeaway was yesterday. It only furthers it even more, which is that I'm impressed with the maturity that Brock Purdy showed here to not make this about ego and not make this about comparing your number to my number and where I slot in on this whole thing. It feels like Brock looked at the situation and went, look, I would like to be the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. I'd like to make a bunch of money. And so we'll start the conversation here. But if the Niners have a different idea and they can spin this and try to convince me that this is the best for the roster and all of those things, then yay, cookies, let's go. And that's the way he played it. And I think that's fantastic. But I do think there's pieces of this that make people go, ooh, okay, you asked for 65. You asked to be the number one. You ended up the number 7. And then there's that piece in there about how, then there were trade conversations. Nobody else wanted him. So it starts to bring up some of those Brock Purdy anxieties that some fans have.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't feel it.
I know you don't.
I mean, I don't really see it that way. And you can ask for 65. And I don't believe that the team countered with 40 because that's about where 53 lies in the middle between 40 and 65. That's about the midpoint. I think that the 49ers, while they heard the 65 and they probably came back and said, I don't think we're going to do that. And so this is kind of more what we're seeing. We're thinking somewhere more in 47 or 48 and, maybe it's 50, whatever the number was. I don't think that the back and forth was that acrimonious. And you got to a spot where, like you said, and we've heard this before, that Brock Purdy wanted to be there in OTAs by, phase 3. He wants to just be there and be able to be the quarterback and get in and install it. And Kurt Warner had some great comments earlier about, a couple million here or a couple million there. What's it really worth to you when you get down to brass tacks? Like, you just ultimately want to be in there with your team and go play football. And that's what you do. And so whether it's maturity or whether it's him just wanting to play football, I don't know how I would assign the credit to Brock, but clearly for me, his prime motivation is being the quarterback of the 49ers. And you get generational wealth. And if you're not driven by the ego part of it where I need to be numero uno, I need to make the most money. If you're not that guy, well, then what are we really talking about? You got a huge number guaranteed.
Yep.
You got most of the money front loaded in the first 3 years. You're going to make $100 million at least. You're probably going to wind up making more than $200 million to play football. So go play football.
No, I'm with you. I'm not trying to say that like we should all now cancel our plans Saturday and hold a Brock Purdy parade because he took this contract. What an unbelievably charitable human being. That's not what I'm saying, but what I am saying is go ahead and compare him to other people. Go ahead, compare him to other athletes because most of them don't do this.
Yeah, it's rare.
Most
Josh
of them
Allen
don't.
did it.
Josh Allen did it.
And he made more, but he was worthy of making more than Dak, and yet he didn't go out there and he didn't really try to get there by holding out and doing all the rest of it.
Dak's a great example. I'm glad you bring Dak Prescott up. And I have no knowledge of those negotiations at all. But here's what I do know. I know Dak Prescott got top dollar, and I know CD Lamb got second top dollar, only behind Justin Jefferson, and I know that they didn't have any other good players on their entire offense. They couldn't get 3 yards from a running back.
Ever.
Right? And Derrick Henry.
Brought back Zeke Elliott.
And Derrick Henry apparently wanted to play there. Can't afford that. Well, good thing Dak got $60 million. Holy crap. So that's the credit I want to give Brock. Because you can do that, because some players did do that. Brandon Ayuk did that. He did that. And I think it's better if you don't do that. That's
depends on what your goals are. And if your goal is to make every single last dollar, and like TJ Hushmanzada said to us, he want to get paid when he talked about his client, Brandon Ayuk, not his client, but his training partner or whatever you want to call it. And so it was clear that Brandon Ayuk wanted to get paid. And so he held out for every last dollar. He got paid. He started slowly, and he got hurt, which is really a bummer. I think that his year would have been a down year anyway. He wasn't trending toward dominating, but he got paid. And it's clear that Brock Purdy's primary motivation was not to get every last dollar.
Let's go to James and Hayward at 888-957-9570. Hey, James, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Enjoy the show. By the way, just want to make a comment. I have a freshman in high school. She doesn't have a phone, so try to keep it that way.
Nice job.
Good for you, James. I've got a kid who's not even in middle school yet, and he's already got a phone. I don't say that braggadociously. Well, I say that as a single dad where it's like, I'm in the city until 6 o'clock at night every weekday, and I need to know where the hell you are. So he's not allowed to put any games on that sucker, but I got no choice. But I get it, James. I wish I could have had the strength that you did.
Sure. No, it's a battle. So definitely a challenge.
Amen.
Just just wanted to make a comment with regards to Brock Purdy and his salary and all of that. I'm a proponent for Brock Purdy. I like him as a quarterback for the 49ers. Now, again, I'm just a casual fan, and I don't really follow this market rate comp that you have to pay players on. Like, for example, Dak Prescott is making over $60 million. And I don't believe anyone right now believes that the Cowboys are making the right choice of paying that guy that much money. So I don't really understand how it's always looked at, okay, he's making this much money, so the next quarterback needs to make more than that. But if the Cowboys decided to go off the cliff and paying this guy, then why should anyone follow them towards that? And then also just with Brandon Ayuk last year, we always kept talking about that's his market rate. I personally don't believe that it was worth for the Niners to sign him. If he walked away, I wouldn't think that it would have mattered. So just my unpopular opinion.
No, James, I think actually a lot of people share it. The dynamic you're talking about, and I appreciate that call, is something that will forever be present for a lot of NFL teams. So when they say, like, I don't understand why they paid Dak Prescott $60 million, and then just because they do a bad deal, should other teams follow? And it's very easy. Like, I've watched this in media a lot. We all have. Over the last year especially, I think that there have been flimsy takes aplenty from people who are just like, I wouldn't pay Brock Purdy over $50 million. Well, great, Jack. What do you want to do? Like, that's the second piece that no one ever wants to take the time to bring up. Brian Baldinger did it one time, and everyone talked about it for a week because even though I didn't agree with it, it was super interesting. He's like, I'd go after Sam Darnold.
Right.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about that. And I don't agree with it, but fine. Let's have a conversation. But there's a line around the block of people being like, I wouldn't pay Brock Purdy over 50. Well, what would you do? And this is where teams end up. And it's why people like Dak Prescott get 60 and why Trevor Lawrence gets 55. You may not love your guy. You may not think he's ever going to win a Super Bowl. But what is your other option? Kyler Murray with the Cardinals. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to start over and be awful and irrelevant? Because those guys are good enough to at least keep you in it and maybe have a flash in the pan kind of year. And I think Brock Purdy is better than those guys. You know, and he's already been to overtime of a Super Bowl. So, but I understand. When teams are faced with that idea, it's hard. It's hard. Do you pay your guy, and he's good, even if he's not great? Like, what do you do if you're an NFL team in that situation?
It's a fine line between is he good or is he great? And I think about the Giants with Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones, where he flashed a little bit and he went to the playoffs, and then you decided he was worth 4 years and $160 million, and 2 years into it, you said, oh, no, we have made a mistake, so we're going to have to pivot and try something else. The Saints with Derek Carr, he's a quarterback who is good enough to make plays and do things, but they were unable to really get much going, and so now he's retired with a bum shoulder, and they're left with a tough decision now on what they do about the future. So Brock Purdy's a guy, he's good. He's not top 5, top 8, wherever you put him, he's good enough to where you need to keep him. And if you want to keep him, you got to pay him. And the alternative is you find somebody on the market, Aaron Rodgers. Oh. Like, would you rather have Aaron Rodgers coming in making $53 million for 1 year or Brock Purdy making $53 million for 6 years?
100% Brock Purdy under any circumstances right now.
That is what you're ultimately facing if you're a team that wants to go to plan B. Your plan B is either a middling free agent, Sam Darnold, or somebody else who Justin Fields, or can you pry Kirk Cousins away from Atlanta because now he's not going to be the starter and you're going to pay him $40 million.
Right.
Your alternatives among free agents, none of them are usually that good. You could get Deshaun Watson right now from Cleveland. I mean, do I need to go on to other names?
Well, here's
the point is well made.
Absolutely.
Like, your plan B is either you pray in the draft or you bring in one of these like fading veteran free agents.
Well, here's what's wild about it all. Like, let me ask you this. If you were the do you think the Cardinals think that Kyler Murray can win a Super Bowl? Yes. You do?
Well, because the Cardinals are one of the worst run organizations in all of sports.
Okay, but
so I think that they believe that he can.
Okay.
Do I think that he can win a Super Bowl?
No, I know that you do. You think that the Jaguars think that Trevor Lawrence can win a Super Bowl?
Probably.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's a tougher one because you may have finally gotten the coaching situation right. I mean, Doug Peterson is a good coach. And
do you think the Dolphins think that Tua can win a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Mike McDaniel, I don't think that. I mean, that's a good one because I think Tua is kind of in the Brock Purdy tier. Like, he's a good player, and is he good enough to elevate a team? I don't know. So far, he hasn't, and he can't stay healthy.
Do you think that the Dallas Cowboys think that Dak Prescott can win a Super Bowl?
I mean, they do.
Yeah.
But I don't think so.
I know you don't.
Right.
I don't. They even and whether they do or not, in the end, is not necessarily the most relevant thing. I find it interesting from this perspective because I think that there are plenty of people that if you really gave them truth serum, they're like, well, no, we're probably not going to win the whole thing. Like, do I honestly think if I'm Jerry Jones that Dak Prescott's just going to navigate his way one year through Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels and Brock Purdy and Jordan Love and Jared Goff? We're going to navigate our way all the way through that. And then we're going to find our way to the Super Bowl where I'm going to navigate Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson. Like, is that really going to happen? Like, hello, probably not. But you still pay them anyway because you're irrelevant.
You got no choice.
You're a relevant force. The beautiful thing to me for a 49er fan, and I know this may bother some of you because he didn't win it, but you don't really have to ask too hard on the question of, do you think that Brock Purdy can navigate his way to a Super Bowl and to the end of the Super Bowl? He's already come so damn close that the answer is obviously yes. Yes, you can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. Should really be the only question that a fan asks himself. If you answer yes, forget the stupid number. Forget the number. Don't worry about the number unless it becomes preventative, which for the 49ers, it's not. But you've got a bunch of teams out there that are paying their quarterback north of $45 million a year, who I would bet plenty of people in the executive staff don't even really think they can win a Super Bowl. But they do it because the player's kind of good.
Well, you have no choice.
Yes.
Like, the alternative is you chase after it with a fledgling free agent, and I'm thinking about Geno Smith as a good example. Seattle brought him in to replace Russ, and he's been pretty good. He's pretty good there. Seattle was competitive, and Geno Smith had a few good years, and then you realize you get to a spot where, okay, it's time to either pay him more or move on, and so you move on. And the Raiders are another one. What have the Raiders done in their quarterback spot going back 6 or 7 guys? They had Minshew in there for a while, and now you're going to try Geno Smith. And, it's a team that hasn't been able to draft a guy and develop him, and you're not going to spend the money to bring in a top flight guy because your team's not good enough.
No doubt. But those are shorter term. So those are that's teams that are just like, well, like, we got to play football this year.
Yep.
So let's kind of have a guy, and Geno Smith is a guy plus, but then again, look at their division. I mean, Geno Smith's not winning that division.
Probably not.
Do with Geno Smith going up against Mahomes and Herbert and Bo Nix. You're not going to do anything there, but you can be a viable, like, whatever team. You can handle your Sunday events and have everybody come to the arena and, like, yeah, let's play football. And your receivers will get numbers, and you can have fantasy players and Brock Bowers, and you can do all of those things, but you're not going to win. The question for me is when somebody doesn't get the 2-year deal, they get the 5-year deal. They get the 6-year deal. That, to me, those are the contracts from teams that should be saying, this guy can win us a bowl.
Yeah. Dak Prescott and Kyler Murray.
Yep.
They both got those deals.
Right. And
Jared Goff did too.
Yeah.
And, he's at least gotten them close.
Gotten there.
Yeah.
And a couple times he's gotten teams. Obviously, he went to a Super Bowl with the Rams. But, yeah, I just, those are the ones that are tough. And I don't think that 49er fans are in that boat. They don't have to worry about that. They sort of have every single piece of proof in the pudding except for the actual ring itself, that this team can maneuver through the playoffs with Brock Purdy as their QB.
And if they can't, and you find that out in 3 or 4 years, well, then the whole thing is going to be a rebuild anyway, because you're going to buy him out and cut him, and you're going to fire the coach and fire the GM, and then the new people will come in and figure out how they're going to do it.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 888-957-9570 is the number. Western Conference Finals are about to start, and I think that we want to fight about it. So we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
I mean, it's a good question. That's a good question.
I was looking up today. Look it up. Google it.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I got to Google, like, hey, AI, how many points are the Thunder going to lose this game by?
At this current pace, they will lose this game by 67 points. That's my Alexa.
Here's my
I hate Alexa.
Here's my Siri.
We get to fight all the time.
Oh shoot! Now that's going to make all of our phones go crazy. But here's how I would do
Just
it.
dibs because he has an Android.
Mine's a Hey Google, and I turned it off. I don't need to talk to my phone. I don't need to have my phone listen. I know my phone's always listening. They all are, but
they all are.
I don't need to do the talk to text. And you try to do it every morning with your.
But I'm not talking to the phone.
No, but you're talking to your phone
talking to my car.
send a message.
That's
Whatever
only
you're
in my
doing,
car.
it's mumbo jumbo and it's nonsense. And it doesn't annoy me because I speak Mark Willard speaking to the phone, but like every third word is like either wrong, misspelled, or misplaced.
Right, but you get what I'm saying.
I had a headache trying to decipher what you were saying this morning. This was the worst one yet.
You had no problem knowing. You want to know?
Took a lot of extra effort.
Just
you want to know
pointless.
Absolutely.
It's like talking to my 2-year-old.
You want to know what the best part was? Hang on, I gotta get to where's the part where because I always apologize for her.
Not today.
Yeah, I did. I wrote that Siri apologizes. Okay, here it is.
Oh.
Do you want to know what the craziest thing she's ever done is?
I do.
I made a reference because of your deep dive on Giants baseball.
Yep.
And the way that starting pitchers were working. I made a reference to Kane and Lincecum. She spelled Lincecum correct and misspelled Kane. How do you do that?
Well, Harry Kane. She spelled it like Harry Kane, the striker.
Kane.
Bayern Munich, right? He's on Bayern now?
Is that where he is?
Yeah.
I just know that he's always on the England national team.
I actually think the Giants in this ballpark had Taylor this team. Like Taylor, the proper name, had Taylor this team very similarly to the teams that had a lot of success. Might be good to get a deep dive dibs on what kind of run producing teams won in 10, 12, and 14, my sense. Run on senses.
No, not you put a period where there's no period. My sense is Buster Posey is all about pitching and defense.
Begging for a comma, and you said...
I'm not going to use a comma. I wouldn't have used a comma if I had done this with my thumbs.
You would say comma, and...
No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's just your own sloppiness. No, you should be better.
I am putting commas in a text. I love when people are like, oh, make it grammatically correct, and then they use the letter U to say thank you. We're not doing grammar here. We're texting.
Grammar makes it an easier read when you're throwing up, novellas. You go ahead and put some punctuation in there.
Novellas?
It's a novella. You got to Google it.
I know what a novella is. I'm more of a Nutella guy than a novella guy.
Look it up.
Tell him.
Google it.
Google it.
I will.
Google it.
I know what a novella
A
is.
telenovela is a different thing than a novella.
I just like also when I made a reference to
Also different than Nutella, but go ahead.
10, 12, and 14, it made 10 and 12 all one number.
Right.
But then it set aside 14.
Did you promote that you guys were going to argue about this basketball game?
Yeah.
We're going to get there.
Bleep the Thunder.
Well.
No, seriously, bleep the Thunder.
Just
forget those guys.
Say the word.
No.
Say it.
No.
Lucas did earlier.
Don't try to fire me. No, he didn't. The point is, Warrior fans, like Steiny has the right take for the wrong reasons. It's not about the fact that, we should root for Minnesota because they beat us, and so that way we can say we lost to the best. Disingenuous. That's not why he's rooting for him. He's rooting for him because the coach gave him a sweater. That's why he's rooting for them.
The coach went to the same school that he did.
And he gave him a sweater.
Well, I didn't realize that Finchie was that much younger than Steiny. I thought that they were the same age.
Yeah.
Well, it's all public record.
How old is Finchie?
Finchie is a year younger than me. So he's 56, 55, somewhere in there.
All right. So he wasn't even starting until
55.
Steiny had already graduated.
Correct.
Yeah. But anyway, whatever. They're best
Steiny
buds.
covered him when he was playing at that school.
Okay.
So they're
I'm not in the know.
They're BFFs.
On the Steiny Finch love affair.
They're BFFs. And
I was helping you out.
They give each other gifts and all of that stuff. So that's why Steiny's rooting for Minnesota.
Gifts like GIF?
No, gifts with a T.
With a T.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I thought this was another Siri moment for you.
No, GIFFS.
Okay.
No.
Gifts.
Anyway, don't let Steiny tell you that it's because the Wolves beat the Warriors. It's because he and the coach of the Wolves get steak together after games. That's why. But that's not why I'm rooting for the Wolves. I'm rooting for the Wolves for a bunch of reasons. I like a lot of their players. You know what Anthony Edwards doesn't do? He doesn't play basketball like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, he just threw the ball at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Good
so
for
if
him.
you want to support that,
I do.
great.
I'd like to throw a ball at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Stop trying to foul chase and just play basketball.
He is
Shai.
playing basketball.
No, he's not.
He shot about 7 free throws and we're 4 minutes in.
Exactly.
Because they can't stop fouling him.
Exactly, because that's all he tries to do is make it look
Not
like...
all he tries to do.
Yes, he was given an
You're
open...
oversimplifying his game.
He had an open three. What did he do with it?
He pump faked,
No.
drew the defender in, and drew a foul.
No, the one that he shot. Wide
he
open
missed
three.
the basket.
He missed
He
everything.
hit the backboard. That's not missing everything. He missed the cylinder.
No, all these people wearing all these white shirts, the whiteout in Oklahoma City, these are all of the Kevin Durant cupcake yellers.
They are not all the cupcake yellers.
Them.
And you know what? You know what they're doing? And this is a memo to all you Warrior fans who've gotten fat and happy. They're wearing the shirt. You're hard-pressed to find anybody there not wearing the shirt. That's a hungry fan base.
He's at the
back in the
free throw
foul line
again.
It's because your T-Wolves can't play defense without fouling.
T-Wolves. No, it's
you and
because
Steiny.
Because he's a fake baby Harden. That's who he is. And guess what? He just missed the free throw.
He's missed a bunch of these.
Yeah, so take that. Minnesota's better than this
He's going to be the league MVP.
Great.
No, Thunder in 6. I've already locked it up.
Wolves in 6.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, we'll see. But
Oklahoma's deeper, and just your dislike or your hatred of the way he foul baits and the fact that they got on KD for being a cupcake, I thought that was a clever use of dessert.
First of all, never slander dessert. You don't use dessert in vain like that. It's dessert. It is meant to be elevated. You do not use cupcake in vain as a negative. A cupcake is a dessert, and it's delicious. It's sugar.
It's soft.
You be nice to it.
A cupcake is soft with frosting.
There are other ways to get across the idea of soft without ripping desserts.
Right, like blank you Draymond.
You could
Something
do that.
We don't support. You know?
No.
Or you could throw garbage on people, which is what you do in New York.
You could come up with all kinds of other soft things, like a pillow, that are not dessert. So that's all I'm saying. I got no love for this Thunder team. Your fans are a bunch of small town jerks. Your star runs around trying to fake foul all the time. Forget it. Minnesota's got the next best player in the NBA at Anthony Edwards. They've got restaurant quality Dante DiVincenzo.
They got a big man who smeared COVID all over a bunch of microphones because he thought that was hilarious.
I don't like that guy, but that's the only one.
Oh, okay.
They got Mike Conley, who's a veteran professional.
Oh, now you're on my Mike Conley.
Yeah, no, you
were making fun of him a couple weeks ago.
He's a role player, and he still is. That's all I said about him.
He's an elite point guard, and you were dismissing that. He's been playing for 18 years.
An elite
He's almost
point guard.
your age.
Do you know how many point guards if you had the list of the greatest point guards in the game right now, how many are you saying before you get to Mike Conley?
Probably 2 or 3.
You're ridiculous. But anyway.
He's a distributor.
Naz Reid is literally like who the Warriors need. Like that kind of player is exactly who the Warriors need.
He's a poor man's Quentin Post.
He's 25 and he looks 35. He knocks down threes and he's a big man.
They got a lot of guys the Warriors could use.
You've got no love for Isaiah Hartenstein, who is he's the kind of big man that the Warriors need.
I don't mind that guy.
Holmgren, one of the real bright, young 7'3" guys in our league.
I don't mind him either. He's got a good sense of humor when Wiggins hurt him.
Williams is a great player. Like Williams and McDaniels, very interesting defensive players. Yeah. Lou Dort is the kind of physical presence you need on the defensive side of the ball.
I'm in on the Wolves.
Yeah, I'm in on the Thunder.
And it's not because they beat the Warriors, and it's not because Steiny has a sweater. I just like him more.
Pizza bet?
And I think they're a better team.
It's actually, no, we're done betting. Until bets get paid off.
Oh, yeah.
Pointless. No more bets.
I'll never bet with him again.
He still owes me from 2 years ago. So
this guy actually
made a wager and refused to even make good in any way, shape, or form.
Because
so I'm supposed to bring in pizza?
The only